October 8, 1975. The body of a little girl is found by the side of a remote road. She's lying in the grass face down in the mud. She has been subjected to a horrifying sexual assault and has been stabbed a shocking 12 times, with one of the stab wounds piercing her heart. What had started as a missing child investigation had now become a major murder inquiry. Little do people know at the time is that it will lead to one of the most appalling miscarriages of justice in British criminal history. At around lunchtime on October 5, 1975, 11-year-old Leslie Molseed was asked to go to the shop by her mother. The family used a rotor to ensure that all did chores, and children in the area were often trusted to run small errands for their parents. They lived on Delamere Road in Rochdale, Greater Manchester. 11-year-old Leslie lived with her mother, April, Danny, her stepfather, and her two sisters. Life for Leslie, often called Lel by her mother, hadn't always been easy. She had been born with a congenital cardiac condition, and an operation to correct this at the age of 3 had left her frail, with a reduced mental level for her age. She was told by her mother to go and buy some bread and air freshener from a nearby shop located on Ansdale Road, and in her blue raincoat, little Leslie set off. She was spotted walking on the secluded Stubbs Lane. Then she vanished. When Leslie failed to return home quickly, April became concerned and sent her siblings out to see if they could find her, and Danny soon joined in the search too. The family looked everywhere they could think of, but Leslie couldn't be found, and there was no evidence that she had made it to the shops. At 3 p.m., and with no trace of her anywhere, the family frantically contacted Rochdale police. Investigators quickly mobilized and formed a search. They checked the town and local area, interviewing people and looking everywhere to try and find the vulnerable young girl. While the police were searching for Leslie, for girls aged 12, 13, 16, and 18 came forward to the police. They told officers that a man had exposed himself to them the day before Leslie had gone missing. With a missing child and these 4 girls now saying this, the police quickly pursued the lead. He was soon identified as 23-year-old Stefan Kishko. Stefan was a local tax clerk. His parents had emigrated to the UK from Eastern Europe following the end of the Second World War. Outside of his mother and aunt, he didn't have a social life. His father had suffered a heart attack 5 years before, and he had died at Stefan's feet. He also had learning difficulties, meaning he had the mental age of around 12 years old. Despite him never having been in trouble with the law, the police quickly determined that he was the man they were looking for. With his poor social skills, his odd habits, including writing down registration plates of cars that annoyed him, and with the testimony of the 4 girls saying he had exposed himself, the police were determined to prove that he was their man. Just 3 days after Leslie had vanished, the worst fears of everyone were realized. Her little body was found by the side of a road. She had been brutally attacked and stabbed to death in a horrifying, frenzied attack. Her appalling death left the local community in shock. It made headlines around the country and left her family utterly devastated. On the December 21, 1975, Stefan Kishko was arrested on suspicion of murder. He was intensely questioned, with his story being picked apart by the police. After 3 days, he confessed. On Christmas Eve 1975, Stefan Kishko was charged with the murder of 11-year-old Leslie Molseed. Not long after, Stefan retracted his confession in the presence of a solicitor, but this made no difference. His trial began in Leeds in July of 1976, and Stefan's defense lawyer was David Waddington. David Waddington was a successful lawyer and member of the Queen's Counsel. Stefan again repeated that he hadn't killed Leslie, and that his confession was false. When asked why he had admitted it, he replied, "I started to tell these lies, and they seemed to please them, and the pressure was off as far as I was concerned. I thought if I admitted what I did to police, they would check out what I said, find it and true, and would then let me go." On the July 21, 1976, the jury returned after 5.5 hours of deliberation. Stefan Kishko was found guilty by a 10-2 majority. The judge sentenced him to life in prison for the murder of Leslie Molseed. The girls who had come forward saying he had exposed himself were praised by the judge for their bravery and honesty in telling the court their story. The officers were also praised by the judge for their great skill in bringing to justice the person responsible for this dreadful crime, adding, "I would like all the officers responsible for the result to be specially commended," and these observations conveyed to the chief constable. The mother of one of the girls said that Stefan should have been arrested sooner and called for him to be hanged. She said, "Children are a lot safer now this monster has been put away." Gishko was soon transferred to Wakefield Prison. As he was now not only a convicted sex offender, but a child killer, he had to be placed on a Rule 43 to protect him from other inmates. 3 years later, Stefan launched an appeal, but this was dismissed. Lord Justice Bridge said, "We can find no grounds whatsoever to condemn the jury's verdict of murder as in any way unsafe or unsatisfactory. The appeal is dismissed." While in prison, Stefan was attacked by fellow inmates. One of these incidents left him needing stitches. As his mental health started to deteriorate, he developed schizophrenia and began to suffer from delusions. His protestations of innocence were labeled as a symptom of his delusions. He was moved from prison to prison, but in 1991, he was admitted to Ashford Hospital after 6 months of delay for treatment of his declining mental health. Stefan's mother Charlotte fought tirelessly to have the case reopened. She was adamant that he hadn't murdered Leslie Malseed, and that he had confessed under duress. She took it to her local MP Cyril Smith, but he ignored her pleas for assistance in reopening Stefan's case. She was also stonewalled by Prime Minister James Callaghan and his successor Margaret Thatcher. In 1984, she contacted the human rights organization Justice, who examined miscarriages of justice, and in 1987, she was put in contact with Solicitor Campbell Malone. Malone agreed to take on Stefan's case. He consulted with Philip Clegg, who had served as junior defense counsel under Waddington in Stefan's original trial. Cloft expressed the doubts he had at the time about Stefan's confession and subsequent conviction, and the pair worked together for the next 2 years on a petition for the Home Secretary. The final draft was ready to send to the Home Secretary on the October 26, 1989. Coincidentally, that same day, David Waddington was appointed to that very position. He would resign in 1990 in order to take up peerage and become leader of the House of Lords. He was replaced by Kenneth Baker. It would be 16 months before a police investigation into the trial would begin. In February 1991, after receiving help from a private detective named Peter Jackson, Malone finally convinced the Home Secretary that the case must be reopened. It was then sent to West Yorkshire Police, headed by Detective Superintendent Trevor Wilkinson. This would set in motion an extraordinary chain of events that would blow the case wide open. The police soon discovered that Stefan hadn't been asked if he wanted a lawyer, although during that time suspects didn't have the right to have a solicitor present. He had asked for his mother Charlotte to be there, but this was refused despite his learning difficulties. Crucially, the police didn't caution him until long after they had decided he was the man they were looking for. The semen found on Leslie's body was also re-examined. Wilkinson found that Stefan was infertile and incapable of producing semen, meaning the sample found on Leslie's body physically could not have come from him. It soon became apparent that they were now dealing with one of the most grave miscarriages of justice the United Kingdom had ever seen. Not only was Stefan Kisko an innocent man who had been in prison since 1976, this also meant that whoever had killed Leslie was still at large. The evidence of the semen had been suppressed by the police and never disclosed to either the defense team nor the jury. They also found that a witness has seen Stefan visiting the grave of his father on the day Leslie had been murdered, and the witness couldn't understand why they hadn't been called to testify. The errors in the investigation just kept on coming. A few months before the murder, Stefan had broken his ankle. This, coupled with the fact he was overweight, meant it would have been incredibly difficult for him to scale the slope where Leslie had been found. This evidence was also not shown to the court. The catalog of errors made by his legal counsel were also in the firing line when it became apparent how badly they had handled his defense. On the first morning of the trial, the Crown delivered thousands of pages of additional and used material. This is where the defense counsel made a huge mistake. They didn't ask for an adjournment to examine them. Instead, they let the trial continue. They used the defense of diminished responsibility, a defense that Stefan hadn't agreed to. They said that he had murdered Leslie after receiving testosterone to treat hypogonadism, and this might have made him behave strangely. The endocrinologist who was treating Stefan vehemently disagreed with this argument, saying the treatment would not have led to that kind of behavior, much less make him inclined to kill. His endocrinologist was never called to testify to this effect. The 4 girls who said that Stefan had exposed himself to them were now aged 27, 28, 31, and 33. They also had something to say. They admitted they had made up the allegation against Stefan, and that he hadn't committed indecent exposure. They said they had done it for a laugh and that, at the time, it was funny. One of them was interviewed by police on Valentine's Day, 1991. She said she wished she hadn't said anything, and that she didn't think at the time it would go that far. She said she had gone along with what one of the other girls had said. Another one of the girls said they had seen someone urinating in public, but it wasn't Stefan. She also refused to apologize. One of them was a friend of Leslie's older sister, and she expressed the most remorse. She hadn't been called to testify along with the other 3, but said that if she had, she would have told the truth and not committed perjury like the others had. 2 of the girls received a formal caution by police for the criminal offense they had committed. In August 1991, the new findings were presented to the Home Secretary, Kenneth Baker. He immediately handed it over to the Court of Appeal. The judicial investigation began on February 17, 1992. After hearing the plethora of new evidence that proved the wrong man had been convicted, Lord Chief Justice Lane said, "It has been shown that this man cannot produce sperm. This man consequently cannot have been the murderer." And with that, Stefan Kishko was declared an innocent man, and his immediate release from custody was demanded. Anthony Beaumont Dark, a conservative MP, said, "This must be the worst miscarriage of justice of all time. It brings shame on everyone involved in the case." This brought fresh heartbreak for the family of Leslie Molseed. Not only did they now have to contend with the fact that an innocent man had gone to prison, but that Leslie's murderer was still out there. During the original trial, they had demanded that Stefan be publicly hanged, and Leslie's father, Frederick Anderson, had shouted a torrent of abuse at Charlotte Kishko after her son had been convicted. After Stefan was proven innocent, the Molseed family publicly apologized for what they had said. Lord Lane himself, Ronald Outeridge, the forensic scientist who had worked on the case, and the prosecution barrister Peter Taylor, all offered no apology, nor did any of them express any words of remorse or regret for what had happened. The original trial judge, Hugh Park, said that while he was sorry for what had happened to Stefan, he was not sorry for how he had handled the trial. The police submitted that they had been wrong, but tried to justify the action taken in 1975. All David Waddington said was that had all the evidence been available to him in 1976, the case would have taken a different course. Stefan required further psychiatric treatment until April 1992. He was then released. He had spent more than 16 years in custody. The hunt was now on to find the real killer of Leslie Molseed. The first problem was that in 1985, with Mustafan in prison and the case being closed, the clothes belonging to Leslie that had been taken from the crime scene had been destroyed. Fortunately, the strips used to remove fibers from Leslie's clothes had been kept. In 1997, a former detective wrote a book about the murder of Leslie Molseed and named Raymond Hewlett as the man who had most likely taken her life. Hewlett has served with the Scots Guards before becoming a fairground worker. It was after this that he committed a string of appalling sexual assaults. He was sent to prison in 1972 after using paint thinner on a cloth to incapacitate a 12-year-old girl before attacking her on the moors close to his home in Todmorden. Fortunately, she was able to escape. Just 6 years later, another girl was attacked after he pointed a gun at her back, but thankfully, she too was able to get away. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for that offense. Despite 2 stints in prison in 1988, he committed another attack against a newspaper delivery girl, and he was jailed once again. After this came to light, the family of Leslie Molseed had campaigned in Todmorden, where he'd lived. They gave out flyers and demanded justice for Leslie. The samples from Leslie's clothes were sent to the Forensic Services Lab in Wetherby, West Yorkshire. After tests, they were able to extract a profile. And finally, in 1999, They had the full DNA profile of Leslie Monzi's killer, but he wasn't on the National DNA Database. In February 2003, DNA profiling was introduced, and this meant the police could check Hewlett's DNA against that of the samples from the crime scene. Came back as no match. The DNA wasn't Raymond Hewlett's. The police were back at square one. Alongside Raymond Hewlett, another suspect who was soon ruled out was Michael Horgan, who also had a criminal record involving horrific child abuse. In February 2001, the News of the World newspaper ran an article saying that they had discovered evidence that Raymond Hewlett, Michael Horgan, a third man, were potentially involved in Leslie's death. This was prior to the DNA profiling result. They alleged that Horgan had groomed Leslie in the weeks leading up to her being murdered. This, like all the other stories, would go nowhere, as despite their horrendous criminal convictions, the men had nothing to do with the death of Leslie Morst. It is worth noting that following a lengthy inquiry known as the Leveson Inquiry into the culture, tactics, and ethics of the British press, the News of the World newspaper was shut down in 2011 after a plethora of journalistic malpractice and phone hacking scandals were uncovered. In November 2006, the news came that people had waited more than 30 years to hear. The police had arrested a man after having a direct hit with the DNA taken from the scene. The suspect had provided a DNA sample after being arrested in connection with another sex attack the previous year. And while he wasn't charged with that offense, when they had run it through the DNA database, it came back as a direct match to a sample found on Leslie's body. The suspect was named as 53-year-old Ronald Castry. Castry was originally from the Turfel estate in Rochdale and had worked as a taxi driver before becoming a comic book dealer. His dreadful reputation preceded him. He was heavily disliked by his neighbors, who said he had an extremely nasty temper. He had an abusive relationship with his wife, and the marriage had ended in divorce in 1997. They shared 2 children, and 2 weeks before Leslie had been murdered, his wife had given birth to a baby that wasn't his. On the day of the murder, she had gone back into hospital, leaving him alone at home. When the police looked into Castry's background, they found a disturbing history of convictions. In 1973, he abducted and sexually assaulted a 9-year-old girl. He was charged £50 for the offenses of incitement to commit gross indecency and indecent assault. 3 years later, he was convicted again of indecently assaulting a 7-year-old boy. He was told to pay a fine of £50. Ronald Castry was subsequently charged with the murder of Leslie Molzeed. He appeared in court on the November 7, 2006 and was remanded in custody. In April the following year, Castry entered his plea, not guilty. He was refused bail and sent back to prison to await his trial. During the trial, Dr. Gemma Escoff told the jury that the chances of the semen coming from anyone other than Ronald Castry was more than 1 in a billion. The court heard how Castry had abducted Leslie from the street near her home. He then drove her to Rishworth Moor, sexually assaulted her, then stabbed her to death in a frenzied, brutal, and savage attack before leaving her body at the side of the road. On the November 12, 2007, the verdict was returned. Ronald Castro was found guilty of the murder of Leslie Molzeed. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum tariff of 30 years, meaning before he can even apply for parole, it will be 2036, and he will be 83 years old. The fallout from the case of Leslie Molzeed was both unprecedented and immeasurable. Leslie's family had to go through the trauma of 2 murder trials, as well as the difficult realization that the man who had murdered their beloved Leslie had been walking free for so long. Tragically, in February 2014, Leslie's mother April died at the age of 74. In 1994, the surviving senior officer who had worked the original case, Detective Superintendent Dick Holland, as well as the forensic scientist who had worked the case too, Ronald Outeridge, were formally charged with doing acts tending to pervert the course of justice by allegedly suppressing evidence that proved Stefan's innocence, including the scientific tests done on the semen. In May the following year, the case was challenged by defense barristers who argued that the passage of time had made a fair trial impossible, and that the case was an abusive process. The presiding magistrate agreed, and the case was not put to a jury. Dick Holland had also served as an officer in the case of Judith Ward, who was accused of committing an IRA bomb attack in 1974. Her conviction would later be declared unsafe, and she was freed after 17 years in prison. Like Stefan, her case was considered to be one of the most egregious miscarriages of justice in British criminal history. Holland retired from the force in 1988 and died at the age of 74 in February 2007. After Stefan had been released, he was left a physically and emotionally broken man. He became a virtual recluse and showed little interest in anything. When people would approach him to apologize or offer support or encouragement, it would often frighten him. Upon his release, Stefan was promised £500,000 in compensation for his time in prison. He received an interim payment, but never the full amount. As on the December 23, 1993, less than 2 years after being released from prison, Stefan Kisko suffered a massive heart attack and died at the age of 41. For months later, his mother Charlotte, who had fought tirelessly for her son, died at the age of 70. The pair were buried together in Rochdale Cemetery. While in prison, Stefan wrote to a family friend saying, "I am in prison for a crime I have not committed. I am missing my mother very much. I hope there will be a happy ending." In 1992, following Stefan's release, the two families who had been torn apart by the murder of Leslie, the Molseeds and the Kishkos, met in person to begin the healing process. Leslie's father, Frederick Anderson, said, "I wasn't sure whether she would accept me into her home. I said some horrible things about Charlotte at the trial, for which I cannot apologize enough." Charlotte Kishko harbored no ill will towards the family, saying, "I never blame the family for what happened to Stefan. I have got my son back, but that little girl can never be replaced." Jessica Gutierrez was born on December 3, 1981 in South Carolina. She was the youngest in her family, with 2 sisters and a brother. Shortly after her birth, Jessica's parents divorced, leaving her mom Debbie to raise 4 children on her own. They all lived in a small town called Edmond near the state capital. It was hard for Debbie to provide for all the children without any support, but despite this, the family were pretty close-knit. When Debbie was working, the older kids looked after Jessica, and when she had free time, Debbie tried to come up with something fun to do for all of them. On June 5, 1986, their family was spending a typical summer day. Jessica, who was 4 at the time, was playing in the yard with her siblings while their mom finished up some jobs around the house. In the evening, they all had dinner together, and Debbie put the children to bed. Jessica usually slept with her mom on the same bed since she was the youngest, but on that particular day, her brother had an earache, so Debbie decided to let him sleep with her. As a result, Jessica went to sleep with her older sisters. The eldest slept on a separate bed, and the other lay with Jessica. The next morning, Debbie woke up around 9 a.m. 6-year-old Rebecca, who slept in the same bed as Jessica, went into her mother's room and asked her to make cereal for breakfast. Debbie got out of bed, left her room, and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The front door, which she always locked before going to bed, was wide open, and their dog, who usually stayed outside, was running around the house. There was also a curtain rod laying under the back window, and the protective screen had been removed from it. Debbie went into the girls' room, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. She also noticed some papers scattered on the floor. When she asked her older daughters where their sister was, Rebecca replied, "She's gone. A man with a beard and a magic hat took her." Thinking her 6-year-old daughter was just joking, the mother went to look for Jessica. She thought maybe her daughter had gone out to play in the yard, but she wasn't there. Debbie searched the entire house, hoping Jessica was just playing hide and seek. But pretty soon, she realized that Jessica was not in the house. So the mother ran back to the girls' room and began demanding Rebecca to tell where her sister was. The girl kept repeating the same thing about the man in the magic hat, and Debbie started to lose her temper. She began shouting and asking why Rebecca hadn't screamed for help if someone was taking her younger sister from the house. After that, Rebecca finally told more details of what had happened. According to her, she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a man with a beard and in a wizard hat next to their bed. He gently picked up Jessica, who was still sleeping, and left the room with her. Rebecca, who was only 6, didn't fully understand what was happening. She was scared and covered her head with a blanket, thinking it was just a weird dream. After lying like that for a while, she fell asleep and didn't even think to tell her mom what had happened in the morning. Realizing that Rebecca was likely telling the truth, Debbie immediately called the police. Officers searched the entire house and came to the conclusion that she could indeed have been abducted. Most likely, the perpetrator entered the house through the living room window by removing the protective screen. Upon closer inspection of the area, they discovered a fingerprint on the exterior of the glass and handed its image to experts. Next to the window, the police found a pack of cigarettes and several cigarette butts. Understanding that they were likely dealing with a kidnapping, investigators installed a recording device on Debbie's phone. This was done in case the kidnapper would call with a ransom demand. The police listened to Rebecca's account, and she told them the same story about the man in a wizard hat. This time, she added that he had unplugged the fan and nightlight before approaching their bed. The girl hadn't seen the kidnapper's face, so her description didn't offer any help to the investigators. They focused on Debbie and brought her to the station, where they asked her to recount all the events of the previous day in the utmost detail. During the conversation, she mentioned that she had a strong guess who might have taken her daughter. Just a few days before, she had ended a relationship with a man she had been dating for several months. According to Debbie, he was quite aggressive and controlling, and he also drank pretty often. The man wasn't happy with Debbie's decision to end their relationship, so she thought he might have decided to take revenge by taking her daughter. She called him from the police station, but he denied any involvement in Jessica's disappearance. The police decided to investigate him further, but found no evidence crime. They also checked Jessica's father, but he had long been living out of state and just couldn't have abducted his daughter. Meanwhile, experts ran the fingerprints found on the window through the FBI database, but there were no matches. The police decided to focus on search efforts and began combing the area around Jessica's house. It was located on the outskirts, with endless fields stretching for many miles around it. Police searched abandoned buildings, forests, streams, and rivers, as well as any other places where Jessica could potentially be. The next day, the FBI joined the investigation, but they still couldn't find any traces of the missing girl. Police started distributing flyers not only in nearby towns, but throughout the entire state. The sheriff sent an airplane to survey the area from the air. The search continued for several days, and during this time, Debbie was restless. With 3 children to care for, she was unable to go out and search for her daughter. The police rarely spoke with her, only responding when she reached out to them herself. On Saturday, 2 days after Jessica's disappearance, Debbie decided to call the sheriff and ask whether they would continue the search over the weekend. She was understandably beside herself with grief. Sheriff responded that he had been searching for her daughter all night and warned that if she persisted in accusing him, he would call off his team and they would all simply forget about this case. Since Debbie's phone still recorded everything, she saved this recording. The woman continued to believe that the police were not doing enough to find her daughter, so she was losing more and more hope of finding Jessica alive with each passing day. This went on for several months, until there was a rather unexpected twist in the case. 10 weeks after Jessica's disappearance, the police faced a series of crimes. A local man had broken into someone's house, but the owner used a weapon to scare him off. Then, this man stole a van and drove to North Carolina, where he broke into a home of a sleeping woman and assaulted her. Shortly after this incident, the man was arrested and his fingerprints were entered into the database. Once they were there, investigators got a full match. His fingerprints matched those left on the window in Jessica's house. The man was a 27-year-old Thomas McDowell, and as soon as Debbie learned about this, she immediately told the police. She knew this person. She had met Thomas through relatives, and just a few months before Jessica's disappearance, she had hired him to do some work on their property. Over the course of 2 days spent at her house, he had built a shed and repaired the awning over the porch. Another curious fact was that Thomas had a beard and always wore a tall cowboy hat. This led to the thought that Rebecca, who only briefly saw the abductor in the darkness, might have mistaken this headgear for a wizard's hat, similar to those she'd seen in cartoons. But there was one huge problem for the investigators. Despite the fingerprint match, they deemed this evidence insufficient to press charges. They still didn't have Jessica's body, so they couldn't be 100% sure she was not alive. The presence of Thomas's fingerprints on the window could also have an explanation unrelated to the abduction. Since he worked on Debbie's property for 2 days, the fingerprint could have been left during that time, although such a possibility was quite unlikely. During the inspection of the house, forensic experts noted that the fingerprint appeared fresh. It hadn't been exposed to external factors, such as weather, which could have visually altered it. Debbie also regularly cleaned this window where the fingerprint was found. When her children played in the yard and wanted to say something to her, they would run up to this open window, lean on it with their hands and shout. Given that the children's hands were almost always dirty, Debbie had to constantly clean the glass. Thomas had been working dirty. Debbie had to constantly clean the glass. Thomas had been working on her property around 6 months before the abduction, and there were no other fingerprints found there at the time of the investigation. This indicated that the man almost certainly could not have left the fingerprint back then, or else it would have been wiped out. Debbie also added another interesting fact. She remembered that when Thomas worked on her property, she accidentally locked herself out of the house, leaving the keys inside. As a result, she had to climb through the same window, and Thomas saw her doing it. But all these facts didn't convince the police. They continued to believe that there wasn't enough evidence against Thomas to press charges. In 1987, he was convicted of assaulting the woman whose home he broke into and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Debbie was shattered by the fact that the police refused to charge him with the abduction, but there was nothing she could do about it. That same year, something else happened. Thomas's cellmate contacted the police and told them that Thomas had confessed to him about committing the crime. According to Thomas, he abducted a girl in South Carolina from her own bedroom to assault her. While he was committing this horrible act, the victim bit him, and in a fit of rage, he killed her. Thomas dismembered the remains, took them to a field, and left them there. Investigators in Jessica's case went to prison to speak with him, and Thomas didn't even bother to deny it. Nevertheless, he said he was willing to confess if they provide him with full immunity. The authorities obviously couldn't agree to such terms, so the police once again came up empty-handed. Learning that Thomas had escaped punishment, his cellmate wrote a letter to Debbie and told her this story. Once again, she was shocked by the fact that Thomas was allowed to evade justice, but there was nothing she could do about it. Frustrated by the police's lack of action, Debbie decided to conduct her own investigation. At one point, she located an abandoned car that had previously belonged to Thomas and inspected it. There, on one of the seats, she noticed threads and fabric fibers that matched the color of Jessica's pajamas, the one she wore the night of her disappearance. But the police didn't rush to pursue this lead. The fact that Debbie, without any special equipment or knowledge of forensic science, found fabric particles in some car seemed strange to them. In 1987, something else happened. Police from Kansas contacted local investigators and reported that they found a girl fitting Jessica's description. Her mother immediately flew there, but her hopes were instantly shattered. When she came to see the girl, just hearing her voice from the corridor was enough for her to realize it wasn't her daughter. Over the following years, Debbie gave several interviews where she accused the police of ignoring the obvious suspect, but it didn't yield any significant results. In 1990, Jessica's case was featured on a popular television program about unsolved crimes. This led to a new wave of tips, but unfortunately, they all turned out to be dead ends. A year later, Jessica became the first missing child of South Carolina for whom an age-progressed portrait was created. Considering it was the early 90s, such technology was quite new and experimental, but detectives hoped it could help identify Jessica all these years later. Unfortunately, despite all this, the case remained unsolved for many years. In February 2007, 21 years after Jessica's disappearance, her mother once again publicly accused the local police department of inaction. This time, she gave reporters the recording of her conversation with the sheriff, where he told her he could call his men off and forget about this case. They reached out to the sheriff, but he stated that he hadn't stopped investigating the case all these years. The sheriff also said that after this conversation with Debbie, he not only didn't send his men home, but assigned even more officers to the investigation. Debbie also complained that for years, She had been trying to get other agencies involved in this case, but each time, the local prosecutor's office blocked these attempts. In the same year, February 2007, they reviewed the case and confirmed that they didn't have any sufficient evidence, making it impossible to press charges against anyone at that time. In 2014, the sheriff faced charges related to fraud and bribery, leading to his dismissal and a 12-month jail sentence. 2 years later, the prosecutor was arrested for a hit and run while drunk, resulting in a $1,000 fine and his resignation. In 2021, after 35 years since Jessica's disappearance, the new sheriff named Jay Kuhn reopened the investigation with the FBI's help. 50 agents were assigned to this case, revisiting all available evidence and seeking new leads. Eventually, they not only concluded that there is enough evidence against Thomas McDowell, but also discovered new indirect pieces of evidence linking him to the crime. His relatives and friends revealed that the man drastically changed his appearance after Jessica's disappearance, shaving his beard and long hair and ditching his favorite cowboy hat. They also said that he smoked the same brand of cigarettes found near Jessica's home. Unfortunately, experts couldn't find any traces of DNA on these pieces of evidence, probably due to the fact that they'd been tested multiple times in the past, which might have wiped out any biological traces. While all these factors added to suspicion against Thomas, the key evidence remained his fingerprint and the testimony of his former cellmate. Eventually, detectives believed that they had enough evidence to bring the case to trial. And in January 2022, Thomas was finally arrested. At 62 years old, Thomas refused to admit guilt, and preparation for the trial stretched for several years. It began only in January 2024, and Thomas's lawyers attempted to challenge the existing evidence. They argued that the fingerprint on the glass was left when Thomas had worked on the property. The defense also tried to use Rebecca's testimony. As we recall, Jessica's sister said that she saw a man in a wizard hat. Thomas's lawyers tried to convince everyone that the girl couldn't have mistaken a cowboy hat for a wizard's, as they are completely different. However, experts brought in by the prosecution pointed out that the fingerprint was clearly fresh. If it had been left a few months before the abduction, it would have either been erased or altered by the weather. During the trial, a former inmate also testified, repeating Thomas's confession made in prison in 1987. The prosecution pointed out that an outsider from another state would unlikely know the details of the case. Moreover, in those years, Thomas himself said he was willing to confess, but asked for full immunity, which was obviously not an option. The trial ended on February 8th, and the jury unanimously found Thomas guilty. At 63 years old, he was sentenced to life in prison. For Debbie, who had been convinced of his guilt from the early years of the investigation, the outcome of this case stirred conflicting emotions. She was glad that the perpetrator was finally held accountable, but said that Thomas could have been arrested 36 years ago. Instead, the police allowed him to live a long life before facing justice. Debbie also still couldn't come to terms with the fact that her daughter's remains were never found all these years. She, along with the new sheriff, refuses to give up and will continue the search, but the chances of finding her daughter after almost 4 decades are quite low. Stephen DeVers Jr. was 32 years old when he was last seen by his family on July 6, 2005 in Secaucus, New Jersey. He told his parents he was going to the Jersey Shore, but instead he bought a one-way plane ticket to Ireland. He would fly from New York City to Dublin, Ireland on July 8, 2005. While this might seem strange, he had actually been to Ireland several times before and has Irish relatives that live there. He was seen at a pub in Ina, County Clare after he arrived in Ireland. On July 12th, a man found his rucksack washed up on a beach at Seafield Quilty. His cell phone, clothing, passport, and ID were still inside the bag, but there was no sign of Stephen. The man who found the bag took it home and his wife transferred the SIM card from the water-damaged phone to her own phone. A couple days later, Stephen's parents called to check on him and were surprised when a stranger answered the call. It was only then that they realized he had gone to Ireland instead of Jersey Shore like he said he was. After his disappearance, his rental car was found parked at the cliffs of Moher. This led his family to believe that he might have taken his own life at that location. Although he had no debts, no problems with substance abuse, and no history of depression, he had lost his job several months before he went missing and had become very moody and withdrawn. His mother stated Steve was a good young man. He wasn't on drugs, didn't have any debts, wouldn't hurt a bug, and he was a very sensitive, caring person. She also stated he grew up in an Irish environment, as his Roscommon grandmother was a big part of his early childhood and teenage years. Steve always said that he loved Ireland. Stephen's parents and the couple who found his bag have kept in touch over the years through Christmas cards and even met one another in Ireland 11 years later. Stephen was declared legally dead in May 2016, but his body has never been recovered. The whereabouts and details leading up to his disappearance still remain a mystery, and the case remains unsolved. Margaret Hannigan McEnroe was born August 25, 1977, and her teenage mother gave her up for adoption. Her name at the time was Sherwood Haley, a combination of her mother's maiden name and her biological father's name. She was adopted and grew up as the oldest of 4 adopted children in Warrant Township, New Jersey. She enlisted in the Army following 9/11, and for 2 years she was stationed as a tank mechanic in Fort Riley, Kansas. During her time in the Army, she searched for her birth mother and found her, and they became very close. She also made contact with her biological father, but lost touch shortly after Hurricane Katrina. Margaret discharged from the Army in 2004 for medical previous relationship. On October 9, 2006, she had an argument with her husband, and police were called to their home on a report of domestic disturbance. By the time the officers arrived, Margaret had left for her parents' house, but she returned later that evening. The next morning, she spoke to her best friend on the phone and everything seemed normal. However, at approximately 1:30 that afternoon, her husband left to go run errands, and when he returned at 3 p.m., Margaret was nowhere to be seen, and their 6-month-old daughter was home alone in her crib. Her vehicle and cell phone were left behind. The cell phone had been broken the night before during the argument with her husband. Margaret may have been carrying additional clothing and identification under her birth name, Sherwood Haley, in a black duffel bag at the time of her disappearance. Her husband stated $11,000 in cash disappeared from their home at the same time she did, and she may have taken the money with her. She is known to have been carrying 1 credit card, but there has been no activity on that account. There has also been no activity on her bank account either. Her husband stated that she had left home for short periods of time in the past, which is why he did not report her missing for 2 days. Her husband apparently did not call Margaret's parents looking for her or tell them that she was missing. They found out by the police a week later. One of Margaret's Army t-shirts was found on Dockwatch Hollow Road, about a mile from her home, on Thanksgiving Day in February 2006, 6 weeks after her disappearance. It was sent to a lab for analysis, but the testing did not turn up anything useful. The shirt was not weathered, indicating it had not been exposed to the elements for very long. Her family says the couple was having marital problems around the time she disappeared, and she was considering a divorce. On June 7, 2011, her husband was named a person of interest after authorities interviewed potential witnesses and neighbors near the family's home. Many people speculate that the t-shirt was planted later to try and throw off investigators' trail, especially since it was placed in an area that had previously been searched. Investigators could never confirm the $11,000 even existed, and many people speculate that it never did. Her co-workers and family members stated she was behaving normally prior to her disappearance. Friends and family also don't believe she would have left without telling someone, nor would she leave her 3 kids behind. As of today, no arrests have been made, and this case remains unsolved. Benita Karen Sanders was born on September 17, 1984, and nicknamed Little Nita. According to her mother, who is also named Benita, her daughter was last seen strapped in her stroller on the porch of her family's home. She lived in the Virginia Court Apartments in the 900 block of Baltic Avenue in Atlantic City, New Jersey. At 6 p.m. on September 14, 1986, Vanetta stated that Little Nita was eating a popsicle and her other children were playing outside at the time. Benita claimed that she looked outside at approximately 7 p.m. and discovered Little Nita had disappeared from her stroller. Benita claimed that she searched Baltic Avenue and the surrounding streets for her daughter, but she could not locate her. She would report Nita missing around 8:30 p.m. Investigators looked at both of Nita's parents in her disappearance. Her father, Abdul Salam, was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Although he had been seeking to gain custody of his daughter, he was in prison at the time of her disappearance for robbery. He and Benita were together for 8 years, and Benita had 4 children during this time, 2 of whom were Salam's, but she and Salam never legally married. Salam has stated he never believed Benita's account of their daughter's disappearance. Benita allegedly abandoned Nita at birth in 1984 by walking out of an Atlantic City hospital and leaving her behind. However, she was not charged in that case, but she did face charges when she gave birth to a son in October 1986, 1 month after Nita was last seen. In October of 1986, Benita gave birth to a baby boy at the Atlantic City Medical Center, where she had checked in under the alias Laura Smith. She was discharged from the hospital on October 7, 1986, and left with her newborn son. She then reportedly took a cab to an Atlantic City bus terminal, where she would leave the baby lying face down in a terminal restroom before she caught a bus to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thankfully, the infant was rescued shortly thereafter. In January 1987, Benita was sentenced to 9 months in jail for endangering the welfare of a child, and her 3 other children were placed in foster homes. She was paroled after 5 months, but served another 15 months when she was arrested for shoplifting baby clothes while on parole. The father of Benita's newborn son told authorities that she lied to him and said she had an abortion when she was pregnant. He did not know she had carried the baby to term and given birth until he was contacted by law enforcement. Benita had 3 more sons after the one she abandoned in 1986. The prosecutor in Benita's case told the court that she was uncooperative during the investigation into little Nita's disappearance. He stated that she provided false leads and also lied to authorities. But Nita evidently never inquired as to the status of her daughter's case. Salon believes that his daughter was not abducted and has asked investigators to search the yard behind the Virginia court apartments for human remains. Authorities utilized cadaver-sniffing dogs earlier in the case but could not locate any evidence in the area. Salam also stated that New Jersey's Division of Youth and Family Services was supposed to check on little Nita's well-being prior to her disappearance at his request. However, when they arrived at the residence, no one was home. By the time they prepared for a second attempt to see Nita, she had already vanished. Investigators believe that Nita possibly choked to death on the popsicle stick she was holding on the day of her disappearance and was buried somewhere off the family's property. However, there is no evidence to support this theory. In February 2009, authorities began searching a wooded area in Pleasantville, New Jersey for her remains. Reportedly, Benita's best friend went to police and said Benita had buried her daughter there. However, nothing was recovered at the search site. A forensic anthropologist noted that given Nita's age and the time that has passed since her disappearance, it's possible that even if her body had been there at one time, there would be no trace of it now. Benita Karen Sanders was just 3 days shy of turning 2 when she disappeared. No one has ever been arrested in her disappearance, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 5-year-old Dulcie Maria Olives went missing on September 16, 2019 from Bridgestone City Park in Bridgestone, New Jersey. Her mother, Noma Olives Perez, along with her sister, had taken Dulcie and her 3-year-old little brother, Manuel, to the park that day to play. On the way to the park, they stopped at a convenience store and bought ice cream for a snack. They arrived at the park shortly after 4 p.m. and the 2 children ran to go play on the swing. Noma and her sister remained in the car while Dulcie and Manuel played on the playground about 30 yards away. She was checking a scratch-off lottery ticket while her 8-year-old sister was doing homework. About 20 minutes later, Manuel ran up to the car crying. His ice cream was lying on the ground, and when she asked him where Dulcie was, he pointed at the spot where he last saw her. The coconut water ice she had with her was also missing. After calling her brother, who lived nearby, she then called the police at 4:51 p.m. Within minutes, police arrived to the park and started gathering clues and interviewing what few immediate witnesses they could find. investigators would start a large search for the child and conduct interviews. After interviewing witnesses at the park, police got a description of a suspect described as light-skinned, possibly Hispanic, about 5'6" 5'8", with a thin build, had acne on his chin and was wearing a black shirt, red pants, and orange sneakers, possibly Nike brand. He put Dulce in a red van with a sliding door and tinted windows and left the park with her. A day after Dulce was kidnapped, an Amber Alert was issued looking for a man in a red van. According to authorities, nothing has ever been found and no red van has ever been located that could be connected to her disappearance. Over time, they have conducted thousands of interviews and processed thousands of hours of video frame by frame in hopes of finding any important clues in the case. At the time she went missing, she and Manuel didn't live with their mother, but lived with their grandparents instead. Noma, who was pregnant, lived in a room at a residence nearby. She was only 14 years old when Dulce was born, and she shared joint custody of her and Manuel with her parents. Dulce's father was in Mexico at the time of her disappearance and had not been a part of her life since he had moved there when she was 3. Neither her father, her mother, nor any other members of Dulce's family have been named as a suspect in her case. Noma admits that for some time her children were completely out of her sight due to a heel partially blocking her view of them while they played. She has said she regrets losing view of them on a daily basis. This is the last image of Dulce taken as they stopped at the store to get ice cream on the way to the park. Authorities believe Dulce may have been abducted by an opportunistic predator at the park. Jackie Rodriguez, who helped the family with media coverage and searches, said at times she felt the community could be withholding information due to immigration concerns. Sadly, Dulce had just started kindergarten about a week prior to her disappearance. To this day, she has never been found and the case remains unsolved. Margaret Ellen Fox was born on February 4, 1960. She enjoyed riding horses and graduated from St. Paul's School in Burlington, New Jersey in 1974 and lived with her siblings and parents at 224 Penn Street. A few weeks after completing 8th grade at 14 years old, Margaret and her 11-year-old cousin, Lynn Park, placed ads in the paper advertising babysitting services. Soon after, on June 19, 1974, a man who called himself John Marshall called Lynn and explained that he was interested. He told her he had a backyard swimming pool and a swing set at his home in Mount Holly. Lynn's parents would not allow her to go to the Marshall's home, so she gave her cousin Margaret his contact information. John said he would pay her $40 a week to babysit his 5-year-old son. Although he postponed meeting with her several times, he finally committed to a meeting date. He said that either he or his wife would be in a red Volkswagen. However, he called again and told Margaret's dad, who answered the phone that time, that he had to reschedule due to the death of his mother-in-law. Judging by the man's voice, her dad thought he was around 35 to 45 years old. Margaret's trip to Mount Holly was postponed once again until Monday, June 24th. Strangely, he never supplied his address to Margaret or her parents. On June 24th, she planned to take a bus to Mill and Main Streets in Mount Holly, which was 8 miles from her home, to have an interview with the man about the babysitting job. One of her siblings went to the bus stop with her and witnessed her getting on the bus. She left home with her purse, a bathing suit for swimming in the Marshall's pool, and her Huckleberry Hound eyeglass case. One passenger remembered sitting behind Margaret on the bus and briefly chatted with her. Witnesses reported seeing her near Mill and High Streets after she got off the bus in Mount Holly. Margaret had been told to call home as soon as she arrived at the man's home, but that call never came. She was supposed to get a ride back home from either John or his wife, but when she didn't show up at 2:30 p.m., her parents became very worried. John had given Margaret a telephone number to reach him, and the number was traced to a phone booth in front of a Route 38 supermarket in Lumberton, New Jersey. Investigators at the time did not believe a legitimate person seeking a babysitter would have given a payphone as their callback number. In the hours after Margaret was reported missing, police started recording all phone calls placed to her home. One was from a man who has never been identified, who demanded $10,000 for Margaret's safe return. He stated, "$10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. A note arrived about a day after this, and the man gave specific instructions as to how the money should be given. He said the money should be put in a box with blue wrapping. This is also the same color as her blouse she was wearing. He also said Margaret was okay and that we only tore her blouse and broke her glasses. Her parents quickly withdrew the money but received no instructions on how to deliver it, and 2 days later, on June 30th, a second letter arrived that said $10,000 was a lot of bread, but your daughter's life was the buttered topping, noting the past tense. According to the FBI, the letter indicated that the ransom exchange was off because the parents had goofed in making the arrangements. It ended with "so long again," and the S, L, and A were highlighted. SLA were the initials of the Seminole Liberation Army, a terrorist organization famous for kidnapping Patty Hearst earlier that same year. They were not known to be active in New Jersey, but were in the news around the time of her disappearance. Investigators doubted the SLA's involvement in Margaret's disappearance. Police believe either the kidnapper or a prankster mentioned SLA because the group was frequently in the news. After the second letter arrived, there was no further communication, and it was never determined if the call and the letters were legit or a hoax. FBI examiners took fingerprints from the note and compared them to local collections of prints, but to no avail. Newer generations of investigators hoped to locate the prints and put them in the national database for comparison, but at some point they went missing along with Margaret's dental records. It's possible the note was a hoax, but they haven't ruled anything out. A detective canvassed Mount Holly's downtown area, showing Margaret's photo to approximately 200 people. Fellow officers also attempted to work every angle of the case and found their first suspect, an employee at the A&P supermarket named John Marshall. Marshall was eventually cleared after his alibi checked out and he passed a polygraph exam. Some investigators remain suspicious since polygraph testing isn't always conclusive. However, others believe the true criminal wouldn't have given his real name. Margaret has never been heard from again, and John Marshall has never been identified. Several other parents in the area complained that someone had attempted to lure their daughters with fake job offers. Also, several women reported being accosted by a man in a red Volkswagen. A man driving a car matching that description had attempted to pick up a girl in Mount Holly in May. A sketch of the man was later released in August. A sex offender who had owned a red Volkswagen at the time and lived close to where Margaret was last seen was questioned and cleared 4 years later. In 1976, a man confessed to her kidnapping, but it later turned out to be a hoax because he had been confined to a hospital the day she disappeared. Her parents are now deceased, but her siblings are still alive and some still live in the Burlington area. No arrests have ever been made in her disappearance, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of Amanda Cawley and Lindy Dobbins. On the morning of August 27, 2015, 36-year-old Amanda Cawley returned home to find her house in chaos. Someone had broken into it while she was away. Her house was in disarray, with boxes knocked over, trash cans emptied, and many items broken or damaged, with glass strewn everywhere. Amanda panicked and checked her phone, which had many missed calls and messages from her ex-husband that she didn't want to reply to. At 5:30 a.m., she called her boyfriend and the police for help. She had recently started dating a man named Lamar. At that time, Lamar was driving his pickup truck down a route that led to her house. Meanwhile, the police were on their way to the scene. One officer arrived to assess the danger of the situation. He was to talk to Amanda and assess the damage to her property. The police assessed the situation and left after Amanda chose not to file a formal complaint. Before the police left her home around 9 a.m. that morning, someone came to Amanda's aid. The first person to visit was Lindy Dobbins, Amanda's best friend. At 39 and a mother of 3, Lindy had taken the morning off work to be with Amanda and support her. Lindy was a kind person who always helped others in difficult situations. After a while, their mutual friend Rachel Hendricks joined them. She had dropped her kids off at school and decided to support Amanda since she had some free time. By this time, Lamar was already at Amanda's house. The four of them gathered at Amanda's house, watching the chaos and discussing what had happened while considering their next steps. Amanda was still in shock from the incident and realized that she needed to consult a lawyer before reporting her ex-husband, who she believed was responsible. Eventually, Amanda's ex-husband called her again. This time, she chose to answer, leading to a 14-minute conversation. While they were in the living room, they suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. A few minutes later, a police officer stopped Lamar on the street. He was running frantically, not paying attention to where he was going, trying to escape Amanda's house. According to him, he left the living room as soon as the shooting started, went down to the laundry room, and then fled through the garage, which was partially open. Lamar reported that unexpectedly, gunfire erupted at Amanda's house. He informed the police officer that he thought the shots were fired from outside the house. He did not observe anyone inside being hit by bullets. He was unable to give the police specific details. Lamar is certain that the attacker is targeting him, leading him to believe that the women inside the house are alive. The situation was dire. Minutes after Lamar left the house, the other women tried to escape. Rachel ran through the living room and through the broken glass front door. She spotted the neighbor's house next door and quickly ran over to hide. After escaping, Rachel called 911 to report that she had escaped but had injured her arm. She suspected that an armed attack had occurred at her friend's house and knew exactly who was likely responsible. Realizing the danger, Rachel instinctively ran away when Lamar told them to hide. She was shocked when the gunfire continued. While speaking to the police, Rachel expressed her concern for her friends and urged the police to come quickly to save them. In the next few minutes, 2 more calls came into the police station, one from Amanda and one from her friend, Lindy. However, during the calls, they only screamed while the gunshots echoed in the background. The police immediately went to Amanda Colley's house to rescue her. Gunshot wounds to Lindy's arms and legs showed that she was trying to defend herself from her attacker. Unfortunately, her efforts were futile. The attacker had fired a full magazine at her, indicating a clear intention to kill. Lindy was discovered at the end of a long corridor, lying in a pool of blood. It seems she tried to escape but was killed before she could get away. Rachel stated that just a few seconds before the shooting started, she looked toward the backyard of the house. There, along the garden path, she saw the outline of a man who then pulled out a weapon through the glass door. A group of people stood behind him. The glass was quite thin, preventing her from seeing exactly who was there. The police corroborated her account by analyzing the locations of the bullet holes in the backyard. On the path, they found several unused cartridges, which were identified as Delroy caliber bullets. Lamar went back to Amanda's house. When the police arrived, he felt assured that they would have the situation under control. Lamar mentioned that he heard gunshots coming from the backyard and believed that he was the perpetrator's target. At that moment, he urged everyone to run. Although he did not see the perpetrator, he suspected that the perpetrator was Amanda's ex-husband, who had spoken to her on the phone just minutes before the attack. Rachel explained that they didn't have enough time to react as quickly as Lamar, so she and Lindy decided to hide in the pantry. She heard Amanda on the other side, probably trying to find a place to hide and possibly running to the bathroom. Seconds later, Rachel heard the front door being broken down. At that moment, the intruder entered the house. He approached the pantry, tried to open the door, and found that it was locked from the inside. The attacker wanted to know where Amanda's boyfriend was. Rachel and Lindy replied that he wasn't there while continuing to hold the door. The intruder then fired through the door, hitting Rachel's arm, causing her to lose her balance. Lindy's leg was now injured, causing her to scream in pain. Amanda was also injured but still alive and screaming near the bathroom. In that brief moment, Rachel jumped up and ran from the house. According to Rachel, the attacker could have been Amanda's ex-husband, James Terry Colley. She recognized his familiar voice behind the door. A few minutes later, James's father called the police to report that his son had just confessed to him that he had caught his wife with a friend. At that point, the police arrived at the house. After the attack, James fled the scene. K-9 units were deployed to locate James. They followed James's scent to a nearby street. During the search, a cell phone was found, which was likely left behind by James. Unfortunately, the police were unable to identify the vehicle in which he drove away. He had disappeared from the scene of the crime. The area was searched with specially trained dogs and helicopters, but these efforts yielded no results. Despite an extensive search that lasted several hours, James remained at large, posing a threat to public safety. Fortunately, police arrested James later that evening while he was driving his sister's car. During a search of the car, police discovered a shotgun and 2 Delroy and PGO caliber handguns in the passenger seat, along with a large amount of ammunition. A subsequent examination of the guns confirmed that the bullets matched those found at the crime scene and in Amanda and Lindy's bodies. In addition, glass fragments identical to those found in Amanda's home were discovered. After his arrest, James refused to cooperate with the investigation, claiming that he could not recall anything from the time of the tragic events. Further investigation revealed that James and Amanda had been married for over 8 years and had 2 children. Their relationship then began to deteriorate, leading to their divorce. James moved to his sister's house, 20 kilometers away from their family home, where Amanda and the children continued to live. As the divorce proceedings progressed over the following months, they encountered many difficulties regarding child custody and property division. The two then decided to start new chapters in their lives. James began dating a coworker named Emmy, while Amanda pursued a relationship with Lamar, another coworker from the sporting goods company. Even though the couple's relationship had completely broken down, James was still possessive of his ex-wife Amanda. He suspected that she was seeing someone new and called her several times to find out who it was. Amanda did not share the truth because she feared it would lead to serious problems. As a result, James became increasingly angry and aggressive. He called her frequently, becoming so intrusive that Amanda felt compelled to go to court to get a restraining order to protect herself. The weekend before the attack, Amanda's neighbor and close friend took a photo of a man mowing the lawn in front of Amanda's house. The man was identified as her new boyfriend, Lamar. When James found out, he tried to contact Amanda, insulting her and demanding to know who she was seeing. Amanda lied, claiming that the man in the photo was just a landscaper. James was going crazy because Amanda had found someone new. Early on the morning of August 27th, he planned a terrible act. Surveillance cameras from nearby homes did not capture the moment James, her ex-husband, entered Amanda's house. This was not surprising since he had lived there for a long time and was familiar with the areas not covered by the cameras. He approached the house undetected from the backyard, just as he had intended. The James entered the house around 3 a.m., but found it empty. Frustrated, he started to create chaos, throwing items around and dumping trash from the kitchen bins. He broke the TV and damaged several costly appliances. This destruction seemed aimed at upsetting Amanda. As he caused this damage, he was also getting ready for the terrible actions that were to come. James was looking for evidence that Amanda was having an affair with another man. Eventually, he discovered something that confirmed his suspicions and made him even angrier. At 4:00 a.m., he went to Mike's house, who lived across the street. James knocked loudly, shouted and swore while discussing Amanda in an angry tone. Mike showed James everything he had found in Amanda's house, including some intimate toys that James had never seen before with his ex-wife. Mike knew that James had been given a restraining order prohibiting him from having access to his home or his ex-wife. However, James had violated the order. This could have resulted in a court hearing and possible arrest. Mike tried to calm James down by offering him a drink and suggesting that he go home and rest to avoid making any more impulsive decisions. Unfortunately, James ignored this advice and decided to go to court to resolve the issues related to his first restraining order violation. On the way, he called his father to tell him about the damage he had done to Amanda's home. His father reprimanded him and urged him not to be stupid again. James was arrested and charged with 2 counts of premeditated murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, robbery, and aggravated stalking for violating a court order. James maintained his innocence, claiming amnesia, and was taken to the county jail to await a hearing. The prosecution needed to prove that James attacked Amanda, her friends, and Lamar. Although there was no direct evidence linking him to the crimes, there were multiple witnesses present who confirmed that he was the perpetrator. Police pieced together James' movements on the day of the attack. James arrived at Mike's house around 4:00 a.m. and stayed with Mike until 4:45 a.m. After leaving, James went to his sister's house, where he lived with his sister and father, about 15 minutes from James's old home. After returning to his sister's house, he retrieved a gun and ammunition before committing the crime. Prosecutors alleged that the motive for the attack was a photo he had taken of Lamar at Amanda's house. Police searched James's cell phone and computer. They learned that at approximately 5:00 a.m., he began texting Amanda. He had tried to call her just 1 minute before the first gunshots and had called Amanda 22 times before that. Up until that point, Amanda had tried to avoid answering his calls, but after seeing the state of her house, she decided to pick up the phone. During the call, she accused James of robbing and vandalizing her house. Amanda had asked James to leave her alone. It was clear that she had done everything she could to avoid contact with James. She even suggested that she would keep quiet about his vandalizing her house if he would finally leave her life. The defense team is determined to fight the charges. They argue that James was prescribed medication to treat anxiety and depression, which was supposed to help him, but when taken together, caused unpredictable side effects. This reaction was made worse the night before the attack, especially after he had consumed beer and strong drinks. On the evening of August 26th, after returning home, he took another medication that was supposed to help him sleep. He fell asleep but woke up a few hours later. The defense argued that the combination of the drugs he had taken and the alcohol had contributed to his uncontrollable behavior. However, James had plenty of time before the incident. The effects of these substances should have diminished, and he even attended the trial that morning without arousing any suspicion. After leaving the courthouse, he began calling and texting Amanda. Before arriving at his wife's house, he filled up his car with gas. The prosecutor's office believes this is a sign that he was preparing to flee the state, suggesting that he had planned ahead. During a search of the car, police found a shotgun, 2 handguns, and a large amount of ammunition of various calibers. These items were scattered throughout the vehicle, indicating that they had been hastily discarded. Police also found the same drugs that the defense had mentioned. The attorneys prepared expert witnesses in pharmacology and psychiatry to demonstrate that the combination of drugs James was taking could impair his ability to think rationally and make decisions. According to the attorneys, this impairment ruled out premeditated culpability, suggesting that James's actions could have been a spontaneous outburst of aggression beyond his control. The pharmacologist stated that the combination of these drugs was likely to cause amnesia. Therefore, James may not actually remember the incident. During police questioning, Mike provided detailed evidence of James coming to his house that morning. James was a bit strange. Mike knew that James was trying to cope with Amanda's new relationship after their divorce. Mike could not understand why James still wanted to possess her even though they were divorced. James became obsessed and sent pictures of Amanda's new boyfriend to her, which led to a tragic outcome. Police carefully examined text messages exchanged between James and Mike. It appeared that Mike was telling the truth. James harbored resentment, not only toward his ex-wife, but also toward her friends. He specifically blamed Amanda's best friend, Lindy, for turning Amanda against him, which fueled his hatred for her. Evidence showed that James had collected a weapon just before leaving the house, the prosecutor's office said. Police also noted that James' father had tried to intervene and stop him from doing so, but his efforts were unsuccessful. The key witness for the defense was James' sister, Rhonda, who lived with him at the time. However, she was on vacation in Italy during the attack and returned 2 weeks later. Rhonda disputed the prosecutor's assertion that James was planning the attack. She believed that the 2 guns found in the car were there by chance, as she had been carrying them for a while. The defense argued that this indicated the attack was impulsive and unintentional. In contrast, the prosecution thought Rhonda was merely trying to defend younger brother, with whom she had always had a close relationship. The prosecution pointed out inconsistencies in Rhonda's testimony, especially regarding the type of handgun she reported having in the car. This raised the jury's suspicions. James faced the possibility of the death penalty for the assault. James's defense team aimed to reduce the severity of the sentence. The only sure way to spare James's life was to contest the premeditated murder charges, which could have carried a sentence of life in prison without parole. However, the prosecution was determined not to negotiate and refused to offer a plea deal. They argued that James, who had taken 2 lives and seriously injured 2 others, deserved the death penalty. The defense argued that James had no intention of harming Amanda or her friends. However, when he arrived at Amanda's home, an incident occurred that angered him. It is believed that there was an argument between the men, which may have caused James to start shooting. However, surviving witnesses, Rachel and Lamar, claimed that no conversation occurred and that no one provoked him. On the other hand, the prosecution argued strongly that James did not arrive at the home by accident. Instead, he returned to his sister's home to get weapons and ammunition for the murder, suggesting that his actions were premeditated. The key piece of evidence in the case was a phone call between James and Amanda that took place shortly before the shooting began. This call was played to the jury in court and lasted 14 minutes. During the conversation, Amanda attempted to end her relationship with James. She cried and begged him, trying to intimidate him by mentioning the restraining order and threatening to call the police if he continued to stalk her. It was clear that she had been enduring his harassment for a long time, but he paid no attention to her suffering. After both sides presented their arguments, the jury began deliberating their verdict. 2 hours later, they reached a unanimous decision, finding James Terry Calley, 38, guilty on all 7 counts, including burglary. However, the case was not over. 2 weeks later, the same jury reconvened to decide whether James should receive the death penalty. The defense team remained hopeful. They wanted to prove that the combination of drugs he had been taking could have caused side effects such as memory loss. Experts, including a forensic psychiatrist and a pharmacist, supported this claim, arguing that James suffered from parasomnias, which meant he could not have been aware and could not remember the events that had occurred. Psychiatrists claim that people with parasomnias can walk, drive, and perform deliberate actions. However, the prosecutor's office has disputed these claims by presenting court records showing that James had been in court the morning before the attack. He had interacted with several people and there was no unusual behavior. James appeared calm, with no signs of slowing down, confusion, or depression, common signs of people with parasomnias. The prosecution successfully convinced the jury of James's guilt for causing the deaths of Amanda and Lindy. The jury unanimously decided that he should receive the death penalty. A third hearing then took place where the court gave the defense one last chance to present any compelling evidence that might lead to a reduction in the death sentence. During this hearing, James took the stand for himself for the first time, describing the incident as a terrible accident. However, his argument lacked credibility. The defense attorneys also failed to present any substantial evidence, leading to James Terry Calley's death sentence being upheld. He is currently in prison awaiting execution by lethal injection. Giovanni Maria Versace was born on December 2, 1946 in Italy. He grew up with his brother, Santo, sister, Donatella, and his parents, Francesca and Antonio. He and his siblings were particularly close, made even more so when they tragically lost their older sister, Tina. Johnny adored his mother. She was a talented dressmaker, and he became immersed in her creative world from a young age. He made his first dress aged just 9 years old, a striking blue one-shoulder gown. He didn't know it at the time, but this very dress would be worn by Diana, the Princess of Wales, 40 years later. He worked as an apprentice in his mother's sewing business and threw himself into the world of design, color, and art. He was heavily influenced by Greek history and mythology, as well as artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein. His ideas about fashion were unique and filled with bold prints and exciting statements. Age 26, he moved to one of the fashion capitals of the world, Milan, to work in design and immerse himself in fashion. He became the designer for several well-established fashion houses. People loved his work and creative flair, and he was encouraged to work on his own collections for women. He presented these at the Palazzo della Permanente Art Museum and put together his first fashion show just months later. In 1978, he opened up his first boutique at the age of 32, and the sky was the limit for him. After this, he began building the empire that would ultimately become the internationally recognized Versace fashion brand. His brother Santo became president of the company, with his younger sister Donatella acting as vice president. The famous Versace logo depicting Medusa's head came from the floors of some of the ruins that Johnny and his siblings used to play in as children. It was an ambitious family-run fashion business, with Johnny firmly at the helm and having full creative control of the company. By 1982, Versace was working on more than clothes. Jewelry, handbags and purses, and homeware textiles, the brand was now rapidly expanding. It was in this year he met model Antonio D'Amico. The spark was instant, and they started a relationship which would last 15 years. Johnny understood the power of celebrity and loved to use famous faces as walking adverts for his designs. He was friends with people such as Diana, Princess of Wales, Eric Clapton, Madonna, and Michael Hutchence, to name a few. He is credited as having discovered models like Naomi Campbell and Linda Evangelista, consistently working with them on ad campaigns as well as on the runway. He adored theater and spent a lot of his career making costumes for various performers and shows, working with everything from operas and ballets to clothing for music videos. Johnny embraced all aspects of fashion and never limited himself to any one area. He designed clothing for Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney's 1983 hit song Say, 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 and worked with Elton John to create the costumes for his 1992 world tour. He was recognized as being someone who brought together the worlds of fashion and music in a whole new way. On October 21, 1990, Johnny was working in San Francisco, having designed some costumes for the opera, when he bumped into a man named Andrew Cunanan, whom Johnny seemed to recognize from somewhere. The exact events of this meeting remain unclear, but witnesses claim there was a definite encounter between the pair. His sister Donatella disputes this and denies they ever met. What was certain is that Cunanan developed a dangerous obsession with the fashion designer, one which would ultimately lead to the death of Gianni Versace. In 1993, Versace was diagnosed with a rare form of ear cancer. While he battled the cancer successfully, it had taken a physical toll, and he started to delegate some of the business responsibilities. Despite this, in the mid-90s, he was still at the top of his career. Iconic Versace designs such as Elizabeth Hurley's safety pin dress, Princess Diana's purple gala gown, and Naomi Campbell's Andy Warhol pop art statement piece put the Versace brand at the top of the fashion industry. Johnny purchased a villa for just under $3 million, and a year later, he bought the adjoining hotel to extend the sprawling property. 6 a.m., a hot summer's day on July 15, 1997. Always the early riser, Johnny woke up to begin his day. He made several business calls to Milan, then set off on a morning walk around Miami Beach. Usually surrounded by a large entourage, on this particular day, he walked alone. He made a stop to buy some papers and a copy of Vogue and grabbed a takeout coffee. Around 8:45 a.m., he was back home and was looking for his house keys in his pocket when a dark-haired man in shorts and a baseball cap came rushing up to him. A single shot was fired, and Gianni Versace fell on the steps of his home. A second shot was fired at him as he lay on the floor, and the shooter quickly ran away from the scene, being chased by one of Johnny's neighbors. But the shooter was fast, and he sped off into the busy morning rush of Miami Beach. The ambulance quickly arrived, and he was rushed to the Jackson Memorial Hospital. But tragically, just after 9:20 a.m., Gianni Versace was pronounced dead. A manhunt was now on for the shooter, and it didn't take long for the police to identify him. It was Andrew Cunanan, a man the FBI had actually been searching for months already. Cunanan was a serial killer who adopted different looks and names to carry out a string of brutal murders across a 3-month period. He had moved to the Miami Beach area a couple of months before, with his next victim in mind. Cunanan was noted as being a prolific and compulsive liar throughout his life, forever exaggerating events and fabricating stories. His childhood was undoubtedly troubled, and it is thought that he had undiagnosed personality disorders. In 1988, when Cunanan was 19, his stockbroker father abandoned the family and moved to the Philippines to avoid being arrested for embezzlement. That same year, his mother, who was deeply religious, discovered Cunanan was gay, and this sparked a terrible argument in which he threw his mother against the wall, dislocating her shoulder. Cunanan was obsessed with living a lavish lifestyle and began dating wealthy older men to help fund his dreams. He was also dealing opioids and cocaine, as well as abusing painkillers, methamphetamine, and alcohol himself. He never settled in any one place and often upped and left, creating a new identity as he did so. He had huge financial troubles with large amounts of debt across multiple credit cards, and he used his relationships with wealthy men as a way of supporting himself and the upkeep of his fake lifestyle. His first victim was 28-year-old Jeffrey Trail, whom he murdered in Minneapolis in April of 1997. Trail and Cunanan briefly dated, and when an argument with Trail ensued, Cunanan stole his gun and took it to an apartment belonging to David Madsen. David Madsen was also an ex-lover, and Cunanan became jealous and paranoid over Madsen and Trail's friendship. Cunanan phoned Jeffrey Trail from Madsen's apartment, telling him he had his gun. When Trail arrived, Cunanan beat Trail to death with a hammer in front of David Madsen and then fled with Madsen across the state. Just 2 days later, co-workers found Trail's body rolled up in a rug behind the sofa. A duffel bag nearby gave police their first lead. On May 2nd, witnesses saw Madsen and Cunanan eating lunch together just north of Minneapolis. David Madsen's body was discovered a day later near a lake in Rush City, Minnesota. He had been shot with the gun Cunanan had stolen from Jeffrey Trail. Although police initially suspected that David Madsen may have been involved with the murder of Jeffrey Trail, it became obvious that he was being held hostage by Cunanan. Just a day later, and after fleeing to Illinois, he found his third victim, 72-year-old real estate tycoon Lee Miglin. It remains unclear how they met, but police don't believe it was a random attack. Cunanan bound Miglin's hands and feet and wrapped his head with duct tape. He proceeded to stab him more than 20 times with a screwdriver, as well as slitting his throat with a hacksaw. He then stole his green Lexus LS sedan and took off. When police realized that Miglin's car had been stolen, they also found David Madsen's red Jeep parked on the same street. The Jeep had a car phone inside, and using evidence from the phone, they began to piece together a timeline of events and locations. Cunanan had also been picked up on CCTV with David Madsen as they left the apartment building where Jeffrey Trail had died, and police knew that this was their only suspect. In New Jersey on May 9th, Cunanan shot dead a cemetery caretaker, William Rees. A kind and loving family man who was dedicated to his job, Rees was killed completely at random. Police speculated that he was shot purely because Cunanan wanted to steal his red Chevrolet pickup truck. When police arrived on scene, they noted that the same gun had been used, and they knew instantly it was Cunanan. On May 12th, he checked into the Normandy Plaza Hotel in Miami Beach, paying a month in advance in cash. Living in Miami until July, he remained undetected and unnoticed. With the police having no luck in locating him, Andrew Cunanan was added to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. He had killed 4 people in 12 days, and there seemed no end to his rampage. Posters of his many looks and names were printed and put up everywhere. Cunanan was so confident he wouldn't get caught. He pawned a gold chain he had stolen from one of his victims in a nearby shop. He filled out the form with his real name and current address, even showing his ID and leaving a thumbprint on the document. As required by law, a copy of this document was given to the police. But for whatever reason, nobody picked up on this, and his name quite literally went to the bottom of the pile. On July 14th, Cunanan left the hotel. He spent a night on the town visiting local bars and even told someone on the dance floor that he was a serial killer, playing it off as a joke. Early morning July 15th, he headed to Johnny Versace's residence, armed with the same gun he had stolen, and waited for the fashion icon to emerge. He fled to hide out on a houseboat about 2 miles away from Johnny's house. When the police discovered William Rees' truck in a parking garage near Versace's house, it was filled with Cunanan's clothes and newspaper articles of the murders he had committed. It was clear that he relished the notoriety. Police suspected he was in the houseboat for several days. Cunanan knew the police were closing in on him, and he was now the most wanted man in America. Over 1,000 agents were looking for him, and it was one of the biggest manhunts in history. On July 23rd, a caretaker stopped by to check up on the empty houseboat, not knowing this was the boat concealing the fugitive. When he found him inside, He ran and phoned the police immediately. He heard a gunshot from inside and reported to police that he had found Kananan and a shot had been fired. A SWAT team responded within minutes and waited outside, watching the boat for almost 2 hours. The media were out in force as well, filming the events live as they unfolded. There was no reaction from Kananan, so the SWAT team threw tear gas onto the boat and stormed it. They found Kananan's body on the bed upstairs in the master bedroom. He had shot himself. He left no suicide note and no explanation for anything he had done. Andrew Kananan's rampage was a vicious and brutal one, and the residents of Miami breathed a sigh of relief when it was all over. Kananan left a trail of destruction behind him, and the police will never know the full extent of the events that took place over the previous months, possibly even dating back earlier. His father Modesto was eventually tracked down to his hideout in the Philippines but had nothing to say. Around 2,000 people attended Johnny's memorial in Milan, and the number of lives he had touched with his talents and warm personality was clear for all to see. Some of his stores dressed their mannequins in black to mourn his passing, and Versace's work was honored by a posthumous exhibit at the Costume Institute of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. From his humble beginnings, Versace created a fashion empire. It is now one of the most recognized names in the world. Capri Holdings, formerly known as Michael Kors Holdings Limited, acquired the Versace brand in 2018 for just over $2 billion. Donatella and Santo Versace are still heavily involved in the company, with Donatella as artistic director and Santo as chairman and president. The CEO is now Jonathan Ackroyd. Gianni Versace was a gifted and creative visionary who changed the course of fashion and design. He argued against the fashion norms and carved out a new path for designers to follow for years to come. His work was undoubtedly iconic. His place in history can never be overlooked, and he will surely never be forgotten. The case of Valeria Vivanco. On May 29, 1996 in Chile, Miguel and Jacqueline Vivanco welcomed their third child, a daughter named Valeria. She had 2 older brothers, Daniel and Michelangelo. The family lived a modest life, supported mainly by Miguel's job at a transport company, while Jacqueline looked after the home and children. Valeria stood out from an early age for her courage and caring nature. In February 2014, Valeria's family went through a breakup when her parents decided to divorce. Despite this, they remained close to their children, especially their youngest daughter, Valeria. Her strong desire to help others and her courage inspired her to choose a career that suited her. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in the police academy and graduated in February 2016. The following year, she started working at the Metropolitan Homicide Bureau. Valeria was passionate about her work and dedicated herself to serving, always ready to serve. Her courage and dedication earned her the respect of her colleagues, and she was recognized for successfully solving many cases. Notably, on July 21, 2020, she prevented a robbery at a jewelry store and helped take down 2 dangerous criminals. At that time, Valeria lived with her brother and mother in Kikura Township, where she worked as an assistant inspector. In February 2021, Valeria was preparing to celebrate her 25th birthday, and on May 29th, her mother threw a big party at her home to mark the occasion. All of Valeria's relatives, friends, and colleagues attended, except for her father, who was not present at the celebration. The following morning in Santa Tomas de la Pina, a search operation began to monitor all traffic entering and leaving the town. This was prompted by the murder of a 20-year-old woman, making it crucial to locate the killer. Information suggested that he might have fled in a Kia. A team consisting of Valeria, Deputy Police Officer Pony, Inspector Marie Jura, and Detective Leonel Canales tracked the suspect's movements. Police Officer Felipe Era, in a patrol car, skillfully blocked the suspect's path. Valeria and Leonel stepped out of their car when suddenly a shot rang out, hitting Valeria. Despite immediate medical attention and resuscitation efforts at the hospital, Valeria died 2 hours later. Her colleagues informed her family of the tragedy when they arrived at the hospital. The area where the incident occurred was cordoned off, and outsiders were asked to leave. Police were monitoring the scene and arrested 2 suspects, Miguel Calobra 19, and his 17-year-old accomplice, who cannot be named due to their age. Valeria's funeral was held in a solemn manner at her workplace. A procession led by her colleagues carried her coffin from the police station to the cemetery. Crowds gathered to say goodbye as the hearse drove away. High-ranking officials attended, including Interior Minister Rodrigo Delgado and Deputy Minister Juan Francisco Gali. A 3-day mourning period was declared at both the police station where Valeria worked and the academy where she studied. Héctor Espinoza, head of the Homicide Investigation Department, presented a Chilean flag to Valeria's parents, who displayed it in their home alongside a photo of their daughter. Valeria's death shocked the nation and led to a murder investigation. Police focused on 2 suspects who were tried in June 2021. During the trial, it emerged that Valeria was not wearing a bulletproof vest that morning and was driving an unmarked car, which made her vulnerable. The attackers shot at Valeria while trying to flee. After the trial, the main suspects were detained for 6 months as the investigation continued. In August 2021, when 3 police officers were suddenly fired, concerns arose about their possible involvement in Valeria's death. On August 2nd, at the request of the district attorney, Valeria's parents attended a meeting where Inspector Juan Carlos Scara publicly apologized to them on behalf of the police. Valeria was killed by a bullet from a colleague's pistol, causing outrage among Valeria's family. On August 4th, representatives of the prosecutor's office revealed the findings of the Homicide Investigation Unit. They indicated that a bullet was fired from the police pistol. The 3 police officers who accompanied Valeria that morning may have been involved in her death. In fact, about 2 to 3 hours after Valeria's death, the police arrested 2 suspects, Miguel Calobra and his 17-year-old accomplice. Miguel admitted to his relatives that he did not shoot Valeria. His mother even filed a statement with the prosecutor's office declaring her son innocent and asking for verification of the facts. On July 29, 2021, the prosecutor received a report from the forensic laboratory. This report revealed that the pistol and bullets that killed Valeria belonged to her associates in that operation. Additionally, on June 17th, experts from the Bureau launched an investigation into 3 police officers who were present with Valeria at the time. Police officer Jose Guerra reported that gunpowder residue was found on Leonel Contreras' hands. This information reached department management but was not used in the investigation for unclear reasons. With these findings, the prosecutor's office filed an administrative lawsuit against 3 of Valeria's colleagues. They were subsequently suspended from the police force on August 9th. The 3 police officers and 2 detained suspects were present at trial. Valeria's relatives were also invited. Felipe Era spoke first, explaining that just before the gunshots, he was in a position where he saw Valeria. She was the first to get out of the car but turned back to get her keys and weapon. At that moment, a shot rang out, and the criminal's car sped away while Valeria lay on the ground. Then Maria spoke up. The entire group got out of the patrol car. Maria herself reached the corner and heard gunshots. She turned around and saw Valeria lying on the ground. Leonel also spoke up, saying that he got out of the car from the back seat. Valeria, who was in the front passenger seat, walked diagonally toward the suspects. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and Valeria fell. By evening, the reenactment was complete. The police reported that all the evidence pointed directly to Leonel. On August 10th, Miguel Calobra and his 17-year-old friend, who were wrongly accused of Valeria's murder, were released on 2 conditions. They had to sign a written agreement not to leave the city and had to report to police monthly to prove they were abiding by the law. Leonel's lawyer, who disagreed with the investigation's findings, argued that his client was in a difficult position to fire the shot at that time. The current situation has sparked widespread anger in society, leading Valeria's family to hold rallies demanding justice and the arrest of the real killer. Alfredo Morgado, the lawyer for Valeria's family, highlighted the police's behavior in the reconstruction of the events. The 3 police claimed that they did not use weapons that morning, but the head of the police department, Sergio Munoz, denied this claim. Furthermore, 3 police officers involved in the operation repeatedly contradicted their testimony. The parents of those detained also spoke out, accusing the police of trying to frame their children for Valeria's murder. They alleged that their children were beaten while in custody and that there was evidence to support these allegations of mistreatment. In October 2021, police officers from Valeria's workplace invited her parents to the department. There, they were presented with a document to sign that would grant them an increased pension. The police portrayed Valeria as a hero who had died in a special operation, which had helped her parents gain more benefits. However, this was seen as a further insult to Valeria's family. The police seemed to want to stop any potential complaints from her parents, but this only angered them more. From that point on, the family no longer trusted any information about Valeria's death. Lionel was arrested on a warrant from the prosecutor's office and taken to a temporary detention center. The first trial took place in early November. The prosecutor presented a report and autopsy results that showed that Lionel was the shooter that morning. While trying to stop Valeria's bleeding, Lionel attempted to hide his pistol. Lionel's defense argued that he did not see the shooter and believed he was also injured. They claimed that Lionel could not have fired the shot due to the position he was standing in and the trajectory of the bullet that hit Valeria. The prosecution argued that Lionel had planned to kill his co-worker Valeria, claiming it was intentional and not an accident. The judge deemed Lionel a threat to society and ordered him to be held for 6 months until his next hearing. Meanwhile, Valeria's family was satisfied with Lionel's detention but had lost faith in the police. So Valeria's family chose to conduct their own investigation. Daniel and Michelangelo reviewed the case for new evidence and traveled to Santo Tomas to search for surveillance cameras that might reveal footage of the real shooter. At the same time, Lionel's lawyers also conducted their own investigation. On January 7, 2022, it was suggested that Felipe Era was the most likely suspect in Valeria's death. That morning, Felipe was in a patrol car, and he opened fire while he was in the driver's seat. His pistol was identical to the one used by the police officers. In addition, Felipe washed his hands thoroughly before the gunpowder residue analysis and later gave inconsistent testimony. He initially claimed that he heard a gunshot and saw Valeria fall, saying that he came to her aid. He later changed his testimony, saying that he heard a gunshot and saw Lionel helping Valeria. During his reenactment of the event, Felipe claimed that Valeria had returned to the car to get her gun and keys to chase the criminals. Over the next few months, he continued to change his story, remaining vague on the details. The details the lawyer provided could undermine any investigative efforts by the prosecutor's office. Valeria's family expressed doubts about the competence of the police, and the idea that Felipe could have committed the crime began to seem plausible. Evidence gathered by Michelangelo and Daniel supported this theory. The judge soon considered the reports. However, Felipe Era was listed as a witness in the case, although he had also been dismissed from the police, while Lionel remained the sole defendant. In July 2022, the court extended Lionel's detention. Shortly thereafter, in a second hearing, the defense continued to insist that Felipe Era was the killer, while the prosecution focused on Lionel Contreras. Valeria's family and their lawyers launched their own investigation, leading prosecutors to request that the investigation be continued and new evidence be added to the case. Meanwhile, the prosecutor called Felipe Era to testify. He claimed that he had not washed his hands before analyzing the gunpowder residue and that Valeria's blood was on his fingers and sleeve when he assisted her. He also claimed that he had kept the gun with him since 2018 and had never exchanged the weapon with anyone. The trial is set to begin in March 2023, and prosecutors are asking for a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison for Lionel. Although Lionel is prohibited from speaking to the press, he violated this rule in May by inviting media representatives to his pretrial detention facility. He has publicly proclaimed his innocence, claiming that Felipe Era shot Valeria in the back. A preliminary hearing was held on May 16, 2023, but did not result in any significant changes in the case. Lionel was cautioned for speaking to journalists. The next hearing was held on September 2nd. The prosecutor's office maintained its position. The prosecutor presented the following points. The patrol car driver prevented the criminals from escaping. At that time, 3 policemen got out of the car to persuade the criminals to surrender. Lionel used a weapon without a valid reason. The defense attorneys aimed to acquit Lionel based on a key argument. The prosecution lacked clear evidence proving that Lionel was the shooter. They claimed that the gun and gunpowder fell into his hands purely by accident when he was trying to assist Valeria. The court carefully considered the arguments from both sides and reached its decision on November 17th. Lionel Contreras was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Valeria's relatives were disappointed with the outcome and believed the sentence was lenient compared to the crime he committed. While Lionel faces punishment, Valeria's family still has many unanswered questions, such as the motive behind the crime and why the prosecutor's office did not investigate these motives. One of the city squares has been named in honor of Valeria Vivenco. Every year on the anniversary of her death, a memorial event is held where flowers are laid in her memory. The crime has highlighted widespread corruption in the police force, leading to the dismissal of 16 officers from the investigative agency. Valeria's family believes that she solved challenging cases that made her a burden to many, including those in the police department. She died tragically under mysterious circumstances, and the reasons behind her death may never be revealed. Even if her family uncovers new evidence, it is unlikely that the investigation will be reopened or that there will be a trial. Comedy legend and Saturday Night Live star Philip Edward Hartman started life in Ontario, Canada. Born on September 24, 1948, he came from a big family and began using comedy as a way of getting attention. His family moved to the United States when he was 10 years old, and when Phil started school, he quickly became popular among his peers. Always joking and making people laugh, it was clear, although he didn't know it, that performing was in his future. He went to California State University and majored in graphic design, as well as undertaking a public speaking course. He loved the outdoor life and spent lots of time fishing and surfing. He was incredibly creative and went on to design several album covers for well-known bands. In the 1960s, he spent time on the road with many bands and artists. He was immersed in the rock and roll lifestyle, and this further fueled his creative spark. At the beginning of 1970, he met and married his first wife, Gretchen Lewis. However, the marriage quickly dissipated, and they divorced just 2 years later. Despite spending many years behind the scenes working with bands and designing album covers, he quickly fell into the spotlight when he began taking improvisation classes. In 1975, Phil Hartman watched an improv group called the Groundlings. When the group asked for a member of the audience to get involved, Phil said he knew instantly that this was something he had to be part of. He auditioned for and joined the famed improv comedy troupe shortly thereafter. The Groundlings helped birth the careers of stars such as Will Ferrell, Lisa Kudrow, Kathy Griffin, and Jimmy Fallon, among many others. Another notable star was Paul Reubens, famed for his character Pee Wee Herman. Phil Hartman helped develop this character with Reubens, as they were working on the Pee Wee Herman show for a long time until the pair parted ways after a falling out. After this, his career began to take off even more, and he was appearing in various pilots, films, and commercials. His second wife, Lisa Jarvis, said that while Phil's characters were part of himself, they were also like his armor. She said that although he was an entertainer, creative and passionate, at the same time, he was incredibly hard to reach emotionally and withdrew very quickly. A few years after their relationship ended in 1985, Phil met Bryn Omdahl on a blind date. Bryn, originally named Vicky Jo, was stunning and funny, and the chemistry between her and Phil was instant. After modeling for years in her hometown, Bryn made the journey to Los Angeles with the hope of being in show business. She was described as very ambitious and eager to prove herself. It was here that she changed her name from Vicky Jo to Bryn. Before Phil and Bryn met, she had also spent time in rehab for cocaine and quaalude abuse. Drugs were an ongoing problem, which would mark and impact their relationship throughout its time. Friends would say that when they were good, they were great, but the frequent arguments and volatility between the pair were clear for all to see. In 1986, Phil Hartman made an incredible leap in his career. He was asked to audition for Saturday Night Live. For comedians and comedic actors, SNL was where it was happening, and becoming a cast member was a highly sought-after and coveted job. Onlookers hung on his every word during his audition, and it came as no surprise when he was offered a spot. His impressions of people such as Bill Clinton and Frank Sinatra became iconic, and the audience and cast adored him. His good friend and fellow SNL writer Dana Kaufman described him as a generous and supportive performer who always wanted to make the rest of the cast look as good as possible. SNL put Phil Hartman and his amazing comedic capabilities firmly in the public eye, and he soon became a fan favorite. He won an Emmy for his contributions to the Saturday Night Live writing team. He was also nicknamed Glue by fellow performers for his ability to hold the show together and help out the other performers where needed. Despite their issues, Bryn and Phil married in 1987 and quickly became quite the Hollywood power couple. At the end of Phil Hartman's second season of Saturday Night Live, he and Bryn welcomed their first child, a son named Sean. Upon hearing the joyful news, Phil's ex-wife Lisa Jarvis sent a letter to the family offering to help look after the baby should they ever need it. She said she received an abusive death threat back from Bryn. Phil took to being a father quickly, and his baby boy Sean was his pride and joy. The family began splitting their time between New York and Los Angeles, and he and Bryn had a second baby, a little girl named Bergen. Phil and Bryn seemed to have it all, but friends of the star said it was clear that the cracks in the relationship were very apparent. People who knew the couple said that Phil didn't like confrontation and struggled to open up emotionally, whereas Bryn was very vocal but often chose the worst times to start the conversations. Bryn began to show up to the Saturday Night Live set more frequently, and cast and crew members often saw heated arguments between the two. During a table read-through for a new episode of the show, Bryn turned up to the set and began sitting on various men's laps and flirting with different people. Although Phil didn't seem to pay much attention in a bid to keep the peace, the other cast members were left feeling uncomfortable. People felt this was an attempt by Bryn to get attention from Phil, as she was feeling lonely and insecure in the marriage. As well as prescription drugs, Bryn had relapsed and started drinking and using cocaine again. Although this was noticed by members of the SNL cast, it wasn't uncommon at the time. Alcohol and drugs were a frequent feature among many a dressing room, with some stars as famous for their drug-taking as their comedy. Friends also said that Bryn had become resentful of Phil's career and wanted her own shot at being in the limelight. Phil argued that he was the breadwinner for the family and everything he did was for them. Phil also told friends that he would often have to restrain Bryn when she became physical during fights. As well as his work on SNL, Phil accepted various roles on The Simpsons, further cementing his place in pop culture. In 1995, after 8 seasons on Saturday Night Live, Phil Hartman decided to step away from the show. He is still regarded as one of the finest comedic talents to ever appear on SNL, and fellow cast and crew members said there was a definite void when he left. He was working hard on a pilot for his show entitled The Phil Show, in which he would make sure Bryn got a leading role. However, the pilot never made it to air, and Bryn was reportedly devastated at not being able to work with her husband on this project. Instead, Phil signed up to be part of a new sitcom called News Radio, working alongside many famous faces. He was earning around $50,000 an episode and was at the height of his career. He, Bryn, and their 2 children moved permanently to a $1,400,000 mansion in Encino, California, for Phil to focus on the sitcom and his family. Despite his professional accolades, he couldn't escape his personal turmoil in his marriage, and the explosive arguments continued. On Mother's Day 1997, Bryn came home late, reportedly drunk and high on cocaine. Phil was horrified and said if this behavior continued, he would have to divorce her and take the children. He said if she didn't check into rehab, the marriage was over. Bryn checked into rehab in Arizona the following day but left after less than a week, claiming she didn't need to be there. After a 4th season of News Radio was commissioned, Phil decided to take a summer break to spend more time with his family and work on his marriage. Phil and Bryn Hartman also reached their 11-year anniversary on May 27, 1998. Despite their marital issues, they always aimed to have a weekly date night while their children spent time with a nanny. On May 27th, their day began with the couple talking about what they would do for their weekly date. According to sources, Phil had gotten his days confused and forgotten about the date night, which sparked yet another argument. Phil left the family home to go shopping and get some space, and Bryn decided she was going to head out too. Leaving the children with the nanny, she started getting ready for an evening out with a friend. Sometime around 7:30 p.m., Bryn Hartman went to meet her friend Christine Zander for dinner and drinks, telling the nanny she would be home to see the children off to bed. Christine Zander was a producer and writer, and friends of Bryn speculated she may have been hoping for Christine to create a part for her in an upcoming project. Her friend Christine said she did seem in good spirits and in a positive frame of mind. Around 9:30 p.m., Phil arrived at home and let the nanny go. He put the children to bed and headed to bed himself. Around 9:45, Bryn asked Christine if she wanted to carry on drinking in another bar, but Christine couldn't stay out any later. While Christine went to the bathroom, she said that Bryn made a phone call, which she was worried may have been to score drugs. They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. At 10:15 p.m., Bryn drove across town to Studio City to go to her friend and ex-lover Ron Douglas's house. They drank beer and caught up, with Bryn attempting to briefly call Phil, but he didn't pick up the phone. Just before midnight, Ron told Bryn that it was best for her to head home, as he didn't want any issues with Phil. When Bryn arrived home at around 1 a.m., she began using cocaine. Although what happened next is speculation, it is understood that she and Phil would have argued. Phil didn't want to fight and decided to go back to sleep, leaving Bryn to her own devices. Sometime before 3 a.m., Bryn, already intoxicated, snorted another line of cocaine and grabbed one of Hartman's many guns. She entered the bedroom and shot her husband 3 times as he slept, between the eyes, in the throat, and in his chest. Their 9-year-old son Sean woke up to what he thought was a door slamming, and he heard his mother crying. Heavily intoxicated, manic, and in a state of shock, Bryn got in her car and drove to see her friend Ron Douglas. She was frantic and immediately confessed to killing Phil. However, due to Bryn's often erratic nature, Ron didn't initially believe her. It was clear that she was in a drug-induced state, and he assumed that they had simply had another argument. He attempted to sober her up, and at around 6 a.m., Ron was fairly satisfied that she was able to drive. But Bryn wanted Ron to go back to the house with her. Ron said that while they were talking, a gun fell out of Bryn's purse, and he immediately knew he had to follow her car back to the house. Upon entering the bedroom, Ron saw Phil Hartman. It was clear that nothing could be done, and he was already deceased. Ron Douglas phoned 911. "I think there's a shooting here. You're gonna send the police out there. Okay? Okay." During this time, Bryn barricaded herself in the bedroom with Phil's body. She phoned her sister and asked her to take care of Sean and Bergen. At 6:20 a.m., the police surrounded Hartman's home. They found a visibly distressed Sean at the front of the house. Hearing the police encroaching, Bryn lay next to her husband and shot herself. As the story began to break, the world was in a state of shock. In the days and weeks following the devastating event, many theories began to circulate. One of which was that there was an affair going on between Ron Douglas and Bryn Hartman, which culminated in a crime of passion. Another theory was that Bryn was hoping to attempt to frame Ron for the murder, and that's why she drove to his house with the gun. No theory has ever been proven. Ron Douglas flatly denied any involvement and said that until he got to the house, he had no idea what had happened. It will never be known what was going on inside the mind of Bryn Hartman in the early hours of May 28th. As well as a high level of cocaine, the antidepressant Zoloft was in Bryn's system, and her blood alcohol level was 0.12%, well above the legal limit. Bryn had told friends that she had been prescribed Zoloft by her children's doctor, but that it made her feel strange and out of her own body. Medical examiners looked into the side effects of Zoloft and whether this could have altered her state of mind that night. As well as disorientation and hallucinations, it can occasionally bring on suicidal feelings. Many of Bryn's family members believe this drug could have played a key role in the events that took place that fateful night. In 1999, the Hartman estate filed a lawsuit against Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company that produces the drug Zoloft, claiming there were few warnings about the side effects and the danger of mixing the drug with alcohol. The family did receive an out-of-court settlement from Pfizer before it ever went to court. However, the theory surrounding the impact of Zoloft remains an uncertain area, as levels of the drug in Bryn's system were low according to the toxicology report. In the early hours of May 28, 1998, two young children lost their parents, family and friends lost their loved ones, and the world felt the loss of an incredible talent. Sean and Bergen Hartman went to live with their aunt and uncle in Wisconsin and were raised under a different name to shield them from the public eye. Sean took after his father and is an artist and musician, carving a creative career for himself. Bergen has degrees in journalism and communication from university and has her own business. She even made a special appearance on SNL's 40th anniversary celebration in 2015 to honor her father. Both children dedicated a memorial to their parents in Greenwood Cemetery. The deaths of Phil and Bryn Hartman shocked the world. But Phil Hartman's amazing comedic talents continue to live on through the world of entertainment, his friends, family, and their children. The case of Ramsey Scrivo. In January 2014, Donna Scrivo lived in the charming town of St. Clair Shores, Michigan, with her eldest son, Ramsey. He grew up in an environment of strict control from his mother, which often led to problems. Ramsey, born in 1981, had a younger brother who both boys attended a Catholic school, and their parents had high aspirations for them. In 1999, Ramsey graduated from college and began working at an accounting firm. However, by the February, he was fired, which was the beginning of a series of job losses. Ramsey then tried to join the family business. It seemed like Ramsey had finally found his place and things were going well. Unfortunately, the family soon faced a tragedy when the father fell ill and passed away. On January 25, 2014, around 6:30 p.m., 32-year-old Ramsey left home, telling his mother he was going out for cigarettes. That was the last time she saw him alive. At first, no one suspected anything was wrong. He was an adult who could go out with friends or visit places on his own, so no alarm was raised immediately. However, the next morning, Donna realized Ramsey hadn't returned home. When he didn't answer her calls, she began to worry. After waiting another day without any news on January 27th, she decided to report his disappearance to the police. After filing the report, Donna continued to call Ramsey's mobile phone, becoming increasingly anxious with each attempt. The cold weather added to her worry. If Ramsey was indeed missing, he could be at risk of freezing if he were outside. It was crucial to act quickly. Soon after, a police officer reached out to Ramsey's family. Donna explained that Ramsey was dealing with issues related to an attack on a friend at a bar. She also expressed concern about Ramsey's struggles with illegal substances, alcohol, and mental health, which required him to undergo regular drug and alcohol testing. The police became concerned about Ramsey's disappearance, suspecting he might have run into trouble again. Donna explained that her son had left to buy cigarettes and didn't have any plans for the night. She noted that he took a wallet containing 2 credit cards and a driver's license with him. To trace Ramsey's whereabouts, the officer decided to review the card transactions. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that Ramsey had not made any purchases that evening, casting doubt on whether he had reached the store at all. This prompted police to track Ramsey's mobile phone. They soon found it on a neighbor's property. When they examined the scene, the police retrieved the phone, but the neighbor was unaware of how it had ended up in his yard or what had happened to Ramsey. The investigation revealed that the Ramsey's mobile phone was checked, and it showed no record of the calls that Donna claimed to have made before and after her son's disappearance. This contradiction raised additional suspicions with the police, leading them to question the validity of the call records. Police then approached neighbors to gather more information about Ramsey and his mother. This investigation revealed that neighbors had not seen Ramsey for several days, which contradicted his mother's claims. Another disturbing detail noted by neighbors was the strong smell of cleaning products coming from Ramsey's home, which was detected the day before Donna reported Ramsey missing. Based on their experience, they found these signs very suspicious. There seemed to be some unusual elements surrounding the Ramsey family. Donna Scrivo, born in 1954 in Dallas, Texas, dreamed of becoming a nurse since she was a child. Her dream came true when she met Donnell in August 1971. They got married, and 2 months later, their eldest son, Ramsey, was born. The family then moved to Donna's house in Michigan City, SN Clear Shores, where their youngest son was later born. They lived a modest life and maintained good relationships with their relatives and neighbors for many years. The family's first major challenge arose in 2003 when Donna suffered a heart attack. Remarkably, she survived the surgery, but her health began to decline afterwards. She became forgetful and anxious, ultimately having to leave her job as a nurse. Nevertheless, she had pursued her passion for nursing for 12 years before these events unfolded. Donna grew increasingly concerned that her son, Ramsey, was struggling with mental health issues. He was severely depressed and unable to manage his anger. They sought help at a psychiatric hospital, where he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. After that diagnosis, Donna became reluctant to let Ramsey go far from home, fearing he might endanger himself or others. This concern intensified because he refused to take the medication prescribed by his doctor, insisting he didn't want to experience certain side effects. Unfortunately, this decision hindered his ability to combat his illness, and his condition continued to deteriorate, with symptoms becoming more pronounced. Ramsey was convinced that someone was poisoning his food and drinks. He even believed a nanochip had been implanted in his tooth to track him. After getting into a fight, he suffered a serious head injury when he fell and hit the concrete. Following this incident, he experienced worsening symptoms. He became increasingly aggressive, and his alcohol abuse only intensified the situation. Eventually, he became a danger to himself and others, landing on probation after an altercation with a friend at a bar. His condition worsened when Ramsey's father, Neil, passed away. Neil was an important figure in Ramsey's life, as they developed a deep bond that resembled that of best friends. He was the only one who could control Ramsey's dangerous behavior. At that time, Ramsey was taking his medication consistently and his condition had stabilized. Neil had acted as a buffer between Ramsey's mental health struggles and his wife, who sought to control every aspect of their lives. When Neil died, tensions between Ramsey and his mother increased. Ramsey began using Marfan left over from his late father, and during this time, his mental decline became more apparent. Donna was concerned for her safety, so she sought hospitalization for her son at a psychiatric clinic, where he was later diagnosed with psychosis. While he was in the hospital, she also worked to establish legal guardianship over him. This allowed the doctors to manage his medication, leading to a quick improvement in Ramsey's condition. After he was discharged, he returned to live with Donna, but their relationship began to deteriorate over time. Eventually, a fire broke out in their home due to faulty wiring. The fire started in the basement where Ramsey was sleeping. Donna evacuated the house and called the fire department, but Ramsey was still in the room that was on fire. They were able to save him, but after investigating, the circumstances surrounding the fire raised suspicions. However, no evidence of premeditation was ever found. Ultimately, they could no longer live in the damaged house, which required significant repairs, so they decided to rent a different house temporarily. Unfortunately, this only made things worse. Ramsey, who was 32 years old, was still under his mother's strict guardianship. She had formalized this guardianship through the court. However, by June 2014, Ramsey went to court to end the guardianship, which his mother had maintained for about 6 months. Life had taken a toll on Ramsey, and Donna's efforts to control everything ultimately led him to move out. By the time the tragedy occurred, Ramsey had been living independently for a while. Donna then went to Texas to visit relatives. She considered the possibility of returning to her hometown, possibly with her son. However, her son, Ramsey, went missing on January 27, 2014, and Donna reported Ramsey missing to the police. Days passed without any clues until January 30th, when a witness came forward. While driving along a snow-covered road in China Township, she noticed something dark on the side of the road. When she stopped to check, she discovered intestines scattered across a field, covered in blood. The sight shocked the girl. Nearby, she noticed a bag, and when she opened it, she discovered a human head inside. There were also other horrifying items. Terrified, she quickly called the police. When the police arrived, they were equally horrified by the discovery and immediately began searching the area. In addition to the head and intestines they later found the torso, but no other remains were found. Both the head and torso were mutilated, and the victim was unrecognizable. While the police were working to identify the body they had discovered, they received a tip from a local resident the very next morning. In one of the city's trash cans, several suspicious items were found packed in garbage bags, including burnt clothing and an ID card. At that point, the police had no idea who the victim was, and the items they found were in such poor condition due to fire damage that they could not read the documents. It was clear that the deceased was a man. But even before the lab tests could begin, reports of other disturbing discoveries began to emerge in the city. More human remains were found, along with a bloody electric saw and 4 blades used to dismember the victim. In a trash bin, there were also clothes and a Coca-Cola bottle. By this point, the forensic expert had completed the analysis and autopsy of the body, including collecting fingerprints for comparison with existing databases. Eventually, it was confirmed that the deceased was 32-year-old Ramsey Scrivo, whose disappearance had recently been reported by Donna. The cause of death was established as strangulation. Further blood tests reveal the dangerous level of antidepressants in Xanax in his system, 4 times higher than the prescribed dosage. This overdose could have contributed to his death, but police were already aware that his mother, Donna, had been directly overseeing his medication intake. The investigation into Ramsey's disappearance quickly shifted to a murder case. Police began interviewing his friends, acquaintances, and neighbors. A witness claimed to have seen a woman in an SUV tossing the bag away right in front of him, but he could not identify her or provide any detailed information, nor could he remember the car's license plate. However, police went to the location where the suspect was seen dumping trash. They found nearby surveillance cameras and requested the footage. After reviewing the recordings, they were able to get a clear image of the car and the woman driving it. The woman turned out to be Donna Scrivo, Ramsey's mother, who had transported her son's dismembered remains in her 1990 Chevrolet Bezier to the city dumpsters. The police were shocked by the unfolding events and found some of Donna's actions suspicious, but they did not initially believe she could have killed her son. Nevertheless, an arrest warrant was issued, and Donna was quickly taken into custody. She was brought to the police station for questioning. At first, Donna did not provide any useful information. She claimed to have mental health issues and that her son had taken one's own life. However, this was clearly a lie, as his body had been dismembered and she had taken steps to dispose of the remains. The police did not believe her story. They suspected that the conflict between Donna and Ramsey had escalated, causing her to lose control. As a result, Donna was charged as the prime suspect in the murder of her 32-year-old son, facing charges of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances. It was clear that she was trying to mislead the investigation. Police obtained search warrants for the Ramsey family's apartment and the Donna's car. When they first entered the apartment, they were hit by a strong smell of cleaning products that stung their eyes. It was clear that the Donna was attempting to clean the crime scene to eliminate evidence. However, despite her efforts, police discovered several blood droplets in the bathroom, as well as traces on the corridor wall, the porch, and the entrance railings. Notably, there were no cars in the parking lot. Interestingly, she was attempting to donate her car to a local charity in Detroit, and Donna had already managed to do the same with Ramsey's car. Nevertheless, the police tracked down both vehicles for inspection. In the Donna's car, they found numerous bloodstains, which were sent for analysis and confirmed to belong to Ramsey. Locals learned about the crime through news and social media and were all shocked by the incident. Gradually, more witnesses came forward to the police station to share their stories. During the investigation, police determined that Donna had purchased an electric saw and saw blade at a nearby hardware store on January 26th. The electric saw was eventually found in a trash bag along with Ramsey's remains. Next, Patricia, a neighbor, reported that she saw Donna carrying 3 black trash bags to her silver car. All of the neighbors were later present in court. The lawyer claimed that his client, Donna Scrivo, was insane and requested a psychiatric evaluation. However, the psychiatrists who assessed her determined that she was sane and fit to stand trial. The trial began in May 2015, and by then, she appeared before the jury, insisting on her innocence and pleading for her release. The prosecutor presented evidence that Donna had administered Xanax to the murder victim, with the dosage being 4 times higher than the recommended amount. Donna had received a 90-day supply of the drugs in early January, and less than 30 days later, during a police search of her apartment, only 1 pill remained in the package. This showed that Ramsey had taken the rest of the medication. The prosecution argued that this proved that Donna had intentionally given her son an increased dose, which was potentially dangerous. After Ramsey's death, his biological mother, Donna, made the decision to dispose of his body. In a horrific act, she dismembered him in her bathroom and placed the remains in garbage bags. To avoid being caught, she took out several bags each day, discarding them in different trash bins. However, she disagreed with the prosecution's testimony and decided to present her own testimony before the jury. According to Donna, on January 25th, a masked man broke into their apartment, likely intending to kill her son. At the time, she was in the basement doing laundry and did not hear anything unusual or see the intruder. When she came out of the basement, she found the front door open. Hearing noises from Ramsey's room, she went upstairs and discovered her son dead, tied up next to his bed, with a strong man with a menacing appearance standing nearby. The intruder did not harm her. Instead, he commanded her to dispose of the body. Feeling she had no choice, she complied. The criminal stayed with her for the next 5 days, closely watching her as she followed his orders. Donna reported that she cleaned the room and dealt with the remains under his watchful eye, and he only left after confirming that she had completed his instructions. During this time, Donna stated that she was handcuffed to a bed and that the intruder seldom let her go, even when there were things to do. Although she was confined, she claimed she didn't contact the police because she was scared, a claim many found unbelievable. This raised several questions about her story. Why did the supposed attacker not kill her? Why did he stay in her home for 5 days while controlling her? Critics questioned why she didn't try to escape when the intruder was distracted, leading some to speculate that he might not have been real or that her story was made up. As the trial progressed, the jury had to decide whether Donna's fears were genuine or if she was fabricating her story after her arrest. Throughout the lengthy legal process, she frequently mentioned the mysterious masked man who allegedly held her captive, despite the increasing evidence against her. The investigation ultimately did not find any DNA or direct links to a possible criminal regarding her son's remains, nor was there any of her blood or fingerprints on the dismembered body. Donna's defense team worked hard to prove her innocent, highlighting the absence of direct evidence linking her to Ramsey's body. As the trial progressed, it grew increasingly controversial, and the jury went to deliberate on the presented evidence. On June 23, 2015, after thorough deliberation, the jury found 61-year-old Donna Scrivo guilty of first-degree murder with aggravating factors. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. To this day, Donna is in a Michigan state prison. She has consistently maintained her innocence, but all of her appeals have been denied. Conyers, Georgia, 4:30 p.m., January 13, 2010. A police officer was doing his usual rounds in his patrol car when a 16-year-old girl, Tasmia Whitehead, came running over to the car in floods of tears. Panicked and unable to breathe, she said that she and her twin sister, Jasmia, had found their mother brutally attacked in her boyfriend's home. Items in the house were on the floor and broken, and the floor and walls were covered in blood. 34-year-old Nikki Whitehead was in the bathtub and clearly deceased. It was a harrowing sight, and her twin daughters were beside themselves. Police quickly identified a potential murder weapon. A cracked vase lay on the living room floor. Following the trail of blood, it was evident that Nikki had tried to escape from the house out the back door. But the door was locked, and Nikki continued to be attacked. She had been stabbed 80 times, and her spinal cord was almost severed. She eventually succumbed to her injuries and had been dragged into the bathroom and placed into the tub. It was clear whoever did this had made some attempt to clean up the evidence. But the amount of blood was overwhelming, and it would have been impossible to clean the crime scene. In the linen closet next to the bathroom, a stack of towels were missing. It didn't appear as if anything had been stolen, and there were no signs of a forced entry. So whoever had committed this crime must have had a personal relationship with Nikki. Lieutenant Chris Moon said it was the bloodiest crime scene he had ever been to. The police initially wanted to talk to just one person, Robert Head, who was Nikki's long-term boyfriend. Was it a crime of passion or a violent argument that has spiraled dangerously out of control? However, Nikki's twin girls, Jasmia and Tasmia, said this wasn't possible, as Robert had left on a trucking job the day before. They did, however, point the police in another direction. Nikki had another boyfriend called Joe, and the girls said they had heard their mother arguing with him on the phone into the early hours of the morning. The investigating officers tracked Joe down and questioned him. He appeared genuinely devastated that Nikki was dead and had no idea who would want to hurt her. When asked about the argument the night before, he admitted that it happened, but said that Nikki was the aggressor. Satisfied with his version of events, the team were back at square one. Around 10 a.m., January 14th, the police needed more information about the days and weeks leading up to the murder, and the only two people who would likely know this were Jasmia and Tasmia. They took the girls to the Conyers Police Department for a victim's interview, and the girls were still visibly distressed and extremely shaken. While in the patrol car, Tasmia started biting her arm. She explained she had a nervous habit, and it was something she did when she was stressed. A short while later, the interview began. The team didn't draw any attention to the scratches and bite marks on the twins, keeping their thoughts close to their chests. But it was very clear that the story the girls were telling wasn't the full version of the truth. One of the officers, Detective Swift, asked the girls if he could do anything for them, to which the twins responded oddly, asking if they could watch an episode of CSI. The officers felt at this point that they were looking at their main suspects. Although the girls admitted to having a tough relationship with their mother, this wasn't enough to establish any kind of motive. The team were also waiting on DNA evidence to come back from the house, so all they could do was let the girls go back into the custody of their great-grandmother Della. Officers began talking to Nikki's friends about Jasmine and Tasmia, and the friends painted their occasional fights in a very different light. The officers quickly realized that the twins had very much downplayed how severe and volatile these fights could be, and a dysfunctional and disturbing picture began to emerge. Tasmia and Jasmia Whitehead had both been straight-A students, high achievers, and well-behaved young girls. They were talented in many things, including dance, music, and sports, and they seemed to be on track for a great future with dreams of going to the prestigious Harvard University. The twins' home lives, however, were a lot more difficult. Their mother, Nikki, had been born in prison while her mother was doing time for drug possession, and had left home at 16 years old after years of a tumultuous relationship. She was living on the streets when she fell pregnant. The twins' father rejected Nikki and wanted nothing to do with the babies. Nikki gave birth when she was 18 and moved in with her grandmother, Della Frazier. The relationship between her and the twins was strained from the beginning, with her grandmother Della essentially raising them. Although Nikki was trying to better herself and be a working mother, Della said that Nikki just wasn't consistent in her children's lives and would come and go too often, partying and drinking. As Jasmine and Tasmia got older, they began to find their mother's attempts to discipline them hypocritical. However, in February 2007, Nikki met 55-year-old Robert Head. They quickly hit it off, and he took on the role of provider for her and the twins. He had them move in with him shortly after. He lived in Bridal Ridge Walk, a safe, gated complex in a well-off area with little crime. This was a fresh start for Nikki and the girls, and it offered them a sense of stability. Robert was a long-distance truck driver and spent a lot of time away from home, leaving Nikki to look after the girls alone. This was something that friends and family said that Nikki struggled with, having never really done it alone before. The twins pushed back and fought against Nikki's discipline. One night, a 911 call was made when Nikki realized 13-year-old Jasmia had snuck out of the house to meet her boyfriend. It was clear that Nikki was losing control. When Nikki asked for full custody of her 13-year-old girls, it was obvious that she and her daughters had a troubled and hostile relationship. Often resulting in physical fights, the trio were in and out of counseling, and the girls would frequently appear in juvenile court. One fight in particular got really out of control. One evening, Nikki phoned a friend in a panic. She said that she had locked herself in the bathroom because the girls were trying to attack her. When the police arrived, Nikki showed the officers scratch marks and blood. Tasmia also had scratches on her body and claimed that her mother had started the fight. Shortly after this incident in February 2008, Della took back custody of Jasmia and Tasmia. On January 5, 2010, the now 16-year-old twins went back to live with Nikki. The girls protested, saying they didn't want to live with her, but the court ruled they needed to go on a 2-week trial period. And tragically, just 8 days later, Nikki would be found dead. For months would pass after Nikki's murder, and with everything seemingly going quiet, the twins were back at school keeping up their grades as well as keeping a low profile. But in February, the evidence from the crime scene was finally back and analyzed, and it confirmed what the police had already suspected. The bite marks on the twins' bodies matched a plaster cast that had been made of Nikki's teeth. When Tasmia had been biting her own arm to pass it off as a stress-induced habit, it was actually her deliberately trying to leave new teeth marks over Nikki's. The vase that had been used to hit Nikki over the head was covered in the twins' blood. A pair of boots were also found covered in a mixture of blood. They had been placed neatly in a shoebox and hidden in the closet. The stack of towels missing from the linen closet were also found, and they too were covered in blood in the washing machine. These were things that a random intruder wouldn't likely do. With all this evidence finally coming together on May 21st, the last day of school, the police placed Tasmia and Jasmia under arrest for the murder of their mother. They had gone from being victims themselves to teenage killers. As soon as they were placed in the officer's car, they were heard shouting and swearing, maintaining that they had done nothing wrong. Questions from the defense team arose, arguing that the girls were identical twins, so determining whose DNA was whose was impossible. However, the prosecution argued that this was a non-issue, as it was evident that both the girls had worked together to carry out the attack. They believed that Nikki had woken the girls up for school sometime around 7 a.m., and the attack took place shortly after. They were caught walking past a gas station together, and then were picked up around 10 a.m. on the school CCTV, arriving late to their classes. But both arrived at the same time, further cementing the prosecution's theory of them working together. This, alongside the evidence from the crime scene and the witnesses that could attest to the fighting, was enough for a grand jury to side with the prosecution. On July 12th, both girls were indicted for murder and plead not guilty. In February 2012, while still awaiting trial, the attorneys for the girls put forward a request for a plea bargain. They argued that Nikki was also to blame in the situation. They said that her history of drinking and drug use played a part, coupled with her staying out late and often ignoring her children. They said that the girls simply couldn't take it anymore, and things had come to a head on January 13, 2010. It was on these grounds that they asked for the charges of murder to be dropped and voluntary manslaughter to take its place. The prosecution and the officers said they wanted to hear the confession from the girls themselves before they considered this. They met with the girls separately, and they began to tell a shocking story. Jasmia and Tasmia said that Nikki had come home drunk the night before the incident took place. She began hurling abuse at them, which carried on into the morning. When the girls came down for breakfast, things started to unravel. On January 9, 2014, almost exactly 4 years since Nikki had been killed, Tasmia appeared in Rockdale County Court to enter a plea of guilty to voluntary manslaughter. 1 month later, Tasmia followed suit. They were both sentenced to 30 years for the crime, and their attorneys said that this sentence allowed the girls some sort of future. Jasmine graduated high school in prison and served as class valedictorian. Her great-grandmother Della Frazier was there to watch her graduate. Nikki Whitehead was met with a terrible end at the hands of her daughters, and no one will ever truly know what happened inside that house on January 13, 2010. But the events that took place were undoubtedly avoidable and horrifying. They shocked even the most tenured of officers. The girls were incarcerated at separate prisons within the Georgia Department of Corrections. Tasmia is serving her sentence in Pulaski State Prison and Jasmia at Arendelle State Prison. They were eligible for parole in February 2017, which they did not receive. If they do not receive parole at any point, they will be scheduled for release in 2040. They will be 47 years old. The case of Suzanne von Richthofen. The von Richthofen family is very wealthy and resides in the suburbs of São Paulo. Their mansion, located in the Brooklyn neighborhood, is valued at around $480,000. The home features multiple living rooms and bedrooms, as well as swimming pools, an office, and a large library. The entrance is defined by large gates, while the entire property is surrounded by a high brick fence. This fence is decorated with unique ornamental stones and plants to ensure privacy. The villa is owned by Manfred von Richthofen, a German engineer and director of Dursa, a large company that oversees highways and roads in the São Paulo area. His wife, Mauricia, is a local psychiatrist. They met while Manfred was studying civil engineering at the University of São Paulo, and they reportedly fell in love at first sight. Mauricia is known for her sociable and friendly demeanor, while Manfred is recognized for his quiet and gentle personality. They married and welcomed their first child, a girl named Suzanne, in 1983. For years later, they had a son named Andreas. The two children, Suzanne and Andreas, grew up in a wealthy family and attended the best schools in the city. Suzanne is described as a shy girl and was a dutiful daughter, maintaining a good relationship with her younger brother. Throughout her childhood, she learned 3 languages. After graduating from a German high school, she pursued a law degree at the University of São Paulo. Suzanne aspires to have a successful career, but she doesn't have to worry about finances because her parents are rich. Their family is estimated to be worth around $17 million, and it has been reported that Suzanne's father Manfred has around $10,700,000 in a Swiss bank account, which is intended to be transferred to her after she graduates. Suzanne had a peaceful childhood and a good education, which may have helped her become a good person. However, her relationship with her parents began to shift. At the age of 18, she began to think more about love than money. In 1999, the family attended an airplane model exhibition. There, Andreas met Daniel Cravenhose, a 19-year-old skilled model builder. Eager to learn, he asked his parents to pay Daniel to teach him how to make models. They agreed, and as Daniel taught him, Daniel caught the attention of Suzanne. They got along well, embodying the idea that opposites attract. Suzanne came from a wealthy, well-educated background, while Daniel had a different upbringing. He grew up in a low-income dysfunctional family, was expelled from college due to poor grades, and worked part-time with his older brother Christian in a local garage. Suzanne was a young girl who was polite, which made Daniel's rebellious nature seem both unusual and intriguing to her. Unsure of how her parents would react to her relationship with him, she chose to keep it a secret. Eventually, her parents discovered that she was dating Daniel, who had come to teach her younger brother Andreas. Initially, her parents were unconcerned and even allowed their meetings because Daniel presented himself as a law student who enjoyed building model airplanes. However, her parents later discovered that he was not a student and that he smoked marijuana, drank alcohol every day. Like all parents, Manfred and Mauricia wanted the best for their daughter. As hardworking and wealthy individuals, they were unwilling to accept that Suzanne was involved with someone like Daniel. Meanwhile, Andreas, who loved his older sister very much and considered Daniel a good friend, became their ally. He often concealed their meetings while they enjoyed time together in hotels or at Daniel's house. Andreas devised elaborate excuses to protect his older sister Suzanne from their parents, but she eventually invited Daniel to live secretly in their home. They spent the entire month by the pool, singing and experimenting with various illegal drugs. When the parents returned home, they discovered how their daughter, Suzanne, had spent her time while they were away. In the following weeks, the family experienced many arguments and conflicts, which only made Suzanne more determined. One day, she boldly declared that her father, Manfred, should buy an apartment for her and Daniel so they could live together happily. Naturally, her father refused. He told her she could do as she pleased, but only if she used her own money. Manfred also warned her that he would cut off her allowance. However, she then continued her secret meetings with Daniel. In the early morning hours of November 1st, 2002, the neighborhood around the Richthofen family home was shaken by screams. Suzanne and Andreas make a horrifying discovery. Their parents Manfred and Mauricia have died. Police arrived at the scene and found their bodies in the master bedroom. They were attacked while they slept, and evidence suggests a variety of murder methods. Manfred and Mauricia were so badly injured that they were unrecognizable. Mauricia's neck showed signs of strangulation, and a garbage bag was found over her head. It appeared that the family had been robbed, as money had been taken from a nearby suitcase and from other hiding places in the house. When the officers conducted a thorough inspection of the property, they uncovered several inconsistencies. For example, the alarm system did not alert the guard at that time. Upon further examination, it was revealed that the alarm had been turned off, indicating that the perpetrators likely knew the code. Additionally, the house appeared unusually tidy for a robbery crime scene. The documents and papers were scattered evenly rather than having been hastily thrown around. Furthermore, there were no signs of forced entry, no electronic equipment was stolen, and some rooms remained completely intact. The circumstances surrounding the case remain unclear, leading to various theories. The media focused particularly on Suzanne and Andreas. In the face of her parents' deaths, Suzanne was surprisingly calm. In interviews with the police, Suzanne and Andreas stated that they were not at home on the evening of October 31st, 2002. That day, at 9 p.m., she took Andreas out of the house and went to a cafe without informing their parents. After dropping Andreas off near the cafe, she rented a hotel room and stayed with Daniel. However, by 4 a.m., she and Andreas returned home and discovered their parents murdered in their beds. At this point, investigators became suspicious. Suzanne's testimony contradicted that of her younger brother, Andreas. While Andreas stated that their parents disapproved of her relationship with Daniel, Suzanne claimed that they disapproved of her relationship with Daniel. Suzanne claimed that they supported it, which was proven to be false. On November 1st, 2002, the funeral for Manfred and Maurizio was held, attended by family, friends, and the media. Unlike her younger brother, Suzanne showed little emotion during the funeral, which raised eyebrows. It was later rumored that she threw a party just 3 days after her parents passed away. Witnesses noted how her demeanor quickly changed from grief at the funeral to laughter at the party, raising the suspicions of authorities. Additionally, an anonymous tip was sent to the police warning of a purchase made by Daniel's brother, Christian. He bought a Suzuki motorbike for a large sum of cash just days after the murder. This purchase seemed suspicious because both Christian and Daniel were known to be financially struggling and had no stable jobs, along with issues related to alcohol and drugs. Acting on this information, the police took Christian to the station for questioning. Although he initially appears cautious and insists that he is innocent, he eventually confesses to the murders of Manfred and Mauricia. Daniel and Suzanne committed a serious crime. Christian alleges that they conspired to kill Suzanne's parents to inherit $17 million. The police quickly arrested both individuals and began questioning Daniel. He provided details of the crime, but his account was inconsistent with Suzanne's statements. While she said money was not the main motivation, Daniel claimed that inheritance money had a major influence on his decision to engage in crime. Despite their deep love for each other, they broke up shortly after being arrested. Suzanne was arrested, but she was later released pending trial, which was delayed for nearly 4 years. She has spoken with her lawyer and agreed to be interviewed by local media. During the interview, she became emotional, blamed Daniel for the situation, and claimed he ruined her family. She described herself as an unfortunate girl who fell into difficult circumstances and always missed her parents. However, she could not convince others of her innocence. On July 17, 2006, Suzanne, Daniel, and Christian stood trial for first-degree murder. The jury received detailed information about what happened on the night of October 31st, 2002. At 9 that night, Andreas left the house with Suzanne while their parents were asleep. At the time, Andreas was only 15 years old and completely innocent. He just wanted to go out and play. However, Suzanne had even more sinister plans. After dropping Andreas off at a coffee shop, she returned home by car with Daniel and Christian. Although the family's security guard saw her, he did not perceive anything unusual. After verifying that her parents were asleep, she turned off her home alarm system. She then guided Daniel and Christian into the living room, where they put on surgical gloves and hoods before taking crowbars upstairs to the designated bedroom. At this point, Daniel and Christian began attacking Suzanne's parents, Marisha and Manfred. Although it was very painful, they fought back fiercely. To quickly end the attack, Daniel and Christian kill Manfred. But Marisha is still alive. In a cruel act, they placed a plastic bag over her head and tightened it, leading to her death within minutes. They then staged a robbery by throwing papers around the room and stealing any money they found. They eventually left the house, and to create an alibi, Christian went to a fast food restaurant to ensure he was seen. Meanwhile, Daniel and Suzanne stay at the hotel, later asking for a receipt to prove they were there at 3:30 a.m. At 4 a.m., Suzanne picked up Andreas and returned home, pretending to be shocked upon discovering the horrific scene. During the trial, she blamed Daniel for the incident, claiming he had been drugging her and manipulating her into agreeing to the murder. However, Daniel and Christian argued that they acted on their own desires and Suzanne's plans, stating they were trying to defend a girl with alcoholic parents. However, no evidence of alcohol was found in Suzanne's parents. Additionally, her credibility was questioned, and prosecutor Roberto threatened to label her as a criminal. She was portrayed as an evil blonde, with the conclusion that her true motive was to acquire her parents' hard-earned money and assets. On July 22, 2006, just 5 days after the trial began, Suzanne, Daniel, and Christian were found guilty of murdering Manfred and Marisha. Suzanne and Daniel received 18-year prison sentences, while Christian was sentenced to 8 years for his involvement in the conspiracy. Suzanne then attempted multiple times to reduce or overturn her sentence. For example, she asked to be released, arguing that her personality disorder contributed to her crime. However, her request was denied. Since then, there have been several tragic incidents. Suzanne's younger brother, Andreas, had a hard time with the loss of his parents. In February 2007, 3 neighbors were awakened in the middle of the night to find their home broken into. They caught the burglar, and when the police arrived, he insisted that he had not harmed anyone. He appeared frightened and expressed indifference about his life. This man was Andreas. Shortly after this incident, he was admitted to a specialized institution. The family home was left vacant. In 2014, it was sold to unknown buyers who painted the entire exterior white. Many people sympathize with Andreas. He has a good education and a bright future ahead of him. He was raised by 2 loving parents, but in an instant, everything changed. His sister, Suzanne, and friend, Daniel, were imprisoned, and his parents were killed. It's no surprise that he fell into a deep depression. Despite the tragic murder of her parents, Suzanne is likely to inherit their wealth after serving her prison sentence. With a 40-year sentence, she could be released by 2042 and become a multimillionaire. Currently, both Suzanne and Daniel are serving their sentences in a semi-open facility, which allows them to leave prison for special occasions. It seems that in Brazil, even those convicted of murder can take vacations. The case of Alicia Canales Maguire. Alicia Canales Maguire was born on October 29, 1992 in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. Growing up on a farm, she learned the value of hard work and often returned to her family's farm to help. Spending time with loved ones is essential to Alicia. She talks to them often. Alicia lives in Birdsview with her husband, Bradley, whom she married in a beach ceremony at Deception Pass in July 2017. She had just gotten married 2 months ago, and Alicia was excited about having her own family. Her sister, Amanda Canales, who has 3 children, was about to go on a business trip to New York and asked Alicia to babysit while she was away. Alicia happily agreed because she loved her nieces and nephews. Alicia had been taking care of her grandchildren with an in-house nanny. When the nanny heard the gunshots, she rushed to check. She found Alicia dead at the door. The nanny immediately called 911, asking for help. When the police arrived, They began searching the house to make sure the perpetrator was no longer inside. The police verified that only the nanny and Amanda's children were present. After the children were safely removed from the house, the police began collecting evidence. A car was parked in front of the house near where Alicia was shot, with shell casings nearby, indicating that the shooter had been next to the car, near the front door. Several bullets were lodged in the door frame, and Alicia's body was lying face down outside the door. The crime did not appear to be a robbery, as the house was undisturbed and there were no signs of forced entry. This led the police to wonder who might have wanted to kill Alicia and why. However, police attention was diverted when they learned that the house belonged to Alicia's sister, Amanda. They began to consider the possibility of mistaken identity, suspecting that Amanda might have been the intended target. But Amanda was in New York at the time of the shooting. The nanny, who was in the house when the shooting occurred, was questioned by police. They asked her if she had seen the shooter or knew anyone who might have wanted to harm Alicia. The nanny reported that she was upstairs when she heard the gunshots. When she ran downstairs, she found Alicia lying face down and unconscious on the floor. Unfortunately, the nanny did not see the shooter. Alicia's acquaintances told the police that Alicia seemed to get along well with her husband, Bradley. However, she gave the police a crucial clue when she mentioned that Alicia's sister, Amanda, was having problems with her ex-husband, Kevin Lewis. After reviewing reports from the local sheriff's office, the police discovered that they had been called to Amanda and Kevin's address several times before, all in connection with domestic disputes. The police found this information particularly interesting and decided to investigate further. Before dawn, they visited Kevin at his home in another part of Everett. When they knocked on the door, Kevin opened it, looking as if he had just woken up. During the conversation, the officers asked Kevin if he knew where Amanda was, and he replied that she should be home. The police questioned Kevin about his whereabouts the night before. He claimed to have gone home, saying that his sister and mother would confirm his alibi. He did not ask why the police were there. When they told him that there had been a shooting in the house where his children lived, he showed no emotion, which was unusual for a father. He should have asked if his children were okay, but he did not. When the police told him that Amanda was away on business, Kevin appeared genuinely surprised, exclaiming, "Really?" and ending the conversation. As they left, the police discovered surveillance cameras at 2 nearby homes that could help corroborate Kevin's story. After reviewing the footage, the police discovered a car parked near Kevin's driveway about 40 minutes before the attack on Alicia. The footage showed someone resembling Kevin walking out the front door, getting into the car, and driving away, contradicting Kevin's claim that he had been home all night. The recording was not clear enough to confirm the identity of the person as Kevin. To gather more information, the police reviewed footage from another camera, which gave them a closer look at the car but did not help identify it. All they could see was that it was a light-colored car. They fast-forwarded the footage and saw the car return about 20 minutes later. However, they now noticed a crucial detail. The right front tire of this car was different from the other 3. The 3 tires were light-colored, while the right front tire was dark. The car stopped near Kevin's house, and the same person seen in the first footage got out of the car and walked back to the house. Whoever this man was, he had entered the house about 20 minutes before the 911 call about a shooting started coming in. The car then drove away and never returned. It was a 15-minute drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's, meaning the car had enough time to get to Amanda's house, or it may not have been involved in the shooting. Amanda first learned of her younger sister Alicia's death when her father called her, just hours after the tragedy. Amanda was in New York at the time, away from her family. Alicia's death was especially devastating, as she had recently married and was looking forward to starting a family of her own. When police questioned Amanda about potential suspects, she immediately pointed to her ex-husband Kevin as the likely culprit. During their 8 years together, Amanda endured physical abuse, leaving her bruised. Even after their divorce in June 2017, Kevin's behavior did not change. He continued to threaten Amanda, causing her to fear for her safety. Following a court ruling in August 2017, Amanda was awarded full custody of their 3 young children. The court ordered Kevin to pay $800 a month. This marked a new beginning for Amanda as she rebuilt her life in Everett, Washington. Surrounded by the love and support of her family, Amanda overcame the challenges of being a single mother. Kevin threatened Amanda, saying he would kill her. As a former soldier, he had been trained. Amanda believed she was the target of the attack, but her younger sister died. She even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, but he violated the order several times. Kevin frequently loitered outside her home, peering through windows and instilling fear in Amanda and her 3 children. Although he ignored the restraining order, he was never charged by the police. In one particularly disturbing incident just weeks before her sister was murdered, Amanda was brutally beaten as she got out of her car. She was returning home late at night and had parked in the driveway next to her house. She didn't see the attacker's face because the attack happened so suddenly, but she was certain Kevin was the culprit. Kevin Lewis, 30, was initially the prime suspect in the death of Alicia Canales McGuire. Police believed he was targeting his ex-wife. However, Kevin did not know Amanda was in New York, nor did he know Alicia was babysitting Amanda's children while she was away. Police found discrepancies. If the person in the video was indeed Kevin, he would have been home during the entire time of the shooting. Furthermore, his sister and mother had provided Kevin with a solid alibi. Therefore, the police continued to investigate and look into what happened. Upon returning to Amanda's home, the police re-examined the crime scene. Ballistics experts determined that Alicia was shot with the door partially open. The shooter fired at least 7 shots from outside the house, then fired inside. Evidence at the crime scene showed that the shooter fired multiple shots while standing next to the garage, then moved toward the door and fired again from inside. Alicia's autopsy revealed that she died from multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso, with a total of 5 shots hitting her. 2 of the shots caused gunpowder wounds, suggesting they were fired at close range. Although the medical examiner was unable to determine the exact order of the shots, it is believed that the 2 head wounds may have been the final shots. Forensic analysis confirmed that all 7 shell casings found at the scene came from the same type of gun. The wounds to Alicia's head were consistent with shots fired at close range. The shell casings found at the crime scene also caught the attention of police because the type of shell casing was uncommon. It was a Russian-made shell casing under the brand name Talamo. Since this was not a common brand, police hoped to identify the seller or buyer of the bullets. After investigating, they discovered that a Walmart store near the crime scene had sold the bullets. A Walmart representative informed police that a man had purchased the bullets and that they had surveillance footage of the transaction. After reviewing the footage, which was recorded on September 18th, 2 days before Alicia died, police thought the buyer might be Kevin. However, they were wrong, as the man in the footage was not Kevin. The buyer paid with a credit card, allowing police to obtain his name. After investigating this new lead, police found no connection between the man and Kevin, Alicia, Amanda, or the nanny. Therefore, police needed to find new evidence to move the case forward. Amanda says that at first their relationship was good, but eventually he became violent and started hitting her. The relationship ended in a messy divorce, with a restraining order and full custody of the children awarded to Amanda. Amanda was devastated to learn that it was Alicia who died in the shooting. Believing it was a case of mistaken identity, she believed the bullets were meant for her and told the police that Kevin was the attacker. However, according to surveillance cameras, Kevin was home at the time of the shooting. During the investigation, the police reviewed the footage taken the night of Alicia's death again. Now they noticed something they had not noticed before. This low-quality recording showed Kevin leaving the house, walking to the car, and getting into the back seat behind the driver. But why wasn't he in the front passenger seat? In search of an answer, the police concluded that someone else was in the front passenger seat. So, when the car pulled up in front of Kevin's house, there were probably 2 people in the car. Police had no evidence that Kevin was involved in Alicia's death, but they collected evidence of Kevin's attacks on his ex-wife Amanda and arrested him in November 2018. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, and Alicia's case remained unsolved after more than a year. A breakthrough in her case came in 2019 when a woman contacted the police station with crucial information. The woman reported that she had attended a party near Spokane, where she met a girl who claimed to be involved in a murder. This girl, Angelica, bragged about being hired to commit a crime on York Road, the same location where Alicia was shot and killed. Even though Spokane is a 5-hour drive from Everett, police decided to follow up on the lead. According to the woman, Angelica mentioned that she and her boyfriend were involved in the case, saying that the victim died from a gunshot wound to the head, fired from a corner. They were hired by the children's father. Furthermore, Angelica said that they had taken the life of the wrong person. It was a case of mistaken identity. The police have never released details about this case. Only the police and family members knew that Alicia was shot in the head. Considering that Angelica knew many details about the crime, the police were interested in this information. During the search for Angelica, the police discovered that her real name was Alexis Hale. On her social media profile, they found photos of her holding a 9mm pistol, which could be the murder weapon. In addition, some videos show a man in the background, identified as her boyfriend, Jaden Feltz. A video posted by Alexis on the night of Alicia's death shows her filming through the windshield of a car, analyzing traffic signs. Police were able to pinpoint the exact location of the car, about a 10-minute drive from Kevin's house. A few days after Alicia's death, police discovered a video of Jaden bragging about a large sum of money. Further investigation led them to a social media post by Jaden, where they found 5 comments, one of which was from his aunt. When they looked at her profile, they realized she was also Kevin's mother. Turned out Jaden was Kevin's cousin. Police now had enough evidence to make an arrest. The first person to be handcuffed was Alexis Hale. She screamed and said the police couldn't arrest her because she was only 17. She knew why she was being arrested and asked for a lawyer. Around the same time, police arrested Jaden in another part of town. To build their case, police analyzed phone records from both Jaden and Alexis, revealing a trip from Spokane to Everett that coincided with the shooting. Alexis did not tell police anything. Kevin is in prison, serving a 3-year sentence for assaulting Amanda. Therefore, police hope to get some information from Jaden. Police obtained a confession and the name of the person who hired Alexis and Jaden. It was Kevin Lewis. To gather more information, the police took Jaden to the crime scene and asked him to describe what happened. Jaden began explaining how Kevin brought him there and showed him where the house was, and then Jaden took Kevin home. Jaden was then asked by the police to describe what happened when his girlfriend Alexis knocked on the door. Jaden explained that the door was ajar and Alicia stuck her head out and saw Alexis walking out the door. As Alexis was walking away, Jaden rounded the corner and started shooting. Alicia closed the door, but Jaden opened it again and continued shooting. He fired 2 more shots before Alicia was able to close the door. Jaden then said that he ran from the crime scene. Kevin Lewis was arrested on charges of aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder in connection with the death of Alicia Canales Maguire in 2017, while he was serving time for assaulting his ex-wife Amanda. The 2 people involved in the case are Jaden Feltz and Alexis Hale. Jaden, then 20, pleaded guilty to first-degree intentional homicide in July 2020 and was sentenced to 31 years in prison. Alexis, then 18, also pleaded guilty and received a 15-year sentence. During his trial, Jaden said that he committed the crime for money and street cred. Jaden used the money Kevin paid him to get tattoos and buy a pair of Timberland boots and a Ferragamo belt. He claimed Alexis took the handgun from a family member and he split $200 with her. Kevin pleaded not guilty and went to trial later that year. The prosecution claimed that Kevin paid Jaden and Alexis $2,400 to harm his ex-wife Amanda, but that there was mistaken identity and Alicia's tragic death resulted. Jaden and Alexis claimed that Kevin gave them the address, and Jaden claimed that he did not know who the target was, only the address. Jaden received the payment after dropping Kevin off at his home. Jaden and his girlfriend Alexis then returned to the location Kevin had indicated. They got out of the car and approached the house, with Jaden stopping near the garage and Alexis knocking on the front door. When Alicia answered, Alexis left and Jaden continued to fire until he ran out of ammunition. Jaden initially fired from his position near the garage and then went up to the front porch to fire the remaining shots. He pointed the gun at the house, aiming at Alicia's neck and head area. They then drove away but quickly returned, concerned that they might have left a glove at the scene. However, when they saw a police car, they turned around and left the area, using GPS directions to drive back to Spokane. The defense argued that Kevin never actually used the word kill when speaking to Jaden and said that Kevin only said to get the target off the road. However, the prosecution countered that Kevin had a history of violence and had threatened Amanda. In November 2021, Kevin Lewis was convicted of first-degree murder after a 6-week trial, with the jury reaching a verdict in less than 3.5 hours. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole in January 2022. As part of his sentence, Kevin was also banned from contacting his ex-wife and children for the rest of his life. He is currently serving his sentence at the Washington State Prison in Walla County. William Smolinski Jr., nicknamed Billy, went missing at the age of 31 under suspicious circumstances that have tortured his loved ones. Billy was described as a blue-collar hard worker with a love for rebuilding old cars. He was holding down several jobs when he disappeared, including working as a tow truck driver and a technician for a heating and air conditioning company. He also mowed lawns and drove buses and dump trucks for extra income. He was described as a homebody who rarely traveled. However, on August 21, 2004, Billy and his girlfriend, Madeline, traveled to West Palm Beach, Florida, where her son, Thomas Karpuk Jr., a former Marine, lived and worked. His girlfriend, Madeline, was 16 years older than Billy. Sometime during the weekend, Billy allegedly found Madeline talking to another man on the phone in the bathroom. Later on the beach, he tried to take her phone, and she screamed for the police. It turns out the other man was a married town councilman by the name of Chris Sorensen, who lived in Woodbridge, Connecticut. Sorensen was also the owner of the school bus company that Madeline worked for and Billy had previously worked for. After the incident, the couple returned to Connecticut late at night on August 22nd. On Monday, Billy met with his sister Paula and stated that he was through with Madeline. However, in the early morning hours of August 24th, Billy put a ladder to Madeline's apartment and climbed to her second-floor window. She then let him in the front door, and they argued because she stated he wanted to get back together. But she didn't, and then he left. Apparently, he was seething for most of the day and even placed 3 calls to Chris, the man she was having an affair with. On the first 2 calls, he hung up without leaving a message. On the third call, he left a message stating, "You better watch your back." These were the last calls made from Billy on his phone. A few hours after the last phone call, Billy would go missing. He was last seen by his neighbor at his home at 130 Holly Street in Waterbury, Connecticut, on August 24, 2004. Billy's neighbor, Roy, claimed that Billy came to his house on August 24th between 3:30 and 3:45 p.m. and told him about the breakup with Madeline and said that he was going up north for a few days to look at a car and allegedly asked him to care for his German Shepherd, Harley, while he was gone. Roy stated that the next day he went to let Harley out and feed him, but the house key was not where Billy said it would be. Roy then called Billy's ex-girlfriend, Mary Ellen, who said she knew something was wrong immediately. Billy and Mary Ellen had adopted Harley together as a puppy from a breeder during their 8-year relationship. And any time that Billy needed him looked after, Mary Ellen was always the one to do so because they still shared time with him and remained close friends. They had an understanding that if one was unavailable to take care of him, the other would do so, and it had apparently worked out that way for a long period of time. Strangely, she said he would have never left Harley unattended or in the care of a neighbor, leading many people to disbelieve Roy's story. Also, Billy did not notify any of his family or friends, whom he stayed in constant contact with, about his sudden trip up north. He also did not notify his boss, who claimed that Billy had never not shown up for work before, especially without notifying him. Mary Ellen then called Billy's sister Paula, and the word spread quickly through the Smolinski family that something strange was going on with Billy. When Billy's sister arrived at his house, she thought it was odd where his truck was parked. She noted that it was parked at the bottom of the driveway, and he had never parked it there before. As family and friends convened at Billy's house, his truck was blocking the driveway. So Paula said she got in and moved it up against the house where Billy usually parked it. She said, I didn't think much about it at the time, but now I do." When his family attempted to report him missing, Billy's family was turned away and told to wait 3 days to see if he returned home because Billy had told his neighbor Roy that he was going out of town. Several days after he disappeared, his truck was broken into one night and papers were left in disarray. Upon an investigation, police found his wallet and keys tucked inside the front seat of the truck. Even though suspicion surrounded his neighbor, Roy, in February 2018, he passed away in a car accident and was never named a person of interest. A break in the case appeared to come in 2006 when a confidential informant told cops that back in February 2004, he was sitting in a Dunkin' Donuts with another man when the two of them spotted the missing posters the Smolinskis had tacked up throughout the valley. The informant said that the other man told him Sean Karpiuk, Madeline's son, killed Billy because Billy supposedly beat her up. The informant stated that Sean had supposedly choked Billy and killed him while in Madeline's apartment. Sean supposedly then called his friend Jason, and together they buried him at a job site that Sean was working at. He stated that they dug a hole and buried him under a spot where concrete was poured over the very next day. Sean had worked as a gravedigger and also at a landscaping company, but the cops never got a chance to question him because 5 months after Billy disappeared, he died of a heroin overdose. Several years after Sean died, his best friend, Chad Hansen, came forward multiple times and claimed that he had helped Sean bury Billy's remains, which were wrapped in carpet, and they covered it with lime. As a result of those multiple confessions, law enforcement began digging up locations in Seymour, Connecticut in February 2008, in Naugatuck State Forest in February 2010, and Oxford, Connecticut in 2011 looking for Billy's body. The Oxford search alone lasted 10 days and cost more than $100,000, but Billy was never found. Chad would later admit to purposely misleading police. In February 2011, he was charged with interfering with police and making a false statement. In January 2013, he pleaded guilty to one charge of making a false statement concerning injury or death and was sentenced to 4.5 years, but ended up only serving 2. Chad was also a known criminal and had 12 prior criminal convictions. Suspiciously, Madeline was seen ripping down Billy's missing flyers and was even videotaped doing so. This occurred on several occasions, sometimes with her friend Frances and sometimes with one of her sons. Madeline and her friend Frances would eventually follow Billy's mom as she hung up the missing posters and would immediately rip them down in front of her. For several months, the posters were removed every night, and Billy's family would repost them daily. Madeline also refused to take a polygraph test and was named a suspect at some point in the investigation, but was later ruled out. She also sued Billy's family, accusing them of harassment for posting missing person flyers and falsely accusing her of being involved in his disappearance. During one encounter while driving a Woodbridge school bus, Madeline followed Jan Smolinski around town. Billy's mother, Jan, was sadly arrested for harassment for putting up Billy's missing posters by a school where Madeline worked as a bus driver. A judge decided in Madeline's favor and awarded her $52,666 in damages. However, the verdict is under appeal. Sadly, of Madeline's 5 children, 3 have died. Her only daughter, Crystal, died from suicide. Sean died from a heroin overdose in February 2005, and Tom, in February 2008, drowned in calm waters off eastern Long Island despite being a former Marine and an excellent swimmer. Another son was in prison at the time Billy disappeared. Madeline stated that Chad Hansen invented the story about Sean killing and burying Billy. She also stated, "I don't think he is lying. I know he is lying." She believes that Billy is a survivor who could be living in the woods somewhere and says that his family has ruined her life. Both Chad Hansen and Sean Karpiuk are considered persons of interest in Billy's disappearance. Witnesses told police Chad has bragged about killing Billy with Sean and has said that his body would never be found. Chad, a habitual drug user, was usually under the influence of heroin or crack cocaine at the time he allegedly made these statements. Billy's mother believes Chad may in fact be telling the truth about her son's alleged murder and about helping dispose of the body, but is only lying about its location. Billy had no history of drug use and no police record, and he only drank socially at the time he vanished. He deposited most of his last paycheck in the bank prior to his disappearance, and his bank accounts have never been accessed since then. Also, Billy's social security number has not been used since he went missing. Billy's truck was never fingerprinted even though his family requested it. When Jan contacted the television show America's Most Wanted about broadcasting news about Billy's disappearance, the show's producers contacted the Waterbury Police Department about the case and were told that investigators didn't suspect any foul play. Unable to run a segment without cooperation from local police, and with no suspected foul play, Billy's story never made the national broadcast. 18 months after he disappeared, the police chief announced in an interview that foul play was a possibility. Thanks to the persistence of Billy's parents, in February 2009, federal legislation known as Billy's Law was introduced in Congress to help streamline the missing persons databases available to law enforcement. Billy's Law, also known as the Help Find the Missing Act, is intended to help ensure that other families won't experience the delays and frustration that the Smolinskis have gone through in the search for their missing son. So far, it is only implemented in 4 states: New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Tennessee, but it is being campaigned to become implemented in all 50 states. Billy has never been found, and as of today, his case remains unsolved. Sylvia Baker was a 28-year-old single mother of 2 children in 1982. She worked at a food and beverage company and the Hartford Public Library and took courses in sociology and design at Greater Hartford Community College, now known as Capital Community College. On July 17, 1982, Sylvia's 8-year-old son, Kelsey, was watching TV and her 2-year-old daughter, Alina, was sleeping. The 3 lived in an apartment on Sisson Avenue, a few blocks away from the Mark Twain House in Hartford, Connecticut. That Saturday afternoon, Sylvia told Kelsey she would be right back and went outside to take the garbage out. A little bit later, Kelsey went to the window and saw his mom outside talking with some neighbors. He didn't think much about it and returned to watching TV and eventually fell asleep. It would be the last time she would be seen alive. Witnesses reported that a blue van pulled up to the curb with several men and women inside. It appeared that Sylvia seemed to know them and approached the van and stepped in. The van then drove away. It is believed that Sylvia most likely got in the van willingly just to talk to the occupants and not to leave because she would not have left her children alone for any period of time. That would have been completely out of character for her. The night after Sylvia disappeared, kids playing near a pond at Kinney Park found Sylvia's body 2 miles from her apartment. She was naked and near a man who lived nearby. The man said he heard about the body from neighborhood kids and went down to check it out himself before the police arrived. People began to question if one of her ex-boyfriends could be involved. Sylvia's mother, Ethel Logan, stated that her daughter had recently joined a strange new religion and said it was some kind of cult thing. She said that whatever happened with the group, Sylvia objected and tried to get out, but they wouldn't let her. The so-called cult Sylvia's mother referred to is Rastafarianism. However, investigators found this angle a dead end. Some of Sylvia's ex-boyfriends were interviewed, but her murder did not appear to be a crime of passion. The man who dropped his wallet was never mentioned in the press, and the police never followed up with him and apparently believed his story. In the late 1980s and 1990s, investigators and the press noticed a pattern of women, particularly those who lived and spent time frequenting bars and clubs in Hartford's North End, disappearing late at night with their bodies being found in parks or other remote areas in and around Hartford. In the 1990s, a task force was formed to investigate these murders and others in other Connecticut towns as possibly related to a serial killer. At one time, there were as many as 17 murders that authorities thought could possibly be related, but several of those murders have since been found to be unconnected, while others may be related and not included. 6 years after Sylvia was killed, a 22-year-old Hartford resident, Patricia Thompson, was also found murdered, and Tamika Mayo of Hartford was last seen in the North End before her body was found in a secluded area of Rocky Hill. In 1991, 28-year-old Carla Terry, who lived near Kinney Park, was found dead at the Mark Twain Drive extension in Hartford. All 3 were assaulted, strangled to death, and then had their bodies moved. In 1987, 29-year-old Mary Shirley, who also spent time in Hartford's North End, was found dead behind a stone wall off Old Route. And though her body had deteriorated too much for a cause of death to be determined, her murder hasn't been ruled out as being connected. While the 1990 murder of 19-year-old Deidre Dancy has often been thought to be linked to these other murders, the MO of her killing was different. Alina and Kelsey moved in with their grandmother, and it was only as Alina grew up that the enormity of what had happened to her family became clear. Sadly, Alina has no memories of her mother. Several years ago, when Detective Andrew Jacobson began working on the cold case, he agreed with the original investigators that the Rastafarian angle didn't make sense and the ex-boyfriends were not the most likely culprits. But Jacobson believes that the man who owned the wallet is a person with information and that he wasn't forthcoming back in the 80s. The spot where the wallet was found is near the last area a vehicle could have traveled. From that point on, Sylvia's body would likely have had to be carried. Detective Jacobson stated, to get her body naked and bound to the edge of Kinney Park, it would be very difficult for one person to do it in the middle of the night by themselves, so there's at least 2 people involved, if not more. She also did not have scratches or abrasions, which means she most likely wasn't dragged. As Jacobson examined the man with the wallet further, he learned that a relative who lived with him was being looked at by other investigators, and that he is suspected in a series of sexual assaults. Both are part of a group of men Jacobson believes may be connected to Sylvia's death and other crimes. Another relative who lived with the man with the wallet also had a man that fit the description of the one Sylvia got into the last time she was seen alive. Jacobson is not ready to name the man with the wallet or any of the other men he suspects may know something about Sylvia's murder and other crimes. Although he finds this person to be a person of interest and very suspicious, he acknowledges he could be wrong. He continues to work on the case, but as of today, it remains unsolved. Doreen Jane Vincent was born in 1975. When she was 12 years old, her father, stepmother, and the stepmother's 2 children moved from Bridgeport to 1316 Whirlwind Hill Road in Wallingford, Connecticut. Doreen was very unhappy with living in the rural area of Wallingford and missed her friends back in Bridgeport. She had been unhappy in the past and had once hitchhiked from her home in Bridgeport to her mother's home in Waterbury. But her father, Mark Vincent, came and took her back. On June 5, 1988, 10 days after the initial move to Wallingford, Doreen would go missing. Mark said he last saw her in the kitchen at 8 p.m. before he went into his workshop. He said they had an argument and he had become very angry and hit her and pushed her into a window on the 2nd floor, breaking it. He said she then took some money and extra clothing and left through the front door between 8 and 9 p.m. Mark said that at 9 p.m., he went to Doreen's bedroom and she was gone. Her stepmother, Sharon, was attending church at the time Doreen went missing and wouldn't arrive back home until 11:30. That's when Mark told her Doreen was missing, and then he left the home for 4 to 6 hours. He returned home without Doreen and did not report her missing. Doreen's mother, Donna, was scheduled to pick up Doreen on the upcoming Saturday, 3 days after she disappeared. She left early to go to the home where Doreen was staying because no one was answering the phone. The reason no one had answered Donna's calls was because Mark had removed the phone from the wall. When she arrived, her ex-husband, Mark, was working on a lawnmower. This is when she was told that Doreen was missing. In fact, Mark actually accused Donna of taking her. She was shocked to find out that not only was Doreen missing, but Mark was not searching for her and was not frantic at all. Mark did not want her mother reporting her missing, but she did it anyways. Donna reported that the police would not take her report and only took Mark's because they did not want conflicting reports, one being a runaway and one missing. Authorities initially believed Doreen had run away from home because of the time she had run away and hitchhiked to her mother's home. Mark was known for his violent temper, and his account of the day Doreen went missing was very inconsistent. However, he did admit to pushing her into a window and breaking it. Sharon said she didn't believe her husband's story about her disappearance because their front door had a deadbolt and had to be opened from the inside with a key, and Sharon had the only key with her. So Doreen wouldn't have been able to leave through the front door like Mark said. Mark met with police for only one interview, refused to take a polygraph test, and never asked how the case was developing. A week after she went missing, Mark visited his mother and did not tell her that Doreen was missing. He said it was because his mother wasn't a part of the child's life. Sharon and Mark separated later that summer, and Mark moved out of the Wallingford home without leaving a forwarding address with the police, and the police were unable to locate him for some time. Between the late summer and early fall of 1988, about 2 months after Doreen went missing, a state park officer encountered a man at night in the woods of the state park he patrolled in Bethel and Reading. Huntington Park is a wooded expanse of more than 800 acres that runs through 2 Fairfield County towns, Bethel and Reading. He reported seeing a man removing something from the back of a pickup truck in the woods. The officer would say he saw the man carrying something that looked like a large object similar to a rolled-up carpet or maybe even a person. When the man noticed the officer, he took off into the woods. Instead of calling the incident into the state police, he called it into his office and would also take down a description of the truck that was left behind. He gave a detailed description, including dent marks and a jury-rigged toolbox attached to the back of the pickup bed. When Wallingford police received a warrant to search Mark Vincent's pickup truck, they brought along the officer who witnessed the man in the truck. The officer would say that Vincent's truck did match the truck he saw that night, including Vincent's homemade toolbox. However, the officer could not identify the man in the woods as Mark. About a year after Doreen's disappearance, law enforcement searched Mark's mother's home in Bethel, Connecticut, where he had once lived, looking for evidence in Doreen's case. Suspiciously, they would find some items that Mark claimed Doreen had taken with her when she left. They also found a gun legally registered to Sharon and charged Mark with being a felon in possession of a firearm and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Police have searched Huntington Park several times through the years since Doreen disappeared but came up with nothing. In the summer of 1999, a psychic named Colette and a medium named Steve walked through the park woods with family and police in an attempt to pick up a new lead on where Doreen might be buried. But, again, they had no luck. Doreen's father remarried and maintains his innocence. Her mother Donna still hopes that her daughter is alive, but knows that it is most likely impossible. And as of today, this case remains unsolved. Leah Ulbrich wrote poetry growing up and even had a piece of origami she made in her 5th grade class displayed at the Museum of Natural History because it was so well done. She had an above-average IQ and was known for creating beautiful stained glass artwork. She was a teenager in the 1980s when she began experimenting with drugs. At one point, she was severely attacked, which put her in a coma and caused a traumatic brain injury. Little is known about the attack itself, but she would recover and go through rehab at the Gaylord Hospital in Wallingford, Connecticut. It is unknown if she had any lasting cognitive effects from the injury. However, after rehab, Leah moved on with her life and would eventually marry a man named Bob, and the couple would have 2 children together in the early 90s. Sadly, her children were taken from her in 1993 when they were found living in squalor and with drug paraphernalia scattered around the home. She would spend the next 2 years in trouble with the law before being jailed for 9 months in 1994. The next year, Leah would complete a drug rehab program at Elm Crest Hospital, which now sits abandoned in Portland, Connecticut. After rehab, she moved into a halfway house in Massachusetts. At this point, she was still in contact with her family until she left the halfway house in October of 1995. Weeks would go by with no contact from Leah until one day when her parents were notified by a Hartford police officer that she had been killed. Investigators believe that Leah had previously been a prostitute and was killed in an area where many prostitutes walked the streets. She was 24 years old on October 29, 1995, when around 5 a.m. witnesses saw Leah in some sort of altercation with a person in a 4-door Nissan Altima or Maxima. She either tried to escape or was pushed out of the car as it sped off, but her right arm got trapped in the seat belt. She was dragged to death beside the speeding car along a 4.5-mile route beginning in Hartford, Connecticut and ending in Wethersfield before her body finally came to a rest. A newspaper delivery driver witnessed the incident and attempted to follow the car, but it sped away at more than 60 miles per hour. A woman standing on a corner witnessed the vehicle speeding by a moment later with Leah still being dragged and screaming on the side of the car. The woman called police from a payphone and reported the incident. officers looking for Leah found a trail of blood and pieces of her clothing that ran for miles to the storm drain where her body was discovered. Leah could only be identified at first by tattoos, including the name Ozzy and a pair of theater masks on her shoulder. Hartford detectives have meticulously pored over the evidence from the scene and kept enough of it that investigators were able to send some to labs for more DNA testing. A cord for an electronic device found with Leah's remains could contain traces of the suspect's DNA but has not been publicized. In February 2002, investigators tried to entice the woman who reported the incident from a payphone to come forward by offering a $50,000 reward for information in the case. This picture was taken of Leah with her children in mid-October 1995, and it was the last time her family saw her alive. Leah's father, Robert Baskin, has used his personal tragedy in speeches throughout Washington, D.C. and Connecticut to convey the message of the nonviolence advocacy group he once led and connect with teenagers from violent communities. Leah's children are now successful adults and say that all of the heartache has made them stronger, better people. Her family still seeks answers on what really happened that day, but as of today, the details remain a mystery and the case remains unsolved. Rosa Marie Camacho was born June 7, 1993, and went by the name Rosita. She and her mother, Rosa Delgado, lived in Hartford, Connecticut. Rosa got pregnant with Rosita at the age of 16 by married local police officer named Julio Camacho that was 32 years old at the time. Julio was working and patrolling the area when he met her hanging out on the front porch with some friends and her sisters. The age of consent at the time in Connecticut was 16, but today the law has changed and is now 18 years old if the older person is in a position of authority. When Julio got Rosa pregnant, he was married and his wife was also a police officer with the Hartford Police Department. Julio started working for the Hartford Police Department in 1988 and would be fired a year later. He was charged with third-degree assault of his ex-wife in 1989, but was rehired after the charge was dismissed. When Rosita was born in 1993, Rosa applied for state benefits. As a result, the state of Connecticut sought child support from Julio, and he was ordered to pay $750 a month. He was already paying child support for 3 other children by other relationships while also raising his second wife's children. On October 24, 1997, Rosa and her 4-year-old daughter Rosita left their residence at approximately 5 p.m. to walk to a local store together and buy groceries, including milk and diapers. She left her 5-month-old daughter at her home in the care of a sister when she left to go to the store. The store was in the 60 block of Madison Avenue, and to get there, they would have to walk past Julio's mother's home. A witness would say they saw Julio speaking to Rosa and their daughter on a street corner outside his mother's home. After going to the store, Rosa and Rosita never returned home and were reported missing the next day. It would be a month before the disappearance was announced to the media. Law enforcement stated that this was due to a language barrier between them and the family of the missing 4-year-old and her mother. Although one of Rosa's sisters spoke fluent English and a translator was available with the police department, records indicate that law enforcement did not question Julio for weeks after they disappeared. He admitted he saw them that day, but then hired a lawyer when he became a suspect. In November 1997, a month after they went missing, Julio asked the court to cancel his child support order for Rosita until DNA testing established paternity. However, he never mentioned that Rosita and her mother were missing. Rosa and Rosita lived with relatives who stated Julio visited them at their apartment and also called them regularly prior to their disappearances. But the visits stopped as soon as the pair vanished, and he never contacted her family to see if they had heard from them. Witnesses also reported seeing many deep scratches on Julio immediately after they went missing. The next month in November, a woman's body was discovered by duck hunters floating in 3 feet of water in Columbia Lake in western New Jersey, right off Interstate 80 in a remote area 3 hours from Hartford. Authorities were initially unable to identify the victim, so they named her the Lady of the Lake. The woman's identity remained a mystery until DNA tests were conducted in May of 1999. A year and a half later, the test proved that the remains were those of Rosa's. There were no signs of Rosita in the area where Rosa was found, and part of the lake was even drained to look for her. There have been no arrests in either Rosita's disappearance or Rosa's homicide, but Julio has been named as the prime suspect. Rosa's family accused the Hartford Police Department of mishandling the investigation and trying to cover up Julio's misconduct while he was with the department. Julio was seeing two women, including Rosa, regularly while he was on duty and fathered children with both of them. Two women claimed that he had sexually assaulted them while on duty and in uniform. One of the incidents occurred in 1995 and the other in 1997. 5 others would eventually come forward with similar allegations. Julia was one of 7 Hartford police officers accused of committing sex crimes while on duty during this period. In 1998, Julio resigned from the Hartford Police Department, citing family issues as the reason. In the year February, Julio was arrested on corruption charges. In February 2001, Julio admitted to the 1995 and 1997 assaults and pleaded guilty to one of the charges, and the prosecution agreed to not seek charges in the other cases. It's reported that Julio had asked his brother to submit a false alibi for him after Rosa and Rosita disappeared. When authorities checked his car, they discovered the trunk liner was missing and the trunk bottom had been sanded down. They also discovered a handmade hatchet, a wire garrote, and 2 sawed-off shotguns inside Julio's residence during a search. There was no evidence of blood and the items were all very clean. During the investigation, there were several books on murder found in his home, including one on how to commit murder and get away with it. Nearly 20 years later, detectives dug up the yard of Julio and his wife's former home, and if anything was found, the information has not been publicized. He has since been released from prison and now lives in Virginia. If Rosita is still alive today, she would be 27 years old. Due to the lack of evidence at this time, Julio has never been arrested for Rosita's disappearance or her mother's murder, and as of today, their cases remain unsolved. The case of Christina and Thompson Harris. Christina and Thompson and Jason Thomas Harris, both 40, had been married for 11 years by February 2014. They got married in February 2003, after dating for about 5 years. In February 2009, Christina and Jason welcomed their first child, which brought significant changes to their lives. Despite the daily challenges and responsibilities, they were happy to be parents. Christina took care of the house and the children, while Jason worked at a plastics factory. As the children grew up, Christina was able to contribute financially to the family by working. However, in May 2014, she had to take maternity leave because she was expecting their second child in a few weeks. On September 29, 2014, Jason chatted with Christina while at work. Christina was suffering from a cold. She had a bad cough and was not sleeping well, but she reassured her husband that she was fine. A few hours later, Jason called his wife at home but received no response, which worried him. Unable to reach Christina, Jason asked a neighbor to check on her. He explained that Christina was sick and not answering the phone. The neighbor knocked on the front door but got no answer, so she called Christina's name. Receiving no response, she decided to try the door, found it unlocked, and entered the house. When she entered the bedroom, she found Christina lying on the bed and could not wake her. The neighbor called 911 and ran out of the house to call another neighbor, a nurse. The nurse checked Christina's pulse and confirmed that she had died. Thus, on September 29, 2014, for months after the birth of her second child, Christina was found dead at home. When the police arrived, Jason Harris was present. He told the police and paramedics that his wife had been sick but was alive when he left for work that morning. 2 days later, the medical examiner ruled that Christina died from an overdose of a controlled substance, a finding that shocked her family and friends. Most people who knew Christina, a mother of 2, including a newborn, believed that she had never used drugs. Christina's mother, Kathy, told police that her daughter was fine when she saw her the day before she died. Police were therefore skeptical of Jason Harris's claim that his wife had a cold. According to Kathy, Christina said her marriage to Jason was complicated. Jason was unhappy with the marriage but did not want a divorce because of concerns about child support and custody. Neighbors who discovered Christina's body also provided additional information to the police. Jason reportedly told them that the night before Christina died, he had prepared cereal with milk for her. Then Christina passed out and dropped the plate. Police realized that Christina's family and friends had a hard time accepting that she might be involved in drugs. Instead, police suspected that Jason Harris was involved in Christina's death. Christina's mother and sisters insisted that police test her breast milk. According to Kathy, the police ignored the request for 48 hours. However, thanks to the family's persistence, the police finally agreed to investigate. As a result, breast milk was used as evidence for the first time in Michigan history. As confirmed by Christina's family and friends, all drug tests at her workplace and at the hospital where she gave birth to her second child were negative. Her second child was only 4 months old when Christina died. Christina was breastfeeding, and Kathy confirmed that Christina was very careful about what she put into her body because she didn't want to affect her child. Christina often pumped breast milk while at work and stored it in the freezer. Some of the breast milk was left at Kathy's mother's house. They tested 3 bags of breast milk for possible drug residue. These bags were labeled with the date they were put in the freezer so Christina knew which bag to thaw first. Experts tested all the samples, including the ones frozen just before Christina died, and found no signs of drugs. This proves that Christina did not use the substance that killed her. Jason Harris's sister was the only one who suggested that Christina had used drugs, prompting investigators to focus more on Jason and treat Christina's death as a homicide. The investigation was slow, and it is unclear what would have happened if Christina's family had not been actively involved in the search for the truth. Kathy repeatedly reminded Davison police about her daughter's case in August 2016, nearly 2 years after Christina's death. Not seeing the enthusiasm and desire to solve her daughter's case in Davidson, Kathy asked Davidson police to turn the case over to the Michigan State Police, which had new investigators. From there, the story began to unravel. Police gathered a lot of information about Jason Harris, including how he acted before and after his wife's death. Jason had been having affairs with other women. Christina knew about this and confided in her family and co-workers that Jason had been texting other people while she was giving birth to their youngest child. Christina once told a co-worker that if she died, Jason would be the cause. When asked if she was serious, she said yes. Jason told his co-worker that he suspected the second child was not his biological child. He also complained that after the birth, Christina became depressed, often stayed in bed, and did not go to work. Jason often complained about Christina nagging him. A co-worker of Jason recalled that Jason may have told him that he wanted Christina dead. He described the relationship between Jason and Christina as toxic and recalled that they argued frequently. One of the most surprising and shocking things about this case is that Jason Harris did not hesitate to let everyone know that he wanted to get rid of his wife. He tried to do so, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to his words and actions before Christina died. Jason bought poison twice and mixed it into her drink. Both times, Christina felt that the taste was unusual and did not drink it. Jason then asked a coworker to find him a poison that would not change the taste or smell of drinks or food. Jason said he wanted to knock Christina unconscious so she would not feel anything. When he shared with the coworker that Christina would not drink water because it tasted strange, the coworker refused to talk to him further. The coworker testified that Jason had talked about wanting Christina to stop nagging and that the coworker thought Jason was joking. Jason also told a coworker that he had hired someone to kill Christina, but the person was arrested for another reason before the murder. Jason therefore offered the coworker $10,000 from Christina's $100,000 life insurance policy to kill her. The co-worker refused the offer, thinking that Jason was just venting his anger by talking about his wife and making inappropriate jokes. According to the colleague, he recalled a conversation with Jason in which Jason said, "I'm bored with her. I'm going to dump her." The police then decided to question the neighbor who discovered Christina's body. The neighbor testified that she saw Christina's family truck in the driveway, but Christina did not come to the door. She entered the house and found Christina lying in bed, unresponsive. The neighbor asked Jason if she should try to wake her up. He replied that Christina must have fallen asleep and that he would come home. The neighbor went back inside and removed the covers around Christina because she felt cold and had foam coming from her mouth and nose. The neighbor called 911 and another neighbor who was a registered nurse. The neighbor, who was a registered nurse, testified that Christina was cold, stiff, had no pulse, and had white foam coming from her mouth. She did not attempt to resuscitate Christina because she believed she was already dead. Jason told the police that he asked a neighbor to check on Christina and that he had to rush home because Christina was unresponsive. However, witnesses said Jason did not appear anxious or in a hurry. What raised suspicions about Jason was that morning he called Christina's supervisor at work. He told her that Christina had died the night before and that he wanted to inquire about the $100,000 death benefit from Christina's life insurance policy through work. Additionally, one of the women Jason had an intimate relationship with told investigators that Jason had contacted her on the day of Christina's death and said that his wife had died from an overdose of a controlled substance. This suggests that he knew what caused Christina's death even before the medical examiner's report. That evening, the neighbor he had asked to check on Christina saw him in his driveway. She said that Jason told her that Christina was not the angel her parents thought she was, and that their child would soon learn all the good and bad things about Christina. He said that Christina dropped her bowl of cereal, and he told her to go to bed. Jason also told a neighbor that his wife tossed and turned during the night, and that he heard her coughing before he left for work. Jason wondered if that was her last breath. Jason told a police officer that Christina was coughing a lot when he left the house. He also told the police that Christina fell asleep eating cereal the night before she died. Finally, Jason told Christina's mother, Kathy, that before she died, Christina complained that her water tasted like chemicals. One of the main motives in this case is believed to be insurance money. Within a week of Christina's death, Jason and his mother went to Christina's workplace to inquire about the life insurance money. Additionally, Jason received a $20,000 death benefit from a life insurance policy issued by his company shortly after Christina's death. One of Jason's lovers moved in with Jason and his children. Christina's mother believed that Jason's lover moved in with him after Christina's funeral. However, Jason's neighbor testified that the lover had even moved into Jason's home before Christina's funeral. The neighbor added that Jason's adult children from a previous marriage moved into the home within days of Christina's death. Police also discovered that Jason Harris purchased a plane ticket to Rhode Island 9 days after Christina's death to visit a woman with whom he had exchanged more than 5,800 text messages. County Medical Examiner Dr. Brian Hunter submitted post-mortem blood and urine samples for laboratory testing. Dr. Hunter determined that the test results were consistent with Christina being poisoned by a lethal substance. Initially, Dr. Hunter determined that her death was an accident. Because there were no injection marks on Christina's body and investigators did not find any powder residue or rolling papers next to the bed where Christina died. In February 2016, the Michigan State Police took over the investigation into Christina's death. In February 2019, after Christina's family disputed Christina as cause of death, Dr. Hunter later changed Christina's death certificate from an accident to a homicide. Police charged Jason with first-degree murder, solicitation of murder, and delivery of a controlled substance resulting in death. He was denied bail. Jason's attorney, Nicholas Robinson, said his client pleaded not guilty to the charges and wanted to fight them. When he was arrested, Jason had lost his job after testing positive for drugs. Kathy's efforts to ensure that law enforcement would punish the person responsible for her daughter's death were not overlooked. Gena's County Prosecutor David Layton said that a few years ago, he began receiving Facebook messages and emails from a Davidson woman who claimed her daughter had died and that her death was not an accident. "It can't be happening," the woman told the prosecutor. She was certain that someone had caused her daughter's death. Kathy's passionate pleas caught David Layton's attention, prompting authorities to re-examine the death of her daughter, Christina. "I will never forget what she wrote in an email, prosecutor. You are my last hope. This is our last chance to get justice for my daughter. Please help me," David Layton said. "At that moment, and as I spoke to her this morning, I was absolutely convinced that her daughter's death was not an accident. It was the result of foul play. It was Kathy's relentless efforts to seek justice for her daughter's death that led to this situation, and those efforts paid off. The trial began in 2020. The prosecution alleged that Jason put a controlled substance in his wife's cereal bowl to kill her. He then went to work as usual, waited a few hours, and asked a neighbor to check on Christina. According to the prosecution, Jason wanted someone else to discover his wife's body in order to reduce suspicion against him. The direct evidence against Jason was overwhelming. Jason had a motive for killing Christina. He was having an affair with another woman, suspected she was cheating on him, believed the second child was not his, and was tired of her nagging. Jason did not want a divorce because he did not want to pay child support or lose custody of her. Before her death, Jason told a coworker that he wanted Christina dead. On the morning of her death, Jason called her company to inquire about a $100,000 life insurance policy, and in that call, he said Christina had died the night before. The jury heard clear evidence that Jason not only wanted Christina dead, but that he had tried to hire someone to kill her. He planned to do this and knew where to buy illegal drugs. In fact, he had purchased them on multiple occasions to give to Christina. At trial, multiple witnesses testified that Christina did not use drugs recreationally. Christina was very careful about what she consumed because she was breastfeeding. Furthermore, tests showed that her frozen breast milk contained no harmful substances. To support the theory that Jason had poisoned Christina's food, the prosecution presented toxicology reports. For example, Judge argued that Christina's death could have been caused by ingestion of some kind of poison. The prosecution ruled out injection because no traces of injection or needles were found at the scene. Judge also testified that inhalation was unlikely because no rolled-up dollar bills or snorting paper were found at the scene. The court gave Jason Harris a chance to speak, but he did not apologize or show remorse instead. He insisted that he was innocent. The judge said, "The jury did not believe your lies," ultimately exposing him as a selfish and deceitful murderer. On November 17, 2021, the jury found Jason Harris, 47, guilty on all charges. 3 weeks later, the court sentenced him to life in prison without parole. He has appealed the verdict, however. After the trial, prosecutor David Layton expressed his condolences to Christina's family and friends, emphasizing that this was a tragic case. Layton went on to say, "While this case has many unique and media-driven details, the most important thing is the family's loss. I hope this verdict helps them find comfort in knowing that justice has been served." Jason requested a new trial on the grounds that his defense attorney did not do a good job. He introduced evidence in the form of his attorney's testimony, showing that his defense attorney failed to seek an independent expert opinion on the prosecution's evidence and failed to consult with an independent toxicologist. Jason's defense attorney explained this decision as part of a trial strategy because he had thoroughly questioned Dr. Hunter and was able to show the jury that Dr. Hunter had changed his opinion about the cause of death based on information from a related civil lawsuit. In February 2024, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld Jason Harris's conviction. He remains in prison for life without the possibility of parole. Virginia Uden was 32 years old when she and her two sons, 10-year-old Reagan and 11-year-old Richard, were last seen in Wyoming. Virginia was divorced from Gerald Uden, and he was the boys' adopted father. On September 12, 1980, they were leaving Virginia's mother's home in the vicinity of the 700 block of North Federal Court in Riverton, Wyoming at approximately 1:30 p.m. Virginia had told her mom that she was taking the boys to meet Gerald in Pavilion, Wyoming, and then he was going to take the boys bird hunting. It is of note that the boys brought along their own rifle with them. The 1973 Ford Country Squire station wagon they were in that day, which Virginia had borrowed from her mother, was found abandoned and vandalized on October 4, 1980, nearly 1 month after she and her sons had disappeared. It was found in the rugged Dickinson Park area of the Wind River Mountains on the edge of Trout Creek Canyon about 20 miles west of Lander. It appeared as if someone had tried to push the car into the canyon, but it had become lodged between trees. It was then covered with branches that were cut from nearby pine trees. The car also had rags and papers stuffed into the car's gas tank. It appeared someone tried to set it on fire before attempting to push it off the canyon, but was unsuccessful. There was a large amount of blood, which was determined to be Virginia's blood type, found in the front, middle, and rear of the car. DNA testing was not available at this time, and they were only able to test the blood type. A Lander resident said he had seen the vehicle several times in the 2 weeks before law enforcement found it, but he didn't know of the investigation and said the vehicle was not covered in branches when he first noticed it. When Virginia, Reagan, and Richard disappeared, Gerald was remarried to a woman named Alice Louise Oden. Gerald and Alice suspiciously moved to Chadwick, Missouri after the three went missing. Years later, in September 2013, with evidence pointing towards Gerald, he was arrested and charged with their murders. In October 2013, he pleaded guilty to all three murders and provided a detailed account as to what happened. Gerald stated that he picked up Virginia, Richard, and Reagan from 123 Williams Road near Pavilion. He said they drove a short distance before all four got out of the vehicle. He then shot all three of them with the .22 caliber rifle they were going to use for bird hunting. He admitted the murders were premeditated and said he shot them after they got out of the car at a canal near Pavilion in Fremont County, Wyoming. He said he put the bodies in large drums and dumped them in Fremont Lake, which is approximately 450 feet deep. He was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder in exchange for his guilty pleas and sentenced to life in prison. He referred to Virginia as a predator and showed no remorse for his actions. Strangely, Alice was also charged with murder and arrested at the same time as Gerald, but for a separate incident. During the investigation of Gerald, it led investigators to also investigate Alice. She was charged with murdering her husband, Ronald Holtz, a U.S. Army veteran, in late 1974 or early 1975 when he was 25 years old. They married in September 1974, and he disappeared sometime after Christmas that year. Alice allegedly told a witness years ago about shooting her husband while he was asleep. She told the same witness that she had hidden his body in a barrel before dumping it in a mine. The police had long suspected Alice murdered Ronald, but did not have enough evidence until his body was found in an abandoned gold mine in August 2013, and then she was tried for murder in February 2014. She claimed Ronald was abusive to her, and she shot him to protect her daughter from him. She was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. In February 2018, Fremont County and state officials dug behind the former home of Gerald under an old hog pen. They stated that they had uncovered new information in the case of Virginia, Richard, and Reagan. The house was located on Williams Road about 15 miles northwest of Riverton. The dig lasted about 1 week, but they never provided what information led them to dig there. Sadly, nothing of value was found. Neighbors of Gerald and Alice say they raised 2 children, attended church regularly, and lived a good life. Some were having a hard time believing the accusations against them. When they were finally arrested, the couple were in their 70s. Although an arrest in their cases was made, sadly, as of today, the case remains open because the bodies of Virginia, Reagan, and Richard have never been located. Justin Philip Harris was born August 20th, 1990. When he was a child, his mother Stephanie Sidebottom willingly turned him and his younger sister over to the custody of the state. He sadly went through several failed foster care placements before he was placed in the R.L. Mills home in Casper, Wyoming in February. The R.L. Mills home, which has since closed down in 2011 due to financial issues, was a center for boys with a variety of emotional and behavioral problems in the 100 block of East H Street. On Valentine's Day, February 2004, 13-year-old Justin was last seen in his room at the group home. The next morning at 7 a.m., workers at the home found his room empty after he failed to show up for breakfast. His bed was found stuffed with clothes, making it appear as if he were still under the covers. His father, Philip Harris, a truck driver who had fought for custody of him, initially said he believed his son ran away to be with him. He also initially believed that his son was either still in the Casper area or tried to go to Swink, Oklahoma. His father lived in Swink, and Justin had threatened to run away to there before because he wanted to be with his father. He had also repeatedly run away from his various foster homes in the past. However, after a few days passed, Philip said he thought Justin may not have run away from the group home, but in fact could have become the victim of a crime that the group home tried to cover up. After a few weeks passed, the Casper Police Department polygraphed several people that were close to Justin, including family members, but it led nowhere. In the days immediately following Justin's disappearance, it was reported by the director of the boys' home that Justin was developmentally disabled, functioning at the level of a 6 or 7-year-old. The director also said Justin was taking medication for depression at the time of his disappearance. The staff said he required constant supervision and could not function without his psychiatric medications. However, they stated he had been doing well at the facility and was also succeeding at school. Justin's father denied that Justin suffered from any kind of disability, stating that he was just a shy boy and a quiet student. He describes him as kind, considerate, lovable, and helpful. He also said that Justin's DNA is being tested against all John Doe bodies found across the country, but there has been no matches. There is very little information in this case, and as of today, it remains unsolved. Amy Bechtel was born in 1972 in Santa Barbara, California. She would later move to Wyoming in 1996, where she would meet and marry a man named Steve Bechtel. They both enjoyed the outdoors, with Steve spending time rock climbing and Amy being an avid runner, amateur photographer, and like Steve, enjoyed rock climbing. She would graduate from the University of Wyoming in 1995. While in college, she was the captain of the cross-country and track teams and hoped to try out for the 2000 Summer Olympics. After college, she continued to compete in regional and national competitions, including the 1996 Boston Marathon. She and Steve settled in an apartment in Lander, Wyoming a year into their marriage, and in 1997, they purchased their first home in the same town. Around 9:30 a.m. on July 24, 1997, Amy left her apartment to run errands for their newly purchased home. But first, she would teach a children's weightlifting class at a local fitness center. She was then seen at Camera Connection at approximately 2:30 p.m. that afternoon. Employees at the store said she seemed to be in a hurry and looked at her watch several times. She then stopped at the Gallery 331, and the owner noted that Amy once again seemed in a hurry and was repeatedly looking at her watch. This was the last confirmed sighting of her that day. Authorities believe that Amy left the business and drove to the Shoshone National Forest to check the course of an upcoming 10-kilometer run planned by her gym. There's a chance she was seen running along Loop Road because a footprint similar to her sneaker was found there. Sadly, it was destroyed before police could attempt to match it. That evening, when Steve returned home after spending the day with friends, he noticed that Amy was not home, but states that he initially wasn't too concerned. But by 10:30 p.m., when Amy was still not home, he called the police because it was not like her to not come home or call if she was going to be late. Steve and his neighbors would begin searching for Amy, and a few hours later at 1 a.m., the couple's neighbor located her white Toyota Tercel parked along Loop Road in the Wind River Mountains near Shoshone National Park, where she was known to go running. Her keys, sunglasses, and her to-do list for the day were inside the vehicle, but her wallet was missing. On July 26th, search and rescue teams using dogs, 2 private helicopters, and at least 100 volunteers searched the area. Investigators initially believed she may have fallen victim to the elements or possibly been attacked by a wild animal. It wasn't long into the investigation when investigators began to turn their focus towards Steve. When investigators searched his journals for possible clues, it was noted that Steve at some point had written about an apparent need for control in their relationship. He had also penned an undated poem that revolved around murdering a person and then hiding the remains. Suspiciously, he had a series of journals describing violence towards women and his wife. He would later claim that the journals consisted of song lyrics he had written for his band and that they were unrelated to Amy or her disappearance. In 1998, local police stated that Steve was no longer a central suspect in the case, although he had not cooperated with the police. Steve provided an alibi for the time of Amy's disappearance, which was corroborated by friends who agreed they had spent the afternoon with him rock climbing. Even with this information, His lawyer still advised him not to take a polygraph test. In late August 1997, the FBI requested satellite photos from NASA of the area on the day of Amy's disappearance, but the satellite images provided no information. In January 1998, pictures were requested from NASA from the Russian space station Mir, which was believed to have snapped a shot of the area the day Amy disappeared, but the weather had prevented any quality photos that day. A woman who was camping in the Shoshone National Park on the day Amy was last seen told authorities that she witnessed a truck similar to Steve's speeding through the park during the early evening hours. The woman stated that she saw an unidentified blonde-haired woman in the passenger seat. However, it is not known if the incident is related to Amy's case. Phone records showed that Steve made a call from his house at 4:43 p.m. around the same time the witness said she spotted his truck. The Bechtels' home was around a 45-minute drive from the mountain road where Steve's truck was allegedly spotted. Acquaintances of the couple gave conflicting statements about their relationship. Some described it as idyllic, while others stated that Steve was jealous and often belittled Amy, and that her demeanor changed whenever she was around him. Steve maintains his innocence and believes that authorities focused on him due to a lack of suspects and evidence in Amy's disappearance. He was interviewed only once by authorities and refused to speak with them further after he said the questions turned accusatory. Steve remarried several years after Amy vanished and still lives in the house that they purchased days before her disappearance. In June 2003, a Timex Ironman triathlon watch was discovered by a doctor hiking near the Popo Agie River and was turned in to police. It was noted to be similar to a watch Amy had owned at the time of her disappearance. However, law enforcement was unable to determine whether or not the watch belonged to her. One theory is that a possible suspect in Amy's case is Delwayne Eaton, who is presently the only inmate on Wyoming's death row. He was convicted of the 1988 rape and murder of an 18-year-old Lisa Marie Kimmel. Investigators believe Eaton may be the so-called Great Basin Killer, the serial killer whom they think was responsible for the murders of at least 9 women in Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and Nevada between 1983 and 1997. His brother and sister-in-law claim he was camping in the same area and around the same time Amy went missing. Eaton allegedly attempted to kidnap a family experiencing car trouble a month after Amy went missing. Shannon Breeder, her husband Scott, and their 5-month-old baby Cody were traveling along Interstate 80 when their van broke down. Eaton stopped to offer help and asked Shannon to drive his green 85 Dodge van. When they got in the car, Eaton pulled a gun on the family and told Shannon to drive south into the desert. Instead of driving south, Shannon hit the gas and turned in a circle, which allowed Scott to jump out of one side of the van with the baby, and Shannon jumped out the other side. Scott grabbed Eaton and hit him in the head with the butt of Eaton's rifle. Eaton ended up getting stabbed with his own knife during the struggle and left the scene after the family sped away. Eaton only spent 99 days in jail for the crime and was given 1 to 2 years probation. After the kidnapping attempt, Eaton was convicted of the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Lisa Marie Kimmel in 1988 when she was driving along from Colorado to Montana. In February 2002, DNA evidence finally determined that Eaton abducted Lisa at a remote rest area and killed her. They also found Lisa's car that he had buried and used as a septic tank. He is now serving life in prison for her death, but has refused to discuss Amy's disappearance and has never been charged in any other cases besides Kimmel's. The police don't believe Eaton was involved in Amy's disappearance and believe Eaton's niece, who said unlike his brother and sister-in-law that he was actually visiting her in Colorado when Amy vanished. They instead continue to believe that Steve is the only viable person of interest in the case. In early 1998, Steve appeared on the Geraldo Rivera show with Amy's sisters, Casey and Jenny, who pleaded with him to provide information regarding her disappearance. Steve denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during the program. Her family continues to search for her, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Christy Lynn Richardson, who went by the name Chris, went missing in 2014 at the age of 61. Chris was a wealthy businesswoman and owned Richardson Trucking that she and her late husband started in 1979. The trucking company transported oil and gas and was a very lucrative business. Most of the truckers called Chris Mom, and she was known to be a hard worker. When her husband passed away in February 2013, she took over the company. The day she went missing on October 6, 2014, it was her daughter's birthday, who lived only a block away from her house. Chris returned home from bringing her daughter a birthday card and visiting with her grandchildren. Her daughter said when she saw her mom, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Chris was last seen by a neighbor getting her mail from her mailbox at her home at East 24th Street in Casper, Wyoming, and then she was seen pulling her car into the garage. The truckers were required to check in with Chris when arriving to their destinations. At 7:45 that evening, she took a routine call from one of her truck drivers. The next call that came in was around 11 p.m. that night, but it went unanswered. She was expected at work at 7:15 a.m. the next day, and when she didn't show, which was very unlike her, one of her employees tried calling her. When they didn't get an answer, they then called her daughter and son-in-law, who rushed to her home and noticed that her car was still in the garage. Her daughter said immediately she knew something was wrong with her mother. Upon searching the home, they found her purse on the kitchen counter with all of her personal documents in it, such as passport, driver's license, and birth certificate, along with several $100 in cash. Her cell phone was also located on the bed, which was strange because she always kept it with her due to her being on call at all times. It was then that her daughter called the Casper Police Department. None of her vehicles were taken from the home, but the garage door opener she normally kept in her purse was the only thing missing. Her bed sheets had traces of stains that looked like blood or urine. The results of the testing done on the stains has not been released to the public yet. Over the next several days, a large search was conducted, and at one point, a helicopter was sent to search parts of Casper Mountain. A warrant was received to search her office at 6850 West Yellowstone Highway, but it is not known if any clues to her disappearance was found. There is currently a $250,000 reward for anyone giving information leading to the conviction of the person or persons involved in her disappearance. There have been numerous theories touted in her disappearance, but as of today, the case remains unsolved. Catherine Major, a mother of two, was last seen at the upscale Four Seasons Resort in Teton Village, Wyoming on September 19, 2009. She had allegedly stolen a set of master keys from a maintenance worker who had been working in her room earlier in the week. She then used the keys to break into a spa cabinet at the resort and was caught on video stealing over $700 worth of items from a display cabinet in the spa. The staff of the hotel called the police to report the theft. Catherine admitted to the theft and agreed to pay for the items and leave, and the hotel decided not to press charges against her, but they did ask her to leave the resort property. She appeared embarrassed and went to her hotel room to start packing her belongings. When a police officer went to check on her in her room, 40 minutes later, she was gone. The glass door leading to the outside was open. The safe in the room was ajar, and all of her belongings were left behind, including her wallet, purse, toiletries, $45,000 in cash, and 2 cats. There was also pill bottles, syringes, wigs, gloves, and a rope located in the room. A book was found with the middle section cut out with a tape recorder inside. This led investigators to believe that she may have been having a bipolar episode. Catherine had left a note on the counter addressed to her mother reading, "Please take care of my cats. I have nothing." Her white Jaguar convertible was left in the Four Seasons parking garage. Dogs tracked her scent through the glass doors of her room across Granite Loop Road, north towards Obsidian Drive, down a hill towards Garnet Drive, and north towards a barn in open fields before they lost the trail. Her sister said that Catherine suffered from bipolar disorder and had attempted suicide multiple times in the past. A search was conducted, but nothing was found to indicate what happened to Catherine. Her family members and investigators now believe that Catherine is no longer alive. However, her body has never been located, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of Carol Maltese. Carol Nicole Maltese was born on September 19, 1995, in a small province in Italy, to parents Fabio and Josephine. Her mother was of Italian descent, while her father had Dutch heritage. When Carol was just 4 years old, her parents divorced, and she remained with her mother. Her father moved back to the Netherlands, where he remarried and had more children. Despite her father's lack of support, Josephine chose to stay in Italy and raise Carol on her own. Carol and her mother lived in a small community called Sesto Kenda. Her mother worked multiple jobs to provide Carol with a good education and opportunities for a better life. As a result, Carol grew into a beautiful, kind, and sociable young woman with many friends and an easy rapport with others. She was an active schoolgirl who participated in sports, such as horseback riding, and regularly attended a dance studio. Carol was fluent in 3 languages, loved traveling across Europe, and was an avid reader who could engage in conversations on a wide range of topics. As Carol entered her teenage years, she had many admirers and enjoyed being the center of attention. After completing her secondary education, Carol enrolled in a technical university to study industrial design, arts, and fashion. During her freshman year, Carol discovered she was pregnant after developing a romantic relationship with a young man studying architecture and design. The pregnancy was unexpected, and both Carol and her father were unprepared. Despite the challenges, Carol decided to keep the baby. In February 2016, Carol, then 20 years old, gave birth to a son. The arrival of the baby significantly impacted her life. Due to financial constraints, she had to leave school to support themselves and their child. She relocated to Verona in search of better opportunities to provide for their family. Carol found employment as a sales consultant in a cosmetics and perfume retail chain when her son was 1 year old. Meanwhile, her boyfriend worked on projects from home and took care of their son. However, in mid-2019, Carol's life took another turn when she fell in love with Angelo. They began a passionate affair, secretly meeting in hotel rooms and exchanging messages at night. The affair lasted for about 6 months, during which they tried to spend as much time together as possible. But just before the new year, Carol's boyfriend discovered her infidelity and decided to end their relationship. Carol thought it was for the best that she was leaving, as she had already planned to move in with her new boyfriend. However, they faced a challenge. Angelo lived with his parents, and Carol couldn't join him with her child from a previous relationship. They decided to rent a place together, but their plans were disrupted, which left them jobless and unable to afford a home. Carol had to move into Angelo's parents' house and temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father. Carol struggled financially, but Angelo and his parents supported her as much as possible. She had to rely on them completely, unable to contribute to her son's care. To make matters worse, her mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, which required expensive treatment. In desperation, Carol looked for ways to earn money from home to support her son and ailing mother. She turned to social media and created a YouTube channel, sharing her experiences of life in isolation. Although her content didn't attract much attention, her striking appearance drew comments, including some unwanted and inappropriate proposals. A subscriber suggested that Carol create an account on the adult content platform OnlyFans, citing her attractive appearance and potential for quick success. Taking this advice, Carol registered under the pseudonym Charlotte Angel and began posting intimate photos and videos. She quickly gained a large following and started earning a substantial income. As time went on, Carol's content became more explicit and bold and was appreciated by her fans. However, she keeps her work a secret from her boyfriend and relatives. This secrecy was short-lived because an acquaintance of hers discovered her account about 6 months later. Although Carol tried to justify her work as an art form that gave her financial security and personal fulfillment, her acquaintances did not accept it. Friends and acquaintances gradually distanced themselves from her, believing that her work was immoral and fearing that association with her would damage their reputations. Carol saw this reaction as prejudice and remained confident that she would achieve success and wealth as an adult film star. Carol's newfound popularity attracted the attention of adult film studios, and several directors approached her with offers to star in their productions. She soon accepted the invitation and participated in group photo sessions. Unbeknownst to her, her activities went unnoticed, and her boyfriend, Angelo, was shocked to discover that she was not working remotely as a designer as she had claimed she would. He felt lost and didn't know how to react because he had no plans to end their relationship. However, when Angelo's parents learned of Carol's profession, they urged him to end the relationship immediately, fearing she would bring shame to their family. At that time, Carol achieved financial stability thanks to her popular OnlyFans account and increasing salaries from film directors. In interviews, she expressed her intention to eventually complete her and pursue a career in design or modeling. However, she increasingly loved her current job and was completely immersed in it. Despite her success, Carol faced constant moral pressure from those around her, who judged and tried to shame her. This led to certain psychological trauma. She defended her profession, calling it art, and supported women's right to choose a career without fear of judgment or social consequences. At the age of 25, Carol moved to Rescaldina, a small town in the province of Milan, with the intention of starting again. She planned to abandon her career in the adult entertainment industry and secure a job as a sales consultant at a perfume shop. However, this job of hers only lasted for a short time. A few months later, Carol met David Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker with a passion for photography, especially nude photography. They connected online, where David was searching for photo models for his projects. Carol reciprocated his offer, and upon their first meeting, they felt an intense mutual attraction. Despite being married, David pursued a relationship with Carol and they began dating. Their relationship involved photo sessions that often led to intimate encounters. David soon discovered Carol's past experience in the adult industry and encouraged her to resume her career, citing her talent. However, David's feelings for Carol were complex. He loved her, desired to possess her, and also enjoyed watching her in adult films. In March 2021, David divorced his wife and moved in with Carol, allowing them to explore their most explicit fantasies together. He assisted her in creating content for OnlyFans, a platform where she gained immense popularity. However, David took a share of the profits from their joint work. As Carol's success grew, she began receiving lucrative offers from foreign directors and studios for film shoots. David was a jealous boyfriend who would become annoyed when others showed interest in Carol in public or tried to flirt with her. However, he never interfered with her work as an adult film actress, treating it as a normal job that she felt comfortable with. On the other hand, after Angelo and Carol broke up, Angelo confessed that he had missed her and asked to get back together, saying that he would accept her profession and not restrict her freedom. Carol appreciated Angelo's efforts but revealed that she had already met someone else. Even so, Angelo and Carol continued to communicate. However, when David found out, he became angry, threatened Angelo, and burned his car and finally break up with Carol. Angelo reported the incident to the police, who issued a restraining order against David, but ultimately found no evidence linking him to arson. As Carol's career took off, Carol frequently traveled for filming and attracted a large following. She was trying to buy a house for herself and her son and planned to leave the adult film industry to focus on raising her son. To achieve this goal, she started creating custom videos for fans, who would send her scripts and pay her to make their fantasies come true. This idea brought high profits to Carol. Carol and David continued to work together in film despite their personal separation. During a September 2021 film shoot, Carol met co-star Salvatore Galdo, and a romance blossomed. She and Salvatore eventually formalized their relationship, deciding to get married after taking the time to ensure they were both ready to move forward. As they planned their future together, they made a conscious effort to maintain their independence and keep their relationship private. They had learned from past experiences and wanted to approach their new relationship with a clear understanding of each other's needs and boundaries. In the end, Carol and Salvatore were able to build a strong foundation for their relationship, free from the entanglements of their past. They were able to move forward together, focusing on their shared future and leaving their complicated pasts behind. Carol's social media activity had slowed down significantly. Although new posts occasionally appeared on her account, she rarely interacted with anyone, keeping her responses brief. Her latest photos suggested she had recently gone on a seaside vacation, but she hadn't shared her plans with anyone. Everything was happening peacefully. But on March 20th, 2022, in a deserted area near Italian Borno, a passerby had made a disturbing discovery. He had been walking along a cliff when he had spotted large black bags of trash on a slope near a body of water. He had felt uncomfortable seeing garbage in such a beautiful location, so he had decided to throw it away. When he had approached one of the bags, he had noticed that it was unusually heavy. His curiosity had turned to horror when he had seen human fingers poking out through the tear in the polyethylene plastic. The man who quickly contacted the police, and when officers arrived, they found 4 bags with a human body that had been divided into 18 parts. Due to the extreme disfigurement, identifying the remains seemed unlikely. Forensic analysis showed that the victim was a young woman who had been deceased for at least 2 months, but the cause of death could not be determined. It was clear that the body had been stored in a freezer before being thrown off a cliff in a remote area, likely with the intention of remaining hidden for a long time. Upon impact, the bags tore, spilling some of the contents. The perpetrator had attempted to conceal the victim's identity by removing any distinctive features, such as tattoos, although damaged remnants of these tattoos still existed. The skin in those areas had been severely damaged with burns from hot objects, cuts, and acid. Despite this, police were able to piece together fragments of the tattoos and compare them with a missing persons database. A breakthrough came when a news report about the body was broadcast, asking anyone who might recognize the described features to come forward. Shortly after, a woman who worked in adult films visited the police station and identified the tattoos as belonging to a colleague who had disappeared in early January. The actress knew the deceased as Charlotte but did not know her real name. This new information was crucial, as it allowed police to establish the victim's identity and real name. Once her identity was known, it was revealed that she had become engaged to Salvatore Galdo, a colleague, shortly before her disappearance. However, Galdo had not reported his fiancée missing, which raised suspicions. He was detained as the first suspect, but he appeared genuinely distraught over his fiancée's death and puzzled as to why he was under suspicion. According to Salvatore, he had been in regular contact with his fiancée through messaging apps and social media, and he had proof of their correspondence. He claimed that Carol had caught sick and was self-isolating, which is why he hadn't visited her. When asked why he hadn't called to check on her, he said he had spoken with David Fontana, who lived nearby and had promised to care for her. Although Salvatore's story was unclear and unconvincing, his testimony led police to a second suspect who needed to be questioned. However, before police could search for David, he appeared at the station to report a missing person. This was a surprising turn of events. David had not been following the news and did not expect the body to be found so quickly. When he learned that Carol's body had been discovered and identified, he became worried. But when Salvatore was arrested, David realized the police would likely find him, as he had communicated with Salvatore by phone and fabricated a story about taking care of Carol while she had sick. When questioned, David appeared nervous and gave conflicting accounts of his relationship with Carol. He claimed he and Carol were close, but they had not seen each other in months and she had suddenly stopped contacting him. After hours of questioning, David finally cracked under the pressure and began confessing that he had accidentally killed Carol, claiming it had happened in early January during a filming session for a client who had paid a large amount of money. The script had called for him to tie and gag Carol, put a bag over her head, and brutally beat and torture her with tools, including a hammer. David and Carol had agreed that David wouldn't hit her too hard, but she would act like she was in a lot of pain. However, David claimed he had accidentally delivered a hammer blow and fractured her skull. When he removed the bag, he saw that she was about to die, but instead of seeking medical help, he had decided to end her suffering with one last blow of the hammer. But surprisingly, the investigation revealed that the mysterious customer was actually David, who contacted Carol using a fake account. He had come up with a revenge plan because Carol had wanted to leave him. At about 9 p.m. on January 11th, David had used a hammer to kill Carol. The next day, he had bought a large freezer using Carol's credit card, as well as a saw and axe from a hardware store, which he had used to dismember her body. David had attempted to disfigure her body to prevent identification by removing her tattoos and skin and attempting to burn and shred the rest. After murdering Carol, David stored her body parts in bags and kept them in a freezer for over 2 months. During this time, he deceived her relatives and friends by communicating with them through her phone and social media accounts, creating the illusion that she was still alive. By the March, David thought it was safe to dispose of the body and dumped it off a cliff in a remote area. He hoped that the remains would either never be found or would have decomposed beyond recognition by the time they were discovered. However, the body was found just 2 days later, and authorities tracked David down within a week. The most puzzling aspect of the case is that none of Carol's relatives or friends reported her missing, despite her disappearance occurring nearly 3 months prior. They were all convinced by the messages and social media posts David had created, and even her fiancé, who thought she was ill, didn't become alarmed when she failed to answer his calls or visit him. If someone had raised the alarm, David would have been tracked immediately through the signal from Carol's phone, which he had kept with him the entire time. At the trial, David expressed remorse and claimed he loved Carol, stating that her death was unintentional. He also said he had planned to end his own life after her death, unable to cope with the grief. Although this statement seemed implausible, the defense maintained that the incident was an unintentional act of violence. On June 12, 2023, David was found guilty of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and ordered to pay compensation to Carol's son, Carol's mother, and the father of Carol's child, totaling €350,000. Notably, the court did not consider the manner of the killing to be cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not deemed an aggravating factor. As a result, David may be eligible for parole in the future. The case of Corey Richins. Eric Richins was born on May 13, 1982, and left a lasting impact on those around him. As a child, Eric was passionate about sports, actively participating in basketball, baseball, and soccer, which showcased his athletic talent and enthusiasm for staying active. Eric's true passion, however, was anything that involved being outdoors. He was an exceptional hunter, known for his impressive marksmanship, and had amassed an impressive collection of trophy animals from around the world. With his vibrant personality, Eric had the ability to light up any room he entered, spreading joy and laughter through his storytelling, playful pranks, and contagious laughter. As an adventure seeker, Eric lived life to the fullest in Utah, where he owned a wide range of motorized vehicles, including trucks, four-wheelers, and snowmobiles. He loved exploring the outdoors and relishing the thrill of adventure. Despite his love for fun and adventure, Eric was deeply committed to his faith. He was a devoted member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Eric's family supported him on a 2-year mission trip to Mexico City, where he became fluent in Spanish. After high school, he attended the University of Utah, earning a degree in international studies with a minor in Spanish in February 2009. While working in construction, Eric frequently visited Home Depot, where he met Corey Darden. Over time, they developed a friendly connection, and Eric found himself attracted to her charming personality and beauty. However, he was too shy to approach her directly, so Eric asked a friend to help him get her phone number. One day, while Eric was shopping at Home Depot, his friend discreetly asked Corey for her number, telling her that Eric was interested in getting to know her better. Eric anxiously waited to see if his plan would work. He took the next step and called Corey to set up their first in-person meeting, unaware that it would be a life-changing event. As soon as they met, they clicked, and their first date marked the start of a romantic journey. As they introduced each other to their families, their bond grew stronger. Corey's family welcomed Eric with open arms, and Eric's family was equally impressed by Corey's character and how well she fit with him. Although Eric's sisters, Katie and Amy, were initially cautious, they soon warmed up to Corey and accepted her into their family. In 2013, Eric and Corey got married in an intimate ceremony, making their relationship official. After their wedding, Corey gave birth to their first child, Carter, followed by Ashton and then Weston, completing their ideal family. Eric naturally took to being a father, and his boys looked up to him. Eric took great pride in his sons' accomplishments, whether they excelled academically, athletically, or artistically. He consistently showed his support by attending their events and celebrating their successes. Later, Eric established a successful stonemasonry business, which flourished due to his exceptional craftsmanship and attention to detail. Clients sought him out for his expertise in creating beautiful stonework. The business provided Eric and his family with financial security. Additionally, Corey, who worked in real estate, contributed to the family's income. Her entrepreneurial spirit, coupled with her knowledge of the local market, made her a valuable asset. She would buy homes, renovate them, and sell them for a profit. The Richens family enjoyed a wealthy lifestyle, symbolizing the epitome of success. However, their seemingly perfect life came to a sudden end on March 4, 2020, when Corey called 911 to report that her husband Eric was unresponsive. When paramedics arrived, they determined that Eric had already passed away. Devastated, Corey called her mother Lisa, who rushed to be by her side. Corey's brothers, DJ and Ronnie, were present too, overcome with tears and shock. The three of them struggled to come to terms with Eric's passing. Corey recounted that the evening had begun on a happy note as they celebrated her latest real estate business milestone, the purchase of a luxurious mansion. Before retiring to bed, Corey had even prepared Eric's favorite drink, a Moscow Mule, mixing ginger beer with vodka. Corey went to bed around 9 p.m. but ended up sleeping in her 9-year-old son's room because he was having nightmares. Later, around 3 a.m., she returned to the bedroom she shared with Eric. When she touched him, she was alarmed to find him ice-cold and unresponsive. Despite trying to wake him, she couldn't rouse him and knew something was seriously wrong. As she waited for the paramedics to arrive, Corey remembered the dispatcher's instructions to perform CPR on Eric, which she claimed to have followed. The paramedics were baffled by Eric's cause of death, speculating that it might have been an aneurysm given his apparent good health and lack of known medical conditions. However, further investigation revealed that Eric had complained to Corey about chest pains the night before his death, which initially reinforced the aneurysm theory. But the autopsy results were shocking. Eric's cause of death was ultimately determined to be a lethal dose of fentanyl. Fentanyl is a highly potent pain medication that can be extremely dangerous and even deadly when taken in excessive amounts. After Eric's death, a critical question remained. How did this substance end up in his system? From the start, Corey and her family quickly blamed Eric's recreational drug use as the reason fentanyl was present. Corey explained that Eric would take a THC-infused gummy every night to relax, as he preferred THC, the psychoactive ingredient in cannabis, to unwind. However, Corey, her mother, and brothers had concerns about the origin of these gummies, suspecting that Eric didn't always buy them from trustworthy sources and instead purchased them illegally. Eric's family strongly disagreed with these claims, believing there was more to the story, and urged investigators to explore other possibilities. Despite trying to move on, Corey faced significant challenges, according to her brother Ronnie, as the absence of their husband and father left a huge gap in their lives, leading their 3 sons to act out due to the uncertainty surrounding his death. Corey, grieving and seeking comfort for her children, turned to a creative outlet to cope with her emotions. She wrote and self-published a children's book on Amazon titled Are You With Me?, which aimed to help kids understand and deal with the loss of a loved one. The book tells the story of a young boy struggling to come to terms with his father's death through illustrations and narrative. In the book, Corey portrayed Eric, her late husband, as a protective angel always watching over their son. Her mother Lisa praised the book, saying it brought some comfort to Corey and her grandchildren as they navigated their emotions and rebuilt their lives. However, detectives investigating Eric's death soon uncovered evidence suggesting foul play. Just weeks after Corey appeared on local Utah news stations promoting her book and sharing her grief, she was arrested and charged with her husband's murder on May 8, 2023. The community was stunned by the arrest, and the tragic turn of events transformed what was initially a heartwarming story of a grieving wife and mother into an unbelievable tale of betrayal and tragedy. Corey is accused of murdering Eric by poisoning him. Eric's family believes Corey deliberately put a lethal dose of fentanyl in the Moscow Mule she made for him on the night he died. However, Corey's lawyer claims that no fentanyl was found in the glasses at their home. Corey denies any involvement in Eric's death, saying she had no reason to harm him. Her mother, Lisa, was shocked to hear about her daughter's alleged involvement and told investigators that the couple was happy and had no reason to kill each other. But as detectives dug deeper, they found that Corey and Eric's relationship was not as perfect as it seemed. The couple had disagreements, and Corey, who had given up her career to be a stay-at-home mom, wanted to be independent. She was also growing increasingly frustrated with Eric's frequent hunting trips. According to Lisa, Eric was unfaithful in his marriage, and he confided in her about the affair along with Corey. To address their marital issues, Eric and Corey sought counseling. However, Eric's family denies that he ever cheated on her. Eric genuinely loved his sons and wanted to save the marriage. Despite his efforts, Eric was preparing for a potential divorce. He set up a secret trust with his sister Katie, without revealing his intentions. The investigation uncovered that Eric had 6 life insurance policies worth $3 million. Furthermore, Corey forged Eric's signature on an additional $100,000 policy just 2 months before his death. It was also discovered that Corey allegedly stole money from Eric's personal accounts and misused business funds over several years. Contrary to her claims, Corey's house-flipping company was deeply in debt, with millions of dollars owed. According to the spokesperson, Corey urgently needed cash, and a prenuptial agreement signed before the marriage stated that she would not inherit the business assets if they were to divorce. However, if Eric were to pass away during their marriage, the assets would transfer to Corey. The spokesperson's claims were disputed by Corey's attorney, who maintained that the business was not in financial trouble. The attorney explained that the debt was a normal part of the house-flipping business, as it relied on lines of credit that would be repaid once the properties were sold. Corey's attorney clarified that the large debt figure mentioned was simply a result of regular business transactions. Corey's mother, Lisa, recalled that Eric had been supportive of Corey's business ventures, particularly when they bought the mansion where they were celebrating on the night of his death. In Yuba Valley, Utah, a 10-acre estate with a mansion had sat vacant since its construction in 2017. Despite being close to popular ski resorts and Deer Creek Reservoir, this prime location offered endless opportunities for outdoor recreation. Corey, with the help of investors, bought the mansion with plans to renovate and transform it into a recreational hub. Her goal was to sell the property at a significant profit. After consulting an accountant, Corey and Eric discovered that they could potentially make a $12 million profit from the sale of the property, a substantial return on the initial $3 million investment. However, there's a discrepancy in Eric's involvement. While he seemed to be on board with the purchase, his family claimed he was against it and had a heated argument with Corey about buying the mansion. Eric's family spokesperson claimed that Corey gave Eric a drink containing fentanyl on the night of his death, and they believe this was not Corey's first attempt to harm Eric. They alleged that in 2019, during a trip to Greece, Eric became violently ill after Corey gave him a drink. But Corey's brother Ronnie denied this, saying Eric was mistakenly given an alcoholic drink by a bartender while taking antibiotics. Eric's family also claimed that Corey tried to kill Eric again on Valentine's Day 2022, a month before his death, when she brought him a sandwich that caused him to break out in hives and struggle to breathe. After Eric's death, Corey's behavior was questioned, including an incident where she allegedly attacked her sister Amy when she tried to open a safe containing a large amount of cash. Corey claimed she was defending herself to retrieve important documents but was charged with assault and pleaded no contest in June 2023. Corey appeared in court for a 4-hour bail hearing, during which her attorney tried to convince the judge to release her on bail. Prosecutors presented 3 witnesses and evidence to argue that Corey had poisoned her husband. One of the witnesses, a cell phone expert, testified about Google searches found on Corey's phone, including queries about retrieving deleted iPhone messages, the FBI's ability to find deleted messages, and the lethal dose of fentanyl. However, Corey's attorney countered that these searches were conducted after her husband's death, as Corey sought answers to the accusations against her. The prosecution also questioned the lead detective about potential sources Corey might have used to obtain the drugs that killed Eric. According to the detective, a woman named Carmen Laba, who claimed to work as a cleaner for Corey's business and home, told investigators about a meeting that took place in early 2022. During a call, Corey asked Carmen to buy fentanyl pills for an investor with a back injury. Carmen, who had a history of drug-related crimes and was on probation, agreed to the request. She later told detectives that she purchased 15 to 30 fentanyl pills and met with Corey to exchange them for cash. This exchange happened on February 11, 2022, just 3 days before Valentine's Day. Around the same time, court documents suggest Corey tried to poison Eric with a sandwich. Carmen also told detectives that Corey contacted her again, looking for even stronger drugs. She said Corey paid her with a check this time. Specifically, Carmen claimed that Corey wrote her a check for $1,300 about a week after Eric's death. However, Corey's attorney questioned whether the check could have been payment for cleaning services instead, and the detective acknowledged that this was possible. Corey's lawyer tried to discredit Carmen by pointing out her criminal history, including 4 first-degree felonies, and suggesting that she might not be a trustworthy witness. The lawyer claimed that Carmen may have been coerced into saying she sold drugs to avoid a long prison sentence, as the detective allegedly told her she would face serious consequences if she didn't cooperate. The lawyer also asked if there was any physical evidence to prove Carmen had bought drugs. The detective admitted that they found no text messages showing Corey asking Carmen for drugs, and no witnesses came forward to confirm they had seen the exchange. At the bail hearing, Eric's sister spoke to the judge, expressing her family's distress over Eric's death and their fear that if Corey was released on bail, she would cause them further pain. Eric's sister asked the judge to keep Corey in custody, and the judge accepted her request. Meanwhile, Corey's family was upset because Corey was not allowed to leave jail before her trial and would have to stay there. They believed that Corey's time in jail was affecting her mental and physical health. In 2023, something serious happened to Corey while she was taking medicine given to her by the jail officials. She had a seizure and was quickly taken to the hospital from the jail. While Corey was in jail, she claimed that the officials gave her the wrong medication, which caused her to experience adverse effects. Fortunately, she recovered after being treated at a hospital. During her hospital stay, jail officials found a handwritten, unsent letter in her cell. They filed it into court records, claiming it was a note from Corey to her mother. Prosecutors argued that this letter provided additional evidence of Corey's intentions and motivations. In November 2023, they requested a no-contact order to restrict Corey's access to her mother and brothers, mainly due to the letter. Prosecutors claimed that the letter was evidence of witness tampering. According to prosecutors, the letter instructed Corey's mother on how her brother Ronnie should testify in court. Specifically, Corey allegedly wanted Ronnie to claim that Eric had admitted to obtaining pain pills containing fentanyl from Mexico during his trip abroad. The letter also instructed Ronnie to obtain text messages from Eric discussing his drug use. Corey stressed the need to link Eric's Mexico activities to his alleged drug involvement. Despite this, she vehemently denied accusations that the letter was an attempt to tamper with witnesses, claiming it was a work of fiction she wrote as a fantasy story. The judge ruled in her favor, as the prosecution failed to prove witness tampering. Currently, Corey and Eric's family are fighting for custody of their 3 sons, who are living with one of Eric's relatives. Although Corey is in jail, she still gets to see her sons through twice-weekly video calls. While her family has not been allowed private visits with the children, they regularly attend their sports events and practices, which are open to the public. If convicted of poisoning her husband Eric with fentanyl, Corey faces a sentence of 25 years to life. Multiple civil lawsuits have been filed against Corey, all related to Eric's estate. A central issue in these cases is the custody of Eric's children. Eric's family thinks that Corey's family is motivated by a desire to control Eric's assets, as whoever gets custody of the children will also gain control of his money. Corey's trial is scheduled to start in 2025. Rebecca Gould was born on April 28, 1982, in the small American town of Melbourne, Arkansas. She had 3 sisters, but shortly after the youngest was born, their parents divorced. The girls stayed with their mother but continued to spend time with their dad. At first, they struggled with their parents' separation, but eventually, it made them even closer to each other. They spent a lot of time together, always looking out for one another. After graduating from high school, Rebecca enrolled at Northwest Arkansas Community College and relocated to Fayetteville. One of her sisters was already attending this college, so they had the opportunity to see each other practically every day. The sisters always tried to visit their family whenever they had the chance. Even though their home was just about 25 miles from their college, sometimes it was quite challenging to find time between studies. In September 2004, when Rebecca was 22, she was anticipating the start of a new semester at her college. For a while, she had been considering transferring to the University of Arkansas, and finally, she got the opportunity. However, before making the move, Rebecca planned to complete one more semester at her current college. Before the semester began, she and her sister decided to go home for the weekend to visit their family. Rebecca also had a boyfriend who lived in a nearby town. She planned to spend time with her relatives and then stay with her boyfriend. On Sunday, September 19th, the sisters drove home, spent some time with their loved ones, and Rebecca left to see her boyfriend. The next day, she was supposed to pick up her sister and head back, as they had come there in Rebecca's car. However, she didn't show up at the agreed time. Her sister tried calling multiple times, but Rebecca never answered. At first, her family members didn't worry too much. Rebecca was an adult, and they thought maybe she was just catching up on sleep before heading back to college or spending time with some friends. But by the evening, as time had passed with no sign of Rebecca, her family started to worry. They now hoped Rebecca had just decided to stay in town for one more day and would eventually return home. The next day, their worry reached its peak. Rebecca still hadn't contacted any of her relatives, and none of her friends had seen her. That's when Rebecca's mom decided to contact the police. Officers learned that Rebecca had stayed with her boyfriend, Casey, and went to his workplace. He said the last time he saw her was the previous morning. Around 8:30 a.m., Rebecca dropped him off at the cafe where he worked. She then planned to return to his place, pack her things, and meet up with her sister before leaving. Casey added that Rebecca had promised to pick him up from work, but she never showed. He waited for her in the parking lot, then called his friends, and they all went to a party. The police listened to his account and asked Casey to allow them to search his home, and he gave them permission. The first thing they noticed was that Rebecca's car was still parked outside. Inside the house, they found her purse with IDs and her dog. Casey also mentioned she had a small suitcase with some clothes, but it was not found in the house. This started to seem odd. No one had seen Rebecca for a whole day, yet her purse, car, and beloved pet were still at Casey's place. But it wasn't all. One of the officers noticed the mattress didn't have any bedding and was placed on the bed rather unevenly. Lifting it, the police found large red stains resembling blood. The officers then searched the house more thoroughly and found more bloodstains on the floor and wallpaper. In the washing machine, they found bedding with bloodstains. They also noticed a significant number of bleach bottles in the house, suggesting that someone had attempted to clean up bloodstains. All this pointed to a grim conclusion that Rebecca might not be alive anymore. Although investigators couldn't find any additional evidence in the house, they also weren't sure if the blood belonged to her, as DNA analysis results would take several days. While forensic experts continued to examine the house, detectives began questioning Rebecca's boyfriend. He could have been the last person to see her before her disappearance, and a large amount of blood was found in his house. Casey stated he had no involvement in Rebecca's disappearance. According to him, the last time he saw her was the previous morning, and since then, Rebecca hadn't been in touch. He mentioned that after spending the night with friends, he returned home to change before his next shift. However, he insisted he hadn't seen any blood spatters on the floor or walls and didn't smell bleach. He also didn't think much of Rebecca's car parked outside or some of her belongings left in the room. The police didn't rush to take his word for it, but at that point, they didn't have any substantial evidence to suspect him of murder. They decided to interview all his friends with whom Casey spent Monday night, and they confirmed that he was indeed with them until the morning. They provided him with an alibi, and the police continued to look for any other clues. They still had no idea what happened to Rebecca and when exactly she disappeared. All they knew was that she hadn't answered any calls since the morning of the previous day. During the conversation with investigators, Casey had suggested they should look into Rebecca's ex-boyfriend named Justin. The police tried to reach out to him, but he wasn't home and didn't answer any calls. This seemed suspicious. He disappeared at the same time as his ex-girlfriend. However, 2 days later, he got in touch and said he had been at a casino with his father. The police were able to confirm his alibi and he was indeed out of town. Soon, detectives got another lead. They had been trying to reconstruct the timeline of events on the day of her disappearance and found out Rebecca had stopped at a gas station near Casey's workplace. She bought herself a sandwich for breakfast and headed towards his house. Employees recognized her from a photo and confirmed she came there after 8:30 a.m., aligning with Casey's account. The police also found the same sandwich in his house, untouched. This indicated that Rebecca returned home, and shortly after that, something happened to her. Considering Casey was at work at this time, it once again raised doubts about his involvement. Soon, the police received the results of the blood analysis found in his house. It matched Rebecca's blood, and experts didn't find any samples of foreign DNA among it. Detectives continued their efforts to solve the case by interviewing all of Rebecca's relatives and friends. They considered that if Rebecca was indeed attacked, it could have been someone close to her with a personal motive. Police also scrutinized all of Casey's friends who might have visited his house, but all efforts yielded no results. This went on until September 27th. A week after her disappearance, investigators discovered Rebecca's body approximately 12 miles from her boyfriend's house. It lay at the base of an embankment near the highway. This area wasn't visible from the road, making it nearly impossible to stumble upon the body accidentally. They also noted that whoever left her there hadn't even tried to conceal or bury the body. Apparently, the perpetrator just drove there, dumped her, and left. Medical experts determined that Rebecca sustained multiple blows to the head with a heavy object, and her cause of death was strangulation. No defensive wounds were found on her body, indicating that the victim was completely caught off guard, possibly without even having time to realize what was happening. Experts also found no evidence of sexual assault. Regarding the time of death, they also thought Rebecca's body had been lying there for a week, but experts couldn't provide a more precise estimation. Meanwhile, the detectives identified the possible murder weapon used by the perpetrator. There was a piano in Casey's house missing one of its legs. They were quite heavy, and medical experts confirmed that their shape matched the head injury on the victim. Casey claimed the missing leg had been loose for a while, and in theory, it could have been easily ripped from its base. However, the police failed to find this leg either in the house or near the location where the body was found. Given the complete absence of evidence, detectives began searching for possible motives for this crime. They immediately ruled out a robbery gone wrong. Nothing was missing from the house except for the piano leg and Rebecca's suitcase. A sexual motive was also dismissed, leading investigators to believe that the killer simply wanted to murder her. Considering Rebecca was killed almost immediately after her return to Casey's house, police speculated that the perpetrator might have been aware of her schedule or had been following her, knowing her boyfriend would be at work that morning. It was also very likely that Rebecca knew the perpetrator. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting she might have let them in herself. According to investigators, the killer spent several hours in the house attempting to clean up the blood with bleach. After that, they likely carried the body and loaded it into the car to drive it to the embankment. Despite all this, detectives had literally no evidence, so there was no progress in the investigation. They considered the possible involvement of hundreds of people, including acquaintances and relatives of both Rebecca and Casey. They also checked neighbors and even residents of nearby towns, but it led nowhere. Police received numerous tips, but none proved useful. In many cases, locals just voiced their suspicions against other people without backing them up with any real facts. This went on for several months until the case eventually went cold. Investigators continued to work on it, but they couldn't make any progress. In the following years, the case was reopened several times, passing on to new teams of detectives. But each time, it led nowhere. The problem lay not only in the complete absence of evidence, but also in the lack of understanding of the perpetrator's motive. Eventually, the mysterious nature of this case attracted attention from the true crime community. It became the subject of various TV shows and podcasts where people attempted to finally uncover the truth. One such individual was a journalist named George Jared, who had been following the case from the beginning. He even wrote a book about it and launched his own podcast. For many years, he had been trying to find out who killed Rebecca. One day, he met Jennifer Buchholz, a former counterintelligence officer in the U.S. Army, who was also interested in the case. They decided to join forces and created a Facebook group where they shared their thoughts on the investigation, discussing it with subscribers. In the first few months, they started noticing a subscriber named William Miller who caught their attention for two reasons. The first was that he lived in the Philippines. His interest in an unsolved crime in a small American town from the other side of the world seemed strange. Miller was also one of the most active subscribers, leaving numerous comments and even reaching out to the group admins via direct messages. He said he wanted to help solve the murder, shared his thoughts on some controversial and unclear moments, and put forth his own theories. He demonstrated a high level of awareness, not only with specific facts from the case but also with knowledge of the area where the crime occurred. Eventually, George and Jennifer began to consider his behavior quite suspicious. They decided to keep this thought to themselves so as not to scare him off and tried to extract more information. Soon, they discovered something else. One of the group members was an expert in genealogy, and she tried to understand Miller's connection to the case. With a simple analysis of his profile, she discovered a very unexpected fact. Miller turned out to be Casey's cousin. After this revelation, George and Jennifer decided to contact the detectives on Rebecca's case and share their concerns about his activity. Police reviewed the case files and realized that Miller's name had been there from the beginning. It turned out he had visited the town around the time of the murder. In February 2004, Miller was already questioned, saying he came from Texas to help another relative. He mentioned visiting Casey twice, 2 days before Rebecca's disappearance and the next day. The second time, he didn't even enter the house. Rebecca spotted him through the window and informed Casey that someone was standing there. He went outside, spoke with his cousin for about 15 minutes, and Miller left. Back then, he didn't raise any suspicions, but now detectives were taking a keen interest in him. Digging deeper, they found out that Miller had been a suspect in several cases. In February 2002, he faced charges of assaulting a minor and later for attacking his ex-wife after breaking into her home. However, he didn't face any punishment in either of these cases. Later, he moved to the Philippines, got married, had kids, and worked on offshore oil rigs. Police wanted to talk to him again, but without him being in the US, it was practically impossible. They also couldn't contact him, so they had to wait for him to return home. This happened only in 2020. Customs informed detectives that Miller came back to the US and returned to Oregon, where his mother lived. Detectives called her, but she claimed not to have seen her son for a long time, even though they knew he was in town. Realizing she was lying, detectives decided to go there and bring him in for questioning. Considering there was no evidence against him, the police needed a plan. If Miller had any connection to the murder, they desperately needed to obtain his confession. So the detectives decided to play it smart. Detective Mike McNeil, who led the investigation, started the interrogation casually, stating they were just re-interviewing everyone involved in the case. Miller replied that he was willing to cooperate and had nothing to hide. The detective asked if he would be okay with taking a polygraph test upon his return to Arkansas. Miller agreed, and then the detective pretended to call the local police chief, asking if there were any polygraph specialists in town by chance. Hearing this, Miller became visibly nervous and tried to change the subject. Meanwhile, the detective pretended to talk on the phone and said that a polygraph specialist would arrive at the station in half an hour. What Miller didn't know was that the specialist was already waiting in the next room. Despite the fact that the polygraph is a pretty controversial tool and its results can't be accepted in court, the detectives had other goals. This unexpected turn of events could catch the suspect off guard and ultimately lead to a confession. Miller asked if polygraph results were admissible in court, and the detective vaguely said they could be in certain scenarios but didn't specify how unlikely that was. Miller continued to get nervous but agreed to the test, which he failed. The polygraph operator concluded that he had lied about all key questions, including involvement in Rebecca's murder. Detective McNeil continued pressing him and told Miller that experts once again analyzed all the available evidence and found Rebecca's DNA and samples collected from his car. They had searched his vehicle back in 2004 but found nothing and hadn't even taken any samples for further examination. So there was no Rebecca's DNA found in his car, and the detective deliberately misled Miller. By law, police have the right to use such tactics during interrogation to get a confession. Sometimes, criminals indeed decide to confess, and this was Detective McNeil's only hope. Upon hearing about Rebecca's DNA in his car, Miller fell silent. The detective kept saying they had all the evidence and Miller could only make things easier for himself by confessing. And it worked. Miller suddenly said that he didn't kill Rebecca but stumbled upon her body. According to him, that morning, he went to his cousin's house and found an unknown man in a mask standing over Rebecca's bloodied body. Clearly, the detective didn't believe this story and continued to push Miller to tell the truth. Eventually, Miller abruptly interrupted him and said, "I'm just going to tell you. I did it. I'm sorry for what I did." According to Miller, that morning he went hunting in the woods near his cousin's house. When he arrived there, he suddenly remembered that Casey's girlfriend had come over, and for some reason he wanted to talk to her. He knocked on the door and told Rebecca he needed to use the phone. She let him in and Miller pretended to make a call. Meanwhile, Rebecca returned to the bedroom and he began walking back and forth in the living room. Miller claimed he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable rage and desire to kill Rebecca, so he grabbed a piano leg and went after her. She was lying on the bed, and Miller struck her several times on the head before strangling her. He then wrapped her body in a sheet, put it in his pickup truck, and tried to clean the blood from the floor, walls, and bedding with bleach. He then drove to the highway and dumped the body under the embankment. Miller admitted he knew the area well because he went to school in that town. After hearing his confession, the detective asked why he committed the crime. Miller replied that he just had the urge to kill Rebecca without any reason and couldn't control it. At the end of the interrogation, he once again repeated that he had regretted his actions all these years and must take responsibility. After that, Miller was arrested and extradited to Arkansas. But there, he suddenly retracted his confession and claimed his innocence, which could have jeopardized the case. By law, a suspect must confess to a crime before a judge, especially when there is no evidence against them. There was also one more problem. During Miller's arrest, the police officer didn't finish reading his rights because Miller had interrupted him with a question. All this could have potentially led to Miller's release. However, the judge deemed the recorded confession admissible. Miller had the opportunity to commit the crime, knew his cousin's work schedule, and his statements matched all the details of the crime. It is worth mentioning that Miller initially had a guaranteed way to avoid punishment. When the police called him in for questioning in Oregon, he could have simply refused or walked out of the station at any moment. Considering there was no evidence against him, Miller could have refused to continue the conversation, boarded a flight to the Philippines, and left the U.S. for good, never to be held accountable. Extraditing him without evidence would have been simply impossible, and investigators would have had to accept the fact that they would never solve this case. But Detective McNeil believed that Miller himself had a strong desire to confess. His activity in the online group, where he left numerous comments and interacted with the admins, spoke to this. If he hadn't wanted anyone to learn about his involvement, the most logical behavior would have been to stay away from this topic. Perhaps he didn't leave the interrogation room or request a lawyer for the same reason. He simply couldn't live with all this guilt. Despite Miller initially claiming his innocence, he changed his mind again and struck a deal with the prosecution. In February 2022, he confessed to the crime and received a 40-year prison sentence. But this story doesn't end there. When Miller was behind bars, he suddenly confessed to several more murders. He admitted to killing 5 more women throughout his life whose names he didn't even know. According to Miller, he would invite those women into his car, drive them to secluded places, and then kill them. He added that he chose his victims based on their appearance. He targeted young, slim, and short women with light hair. Detectives immediately realized that this description perfectly matched Rebecca's appearance. If Miller was indeed a serial killer, it would better explain his decision to kill his cousin's girlfriend, as she fit his profile. Considering that Miller worked on oil rigs for 25 years, he had lived in multiple different states and could have committed all these crimes. Police have not yet found any evidence to corroborate his claims, and the investigation continues. It is worth mentioning that there are still supporters of Miller's innocence to this day. Some don't believe he could have committed Rebecca's murder without any motive. Others think that Rebecca's boyfriend could have actually killed her and Miller helped him dispose of the body. Some also believe that Miller didn't kill any other women and made a false confession to the police for some reason. However, all these versions lack any substantial evidence, so Miller's guilt in Rebecca's murder is not questioned at the official level while further investigations are ongoing regarding the other allegations. The case of Christina Colin Croft. Christina Rose Colin Croft was born on November 11, 1983, in a coastal town in southern New Jersey, to Stuart Croft and Diane Carlin. She had a natural flair for being in front of the camera, which would eventually shape her career path. After graduating from high school in Linwood in February, Christina worked as a waitress in southern New Jersey and later at the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa in Atlantic City for several years. However, her ultimate dream was to become a model, and her determination paid off. She eventually found success in the modeling industry. In her promotional material, Christina revealed that she enjoyed participating in photo shoots featuring high-end lingerie and swimwear. According to Eva Waltz, a friend she met on a 3-day Maxim magazine shoot, Christina was a charming and beautiful woman with a great sense of humor. With dark hair and blue eyes, she embodied the essence of a fashion model. Christina had always dreamed of being on the cover of Playboy. In February 2003, while working as a waitress at the Borgata Casino, she met Alex Sutelli. They started dating soon after, and Alex became her supportive partner, never opposing her career choices. After a long-term relationship, they got engaged. The couple stayed together until Christina's death. Christina achieved her goal of becoming Cyber Girl of the Month for May 2009 and was invited to the Playboy Mansion. She attended parties at the mansion, gaining entry into the glamorous world. This success marked the peak of her career, and her ambitions soared, especially after meeting Hugh Hefner, whose attention was hard to capture. However, despite this, Christina failed to become a Playboy magazine model. Thousands of girls send their photos to the magazine, but only one is chosen. At 26, Christina was considered too old for the magazine, which typically features younger models. This setback affected her confidence, but she continued modeling. Her extensive portfolio included work with Redken, Maxim, Victoria's Secret, Vanity Fair, and many others. To further her career, Christina moved to New York with her boyfriend Alex. However, not all brands were willing to work with her due to her explicit photoshoot. Christina's career began to decline after her appearance in Playboy, ultimately coming to an end. Overcoming this challenging period in her life was undoubtedly tough, but she always had Alex's support. Known for her elegant appearance, captivating beauty, and scandalous behavior, Christina made headlines in 2016 for causing a scene at the Smith, a restaurant in New York. According to law enforcement sources and court documents, Christina Carlin Croft, 34, and her male companion got into an argument with the manager, Sergei Anakin, on March 6th over their bill. The man refused to pay, and the manager intervened. Witnesses claim Christina was drunk and falsely accused the manager of pushing her, but surveillance footage proved otherwise. She allegedly struck someone in the neck around 10 p.m., causing redness and significant pain. Christina was charged with misdemeanor assault, attempted assault, and harassment. However, the DA offered her a deal, and the charges were dropped on the condition that she remains trouble-free for 6 months. Christina has always had a fondness for Philadelphia, particularly Ardmore, which she considered a safe haven. With this in mind, Alex purchased an apartment in Ardmore in 2018 and relocated to Pennsylvania with her. However, Christina soon discovered that Ardmore wasn't as safe as she had thought. On August 18, 2018, she contacted the police to report a robbery. Earlier that evening, Christina had spent time at a bar in Philadelphia, but her memories of the night were hazy. The next thing she recalled was waking up the following morning feeling groggy and suspecting that someone had drugged her with illegal substances. She had no recollection of how she got home or if anyone had accompanied her. At the time, Alex was away on a business trip. Feeling uneasy and anxious, Christina repeatedly expressed her concerns about her safety. During the investigation, police obtained CCTV footage showing a car arriving at Christina's apartment around 3 a.m. Unconscious in the back seat, Christina was being driven by a thief who stole her keys, entered her home, and plundered over $50,000 worth of valuables, including jewelry, designer bags, pillows, sunglasses, a credit card, and personal documents. The thief remained in the apartment for about an hour and a half before returning to the car, helping Christina inside, and then leaving her in the hallway. They placed the keys back in her purse and drove away. The police swiftly identified the perpetrator using a credit card statement. The driver was Andre Melton, a man with a prior criminal record. He was driving a rented 2018 Kia Sorento with Virginia license plates. Witnesses reported seeing the same car near Christina's house on August 17th, which was confirmed by police using specialized license plate recognition software. While the police were still searching for Andre Melton to recover Christina's stolen items, a far more serious crime took place. Just 4 days later, on August 22, 2018, Alex Shea called the police, asking them to check on his girlfriend, Christina Carlingcraft, as he was unable to contact her and was on his way home. Christina wasn't answering her calls or texts. Upon arriving home, Alex found the apartment door locked from the inside. He then checked the security system, revealing that someone had opened the front door and the balcony door during the night. The police were called to the address and had to force entry by breaking down the front door, which was locked from the inside. Upon entering the apartment, they were immediately met with signs of a crime scene, including visible blood. A body lay on the bed, covered with a blanket. Lifting the blanket, they found a woman who had been severely beaten. Unfortunately, it was Christina Carlingcraft, and she was already dead. Her body showed signs of blows all over, and her nose was broken. There was also a strangulation mark around her neck. It was later discovered that Christina had been strangled with her own sweatpants. When the detectives identified the victim, they had to break the devastating news to Alex, who was waiting outside. His beloved Christina was dead. This shocking revelation sparked immediate suspicion, as the people closest to the victim are often implicated in such cases. The police did not dismiss the possibility that Alex might be the perpetrator. Alex and Christina had a long history together, and anything could have transpired between them. It was Alex who had contacted the police station, expressing concern for Christina's safety, only for her to be found dead soon after. These events seemed too coincidental. It was possible that Alex had orchestrated the scenario to divert suspicion away from himself. The investigators requested that Alex accompany them to the police station to answer some questions. He agreed without hesitation. During the questioning, Alex explained that he had an urgent work commitment in New York on August 21st and had planned to return. The following night, August 22nd, at 2:30 a.m., he called Christina to bid her good night, but she didn't answer. Given her habitual wakefulness at this hour, Alex grew anxious. He made several more calls, but Christina remained unresponsive. After reviewing the security system, he discovered suspicious activity in the apartment that night, prompting him to relinquish his business and rush back to Ardmore. After hearing Alex's story, the police no longer believed he was responsible for Christina's murder. His alibi checked out, and he couldn't have been in two places at once. They cleared him as a suspect, but the question remained, who killed Christina? Who would want her dead? The investigators looked into Christina's report of a robbery 4 days before her murder, suspecting a connection between the two crimes. This led them to Andre Melton, the thief who stole from Christina's apartment. Maybe he returned to steal again, but his plan was foiled when Christina caught him. Perhaps he discovered she had reported him to the police and decided to take revenge. On August 22nd, the day Christina's body was found, the police obtained an arrest warrant for Andre Melton. When they went to his address, however, they discovered he was no longer there. Despite his absence, They did find some of Christina's belongings still at the location. The police also managed to obtain surveillance footage from the night of the crime, which showed Christina leaving her apartment, then returning a few hours later with an unknown man. The footage was recorded at 3:08 a.m., and surprisingly, the man was not Andre Melton. Further analysis of the footage revealed that the unknown man did not leave Christina's apartment again. The police later found an explanation for this using CCTV cameras on the streets of Ardmore. They discovered that Christina had visited a Philadelphia bar before returning to her apartment. Investigators reviewed the CCTV footage from the bar, which showed Christina meeting a man who later hugged her. This was the same man she had returned to her apartment with. After leaving the bar, Christina and her new friend were involved in an altercation. In the days that followed, detectives worked to reconstruct Christina's movements on the day she died, gathering data to piece together the events leading up to the crime. The police quickly ruled out Melton as a suspect, as he was not with Christina on the day of her death. However, it remained unclear whether her death was connected to the earlier robbery or simply a coincidence. On August 25th, the police received a new lead. Andrew Sanford, the taxi driver who had driven Christina and her companion that night, came forward. According to Sanford, Christina and the man had hailed him down rather than using the taxi app and had negotiated the fare. Sanford reported that the couple seemed affectionate and did not arouse his suspicion. When they arrived at their destination, Christina got out and directed Sanford where to go. It turned out that she didn't have any cash and offered to leave her credit card, but Sanford declined. Her friend then offered him $100 to wait for 10 to 15 minutes while they went inside. Sanford left 20 later, as neither Christina nor her companion had returned. The couple, Christina and Alex, entered their second-floor apartment around 3 a.m. About an hour later, at 4 a.m., Christina made a call to her cousin, but she didn't speak. Instead, her cousin heard a man's voice in the background, warning Christina not to call the police. The call abruptly ended before the cousin could gather more information. It remains unclear why the cousin didn't call 911 after hearing this. The police were able to piece together the crime's timeline, thanks to the door sensors in the apartment, which recorded exact times for each door opening. The records showed that someone opened the door at 3:08 a.m. and again at 5:10 a.m. Around the same time, the system detected that someone had opened the sliding glass door on the balcony, which explained why the surveillance cameras didn't capture the moment when the man Christina met at the bar left. When the police arrived after Alex's call, they found Christina alone in the apartment, leading them to assume that the perpetrator had jumped off the balcony. Police sought public's help through media, releasing surveillance images of two men, Andre Melton, and the one at Christina's apartment the night she died. In a surprising turn of events, Andre Melton, whose whereabouts were still unknown to the detectives, contacted the police himself. He confessed to stealing valuables from Christina, but vehemently denied any involvement in her murder. The police were perplexed by this unexpected call, as they were still unable to establish a definitive link between the theft and Christina's death. It was possible that this was all part of a strategy devised by the two suspects. It seemed that Melton's intention was not to surrender to the authorities, but to proclaim his innocence in Christina's murder. On August 26th, the police station received an anonymous call from a man who claimed to know one of the suspects featured in the released pictures. He shared a room with the suspect at a psychiatric clinic in Philadelphia. The caller revealed that the suspect had previously chased a woman in Love Park, Philadelphia, and followed her into the local family court building, where he molested her and became aggressive, shouting and causing destruction. The incident led to a 2-hour stay in a psychiatric hospital. Costing $70, however, the suspect was admitted without being identified, as no one wanted to deal with him. The police were left with a mystery on their hands. The caller then provided even more critical information, stating that the suspect bragged about recently strangling a woman, taking great pleasure and satisfaction from the act. Upon hearing this, investigators strongly believed that they had found the killer of Christina Carlincraft. The police station received another call from a man who claimed to be a relative of the suspect from Philadelphia. He identified the man in the photo as Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had previously served a prison sentence for robbery. Harris was released from prison on July 15th, just 5 weeks before Christina's death. After conducting a thorough background check, investigators concluded that Andre Melton and Jonathan Harris had no connection and had never crossed paths before. Therefore, the police ruled out any possibility of a link between the two crimes. Furthermore, the police gained access to Harris's phone records, which revealed that he had sent several messages on August 22nd. One of the texts mentioned that he had met an attractive woman and was planning to visit her apartment on August 28th. With this new evidence, the police obtained an arrest warrant for Jonathan Harris and deemed it crucial to apprehend him as soon as possible, as they were unsure of his next move. However, tracking Harris down proved to be a challenge, as he had left no trace. Investigators finally got a break when they contacted Harris's sister on August 29, 2018, and learned that he had recently purchased a bus ticket to Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, they discovered that Harris was already on the bus when they spoke with his sister. The police realized they wouldn't be able to catch up with him, leaving the Pittsburgh police as their last hope. It was essential to be in the right place at the right time to apprehend Harris. The police investigating Christina's death reached out to the Pittsburgh Law Enforcement Agency for assistance. They provided the exact time of the bus's arrival in Pittsburgh and sent over a photo of Harris. The fugitive task force then set up an ambush, blocking all potential escape routes, ready to apprehend the suspect at a moment's notice. Shortly after, one of the employees spotted the bus approaching. They allowed Harris time to calmly disembark, avoiding any sudden moves that might provoke a reaction. About 10 minutes later, a policeman intercepted him. I saw his eyes scanning, searching for an escape route, but it was too late. According to a Pittsburgh police officer, when the officer asked Harris to identify himself, he provided a false name. He was subsequently arrested and taken into custody at the police station. Detectives from Philadelphia traveled to Pittsburgh to question Harris. They requested that he recount the events of the night he met Christina. Harris claimed to have seen her on multiple occasions at bars and nightclubs in Philadelphia. Christina Carlincraft was struggling to adjust to her new life in New York, which had drastically altered her daily routine and environment. As a result, she would frequently visit bars, cafes, and nightclubs, but she was always by herself, since Alex was constantly working, and she had not yet formed new friendships. It was common for men at these establishments to approach her, taking advantage of her solo status. Harris was one of those men. Harris claimed he was drunk and high on illegal drugs when he met Christina. They had a drink, then went to her place where they drank more and had consensual sex. Harris demanded $1,200, but Christina refused. Sparking a heated argument, Harris said she hit him with a wine bottle, so he hit her back, causing her to fall. When she tried to call the police, he strangled her with sweatpants until she passed out. Jonathan Harris's story had inconsistencies. A toxicology report on Christina's body found only alcohol, contradicting his claim of a single hit. When confronted, he admitted lying. Initially, Harris denied involvement, but later confessed to beating her, saying, "I panicked," and covering her because he didn't want to see her. When the trial began, Harris, despite having confessed to the crime, pleaded not guilty, like many other criminals, who later retract their confessions. However, the investigators had assembled a substantial amount of evidence, making it difficult for Harris and his lawyer to build a strong defense. They anticipated a sentence of 22 to 40 years for third-degree murder and attempted to avoid a life sentence. Nevertheless, the prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence that convinced the court that the crime was premeditated. During the trial, the court heard testimony from a man who had shared a room with Harris at a psychiatric clinic. This same man had previously contacted the police. He revealed that Jonathan Harris had earlier confessed to him, stating, "There's nothing like squeezing somebody and feeling the last breath leave their body." In August 2019, Judge William R. Carpenter sentenced Jonathan Wesley Harris to life in prison without parole, plus an additional 22 to 45 years. The judge added the extra decades to ensure that Harris would never be freed, sending a message to future governors or pardon boards. In December 2018, Philadelphia police arrested Andre Melton for the robbery of Christina Carlincraft's apartment. In March 2020, the court sentenced him to 1 to 4 years in prison, followed by 3 years of consecutive probation, which means Melton will be under court supervision for a total of 7 years. Before learning his fate, Melton said, "I would like to apologize to the family for any grief or pain that I caused. I am not the bad person the district attorney is trying to make me out to be." Christy Lynn Mullins was born on August 28, 1960, in Columbus, Ohio. She grew up in a large family with 5 children. They all lived in a quiet neighborhood away from the hustle and bustle of the city. In the summer of 1975, when Christy was 14, she spent most of her time hanging out with her friends and her sisters. Their favorite spot was the pool at the nearby residential complex, especially on hot summer days. Sometimes she also worked as a babysitter, looking after the kids of people she knew. On August 22nd, one of them asked Christy to watch her child until late in the evening. The next day, Christy woke up around noon and began pondering what to do. With her birthday just 5 days away, she was eagerly anticipating it. So time seemed to pass very slowly for her. The day turned out to be extremely hot, with temperatures soaring up to 93 degrees. So, Christy quickly decided that going to the pool would be the best way to spend time and cool off. She brought along her younger sister Kim, and they headed to the residential complex. Kim went straight into the water while Christy opted to lounge on a deck chair. A few moments later, she was approached by her friend, and after a brief chat, they both left. Kim was surprised that her sister left her alone without saying anything, but decided not to follow her and stay at the pool. Some time later, Kim headed home, but her sister wasn't there. After a few hours passed without Christy showing up, Kim started to worry. She decided to walk around the streets to look for her and soon ran into one of the neighbors. He said that about an hour ago, the police had found a girl's body a few miles away, but couldn't identify her. Kim rushed home and told her parents about it, who immediately called the police, explaining that they couldn't find their daughter. They were instructed to come to the morgue, where officers showed them the body of the deceased girl. At first, the parents couldn't tell if it was their daughter because of the extensive bruises covering her face. But soon, the mother noticed a birthmark on the girl's leg and realized it was Christy. Once her identity was established, the police informed the shocked family about what had happened. Around 2:30 p.m., a man called 911 to report finding a human body in the wooded area behind the shopping center. He, along with his wife and son, went there to buy a toy for their daughter. However, before the family went into the shopping center, their son said he wanted to take a walk in the wooded area behind the building. There was a well-known trail among the trees that led to the river, and overall, the place was quite picturesque, so people often went there just for walks. His parents agreed, and they walked along this path into the depths of the forest. As the family was coming back, they noticed something strange happening a few yards off the trail. Upon closer inspection, they saw a man on the ground, leaning over someone and striking them with a piece of wood. The man saw them, got up and fled. The father approached the spot and discovered a girl on the ground, covered in blood. His wife, who was undergoing medical training, tried to find a pulse on the victim but was unable to find one. The man ran to the shopping center and called the police from one of the stores. He and his wife provided investigators with a description of the perpetrator. He was a young, tall, slender man, around 20 years old, with long dark hair down to his shoulders. He was wearing only jean shorts and boots. Based on their description, the police created a sketch of the suspect and distributed it to patrol officers. The crime scene examination yielded no results. Officers found the piece of wood used as the murder weapon, but they couldn't find anything that could lead them to the perpetrator. It's worth noting that the victim's hands were tied with a telephone cord and her bikini top was pulled down. The t-shirt she was wearing that day was found next to the body, along with her shoes. Despite this, forensic experts didn't find evidence of sexual assault. Investigators speculated that the perpetrator intended to assault her, but something scared him off. Despite the lack of leads, the police quickly realized which direction to focus on. Christy's younger sister revealed that she left the pool with her friend named Carol, so the police went to talk to her. Carol said that on that day, an unknown man called her home, claiming to be a DJ from a local radio station. He said there would be a cheerleading competition in their town, and the winners would get free tickets to the state fair. The caller claimed that the event would take place behind the shopping center and would start at 1:45 p.m. He told her to wait at the entrance to the trail in the woods, where someone would meet her and explain everything. Obviously, this story seemed very suspicious to the police, but there were even more odd details. Carol claimed that initially, she decided to go to this event with her sister, but halfway there, they ran into Christy and her sister. After a brief chat, Carol invited Christy to go with her, so they left the sisters behind and headed towards the shopping center. The girls arrived at the entrance to the woods and waited, sitting on the fence, but no one showed up. Sometime later, Carol said she would go to the shopping center to ask for the time. It took only a few minutes, but when she returned, Christy was no longer there. She waited for a while, but no one appeared, so eventually she left. The police found no evidence to support the claim of any cheerleading competitions in town. They assumed that the caller could have been the killer attempting to lure Carol into the woods, or it could have been some prank unrelated to the murder. Either way, they couldn't trace the call, making it impossible to identify the caller. Investigators also noticed a discrepancy in Carol's story. She said she met Christy and her sister on the street while walking to the shopping center. However, Kim insisted that they were at the pool and Carol came to them there. But that's not all. Late that same evening, Christy's mother encountered Carol, who lived just a few dozen yards from their home, and they had a rather strange conversation. Carol began apologizing to the woman and said that things weren't supposed to go this far. She added that she was supposed to be the target and that 2 people were involved in the murder. Shocked, Christy's mother tried to get more details, but Carol refused to continue the conversation and left. The woman reported this to the police and they spoke with Carol again, but she claimed she hadn't said anything like that and insisted on the truthfulness of her initial version. Later, she was questioned again with a polygraph, and the operator didn't detect any signs of deception in response to key questions. After this, investigators shifted their focus away from Carol and continued searching for other leads. In the following days, as news of the brutal murder spread throughout the city, local residents were gripped by widespread fear, realizing that a dangerous criminal was still at large. The situation was worsened by another fact. The police believed the killer was a local resident, as they knew about the trail behind the shopping center. Detectives deployed all their resources to find the culprit, and 3 days after Christy's murder, there was a long-awaited breakthrough in the case. Around 5 p.m., a police officer was patrolling the center streets of Columbus when he spotted a man who remarkably resembled the sketch of Christy's killer. The patrol officers immediately contacted the detectives, who quickly arrived at the scene. They asked the man to go with them to the station to answer a few questions, and he agreed. He turned out to be 25-year-old Jack Carmen. Despite the fact that he voluntarily agreed to answer their questions, the police immediately faced a problem. The man had a significant intellectual disability. His IQ, according to various tests, was estimated to be around 50 points. Jack was under the care of a specialized medical institution and lived in an apartment provided by a non-profit organization where he worked. He couldn't read, write, and spoke poorly, but the detectives on Christy's case couldn't ignore the striking resemblance between him and the composite sketch. The interrogation proved to be very difficult. Most of the time, Jack answered the detectives' questions with a single word or just remained silent. They also began to doubt whether he was even fully capable of understanding and grasping the meaning of their questions. The interrogation stretched out for 6 hours, but eventually, the detectives began to make some progress. By asking the most simple and concrete questions possible, they were able to extract the long-awaited confession from Jack. According to his words, on that day, he left his apartment and took a bus to the shopping center to buy himself pants and a shirt. As he walked through the parking lot towards the entrance, he noticed Christy sitting on the fence near the beginning of the trail leading into the woods. He approached the girl, grabbed her, tied her hands, and dragged her into the woods, where he assaulted her. After that, Christy tried to escape, and that's when Jack caught up with her, grabbed a piece of wood from the ground, and struck her multiple times on the head. Then he ran to the main road in front of the shopping center and jumped on a bus. The next day, the police took him to the forest, and Jack pointed out the spot where he committed the crime. He also provided investigators with details that only the perpetrator could know, such as the fact that the piece of wood broke in half when he struck the victim with it. The detectives also lined up several people, including Jack, and asked the couple who found Christy to identify the person they saw that day. Both pointed to Jack. He was charged with several offenses, including assault and murder. Despite the fact that experts didn't find any evidence of sexual assault, Jack confessed to it, so the prosecution decided not to exclude it. The prosecutors sought the death penalty, but Jack's lawyer, with his consent, struck a deal. Jack had to admit his guilt before the judge and receive a life sentence instead of execution. Considering that thousands of people were following this case, everything happened very quickly. On September 3rd, just 11 days after the murder, Jack was sentenced to life imprisonment. But after the trial, many people began to doubt Jack's guilt. The more details about his confession and the man himself emerged in the media, the more people began to wonder, could he really have done something like this? Those who knew Jack initially didn't believe it. According to them, he never showed any signs of aggression. He was quite passive, timid, and compliant. He would tell any lie if someone demanded it firmly enough. For example, once at a charity center, he took the blame for a broken boiler, even though someone else had done it. There were also doubts about Jack's ability to confess to the crime. He could barely speak, yet the police claimed that he had told them about the crime in utmost detail. Those who knew Jack believed that the investigators had simply fed him all the necessary information. They just needed to ask leading questions that already contained facts about the case. For example, did he strike the victim with a piece of wood? And if Jack answered yes, the police could already use it as a confession. One woman who was involved in Jack's treatment added that under threat, he could confess to anything. It was enough for him to hear that he faced the electric chair and he would do whatever the detectives asked. But that's not all. Supporters of Jack's innocence found out that the police had brought him to the murder scene at the same time as the witnesses, the same married couple who later identified him among other people at the police station. So, they had already seen Jack and knew that he was a suspect. The police had claimed that the witnesses didn't cross paths with Jack, but no one believed it. There were many more facts that raised strong doubts about Jack's involvement. For example, the police couldn't find the bus driver or even a single passenger who saw Jack on the way to the city center. According to his own confession, that's how he got home. But the most significant factor was the testimony of several people in the charity organization building where Jack lived and worked. They claimed to have seen him around 1:30 p.m. If he was indeed there, he had absolutely no chance of taking a bus to the shopping center on the outskirts of the city and committing the murder by 1:50 p.m. Even if he had left immediately after being seen by the witnesses, the bus would take at least 40 minutes to cover that distance. All these facts made many people not just doubt Jack's guilt, but come to the conclusion that police had essentially coerced his confession. Even Christy's parents started to doubt that he was the real killer. On September 9th, just 6 days after the verdict, around 70 people gathered in front of the city hall to draw attention to the case and demand a thorough investigation. They formed a public committee with the goal of seeking justice. Thanks to this, Jack found a new lawyer who quickly filed for a case review. Several months later, a judge revoked Jack's confession and ordered a new trial. Now, the prosecution had to prove his guilt practically from scratch, which seemed like an almost impossible task. While preparations for the new trial were underway, Christy's father, Norman Mills, conducted his own investigation. From the beginning, he didn't believe the detectives, thinking they weren't doing enough to find his daughter's killer. Eventually, he decided not to rely on the police and started searching for answers himself. Soon after the murder, he and some neighbors went to the woods to inspect the area. There, they found jean shorts and blood-stained men's underwear. They handed these items over to the police, who had initially just overlooked them. However, it remained unknown whether these items were linked to the case or even tested. The new trial for Jack began only in 1977, 2 years after the murder. The defense had two tasks. First and foremost, to prove Jack's innocence, and also to try to identify a candidate for this role, whom they considered the most likely suspect, the man who found Christie's body with his wife. His name was Henry Newell, and at the time of the murder, he was 25 years old. By the start of the trial, Jack's lawyers had gathered an impressive list of reasons to suspect Henry for the murder, and during the trial, this list grew even longer. Initially, Henry drew attention because of his record. Starting from his teenage years, he had been arrested numerous times for various offenses, serving 3 prison terms. He had successfully escaped from jail twice before being caught and sent back. At the time of Jack's trial, he was serving his 4th sentence. This time, Henry had set his own house on fire to collect insurance money. The lawyers had also reviewed the evidence from Christie's case and found several very suspicious details. In his testimony, Henry said he found her body, ran up to it, and tossed aside a blood-stained piece of wood. He explained this by saying he was in a state of shock at the time, but such an action still seemed odd. Why would he pick up the murder weapon and throw it away from the body without any apparent reason? He also claimed he thought the girl was still alive, so he took off his shirt and pressed it to her face. This action also raised questions. Did he really try to stop the bleeding? Or did his shirt get bloody during the murder and he needed to justify it somehow? Jack's lawyers found a store employee in the mall where Henry ran to call the police. She said he wasn't wearing a shirt but had jean shorts on, although by the time the police arrived, he was already wearing different pants. The employee also claimed Henry had a fresh bruise on his face, as if someone had hit him. When asked why she didn't immediately tell the police about this, she said no one simply asked her. The officers themselves should have noticed this bruise, but they ignored it. Back then, Henry also agreed to take a polygraph test, but he ended up vomiting right on the machine, so the police didn't arrange a new test. Another witness was Henry's neighbor. He said that on the night of the murder, he spoke with Henry and noticed many fresh scratches on his hands. The man also mentioned seeing a telephone cord in Henry's garage of the same color and shape as the one used to tie the victim's hands. But that's not all. The neighbors stated that Henry once told him a very strange story. He claimed to know Carol, Christie's 14-year-old friend, and that they used to swim naked together in the pool. Considering he was 25 at the time, this story shocked everyone involved in the case. However, finding any direct evidence that this actually happened was simply impossible. Yet, it indicated that Henry was acquainted with Carol, who also had a direct connection to the case. His wife, Pam, also testified in court. She said everything had happened exactly as they told the police on the first day. They went to the mall and their son wanted to take a walk. They went to woods and found the body. Pam added that up until that point, Henry had been at home and only stepped out for a few minutes to chase away the neighborhood kids who had started throwing firecrackers into their yard. Carol also testified. She stated that she had never met Henry. She was also asked about what she had meant when she told the victim's mother that things shouldn't have escalated so far. But Carol once again claimed she didn't remember saying anything like that. Henry himself was also brought into the courtroom from prison. He repeated his story without any changes and insisted that he had nothing to do with the crime. One of the most significant moments of the trial was the display of the full recording of Jack's interrogation. After viewing it, it became apparent to everyone that Jack was simply coerced into confirming the detective's words that he had committed the murder. Jack barely spoke and apparently didn't fully understand what the police wanted from him. But that wasn't the most crucial moment of the trial. On the 5th day, another unexpected witness appeared, neither anticipated by the prosecution nor Jack's lawyers. It was Bobby, Henry's stepson, and his testimony truly shocked everyone following the case. The boy revealed that on that day, Henry did indeed leave the house to chase away kids throwing firecrackers in their yard. However, he was gone for more than just a few minutes, as his mother had claimed, but for over half an hour. When Henry returned home, his shirt and sandals were missing, and he had scratches on his arms and face. Henry called Pam into another room, where they had a conversation. After that, they came out and told Bobby that they were all going to the shopping center. Upon arriving, the parents immediately led him to the trail behind the shopping center. The boy claimed that he hadn't asked to go there for a walk, as his parents had initially stated. They entered the woods and almost immediately found Henry's sandals, one of which was torn. A little further, They saw Christie's body, and his mother instructed Bobby never to tell anyone about what he saw. The boy added that he only decided to tell the truth after having a conversation with his biological father, who had convinced him to do the right thing. His grandmother also testified in court and recounted one strange episode involving Henry. She, along with him and Pam, attended Christie's farewell ceremony. On the way back, the woman said what a tragedy it was, and Henry suddenly replied, "It will teach her to keep her mouth shut." Another witness was Henry's friend. He said that Henry once confessed to him that he killed Christie. He added that the killing was accidental, not planned. In the end, this trial left practically no doubt that Jack had no involvement in the crime, and eventually, all charges against him were dropped. But here's where it gets interesting. Despite the overwhelming evidence pointing to Henry's involvement, the prosecutor stated that he had no intention of pursuing a case against him. He also noted that the initial investigation was conducted in the best possible way. However, the prosecutor pointed out that the police either failed to notice or ignored a vast amount of clues and evidence available to them from day one. His response sparked a wave of public outrage. It reached such heights that 2 days later, the prosecutor had to backtrack and agree to reopen the investigation into Christie's case. But here was a serious problem. Investigators relied on the initial investigation, including the testimonies of Henry and Pam. In other words, the police still operated under the assumption that the couple stumbled upon Christie's body in the woods, with a long-haired, shirtless man looming over her. For this reason, investigators stated that they would be looking for new suspects resembling Jack. Of course, such an approach yielded no results. The investigation continued for several months, and eventually this case went cold. Christie's father never gave up on seeking justice. Once, he filed a civil lawsuit against Jack, but the reasons for such a move were not as simple as it might have seemed. The man didn't believe in Jack's involvement in the murder, but this legal process would have granted him access to the case files, giving him the opportunity to collect all the available information. Unfortunately, this also yielded no results. In February 2006, Christie's father passed away from cancer, never having closure in the case. For a long time, there was no progress in the investigation of Christie's murder until 2013, when former attorney John Aller took an interest in the case. He decided to conduct his own investigation, reaching out to all involved parties, hoping to find new leads. Christie's relatives handed him a box containing all of her father's records, which he had been gathering up until his death. Aller went through them all, spoke to dozens of people, and it became evident to him that the culprit behind this murder was none other than Henry. During his investigation, he found out that Christie's friend, Carol, was into smoking marijuana at the time. Digging deeper, he uncovered something else and concluded that she, like some other teenagers, apparently was buying it from Henry. This became another link between him and Carol and could indicate the real reason why the girl went to that forest. He theorized that the whole story about the DJ was simply made up, and in reality, Carol arranged to meet Henry in the forest to buy the illegal substance. Perhaps, she decided to invite Christie along under some other pretext, such as using the same story about the DJ in cheerleading competition. Another, much darker version suggested that Carol may have initially lured Christie there at Henry's request, who had planned to assault her. However, the girl fought back, as evidenced by the scratches and bruises on his body, and the man killed her. Delving deeper into the case, discovered that by that time, Henry had committed even more crimes, including arson, domestic violence, and assault. There was another incident linked to him, but he wasn't tried for it, the death of his wife, Pam. In 1982, she filed for divorce, and just a month later, she was found dead in their apartment where she still lived with Henry. The official cause of death was a sleeping pillow overdose, and the police found a note indicating that she did it herself. Pam's relatives didn't believe this version and suspected that Henry had tampered with the pills. The strangest part of this whole story was that no package of sleeping pills was found in the apartment, even though Pam obviously couldn't have disposed of it after taking such a large amount. That same year, 2013, when Aller took on the case, Henry passed away from cancer at the age of 63. Despite this, Aller continued his work and released a book containing all available information about Christie's murder. The release of the book sparked a new wave of interest in the case, and Christie's relatives, along with other people, began demanding to reopen the investigation. Several of Henry's relatives also reached out to Aller, stating that their entire family knew that he was the one who killed the girl, but kept silent. One of them recounted that a few months before her 16th birthday, Henry had given her a car as a gift. They went for a ride together, and at some point he asked her to stop, looked at her, and said that he had killed Christie, detailing the crime in full. The woman said she couldn't believe it. According to her, Henry had been drinking a lot, and she thought he had simply made up this story under the influence of alcohol. However, after reading Aller's book, everything fell into place for her. All of this led to the reopening of the murder investigation in May of 2014. For many months, detectives re-examined all the available evidence, interviewed dozens of people, and re-evaluated the leads. In his confession to his relative, Henry mentioned that he had assaulted Christie. At the time, medical experts found no evidence of that, but now, with modern technology, they examined Christie's clothing and found traces of semen. Unfortunately, the traces were so small that conducting DNA analysis was simply impossible. The investigation continued until the end of 2015, when detectives called a press conference. 40 years after the murder, they finally announced that they have no doubt that Henry was the one who committed it. However, since he was no longer alive, they couldn't take this case to court. It was officially declared solved, and the investigation was closed. Without Henry's confession, investigators couldn't be 100% sure of exactly what had happened, but they had a strong idea. Most likely, when Henry had left home that day, he went to the trail behind the shopping center. Perhaps Carol invited him there so she could buy weed, but that part cannot be confirmed. Once there, he saw Christie alone and decided to assault her. He tied her hands with a phone cord and took her further into the woods where she fought back. Christie managed to scratch him and hit him in the face, after which Henry likely knocked her down and killed her with a piece of wood he had found nearby. He then returned home, told his wife what had happened, and they both came up with a plan how he could avoid punishment. It's worth mentioning that Carol never told the truth after all these years. It's possible she was somehow involved, and we can't exclude that one day she'll come forward. During the press conference, the police also apologized to Christie's family for how negligently their predecessors handled the case. There was enough evidence from the beginning to charge Henry with the murder, but the investigators either didn't notice it or simply ignored it. The case of the Harvey family. On that Sunday afternoon in January 2006, a man and his daughter visited his friend's family home for a New Year's gathering. He found the open door a usual party thing. Entering, he saw thick smoke, alerted others, and called the authorities. Firefighters arrived, put out the fire, but tragically found the Harveys' lifeless bodies. What seemed like a fire turned into a murder investigation, leaving the investigators both shaken and perplexed. 49-year-old Brian Tabor Harvey, a local icon, gained recognition in the 1980s as the singer-songwriter for the underground indie band House of Freaks. Despite parting ways professionally with his musical partner, Johnny Hott, in the 90s, they remained close friends. Brian, a devoted musician, took the stage for the last time at a New Year's Eve show, which was sadly and unbeknownst to him, the final night of his life. On the other hand, 39-year-old Catherine Elizabeth Grabinski achieved success as the co-owner of the popular toy store World of Mirth, located in Richmond's Carytown district. A community pillar, she was an artist involved in various endeavors from painting sets for community theater to working as a pastry chef and waitress. Catherine had an older sister, Shelley Grabinski, and was also the half-sister of actor Stephen Culp, known for his roles in The West Wing and Desperate Housewives, among other films. The paths of Brian and Catherine crossed at the Border Cafe on Main Street where Catherine worked, and Brian frequently visited with Johnny. In 1990, they got married, and the House of Freaks released an album featuring a song dedicated to Catherine titled, I Got Happy. The couple welcomed 2 daughters into their lives, Stella and their first daughter, born in 1996, and Ruby May, born in February 2001. While Brian continued his music pursuits, he also took on a job working on computers for the Henrico County school system. Catherine, on the other hand, embarked on the entrepreneurial path by opening World of Mirth, a unique toy and gift store that became a cornerstone in the fashionable Carytown neighborhood. Her brother, Stephen Culp, explained in court that she wanted to create a space where parents could come with their kids and spend time, and kids could play with the toys without any toys that resembled weapons such as guns or swords. The Harvey family established their home in a stately old neighborhood on the south side of Richmond with large trees, porch swings, and ivy-covered surroundings. They had a family room in the basement of their 2-story red brick house. The beautiful family was well known and beloved in the community of Richmond, and no one really had bad intentions towards them, or so everyone thought. On New Year's Day, Sunday, February 2006, Brian, his wife Catherine, and their 2 daughters, 9-year-old Stella and 4-year-old Ruby, anticipated a bustling day ahead. Their plans included hosting a lunchtime barbecue for friends and family, prompting them to rise early and make preparations for the upcoming festivities. It had become a tradition for them to throw a party every New Year's Day, gathering their extensive circle of friends for the occasion. On that Sunday morning, Brian went outside their residence in the fashionable Woodland Heights area of Richmond, Virginia, to retrieve the newspaper. Absorbed in the front page news, he returned indoors without locking the door. Since they lived in a relatively safe neighborhood, this wouldn't normally have been a cause for concern. Typically, they also didn't secure the door on party days, leaving it open for arriving friends. However, on this day, unbeknownst to Brian, opportunistic criminals were secretly lurking nearby. Catherine was busily preparing cookies in the kitchen for the anticipated guests who were expected to arrive shortly. Suddenly, she heard voices emanating from the living room. Assuming someone had arrived earlier than expected, she approached the living room, only to be confronted not by familiar faces, but by 2 unknown men. In the tense moments that followed, Brian, Catherine, and young Ruby were directed to go downstairs to the basement playroom. Stella, who had spent the previous night at a slumber party, had not yet joined them. Once the family was confined to the small space, the intruders used electrical cords and packing tape to restrain them, ensuring their cooperation to prevent any harm as the intruders proceeded to ransack the house. Around 10 a.m., a knock on the front door interrupted them. The apparent leader of the group released Catherine from her restraints and instructed her to deal with whoever was at the door. However, before allowing her to leave, he issued a stern warning. If she sought help or attempted to escape, her daughter and husband would be murdered, as the imminent arrival of Stella was threatened. A distressed Catherine found herself in a difficult dilemma. Answering the door would expose her daughter to the same danger as the rest of the family, while ignoring the persistent knocking could incur the wrath of the assailant, who clearly had the upper hand. Ultimately, she decided that cooperation was the most prudent choice, and with that decision, she opened the door. In an unexpected turn of events, Stella swiftly darted past Catherine and made her way directly to the playroom, where the family usually spent a lot of time together. Acting quickly, Catherine intercepted her daughter's friend, preventing her from following. Karen Perkinson, the friend's mother, later recounted her surprise at Catherine's unusual behavior, which deviated from her typical exuberance. In response to Perkinson's inquiry about her well-being, Catherine, normally lively, claimed to be unwell and gestured with a circular motion to the side of her head, mimicking a gun to indicate someone might be considered crazy, abruptly ending the conversation and shutting the door. This peculiar gesture would later trouble Parkinson, who wondered if Catherine was attempting to convey that Kathy was being monitored by the intruders, and could she have attempted an escape, potentially saving herself and Stella. However, the dilemma of leaving Brian and Ruby behind weighed heavily on Catherine's mind. Perkinson left, intending to return later for the party. With all 4 members of Harvey's family now inside the house, Catherine went back to the basement and found a terrified Stella, who had been securely tied up along with the rest of the family. As everyone lay bound and vulnerable, chaos suddenly and unexpectedly erupted. The man in charge revealed a knife taken from the Harvey's kitchen and began slashing their throats, including those of the young girls, expressing frustration that they were not dying quickly enough. He ordered his accomplice to bludgeon their heads, but the partner refused, prompting the assailant to grab a claw hammer and ruthlessly strike them repeatedly until they stopped moving. After removing Catherine Harvey's wedding ring, the assailants used wine as an accelerant to set the room on fire and conceal evidence of their heinous acts. As they made their escape from the residence, they helped themselves to a plate of freshly baked cookies that were cooling on the kitchen counter and stole a laptop, DVD player, and various other items. Rushing out, they entered a getaway vehicle parked outside where a woman who was in a relationship with one of the men was serving as a lookout during what was initially intended as a simple robbery. They quickly departed, leaving the scene as inconspicuously as they had arrived. Sometime later, around 1:30 p.m., Johnny Holt arrived for the celebratory gathering. Upon opening the front door, he was greeted by a dense cloud of smoke pouring out, alarmed by the strong smell of burning. He alerted the neighbors, who quickly called 911. As emergency responders entered the premises and dealt with the fire, they unfortunately found 4 bodies in the smoldering basement still intact. Investigators at the scene soon determined that the fire did not cause the victims' deaths, but rather a more sinister cause of death was uncovered. This had now become a murder investigation. Police officers and paramedics, who were accustomed to witnessing the darkest aspects of humanity, were reportedly so distressed by the harrowing scene that some of them openly shed tears. The revelation that the parents had been forced to witness the brutal deaths of their children and vice versa was heartbreaking to imagine. Autopsies revealed that Brian and Catherine died from blunt force trauma to the head. Stella tragically succumbed to a combination of blunt force trauma and smoke inhalation, suggesting she was alive when the fire started despite her severe injuries. Ruby's death resulted from stab wounds to her neck and back. Despite initiating an immediate investigation into the murders, the authorities had little evidence. Recognizing the potential for criminals to divulge information, they appealed to the public for assistance. And fortunately, their breakthrough came a few days later on January 6th. A woman named LaToya Pye contacted the police, requesting them to perform a welfare check on her friend, 21-year-old Ashley Brazil. Pye expressed her concerns as she believed that Ashley's boyfriend, 29-year-old Rye Joseph Dandridge, and his uncle, 29-year-old Ricky Javan Gray, were involved in the murder of the Harvey family. Ricky, who was slightly younger than his nephew by a few months, was said to be the one in charge. The shocking revelation continued as Pye disclosed that the 2 men had stored evidence of their crimes at her residence. She revealed that Gray and Dandridge had recently visited at her home with a laptop that had an image of the Harveys as its wallpaper. And the Harvey case had by then received extensive coverage in the news, leaving no doubt that the laptop belonged to them. Additionally, LaToya provided detailed information about a plan devised by Ashley, Gray, and Dandridge to rob Ashley's parents. In this plan, Ashley was supposed to pretend to be a hostage, allowing Ricky and Gray to extort money from the Brazil Tuckers, which would make Ashley appear innocent even though she was aware of the entire plan and had been offered a role. LaToya declined, becoming suspicious of the trio. The uncle and nephew were the only ones that returned hours later, and when asked about Ashley's whereabouts, they cryptically replied, "Ashley has gone bye-bye." This statement heightened LaToya's concerns, prompting her to contact the police. It was this crucial information that investigators needed to start connecting the dots. Having confirmed LaToya's information, investigators proceeded to the residence where Ashley resided with her mother, 46-year-old Mary Basil Tucker, and stepfather, 55-year-old Purcell Tucker. To their horror, they encountered yet another gruesome scene. Upon entering the home, they discovered the lifeless bodies of all 3 victims who had been subjected to a brutal method similar to the Harvey family's fate. The victims were bound, gagged, and had their throats mercilessly slit. Duct tape wound tightly around their heads had inflicted additional suffering on Mary and Purcell, who both displayed deep neck lacerations. Purcell had a sock forcibly inserted into his throat, and Ashley tragically was found to have been suffocated with a plastic bag. The common cause of death for all 3 was determined to be suffocation and torture. Suspecting the presence of killers, law enforcement agencies from across the region collaborated in a joint effort to apprehend them before they could commit further atrocities. Harvey, Purcell, and Mary led quiet, peaceful lives without any known enemies. Purcell worked as a forklift operator, while Mary was employed by a housekeeping business. Their tranquil existence was shattered by the betrayal of their own daughter, which ultimately led to the tragic demise of an innocent couple who were simply trying to enjoy their retirement years. The investigators swiftly uncovered the crucial link between the Harvey and Tucker cases. Ashley was found wearing Brian Harvey's wedding band, the same one that was missing and taken from Catherine. With this revelation, urgent action was imperative to apprehend Gray and Dandridge before they could inflict further irreparable harm. They traced their movements back to their home state of Pennsylvania, and Gray and Dandridge were captured in Philadelphia on January 7th. In questioning, Dandridge asserted that the murders had been conceived by his uncle, and he had merely followed instructions. Faced with these incriminating accusations, Gray readily admitted to the killings of the Harveys and his involvement in those of Ashley and her parents. While these straightforward confessions were enough to leave anyone astounded, it became apparent that this was just the beginning. Gray provided gruesome, intricate details of both family massacres, emphasizing that their actions were driven solely by the need for money. During the Harvey family murders, unbeknownst to everyone, Gray was under the influence of PCP, a drug known for inducing auditory and visual hallucinations, as well as violent behavior. Throughout his confession, Gray maintained a chilling, emotionless stare, and his utter indifference towards the lives he took led investigators to believe they were face to face with the devil incarnate. It was also revealed that Gray was responsible for the murder of his wife, Trevor Terrell Gray, whose body was uncovered in a shallow grave on Brookside Avenue in Washington, Pennsylvania. The couple had been married for 6 months prior to her tragic murder and resided together in a house owned by Trevor's family along with Gray's nephew, Rye. According to Trevor's parents, the Grays frequently engaged in bitter arguments, and claw marks on Rye's forearm were even discovered on the day Trevor's body was found. Despite being interviewed by Washington police, neither Gray nor Dandridge were initially considered suspects. Trevor's mother, Manna Squires, alleged that law enforcement assumed Trevor had succumbed to a drug overdose, leading to a lackadaisical investigation into her death. Although Trevor's demise was deemed suspicious at the time, a homicide investigation was only initiated after Gray's confession in 2006. On December 31, 2005, a brutal assault unfolded where 26-year-old Ryan K.Y. was attacked by 2 men in front of his parents' Arlington home, who were later identified as Gray and Dandridge. The assault left Kai with severe beating and stab wounds to the chest, neck, and arms, resulting in a near-fatal assault that caused him to spend the following 2 weeks in a coma and permanently lose the use of his right arm. On February 9, 2006, Ricky Gray faced 5 charges of capital murder, while Ray Dandridge was indicted on 3 counts of murder for his involvement in the Baskerville Tucker killings. Despite their earlier admissions, both men pleaded not guilty. After a 6-month trial, the jury found Gray guilty on all counts, leading to a life sentence for the murders of Brian and Catherine Harvey. In response to the brutal taking of Stella and Ruby's lives, the court deemed nothing less than a death sentence appropriate. In September 2006, following his uncle's conviction, and after learning the verdict in his case, Dandridge opted for a plea deal to evade the death penalty. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. In December 2006, Ricky Gray faced charges from Chesterfield County for the murder of Cheryl Warner, a 37-year-old legal secretary and mother of 3. Warner was discovered shot and hanged by an electrical cord in the basement of her Burning Beaver residence. Gray entered a not guilty plea. However, on June 4, 2008, the charge was suspended due to conflicting evidence. Over the subsequent 9 years, Gray's legal team pursued numerous appeals, primarily arguing that their client suffered from diminished capacity due to an abusive childhood. The case reached the Supreme Court, where it was summarily rejected in 2016. In November 2016, Gray was scheduled to be executed on January 18, 2017. On January 18, 2017, with all of his appeals exhausted, Ricky Gray was executed by lethal injection at Greensville Correctional Center. Ray Dandridge remains incarcerated at Sussex State Prison. The brutal murders of the Harvey family unleashed an overwhelming wave of horror and sorrow, with over 1,400 individuals attending their memorial service, expressing their condolences and grief. Flowers and dolls piled up and formed a poignant tribute along the curb outside the red brick house. Children placed candles, which maintained their glow for weeks. A neighbor reflected on the community's collective mourning, stating that they kept those candles lit for weeks. Catherine's brother, Culp, testified about the profound impact of the murders, describing them as a lightning bolt to the heart that felt bottomless. He further expressed his pain in thinking about the Harvey family's last hours. In Richmond's Forest Hill Park, an entrance to a footbridge is adorned with a granite monument, a poignant dedication to the Harvey family. This family, who had previously enjoyed many joyful moments at the site, saw their lives abruptly and tragically cut short. A bronze plaque depicting their radiant smiles serves as a commemoration of happier days before the unfathomable evil infiltrated their lives, devastating everything in its wake. It is a sad and unfortunate tale, and our thoughts are with the victims whose lives were tragically cut short and the loved ones they left behind. The case of Alan Wade. High school sweethearts James Reggie Sooner and Carol Alford hailed from Charleston, South Carolina. They grew up together, same school, same grade, knowing each other since childhood. Over time, their friendship evolved into something deeper. By 1959, at 15 years old, they were dating. Friends often remarked on how harmonious and beautiful James and Carol seemed together. They captured these moments in photos. Young and happy, with dreams of a long and joyful life ahead. It was their first deep connection. The pair became almost inseparable, both in school and out. They seriously thought about marriage once they turned 18, a decision supported by their parents. But life had other plans. In 1962, just after graduating high school, James was drafted into military service. He and Carol decided to delay their wedding until his return and promised to exchange letters regularly. Time moved on, and the separation became lengthy. By the mid-60s, James found himself deployed to Vietnam, a hot spot, and all contact was lost thereafter. Carol had no word if her beloved was even alive. She faced significant challenges in her life, starting when he stopped writing to her. She chose to further her education while simultaneously securing employment at the Charleston Air Force Base. Eventually, Carol married, but this first marriage ended quickly without any children. In 1975, she entered into a second marriage with Richard Alford, and in 1977, they had a daughter named Rhonda. Unfortunately, the second marriage also proved unsuccessful due to Richard's excessive drinking and physical abuse. By the mid-1980s, Carol could no longer endure the ongoing abuse. She took her daughter and filed for divorce. However, Richard continued to harass and pursue her relentlessly. In 1987, his behavior reached a critical point. Richard purchased a handgun, consumed a large amount of alcohol, and went to confront Carol. On that fateful day, Richard rang Carol's doorbell. She unsuspectingly opened the door while Rhonda was in the room behind her. Despite his daughter's presence, Richard drew his gun and shot Carol multiple times in front of Rhonda. He then left the scene, drove to a deserted area, and committed suicide by shooting himself. Carol was fortunate to survive due to neighbors hearing the gunshots and Rhonda's desperate cries for help. They promptly called for an ambulance and alerted the police. Carol was in critical condition after losing significant blood. She underwent numerous complex surgeries and blood transfusions over several days before beginning her recovery. Although she gradually regained strength, she became permanently blind in her right eye and disabled for life. Toward the late 1990s, Carol's health deteriorated seriously once more. She experienced severe weight loss along with persistent pain and weakness, which prompted a thorough medical examination at the hospital. Despite enduring these substantial physical and emotional hardships throughout her life, Carol's resilience shone through as she navigated each challenge thrown her way. In 1987, Carol received a distressing diagnosis of liver cancer. During her treatment, she was inadvertently infected with the hepatitis C virus, which went undetected and untreated. The virus silently damaged her liver over the years, ultimately leading to cancer. However, due to appropriate treatment and supportive therapy, Carol's condition was stabilized. She was required to take her prescribed medications daily for the rest of her life and undergo regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment plan. Carol faced additional challenges after losing her job at the Air Force Base due to severe gunshot wounds. With the added burden of cancer, she was no longer able to perform physically demanding tasks or remain on her feet for extended periods. Consequently, she took a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in Charleston, her hometown. On the other hand, James experienced his own set of hardships in Vietnam. He was severely wounded during the war and almost lost his leg, requiring a prolonged hospital stay. His name was mistakenly included in lists of the deceased, leading even his relatives to believe he had died. Fortunately, he survived and eventually returned home years later. By that time, he had lost contact with Carol. She had moved residences, married, and believed that James had perished in the conflict. Although James later married, severe injuries from the war led to diabetes and several chronic conditions, which prevented him from becoming a father. His marriage ended after a few years, leaving him living alone since then. He found employment as a laborer on the local railroad, but expected no further pleasant surprises from life. In fall 2000, while Carol was performing her duties at the call center, answering phones and providing customer advice, she encountered another caller whose voice sounded unervingly familiar. This voice elicited an emotional response within her that she could not ignore. Carol immediately recognized her first high school love, but she was hesitant to act on it because she believed James was dead. She answered all the customers' questions and then suddenly turned to him, saying his full name. Silence hung in the air for a moment. The man timidly asked how she knew his name. Carol began to cry and responded that she was the girl he had dated in high school, the girl he once wanted to marry. For the next few moments, they both cried into the phone, unable to find words. They soon discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the next evening. Meeting again after 38 years, according to Rhonda's recollection, her mother came home from work that day looking excited like a schoolgirl and talking nonstop about James. The next day, Carol prepared diligently for the date, trying on dresses, doing her hair and makeup. She realized that she was no longer the young beauty James remembered, but wanted to look her best and win back his heart. Their reunion was exciting. They hadn't seen each other in 38 years. They talked endlessly about everything, the highlights and sorrows of their lives, failed marriages, work issues, and health problems. They reminisced about their happy times together. Their old feelings reignited, and James and Carol were eager to make up for lost time. They began seeing each other daily and decided just a couple of weeks later to live together. 5 months later, they married, and Carol moved into her new husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life brought its own set of joys and challenges. The couple first resided in their native Charleston, South Carolina. In love and happy, they engaged in everyday life activities and took care of each other, especially since both were aging with health concerns. Next door lived the Cole family, longtime acquaintances of James. Stephen Cole had also served in Vietnam, where he was severely wounded and now used a wheelchair. His wife Natalie seemed often absent due to work commitments and preferred socializing with friends over spending time at home. Their daughter Tiffany would typically hang around on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket expenses. When James and Carol first started living together, Tiffany was still in high school. Good-natured Carol immediately felt a connection with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for Tiffany, who seemed unwanted by her own mother. Over 5 years, Carol did everything possible to support Tiffany. Carol invited her to family lunches and dinners, where delicious food was served, periodically bought clothes for the girl, and even provided small amounts of money for minor expenses. Carol treated Tiffany like she was her own daughter, surrounding her with care and attention. In February 2004, the Sumners decided to sell their Chevrolet Lumina minivan. Tiffany expressed interest in buying it through installments, since she had no money but needed the car desperately. The couple decided to sell it to her at a very low price and divided the payment into manageable amounts stretched over a whole year. Early in February 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to Florida due to health issues that had significantly worsened for both spouses. Doctors advised them to move south near the ocean for better health conditions. By then, both were retired, so they chose to make this significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious home in Charleston and bought property in Jacksonville, the largest city in Florida, where they also purchased a new Lincoln Town car. The couple was extremely happy and settled into their new place while making plans for their future life together. Every day, Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda. She shared everything about what was going on in her life, including her thoughts and plans. So when communication ceased, Rhonda was both surprised and deeply concerned. In June 2005, Rhonda became concerned when her mother failed to call her as usual and didn't answer her calls either. Initially, she pushed away negative thoughts and hoped everything was fine with her mom and stepdad. She thought they might get in touch soon. However, the following day brought no change. Rhonda called both her mother's and James's cell phones every half hour, but they were now unreachable and voicemail messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided it was time to take action. She chose to drive to another state to personally check if her mother and stepfather were all right. She started early in the morning for a 5-hour drive to reach the Sumners' home. Upon arrival, the first thing she noticed was that their car was missing, which seemed unusual. Approaching the front door, she found it slightly open. Inside, the house was eerily quiet, despite a light being on in one of the rooms while sunlight streamed outside. Rhonda called out loudly for her mother and James, but heard nothing in response. Entering the kitchen next, she saw a table set for two with food that appeared untouched for at least 3 days. It looked like they were about to have dinner but abruptly left it unfinished. The house itself was in disarray. Things were scattered around randomly, and some doors and cupboards were open, as if someone had frantically searched through them. Rhonda's concern grew when she spotted crucial medications on a bedside table in their bedroom. Her mother's cancer pills, taken 3 times daily, and James's insulin, administered hourly, remained there untouched along with completely dead phones. Given these observations, medications left behind, and no cell phone usage, it became clear that her mother and stepfather couldn't have gone far or been away for long without these essentials. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rhonda immediately contacted the police to report their disappearance under what seemed like strange circumstances. The couple's vehicle was promptly included on the wanted list. All bank cards belonging to Carol and James were blocked the same day. The initial days of the search yielded no significant results. It was impossible to locate either the Sumners themselves or any witnesses. However, on June 12th, several events transpired simultaneously, enabling the police to pick up the trail of the criminals. Firstly, a man phoned one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sooner, and complained about his card being blocked, making it impossible for him to withdraw cash. Upon verifying the card information, the bank employee immediately suspected something amiss. The employee suggested that Mr. Sooner personally visit the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue, but the man abruptly hung up. A few minutes later, from the same number, yet directed at another bank, a woman identifying herself as Mrs. Carol Sooner called and reported a similar problem with her card being blocked. When she was asked to visit the bank in person, she categorically refused, citing health reasons and emphasizing her immediate need for access to her funds. Naturally, this request was denied. The information regarding these calls and recordings of them was immediately handed over to law enforcement. The same day at the station, these recordings were played for Rhonda, who confidently stated that neither voice belonged to her mother nor stepfather. This was evident from the outset, as both individuals were in their 60s, while the voices sounded much younger. Police promptly hypothesized that these imposters were directly connected to the disappearance of the Sumners. They suspected that either these individuals had kidnapped Carol and James and were holding them somewhere against their will, or had possibly killed them after coercing information about their bank accounts and cards. A few days later, the missing couple's car was discovered, abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area. There were no traces of blood or signs of struggle in the cabin. Experts found hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which belonged to both spouses. It became evident that the owners had been taken away in the trunk of their own car, and prospects of finding them alive were grim. Upon examining the couple's bank transactions, it was revealed that money had been withdrawn from their cards several times after they ceased contacting their daughter. Reviewing the ATM surveillance footage showed that a young man, who couldn't be identified immediately, made the withdrawals. Additionally, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to contact the bank. The SIM card itself was purchased with prepaid time shortly before the disappearance of the couple. Attempts to establish the buyer's identity failed. However, it was discovered that on June 6th, a call was made from this number to a car rental company. It turned out that a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 under the name Tiffany Cole. This same car was subsequently driven by an unidentified young man who withdrew money from ATMs using cards belonging to the missing individuals. He withdrew $1,000 from one card and nearly $3,000 from another. Thanks to built-in location trackers in rental cars, investigators determined that this Mazda RX-8 had parked at a hotel in Charleston. A CAPTCHA team was promptly dispatched and forcefully entered the room where these individuals were staying. Note: CAPTCHA is likely a mistake. Perhaps you meant SWAT or a similar tactical unit. The room was strewn with packages and receipts from various stores, including clothes, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and expensive alcohol. Inside were three individuals: 23-year-old Tiffany Cole, her 24-year-old boyfriend Michael Jackson, and 19-year-old Alan Lindell Wade. The young men appeared surprised and confused as police placed handcuffs on their wrists. All three individuals were taken to the police station and placed in separate rooms for questioning. Initially, they pretended not to understand the accusations against them or simply remained silent. A search of their room uncovered several items belonging to the Sumners, including their bank cards, a laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawnshop receipts in the name of Cole. It was discovered that part of the stolen jewelry had been pawned by Tiffany, and the money spent with friends. After several hours of interrogation, and upon being presented with irrefutable evidence found in the hotel room, Tiffany was the first to speak. She sobbed as she revealed that she and her friends had robbed the elderly couple, but insisted they did nothing further to them. They then fled and started spending other people's money. Tiffany also admitted that there was another accomplice, a 19-year-old named Bruce Kent Nixon, who was paid $300 for his help. They never saw him again after that. Indeed, Bruce had agreed to participate in the crime for a promised payment. Afterward, he spent all the money on illegal substances. Finding him wasn't difficult, as he lived in Charleston and had not attempted to flee or hide. He was arrested at his parents' house. A careless phrase led Bruce to realize how serious the consequences could be for his involvement. Consequently, he agreed to cooperate with the authorities to avoid facing the death penalty. What he revealed was horrifying. It all started in May 2005, when Tiffany went to deliver a payment for a car bought 6 months prior from the Sumners. She often visited them personally because hospitable Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, offered delicious food, and even gave gifts if she brought friends along. There was always space for guests in the house and at their table. This time, Tiffany showed up with her new boyfriend and was warmly invited to dinner. Since it was late, the couple ended up staying overnight at the Sumners' home. During the meal, the Sumners discussed how they had settled into their new place. Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left after selling their house in Charleston, implying they could comfortably enjoy their retirement without any financial worries. With this revelation, Carol unwittingly sealed her and her husband's fate. Tiffany and Michael exchanged looks. That night, while still at the couple's house, they began plotting how to obtain that substantial amount of money. In the morning, Tiffany and Michael bid farewell and returned to South Carolina. Over the next 2 weeks, they found accomplices, assigned roles and responsibilities, and began executing their plan. On June 6th, Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from an unspecified location. Together, they drove to a secluded spot in the suburbs of Jacksonville and started digging a deep hole intended as the grave for the Sumners couple. On July 8th, Tiffany purchased rope and duct tape from a hardware store and handed these materials over to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan arrived at the prospective victim's home under the pretense of needing assistance and asked if they could make a phone call from inside. Despite finding them strange, Carol decided to let them in, thinking they genuinely needed help. Once inside, Bruce and Alan immediately attacked Carol and her husband when he responded to her screams. They bound the couple's hands and feet with duct tape, blindfolded them, and demanded information about any money or valuables in the house. Under severe threats of torture and death, the Sumners provided details of their bank accounts and PIN codes for their cards in hopes of being spared. However, once this information was obtained by the intruders, 2 additional accomplices entered the house. They helped drag Carol and her husband into their backyard before stuffing them into the trunk of their family car. Alan drove their Lincoln with Bruce seated beside him, while Tiffany and Michael followed close behind in a rented Mazda RX-8 as part of their sinister plan. While on their way, they encountered a police patrol that might have tried to stop the car with the couple in the trunk. The second car was supposed to divert attention by speeding up or blatantly breaking rules. However, no one appeared in their path, so both cars reached the destination safely. In the trunk, James managed to free his arm. He removed the bandage and duct tape from his face, and also from his wife's face to prevent suffocation. There wasn't much more they could do. Their surprise, bewilderment, and shock were immense when the trunk lid opened, and among their captors were Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The captives were led several dozen meters through the woods to a prepared grave. They were then simply pushed into it. The couple pleaded desperately for their lives, but the young criminals proceeded otherwise. They killed the couple in a brutal manner by burying them alive. According to Bruce, it took about an hour for them to cover the bound elderly people with earth, while they cried, confessed their love for each other, and said goodbye. An examination later showed that the spouses died of suffocation. Pieces of soil in which they were buried were found in their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs. After completing this gruesome act, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to the Sumners' house where they took valuable items, and then returned to South Carolina to start spending their loot. However, after 2 days, all stolen cards were blocked. For days later, all participants in the crime were taken into custody. Bruce Nixon was the only one who fully admitted his guilt from the beginning and agreed to cooperate with investigators, hoping for leniency. He revealed where the spouses were buried and detailed everything that happened on that awful night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend, Michael, had lost his mind and initiated the crime. When he heard about the substantial amount of money retained by the Sumners after the sale of the house, her lawyer argued that the girl was an accomplice and not directly involved in the murder herself. Jackson and Lindell opted to stay silent, but the collected evidence was compelling. The jury didn't think Tiffany Cole's innocence was credible, since she participated in creating the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary tactic if they were chased by police. She even helped dig a grave for the spouses. Furthermore, she pawned stolen items and joyfully spent money, as evidenced by numerous photos of her in purchased clothes and in a limousine rented to celebrate their illicit success. As a result, Bruce Nixon was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Lindell received the death penalty. Despite filing multiple appeals and grievances, all were denied, leaving the sentence unchanged. However, in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, that very same death sentence had yet to be carried out. 51-year-old Lisa Lindstone lived in Dallas, Texas, in 2010. She was a Mesquite High School graduate. From 1991 to 2005, she worked in the advertising department of the Dallas Morning News. Lisa was having financial problems and suffered from depression and anxiety. She lived in an apartment with her girlfriend of 15 years, Sherry Henry. They had 2 dogs and 26 cats. Lisa was an animal lover and kept rescuing them off the streets. Lisa was last seen by a neighbor on June 4, 2010. That same neighbor reported her missing on June 20th, after Lisa had missed a dinner meeting and did not pick up a friend from the airport as she had promised. Police officers went to the apartment where Lisa and Sherry lived. Sherry told them that nothing was wrong and that it was not unusual for Lisa to drop out of sight. The police could not find any evidence that Lisa was in danger or that a crime had occurred, so they closed the case. Lisa's friends, on the other hand, believed that something was very wrong and kept calling Lisa's home, but Sherry told them that Lisa was not available. On June 29th, one of Lisa's friends again asked the police to check on her welfare, as she had still not been seen. When investigators checked again at her apartment, they found a couple of stray dogs and 26 cats living in awful conditions. They were flea-infested and covered with feces. Animal control officials seized all of the animals. Lisa's friends said that since Lisa was such an animal lover, she would not have allowed this to happen. On July 2nd, almost 4 weeks since Lisa was last seen, a friend of hers noticed Sherry driving Lisa's Cadillac to a dumpster behind a nearby store. Sherry then emptied a few trash bags into the dumpster. After Sherry left, Lisa's friend checked inside the dumpster. Inside was a lot of Lisa's belongings, family photos, and heirlooms. Lisa's friends went to the police with this news. Investigators then obtained a warrant to search Lisa and Sherry's apartment. What they found has not been made public yet. Investigators never named Sherry a suspect, but they said she was not interested at all in finding Lisa. Lisa is described as a Caucasian female with brown hair, which she dyes blonde, brown eyes, is 5 feet 7 inches in height, and weighs 125 pounds. If you have any information regarding this case, feel free to call the Dallas Police Department at this number. Vera Holland was born on April 8, 1949, in London, England. In 1967, Vera married Edward Bennett. They had 2 children together. The marriage ended in divorce. In 1978, she married Richard Stevens, and they had a child together. But again, this marriage also ended in divorce. In 1991, she married Brian Holland. They lived on St. Barnabas Road in Reading, England. On the evening of November 14, 1996, 47-year-old Vera left her home to get dinner from a KFC restaurant. It was about a 6-minute walk from her home to the KFC and back. She left her home at 10 minutes past 6, and it was already dark outside. Vera failed to make it back home, and her husband Brian called the police at 10:45 p.m. Investigators looked at CCTV footage taken outside the KFC, but they saw no sign of her, so it is now believed that she never made it to the restaurant. She had been wearing a pink coat, green skirt, black jumper, and black shoes. 2 days after Vera was last seen, fire services were called, as there was a fire on the side of a road about 4 miles away from Vera's home. When the fire had been extinguished, a woman's body was found inside a carpet. She was quickly identified as 47-year-old Vera Holland. An autopsy revealed that she had been strangled. No DNA from the attacker was found at the crime scene. 80 police officers from Thames Valley Police were involved in the investigation. Close to 2,000 people were interviewed, and 800 statements were taken. There were also over 100,000 pamphlets sent out to local people asking for any information regarding the case. Investigators canvassed the area Vera would have had to walk through to get to the KFC, but no evidence was found. A female police officer, dressed in clothing like Vera's on the night she disappeared, reenacted the walk she would have made, hoping it would jog someone's memory. Some witnesses came forward with reports of suspicious cars or people they saw in the area, but none of these leads ever led anywhere. Investigators also tried to get more information about the carpet, hoping it would lead them to the attacker, but it did not. The carpet was a section of bedroom-quality carpet and was beige. It had 2 furniture-sized indentations and 2 radiator pipe holes on opposite sides. Soil and weeds had started to grow out of the carpet, so it was believed that the carpet had been stored outside for quite a while. Investigators also believed that Vera's body had been left inside the carpet for more than a day before she was found. On December 17, 1996, about 4 weeks after Vera's life was taken, her second husband Richard and his wife were arrested in connection to the case. They were held for a few hours and then released again. In January 1997, Vera's husband Brian was arrested, but also let go after a few hours. It is not known why anyone was arrested. On June 20th, 1997, Vera Holland's funeral was held at Caversham Crematorium in Reading. There have not really been any more developments in the case. In November 2016, Vera's children made an appeal to investigators to look for answers. In January 2017, investigators announced that new witnesses had come forward, and they are still trying to get this cold case solved. But that is all we know at this point. 20-year-old Darlene Krashik was an active-duty soldier stationed at Fort Carson in Colorado Springs, Colorado, in 1987. On March 16th, she went out with members of her unit to a local club named Shuffles. She was last seen leaving the club between midnight and 1 in the morning. On March 17th, her body was found behind a Korean club restaurant. She had been strangled. Investigators were able to collect DNA from the crime scene that belonged to an unknown man. The DNA was found on a wire hanger that had been used to strangle Darlene. In 2016, investigators submitted the evidence they had to the United States Army Criminal Investigation Lab for additional DNA testing. They were able to narrow down predictive traits for the suspect, including eye color, hair color, skin color, and face shape. 2 composite sketches were made showing what the suspect may have looked like at 25 years old and at 55 years old. In 2019, investigators made use of genetic genealogy. They submitted the DNA they had to ancestry sites such as 23andMe and Ancestry.com. Forensic scientists found people in Wisconsin and Texas who had similar DNA to the samples found at the crime scene. Eventually, they believed that 58-year-old Michael White had taken Darlene's life. They found that back in 1987, he lived just a few miles from the crime scene and was also a soldier at Fort Carson. Photos of Michael also matched the composite sketch. Investigators had to make sure that he was indeed the man they were looking for before they arrested him. They followed him from his house to his work. They then watched him drink from a fast food cup. Investigators obtained the cup, and after further DNA testing, it was confirmed that his DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene. It was announced in June of 2019 by investigators that he had been arrested. In 2021, he was sentenced to life in prison without a chance of parole. 8-year-old Joshua Randall Harmon and his family lived in Roswell in 1988. He was described as an amazing young boy who had an uncanny relationship with nature and with God. Joshua was a student at Gimpo Bridge Elementary School in Alpharetta, Georgia, and loved ice cream and playing outside with his friends. On May 15th, Joshua was reported missing by his parents when he did not make it home for dinner. One article said that he ran outside because there was an ice cream vendor outside the apartment complex, and another article said that he had been playing outside with his friends and never made it back home for dinner. A neighbor came forward and said that Joshua stopped by their home around 7 p.m. that night to see if their son wanted to come outside and play. The neighbor said no, as they were about to eat dinner. Joshua then told the neighbor that he would wait in the woods behind the apartment complex for his friend to come play with him. This was the last sighting of Joshua alive. For the next 48 hours, extensive searches were conducted for Joshua. Sadly, his body was discovered in the woods nearby. Investigators determined that he had been strangled. It appeared as if he had also been assaulted. The crime deeply shocked the community. Over 250 people attended the funeral. Roswell investigators, alongside the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, investigated the case extensively and collected evidence. But the case went cold. At the start of 2021, Joshua's body was exhumed in hopes of identifying more evidence. Investigators worked with an independent lab called Cybergenetics Incorporated. They were able to collect DNA belonging to an unknown man from Joshua's body. In July 2021, they identified 56-year-old James Michael Coates as the person who took Joshua's life. He lived in Woodstock, Georgia, but back in 1988, he lived in the same apartment complex as Joshua. On July 21, 2021, James was arrested during a traffic stop while in the back of an Uber. He is currently in a Fulton County jail. On July 22nd, investigators held a press conference to announce that an arrest had been made. Joshua's aunt, Marlene Carlisle, said that Joshua's mom, Sherry, passed away in October 2020. Sherry never gave up while she was still alive and made sure that investigators kept working the case. Investigators said that James had spent about 20 years in prison for an unrelated crime, but did not specify what he did. William and Ina Campbell lived in a house on Jackson Road in Clarksville, Tennessee, in 2010. They were both in their 80s and enjoying a peaceful life. On January 29th, the Campbells' neighbor, Daniel Champagne, tried calling them a few times. Daniel was like a son to them and said that they were his second mom and dad. He also had a key to their house, so when they did not answer any of his calls, he went inside. He found the house had been ransacked. The kitchen cabinets were all open. Daniel also made a gruesome discovery. He found William and Ina in their bedrooms, each with a gunshot wound to the head. They had medical issues and slept in separate bedrooms. Ina still had her oxygen tube inside her nose when he found her. It was determined that their lives were taken while they were sleeping. Neighbors told investigators that this was strange, as their dogs would have barked if a stranger had come in and woken the Campbells up. This led investigators to believe that the person responsible knew the dogs and the couple. Their adopted son, William Roger Campbell, then became a person of interest. It was speculated that he would gain financially from the crime. No evidence that he took his parents' lives could be found, however, and the case went cold. William Roger Campbell was arrested at his home in connection with the case and taken to Clarksville. He is now in a Montgomery County jail. Investigators have not given a reason why he was arrested, but you have to believe that his appearance does not help his case. Detective Keenan Carlton had this to say: "These were innocent victims. These were people who were beloved by their community. They lived in their neighborhood for a number of years. Their neighbors loved them and are all happy to see some resolution." Keenan gave credit to detectives who worked the case a decade ago for laying the groundwork in the investigation, and said that a recent review of the case allowed detectives to put a final piece of the puzzle together and arrest Campbell. The case of Ricky Neve. After 28 years, DNA from the clothes worn by 6-year-old Ricky Neve on the day of his tragic death matched with James Watson, who was a teenager at the time and had managed to evade justice for so long. Despite his mother's harsh way of raising her children, she seemed burdened with remorse and guilt for her actions, driving her to seek justice for her son's murder. Ricky's sisters were also determined to unravel the mystery and bring the killer to justice. But what truly happened in the household where Ricky and his sisters were raised, and what events occurred on the day of Ricky's murder, allowing the perpetrator to escape the law's grasp for so long? Ricky Lee Harvey, also known as Ricky Neve, was born on March 4, 1988 in the city of Peterborough, located in the county of Cambridgeshire in England, to Trevor Harvey and Ruth and Greg. Ruth's life had been marked by turmoil from an early age, with her being placed in foster care at the mere age of 2. Her younger brother, who was born blind, had already been placed in foster care at the tender age of 1. She endured a challenging journey through various foster homes before returning to her parents' care, forever changed by the abuse and insults she suffered while she was under foster care. Her empathy and affection dwindled with time, which was an observation made and reported by her mother to the authorities, a struggle that the mother had been dealing with too for quite some time. Tragedy struck again when Ruth's parents took their own lives as a suicide pact, leaving her to face the world alone once again. At 16, she met Trevor Harvey, settled in Cambridgeshire, and gave birth to their first child, Rebecca Maria Harvey, in 1986. They had their second child, Ricky, 2 years later. Their happiness was short-lived, as Trevor and Ruth separated when Ricky was only 3. But Ruth met Dean Neve not long after. They married and welcomed their first daughter into the world and named her Rochelle Neve. The family later moved into the Welland estate in Peterborough in 1992. Ruth decided to change Ricky's surname to match her new husband's, and he was now known as Ricky Neve. Sometime later, they welcomed another daughter and named her Sheridan Neve. They lived in Red Mile Walk, which was a part of the Welland estate that was well known for its association with crime and drug use. Unfortunately, the family's new home was riddled with challenges. As Dean Neve was a notorious drug dealer, and Ruth had succumbed to addiction. She would even spend a lot on drugs, to the point of neglecting her children's basic needs. Ricky and his sisters often wandered the estate without proper care, food, or clothing, drawing concern from neighbors who bravely reported the situation to social services. Ricky was the one who took care of his siblings when they were starved, as he would nick something from the shops and bring it to feed his siblings. He loved being clean, so he also made sure they were clean by running a bath for them. Dean was rarely at home, and Ruth often blamed Ricky for this, claiming that he was always away since he hated his stepson. This made her start hating Ricky, as she would write to Dean during his prison stints about how she had hurt him by punching him and burning him with matches, and how she even wanted to kill him. She hated him more as she claimed that he would always laugh at her. The neighbors, often seeing the children outside, had no idea what really happened in that house. Ruth tormented and degraded the innocent children, frequently burning them with cigarettes and hurling insults at them. At one point, she even wrote "idiot" on their foreheads and forbade them from removing it. She would force them to stand for long periods of time while she smacked them on the head. She sent them to buy her drugs even after starving them. An allegation surfaced that she had been seen dangling Ricky by his ankles over a bridge. On one occasion, she forced Ricky to swallow liquid soap, and as he struggled to breathe, he managed to say, "I love you, Mommy." She would strangle the daughters to unconsciousness and even beat them with a hairbrush to the point of breaking it. They were even locked naked in rooms full of urine. The children tried to get the attention of their neighbors, which was often in vain, as their cries were not heard by them. Ricky was placed on the at-risk register after Ruth warned Child Services repeatedly that she would kill him. He was taken into short-term care to give the mother some time. However, his files were mismanaged. Ruth, despite the clear evidence of the burns, cuts, and bruises on the children, would get away with it through her false explanations and excuses of accidents, even blaming Ricky for being clumsy. After 28 years, DNA from the clothes worn by 6-year-old Ricky Neve on the day he died tragically matched that of James Watson, the teenage killer who had managed to evade justice for a long time. Despite her cruelty in raising her children, Ricky's mother seemed burdened with remorse and guilt for her unforgiving actions, which drove her to seek her son's killer. Ricky's sisters were also determined to unravel the puzzling mystery and bring the killer to justice. But what really happened in the household where Ricky and his sisters were raised? And what occurred on the day of Ricky's murder, allowing the perpetrator to escape the law's grasp for so long? In January of 1995, Ruth was suspected of murdering her own son during that very month. She faced charges of cruelty and neglect under the Children's Act and appeared at Peterborough Magistrates Court, accused of cruelty towards Ricky and one of her other children. In May of 1995, Ruth was charged with the murder of her son and offenses of cruelty to him and 2 of his sisters. Her trial began the following year, in October 1996, at the Northampton Crown Court. Prosecutors told the jury that Ricky and his siblings were treated with cruelty and neglect, backed by witness statements. The prosecution concluded that Ricky was killed in a sacrifice by his mother, based on her numerous death threats to him. Ruth admitted to charges of neglect and cruelty but denied any involvement in her son's murder. The case hinged on the testimony of a policeman who stated that he had not found the child's body during his search of the woods, where Ricky was eventually discovered, on the night of his disappearance. The prosecution claimed the officer might have missed it in the dark. The jurors acquitted Ruth, convinced that she couldn't have moved Ricky's body since the police were with her at the said time. However, she was sentenced to 7 years in jail for the cruelty towards Ricky and his sisters, charges to which she had already confessed. Ruth was released in February, but the killer remained a mystery. In February 2008, she met Gary Rogers, who married her. By then, Ricky's murder had become a cold case, and the police had given up. Rogers promised Ruth that he would give her all the support she needed to reopen the case and try to find the killer. In 2013, with the help of Cambridgeshire Times editor John Elworthy, they worked tirelessly to campaign for the reopening of the case and eventually succeeded. Rogers secured the original files from Ruth's former solicitor, a collection of 13 boxes with 8 to 12 ring binders filled with papers, and diligently read through each one. They met Paul Fullwood, the head of the local major crime unit at the time, who listened to the evidence they had and saw the reviews that the police had done beforehand. He thought the original hypothesis of Ruth being the killer was fanciful at best, and the more he looked at it, the more he became convinced that they needed to investigate further. Mr. Fullwood organized a cold case investigation with a new team made up of staff not involved in the original investigation. With fresh perspective, determination, and what they deemed as a stroke of luck, new evidence that would help solve the crime was found in the forensic archives. The crucial evidence was a piece of sellotape used to collect fibers from Ricky's clothes. Advancements in DNA technology in recent years have played a crucial role in solving cold cases, bringing justice for victims whose killers were thought to have gotten away, and providing closure to family and friends. An unidentified DNA was found on Ricky's clothes, and forensic tests matched it to none other than James Watson. At the time of Ricky's death, Watson was only 13 and lived at Woodgate's Children's Home in Cambridgeshire, 20 miles away from Peterborough. He had moved there from foster care in March of 1994. On November 25, 1994, 3 days before Ricky's murder, Watson had asked his mother about a young child found dead in the woods. His mother, having no clue what he was talking about, brushed off the conversation, assuring him that nobody had heard of such a thing happening. Little did she know that he would be the one behind such an atrocity just 3 days later. Watson was questioned by the police after several witnesses claimed to have seen them together on that fateful day, but he vehemently denied it, stating he was nowhere near Ricky and that he only caught a glimpse of him. The mother also said nothing about the conversation they had, just some days prior about the made-up scenario of the young child in the woods that would materialize in less than a week, with an almost similar description to what had actually happened. The police did not further challenge him, perhaps due to ignorance or their preference for the idea of Ruth being the killer and not some disturbed teenager. They probably didn't know he was disturbed until later. Watson was, of course, searched for and arrested in April 2016 in connection with Ricky's murder. By then, he was already a serial offender with a criminal record that included stealing cars and an arson attack at a British transport police station back in February 2008. Questioned by the new investigation team about his DNA ending up on Ricky's clothes, Watson changed the story he had initially given to the police. He now said that he might have lifted Ricky to help him see over a fence. This statement started getting him into further trouble. The police tested his claim and found footage from 1994 showing the estate being redeveloped. They discovered that the fence was not built when Ricky Neve was still there, as it was constructed after he was already murdered. The investigators were therefore able to prove that Watson was not only a fantasist, but also a huge liar. However, this was still not enough to secure his conviction, so they started to pull other pieces of evidence together. It was not long until evidence was found that he had inappropriately touched a 5-year-old child when he was around 11 or 12, and his ex-girlfriend had also complained about him strangling her during sex. 2 teachers also revealed how he had become obsessed with Ricky's murder case, showing an unnatural level of interest in it, and even photocopying the front page of the Peterborough Evening Telegraph, which covered the case. More disturbing behavior had also been noted at the children's home where he lived, including him pleasing himself over pictures of young boys in underwear. He also kept a dead pheasant in his room, and it was claimed that he had on one occasion killed a bird and spread its wings in a sinister reconstruction of Ricky's murder. After being released on police bail, he left the UK 3 months later in a motorhome with another bail hostel resident. He traveled to Rotterdam, then France, and crossed the Pyrenees into Portugal. From France, he had reached out to his sister, Claire Perna, admitting that he was in serious trouble and that he had made a massive mistake. The next time he called, he reiterated that he was in deeper trouble and urgently needed to return to the UK. He had shamelessly posted pictures of himself on social media, enjoying the beaches, bragging about how he got out of the country. Seeing the pictures of Watson abroad, which were extensively covered in the media, angered Ricky's family. They knew that since he had escaped the country even after his passport had been taken, he was definitely guilty of the act. Watson was eventually rearrested near the British Embassy in Lisbon and extradited back to Britain. He was found guilty of murder by a majority of the Old Bailey jury. Previously, the court heard how Watson's sexual interest in younger boys was known to police, who had interviewed him over an allegation that he molested a 5-year-old back in 1993. The disturbing behavior was noted at Watson's children's home, and the prosecution claimed it was no coincidence that 3 days before the murder, Watson was the source of a bogus radio report about a 2-year-old boy being strangled. Immediately after Ricky's murder in identical circumstances, Watson obsessed over newspaper of the killing, copying front-page stories at school. The jurors heard that key evidence in the case against Watson included Ricky's last meal of Weetabix, taken in the morning, which fixed his time of death at around noon, when he was seen playing with Watson. It meant that Ricky was killed shortly after heading to the woods with Watson, where he used to play. Watson's legal team had accused Ricky's mother, but she denied any involvement. Ricky's muddy clock shoes also indicated his walk into the woods was a one-way trip and not a case of being murdered by the mother and the body being dragged into the forest, therefore ruling out that accusation. After a trial at London's Old Bailey that took place from January 18th to April 21st, 2022, James Watson, at the age of 41, was found guilty of Ricky Neve's murder. On June 24th, 2022, he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 15 years by Mrs. Justice McGowan. The judge considered Watson's age at the time of Ricky's death as a significant factor in determining the sentence. In June 2023, Watson was granted permission to appeal his conviction. His lawyer argued before the Court of Appeal that Watson was not able to get a fair trial because too much of the evidence from which the killer's DNA could have been recovered was lost or destroyed in the intervening years. This case could have been solved much earlier if the official police records of 6 reported sexual assaults on children in the Welland estate in the 3-year period before Ricky's murder had been thoroughly investigated. If the reports had been followed up, the allegation on his record of touching a 5-year-old could have been a crucial lead to the police in finding the perpetrator. These failures in the investigation add to the list of the many shortcomings in this case. The verdict was a triumph for Ricky's sisters, who had never thought they would see justice for their beloved brother. With the killer finally caught, the family found a sense of closure, allowing them to move forward with their lives while cherishing the memory of the little boy Ricky was back in 1994. Ricky Neve will forever be remembered as a loving and caring brother and a brave and kind-hearted boy. Despite facing challenges at a young age, he showed remarkable courage and love and always protected his sisters. He deserved a life brimming with joy, but tragically, he endured cruelty, neglect, and the ultimate horror of murder. If he had been given the love and affection he deserved, this heart-wrenching tragedy might never have occurred in the first place. On July 11, 1963, a fisherman found a decomposed body of a young boy in the water of the Keene County Reservoir in Oregon. The boy had been wrapped in a blanket. The technology was not there yet to identify the boy with DNA, so he went unidentified for a very long time. In 2009, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created a composite image to try and generate new leads. The University of North Texas Center for Human Identification also uploaded the boy's DNA profile to the Combined DNA Index system, but no matches were found. Recently, investigators turned to genetic genealogy. As most of you know by now, it is a process where an unknown suspect's DNA left at a crime scene can be identified, using his or her family members who voluntarily submitted their DNA samples to a public DNA database. This allowed investigators to create a much larger family tree compared with using Cody's. Genetic genealogy is not only great for catching criminals, but also identifying unknown victims. Parabon Nanolabs were asked to help identify the boy. Using genetic genealogy, they found a man who they believed was the sibling of the young boy. The man said he had a younger brother with disabilities, named Stevie Crawford, who lived in Oregon in the early 1960s. Stevie had mysteriously vanished from their family of little explanation. Investigators found Stephen Alexander Crawford, who was born on October 2nd, 1960. The man gave them his DNA sample. After some more testing, it was confirmed that the young boy is indeed Stevie Crawford. How he passed away is not known, but investigators have said his secret of burial and lack of family information is something they are investigating. On October 22, 2016, police were called out to a South storage unit in Durham, North Carolina. The person told officers that they were busy cleaning out the unit after the owner passed away and found a plastic storage container with bones inside. After the remains were collected, they were sent to the medical examiner's office. It was then confirmed that it was human remains. It belonged to a female. DNA was extracted and eventually submitted into a national DNA database. No matches were made, however, and the person's identity remained a mystery. In 2018, investigators sent a skull to the FBI to perform facial reconstruction. A composite image was made after Jane Doe. The image was made public, but investigators got no viable leads and the case remained cold. In 2020, investigators made another effort. They sent a case to the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. They also asked Ofram Lab in Texas to see about conducting more advanced forensic DNA testing. While working on a different case, investigators learned that a woman named Melissa Poitra, who was 28 years old in 2005, had been missing for many years after leaving North Dakota. They learned that she was known to frequent Durham area. Investigators contacted her family and obtained DNA samples. A company called DNA Solutions were then able to confirm that Melissa and Poitra was indeed the Jane Doe they were trying to identify. Investigators said that they do not know how she passed away, but it is believed that someone took her life. Investigators do not say if the person owned the storage is involved at all. Melissa's family raised nearly $10,000 on GoFundMe to give her a proper memorial. Anyone with information can call the Durham Police Department at its number, or they can leave an anonymous tip by calling Crime Stoppers. In April 1977, a husband and wife were looking for the pump in a septic tank on a farm owned in Tofield. Instead, they found a man's body in the tank and was wrapped in a yellow bedsheet and bound with nylon rope. The couple then drove to the nearest police station and told them what they had found. For the next few hours, the Mounties used old ice cream pails to scoop the liquid out of the tank and begin recovering the body. It was noted that the victim had been mutilated and shot twice. The body was too decomposed to be identified. It was believed that he had been in the septic tank for over a year. It was estimated that he was in his 20s and about 5 feet and 10 inches tall. He was wearing jeans, a blue Levi's shirt, gray work socks, and imitation wallaby shoes. Over the years, investigators interviewed many possible witnesses and dragged down thousands of leads, but got no closer to identifying the man. A forensic dentist saw that he had extensive dental work done, but was not able to identify him. They were able to tell, however, that he had a serious illness around the age of 5 and left its mark on his teeth and bones. He was given a few nicknames such as Septic Tank Sam, Sam Doe, and Tofield John Doe. The residents of Tofield at the time were horrified. Farmers checked their own septic tanks for bodies. It was believed the person responsible for taking his life was local because of where his body was found. Finally, on June 29, 2021, investigators announced that the remains were identified using genetic genealogy. Offroom Incorporated, a private lab in Woodlands, Texas, was able to identify him as Gordon Edwin Sanderson. He was born in Manitoba on October 22, 1950. Gordon was put into foster care at the age of 9. He struggled with addictions and had various run-ins with police. In the 1970s, he was living in Edmonton. The last time he spoke to his family, he mentioned that he was going to visit his brother in Calgary. He survived by an older sister, whose DNA was used to confirm his identity, and a daughter. Investigators still do not know who took his life, but are still investigating it. 52-year-old Daniel Mason Woolley lived in Clayton, Idaho in 1980. It is an extremely small town with a population of just 7 people. At 10 p.m. on September 22, 1980, Daniel was drinking at a sports club bar. A fight broke out between Daniel and a man named Walter James Mason. Daniel saw that Walter was hitting his wife, so Daniel and 2 other men escorted Walter out of the bar, and a fight took place. Walter made it to his pickup truck and took out 2 pistols. He then shot Daniel once on the right side of his head, just above the ear. Walter, they managed to flee. Investigators were not able to find him. A wanted poster was put up, but did not lead anywhere. It would take an unbelievably long time for investigators to find Walter. In October 2019, they finally found him. He had been living under the alias Walter James Allison, was arrested and taken back to Idaho to face trial. In June of 2021, Walter passed away in custody at the age of 85. It was revealed that Walter had lived the last 25 years in Rising Star, Texas. He lived with a woman named Beverly Meacham, who passed away a few months before he was arrested. Beverly's daughter did some research on Walter and found that he was wanted in Idaho. She told investigators and it led to the arrest. Daniel's son, Brett, had just to say, "After nearly 40 years of running free, the man who took my father's life passed away last night. I hope the devil has time for him. This has been a long chapter." 20-year-old Michelle Louise Wyatt lived in San Diego, California in 1980. She was attending Grossmont Community College and was a cashier at Safeway in Mission Hills. Michelle lived in a condo complex at Kerrigan Court in Santee, San Diego with her roommate. On October 9, 1980, her roommate made a startling discovery. Michelle's body was found on a living room floor. She had been assaulted and strangled using a telephone cord. Investigators made a timeline of events. Michelle's boyfriend left her condominium and locked the front door in the early morning on October 9th. Soon after he left, witnesses heard screaming coming from where Michelle lived, but nobody called 911. Two separate DNA profiles were taken from Michelle's body. One belonged to a boyfriend and the other from an unknown man. Michelle's boyfriend was then eliminated as a suspect. Detectives interviewed numerous people but were unable to identify the unknown man, and the case went cold. In 2001, the unknown suspect's DNA profile was entered in a combined DNA index system. No matches could be made over. In September 2020, investigators made use of genetic genealogy to help identify the suspect. Finally, in August of 2021, it was announced that John Patrick Hogan is the man that took Michelle's life. He was 18 years old at the time of the crime. He was born in Arizona in 1961. In his 70s, he moved to San Diego and attended Santana High School. He lived less than a mile away from Michelle. John also had friends who lived in Michelle's complex. In 1979, he joined the Air Force. He was stationed in New Mexico and moved around between California, Idaho, and Arizona. He passed away from a heart attack on October 9, 2004 in Phoenix, Arizona. He was 42 years old. He took Michelle's life on October 9, 1980. So this meant that he passed away 24 years after Michelle to the day. Detectives do not believe that he is connected to other unsolved crimes in San Diego, but I have shared a case with agencies where he lived, specifically in his 70s and 80s. Michelle's parents are now in Verities. I was relieved when a detective came to tell them the news. Michelle's boyfriend was also present. He still often visits her parents. Michelle's mom, Louise Wyatt, had us to say, "I'm glad to find out that he is gone, but I'm missing something. What is the word I'm looking for? Closure. I don't have closure, and that is what I need. At least now I know this guy isn't out there anymore. But I would still like to get him," she said. 42-year-old Judy Nesbitt lived in Irvine, California in 1980 with her husband and 4 children. On November 26th, she left her house to go to Newport Beach. She was going to show her family's boat, named Felicitat to a man who she believed to be a potential buyer. When Judy did not make it back home, her husband got worried, so he went to the boat to see what was going on. He found her body in the bedroom of the boat. She had been shot. Her credit cards, checkbook, and money shed on her was stolen. Investigators found strands of hair on a boat, and it did belong to any of the family members. It was believed that a night stalker could be responsible for taking Judy's life. Witnesses soon came forward and said that they saw Judy with a Caucasian man. This made it less likely to be the Night Stalker, as he was believed to be Hispanic. Eventually, the Night Stalker was discovered to be Richard Ramirez, and was confirmed he had no involvement in what happened with Judy. Investigators released sketches of the man had seen with Judy just before she passed away. In 2002, investigators were able to create a DNA profile of the suspect from the forensic evidence they collected from the crime scene back in 1980. It was submitted to the combined DNA index system, but no matches could be made, unfortunately. In 2018, Green Lab, an independent company, was able to create a more detailed DNA profile. They were then able to make use of genetic genealogy to identify the suspect. On August 9, 2021, it was announced by the Newport Beach Police Department that Kenneth Alwyn Marks is the person who ended Judy's life. Frustratingly, he passed away in 1999. Not much is known about him. Just that was 44 years old when he passed, and he was described as a loner. Judy's eldest son, Steve Nesbitt, had this to say: "Personally, I wish he was still alive. I would have loved to have had a knock on his door and have handcuffs on him." Judy's husband, Fred, passed away earlier this year, but he was told about the case being closely solved before passing at the age of 85. On June 1, 2011, the Waller family's life took a turn. A woman named Jackie contacted her sister Cheryl, informing her that she was going to pick up her children from her ex's band Clay. Jackie planned to return home later that day. However, she never came back, nor did she make any further contact. Worried and unable to reach Jackie, Cheryl became increasingly anxious. By around 7 p.m., Cheryl decided to drive to the police station. Here, she made a startling statement. Cheryl claimed that Clay Waller had killed her sister. The police officers found this accusation shocking, since Jackie had only called a few hours earlier, and there hadn't been any immediate cause for concern or reason to believe she was in danger at that time. Despite the unusual nature of Cheryl's assertion, it eventually became apparent that her instincts were correct. Jackie was indeed entangled in a troubling situation. So what exactly happened to Jackie? And why was Cheryl so convinced her sister had been murdered by her ex-husband even before Jackie was declared missing? Jackie was known for being sweet, kind, and caring. When she met Clay, there was an instant connection between them. Clay had a speech impediment that had subjected him to ridicule by others. This made him feel awkward and uncomfortable in social situations. However, unlike others, Jackie didn't ridicule him. Instead, she defended him and ensured he wasn't hurt by people's unkind remarks. Jackie's nature was all about protecting the vulnerable, fighting injustice, and helping everyone around her. It wasn't long before their bond grew stronger and they got married. At the time of their marriage, both were about 30 years old and aspired to have a large family. They bought a small house in Sanguine View, Missouri, where Jackie began creating a family nest. She had a successful career. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said about Clay. His life consisted of numerous failures, and he struggled with holding down any job for long periods. As a result, Jackie became the primary breadwinner of the family. She always dreamed of having children, but faced challenges in conceiving naturally. Determined to become a mother, though, she underwent fertility treatments, commonly referred to as ECO. So when Jackie discovered she was pregnant, with triplets no less, her joy knew no bounds. The family included 2 girls, Abby and Addison, plus 1 boy, Maddox. It was incredibly challenging for the woman to care for 3 children at once. Nonetheless, she did not complain. She continued to shoulder all responsibilities by herself, without relying on her husband. He seemed uninterested in the children. At that time, Clay took a job with the sheriff's office to support the family while his wife cared for the children. However, he didn't stay long. He was fired after a year. Only Jackie's parents and sister provided assistance with the children, allowing her some respite. When Clay lost his job, Jackie took on work to support the entire family. Even after their children were born, Clay did not change his behavior and showed little interest in either his family or work. Occasionally, he engaged in part-time work that didn't bring in the expected income. Clay seemed comfortable living off his wife's hard work. She worked 40 hours a week and managed the household simultaneously. Jackie's career progressed rapidly. She soon secured a management position at an insurance company branch. This advancement further relaxed Clay's attitude toward financial responsibility. Instead of appreciating his wife's efforts, Clay mistreated her in various ways. He insulted her frequently, called her worthless, and demeaned her value by stating no one wanted her. His infidelities and abusive actions caused significant distress. Jackie's parents and sister were deeply troubled by Clay's behavior and urged her to divorce him. However, Jackie was reluctant to take such a drastic step at that time and tried to salvage their marriage. Every day brought diminishing hope that their relationship could be saved. Over the next few years, financial difficulties compounded their problems because Clay was not working while Jackie's salary could no longer cover all expenses for their large family. Mounting mortgage debts led to their house being foreclosed upon. The woman decided it was time to move in with sister, seizing upon the opportunity. Her husband then relocated to a friend's place. At this point, their children were a bit older. Jackie faced the tough yet necessary choice to file for divorce. She believed she and her kids deserved a better life. When Jackie brought this up with her husband, Clay seemed calm initially. However, he soon changed his stance and refused the divorce. His threats started subtly, but gradually escalated into direct threats against her life. He warned that divorcing him would be like signing a death warrant for herself and their children. These threats terrified Jackie, yet she remained resolute. Living under such conditions was no longer an option for her, so she sought ways to end her marriage with Clay. She turned to her family, sharing the troubling behaviors of her husband, and began keeping a diary to document his actions. Jackie also noticed that Clay was stalking her. For the sake of safety, she and her children moved in with her sister during this period. Her kids were only 5 years old and didn't understand the situation fully. Nonetheless, Jackie explained that their current living arrangement was crucial. Time passed, and things began to stabilize as the divorce process neared its conclusion. It appeared that Clay had come to terms with their separation and ceased his harassment towards Jackie. They even started forming new relationships on the side. Jackie allowed Clay visitation rights with their children, and disputes between them reduced significantly. On June 1, 2011, Clay and Jackie agreed to meet at the attorney's office to finalize the last aspects of their divorce. On that day, their son Maddox was visiting his father, while Jackie's other children stayed with Cheryl, Jackie's sister. After the meeting at the attorney's office, Jackie planned to pick up Maddox from Clay's house before heading back to Cheryl's place. Leaving the office, Jackie telephoned her sister Cheryl to report that everything had gone smoothly and mentioned she was on her way to collect Maddox from Clay's residence before returning home. That conversation would be their last. Jackie gradually lost touch. As time passed, her sister became increasingly anxious and started calling Jackie, but there was no answer. She then tried calling Clay, but he didn't respond either. Cheryl began to suspect that Clay had done something to Jackie. She sent him a text message. "If I don't hear from Jackie in 5 minutes, I'm going to the police." Almost immediately, Clay called back asking what was wrong. Cheryl responded firmly, stating that she believed he knew exactly what was happening. Clay asserted he didn't know where Jackie was and mentioned he would instruct her to call Cheryl when he saw her. However, Cheryl wasn't convinced. She took her sister's children to their parents at a house and filed a police report personally. Despite initial skepticism about Clay's involvement in Jackie's disappearance, the detectives took her concerns seriously. They didn't make her wait for 24 hours before investigating further. Instead, they prioritised to contact Jackie's ex-husband for any leads on her whereabouts. When questioned, 41-year-old Clay informed them that he had lunch with Jackie. They subsequently went to the attorney's office to discuss some aspects of their divorce, and then drove together to his house for further discussions. He claimed that after chatting for a while, he left for the store. Upon his return, Jackie's car was gone. He assumed she had departed. Clay added that his son Maddox was in Illinois with his new girlfriend at the time and insisted Jackie was aware of it. According to him, Jackie wasn't there for her son, but merely to talk about other matters with Clay. However, Cheryl found his statements implausible and inconsistent with what she knew. Jackie made it known that her visit to Clay's house was solely for seeing her son. She had no intention of discussing anything else with him, especially given that she wouldn't have allowed her son to be far away with another woman. Noting these discrepancies, Cheryl managed to convince the investigators that Clay's account lacked credibility and suggested he might be concealing crucial information about Jackie's disappearance. In light of this new perspective provided by Cheryl, investigators were now treating the case more urgently, as both the missing person and her car remained unaccounted for. A comprehensive search was launched for Jackie a few hours after her disappearance. Investigators her Honda Pilot on an interstate highway with a flat tire, but there were no signs of an accident. The tire appeared punctured intentionally, making the scene look staged. The car was open and empty, with a few bloodstains on the back seat, but no other clues indicating her whereabouts. These disturbing details hinted at a possible attack and kidnapping. The search effort for Jackie was concentrated in the vicinity where her car was found. Numerous volunteers, including police officers, rescue squads with dogs, and family members, participated in the search. They came from various parts of the region, responding to requests from Jackie's relatives. Despite the unbearable heat, many were willing to help locate her. Jackie's family announced a reward of $3,500 for information about her whereabouts. Despite their efforts, including extensive searches and public appeals for assistance, the search yielded no results for several days. Police began to scrutinize Clay, Jackie's ex-husband, more closely. When they visited his house to speak with him again, he recounted the same story as before, but refused access to his home and car. He promptly hired a lawyer who asserted his rights. For days after Jackie's disappearance, Clay left her a voicemail with a distressed tone. "Hi, honey. It's Sunday. You went missing on Wednesday. Please call me if you get this message. I don't know where you are, and I miss you very much." Detectives later obtained a search warrant and returned to Clay's residence for a thorough inspection. During this inspection, they discovered blood-like stains in his vehicle. Forensic analysis revealed it was fish blood. Clay had deliberately coated the car with fish blood and recorded it on video as a test for forensic experts. In addition to examining the vehicle, investigators noted conspicuous details in Clay's house. A section of carpet had been removed from the floor, leaving an obvious mark. Tiny drops of blood were also found on the walls of the hallway leading to the basement. These findings raised further questions about Clay's involvement and intentions regarding Jackie's disappearance. Traces of furniture rearrangement were evident, signaling that something unusual was happening in the house. Forensics examined under the floorboards and discovered a bloody carpet. Blood samples from the house and the carpet were sent to the laboratory for further examination. Detectives tracked the missing woman's last known movements to 1:10 a.m. She was observed at a drugstore with her ex-husband. The pair appeared composed and normal. Approximately 2 hours later, few hours later with his son and new girlfriend at a toy store. Subsequently, they visited a car wash in their pickup truck, which had a suspicious trash can inside. By then, Clay had changed clothes and meticulously washed both the car and the boat. This increased suspicion around him, establishing him as the prime suspect. Investigators released photos of Clay's pickup truck and boat, requesting eyewitnesses who may have seen them. A young couple reported seeing Clay near Devil's Island on the Mississippi River in response to this request. Detectives confirmed this information through an analysis of Clay's cell phone billing records, prompting them to focus search efforts in that area. Despite numerous searches over the large terrain, nothing surfaced directly linking to the missing woman. The forensic results soon arrived, indicating that the drops of blood found in Clay's house indeed belonged to Jackie. The police then operated under the assumption that Jackie was deceased. Detectives called Clay in for questioning and attempted to procure a confession from him regarding Jackie's murder. However, Clay denied all, stating that the bloodstains were remnants of an old domestic incident in his kitchen. Without physical remains or definitive proof of death, investigators lacked grounds to arrest or charge him. Despite releasing him from custody, authorities kept Clay under close surveillance and continued their investigation. Being an ex-deputy sheriff himself, Clay knew they were monitoring him closely and engaged in deceptive maneuvers to elude detection. effectively playing cat and mouse with law enforcement officials. He'd go to deserted vacant lots to mislead the investigation while the entire neighborhood stood by and participated in the search for the missing mother of 3. Clay continued to bully and taunt them. He would drive past the search party or Jackie's family, insult them, give them the middle finger, and shout that they were wasting their time and wouldn't find anything. His defiant behavior raised more suspicions and questions. Meanwhile, the missing woman's sister Cheryl fought in court for custody of the triplets. She feared the children would go to a father who was a danger. His erratic behavior backfired on him, and Cheryl got custody. This enraged him, and he began threatening his ex-wife's sister with violence, including writing about it on social media. The woman recorded these threats and contacted police. Detectives seized the opportunity and arrested Clay nearly 5 months after Jackie's disappearance. He was charged with threats to life, which he accepted, but claimed he wrote out of anger and despair at losing custody of his beloved children. Clay insisted he didn't plan anything bad against Cheryl. He viewed himself as a victim in this situation. While investigating this incident with his sister, police found out he had other charges pending against him, stealing $50,000 from a previous employer, as well as stalking a man. Detectives pressed his former co-worker, hoping Clay would confess to killing his ex-wife and lead them to her body, but it was futile. Clayton continued to deny all charges regarding Jackie's disappearance. Instead of confessing to the crime, he started claiming confidently that he knew who was behind his ex-wife's death, a man named Harry. But detectives had already checked this lead thoroughly. Harry had an ironclad alibi that eliminated him from suspicion. All evidence pointed only to Clay, yet he kept denying it. He ended up going to prison for 5 years for threatening Cheryl. While the police locked him up in jail, they continued to investigate Jackie's disappearance. The search for the missing woman continued on Devil's Island, but never yielded any results. Eventually, about 2 years after Jackie's disappearance, the cops gathered a lot of circumstantial evidence, video camera footage, blood in his house, and more. They decided to charge Clay with his ex-wife's murder, even without her body. It was a risky and desperate move because if they lost, the prosecutor's office would not be able to charge him a second time. However, the prosecutor was determined. After consulting with his accomplices, Clay concluded that it would be best for them to make a deal with the prosecution to reduce the sentence. To do so, the defendant offered to plead guilty to the murder and provide the location of the body. Jackie's family agreed to this deal because it was important to give her a decent burial. Clay led police officers to his ex-wife's body. It was in a secluded spot on a remote sandbar on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. At first, he couldn't remember exactly which tree he had buried her under, but then admitted that he had placed a bag of fertilizer on top of her body. One of the policemen, who was an active gardener, explained that large quantities of fertilizer killed trees. They looked around and found 3 dead trees that were of interest to them. They excavated there, and under one of the trees, they did find Jackie's body wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. The woman was identified from dental records as Jackie Waller. Finally, Jackie's loved ones recognized that she was definitely dead and found her body. Then they were able to commit her to the ground. The woman's funeral was held on her parents' golden wedding day. Cheryl told their children that their mom was gone, and she had been killed by their father. This event was a great shock to the children because they lost both their mother and father at once. The children developed a deep aversion to Clay and refused to communicate with him henceforth. As part of the agreement, Clay had to officially confess to the murder of his ex-wife and provide specific details. He explained that the initial thoughts of murder began to surface about a year before the tragic event when Jackie announced their separation. Despite this, he tried to suppress those dark thoughts as Jackie was the mother of his children. However, he couldn't bear the idea of her taking his children away. He warned Jackie that such actions would have dire consequences for her. But she didn't heed his warning, which he considered her fault. The night prior to the murder, Clay traveled to a secluded area on Devil's Island to dig a grave for Jackie. According to him, their divorce proceedings were generally progressing smoothly. On that particular day, after a visit to their lawyer, they had a conversation in which she suggested they engage in intimacy one last time. They then went back to his home where they talked in the kitchen. While looking for a snack in the refrigerator, Clay accidentally raised his head, hitting Jackie and causing her nose to bleed. This incident angered her. She stormed out into the hallway, where she smeared blood on the walls and started yelling at him that he would never see his children again. At this point, Clay lost control and attacked her. He hit her in the face with his hand and then strangled her. Subsequently, he took Jackie's body out in a dumpster and buried it in the pre-dug grave. Afterward, he meticulously cleaned out both the car and house, took a shower, changed clothes as if nothing happened, and then went on to meet his new girlfriend and son at a toy store. Throughout this process, Clay claimed that everything was driven by impulse and emotion. He did not originally intend to kill Jackie. This contradicted his earlier statement, claiming he had dug the grave the day before. However, if Clay did not plan to kill the woman, why would he have dug the grave beforehand? It appeared to be premeditated murder. The medical examiner found multiple skull fractures on the deceased, indicating blunt force rather than a simple beating with fists. No one believed his story. Clay, who showed no remorse for killing his ex-wife, felt jubilant at receiving only 20 years in prison for second-degree murder with the possibility of early release. The prosecutor, however, had another strategy. Clay's testimony about digging the grave buried him further. He had dug the hole in Illinois while the murder occurred in Missouri. These actions fell under the federal law against domestic violence across state lines, and their violation allowed an additional 35 years to be added to his sentence. Clay Waller will be eligible for parole after serving 85% of his 55-year sentence. It turned out that Clay was unaware of such a law and did not foresee the consequences of his confession. Yet his atrocities continued. Demonstrating further callousness, he wrote a book detailing Jackie's murder to profit from the tragedy. Cheryl, Jackie's sister, along with her husband, continues to raise Jackie's children with support from their elderly parents. The children have grown up remembering their mother as an exceptional person who remains forever in their hearts. They still harbor anger toward their father and deeply miss their mom. "18-year-old Caitlin Arquette lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1989. She graduated from high school on June 14th. Caitlin had been accepted to the University of New Mexico. Her aspirations were to attain medical school one day. Directly after graduation, she moved into an apartment with her boyfriend, Zhang Nyopuwen. He was 8 years older than her, but she told her parents that he was only 4 years older, so they would not worry. Zhang took part in a lot of criminal activities and belonged to a Vietnamese gang. 6 weeks after moving in together, Caitlin told her mom, Lois Duncan, that she and Zhang had been having problems and they were constantly arguing. Caitlin planned to break up with him. On July 16th, she was heading to her mom's house at 11 p.m. in her car. She reached an intersection. Another car then pulled up next to her, and one of the passengers shot her twice in the head. It was just before midnight. Had Caitlin's family learned that she was in the emergency room, they rightfully believed that she had been in a car accident. It was only when they arrived at the hospital that they were told that she had been shot. Investigators went to her apartment to see what they could find. They found Zhang. He claimed to be unaware of the shooting and said he was out with friends all night. Sadly, Caitlin passed away from injuries 24 hours later. In 1990, investigators announced that Caitlin had been a victim of a random act of violence. Her family did not believe this was the case. Her family believed that Caitlin knew too much about Zhang's criminal activities, and the gang members were scared that she would go to the police. Her family also discovered that phone calls were made from Caitlin's apartment at virtually the same time her life was taken. This made it seem that Zhang was lying when he said he was out of friends that evening. Investigators refused to believe that Zhang or his gang was involved, and are not investigated. Also in 1990, an informant led investigators to Robert Garcia. He was interrogated for 2 hours. Robert said that at the evening he was in a car with Dennis Martinez, Juvenal Escobedo, and Miguel Garcia. He also said that Miguel Garcia was the one that shot Gatlin. All of the men were arrested, but the case soon fell apart. when it was discovered that Robert Garcia was in prison that night. Caitlin's family then decided to hire a private investigator. He found that a man named Paul Apodaca was found standing next to Caitlin's car when police arrived on the scene. He had an extensive criminal history, but was somehow never questioned during the initial investigation. In July of 2021, when he was questioned, he confessed. He also confessed to taking the lives of 2 other women. I will make a separate video on other women. Caitlin's family is relieved, but critical of the Albuquerque police for never questioning Apodaca and letting him walk away from the crime scene. In August of 1992, a swimmer found the body of a baby in a Catawba River in York County, South Carolina. The baby was female and found wrapped in a bedsheet inside a plastic grocery bag. The child had been stabbed numerous times. An autopsy revealed had the baby passed away due to suffocation, not drowning or the stabbings. Investigators were unable to identify the baby, so she was named Baby Angel. It was determined as she was only a few hours old when her life was taken. Investigators found DNA on the bedsheet and collected it so it could be used later. They did not get any leads, so the case went cold. In October 2020, detectives re-examined the case and submitted the DNA from the bedsheet to the York County Forensic Lab for testing. The results came back and showed that the DNA belonged to 48-year-old Stacy Michelle Costner-Rabin. She is the mom of Baby Angel. In August of 2021, Stacy was arrested at her home in Rock Hill, South Carolina. She was not very happy, as you can see. She did not deny that the baby was hers. Investigators have not been able to find the child's father and aren't certain that he is still alive. York County Sheriff Kevin Dawson had us to say, "I am very thankful for the hard work of our detectives and DNA analysts. Their dedication has led to the closure of a case that has haunted our community for years." 17-year-old Leslie McCrae lived in Jacksonville, Florida in 1985. She was a student at the University of North Florida and aspired to be a model. At 2 in the morning on Christmas Eve, Leslie and her boyfriend was in her apartment sleeping. Her boyfriend woke up to a man standing next to the bed. He had a knife. The man then tied Leslie and her boyfriend up. The boyfriend watched in panic as Leslie was then dragged away by an unknown man. He managed to free himself and called the police. They immediately started searching the area. Sadly, her body was found a few hours later along the side of a road. She had severe injuries to her head and chest. Investigators from a Jacksonville sheriff's office then collected evidence from the crime scene. This included DNA evidence that could be used later to help identify the unknown man. Investigators asked the public for anyone to come forward with useful information. They also had interviews with criminals in the area who have committed similar crimes. It led nowhere and the case went cold. A DNA profile for the suspect was created and submitted to Cody's, but no matches could be made. In 2019, Leslie's family reached out to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to look into the case again. So they did. Recently, in April of 2020, investigators again submitted the DNA profile and found that it matched the prisoner in a Michigan corrections database. The prisoner is 59-year-old David Nelson Austin, is serving a life sentence for unrelated crimes. Investigators found that he did live in Jacksonville at the time of the crime. After some more DNA testing, it was confirmed that he is responsible. A press conference was held on August 20th, 2021, where it was announced that David has been indicted. Investigators are now working on getting David extradited from Michigan to Florida to face the charges against him. According to psychologists, most often teenagers commit offenses for 3 reasons: the desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, alcohol addiction or addiction to illegal drugs, but most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors often receive minimal punishment because their young age is taken into account. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that took 2 lives at once. However, the girl herself did not feel remorse for her crime and at the trial stated that she could do almost anything while staying alive. but she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, writing off everything on a lapse in memory and apparently, until the last moment was confident that she would get away with it. But the verdict of the judge literally dumbfounded the young criminal and her mother so desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio, and was the third child in the family. Her parents, John Sharilla and Madeline Stevens, tried to bring up their heirs in love and care to give them a good education and encourage all endeavors. The youngest daughter was a family favorite. She was forgiven many pranks from childhood, and even serious misdemeanors often got away with it. Mackenzie grew up capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was used to the fact that parents always do as she requires and was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. Classmates and teachers of the girl noted that in childhood she was quite a nice and open child. But with age, her character and behavior began to deteriorate. The girl threw real tantrums. If something went wrong, she easily lost her temper, behaved impudently and impatiently, swore, and could even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone's opinion but her own. Her words should always be the last, and she put her own interests above all else. In adolescence, the character of the girl became simply unbearable, but her parents did not see anything terrible in this, believing that her daughter has a transitional age and she should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of all the troubles. In high school, Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol as well as sometimes dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often, the girl's actions were reckless and carried a direct threat not only to her, but also to the people around her. Parents still did not notice or simply did not want to notice the obvious problem. Like many of her peers, Mackenzie was a big fan of social media and literally never let her smartphone out of her hands. She often posted provocative pictures of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, and she left equally provocative comments on them. Mackenzie's friends were just like her. Together, they vandalized, organized pogroms, fights, sometimes stole, and several times came to the attention of the police. However, the young people were treated only with warnings and educational talks, which strengthened their belief in their own impunity. Dominique Rousseau, a young man named Dominic Rousseau, was also a native of Strongsville. He was born in September 2001 and was the fourth of 7 children to his parents, Frank and Christine Rousseau. The boy was raised with 3 brothers and 3 sisters with whom he was always very close. Dominic studied well in school, from childhood years actively engaged in sports and tried to lead a healthy lifestyle. Despite the fact that he grew up in a large family, neither he himself nor any of his brothers or sisters was not deprived of parental love, attention, and care. Spouses Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, but at the same time promoted their all-round development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was used to being in the center of attention and became the soul of any company. The young man had a bright and quite attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, so he also had a lot of admirers from a young age. However, he himself tried to avoid fleeting romances, emphasizing serious and promising relationships. After graduating from high school, Rousseau became a student at a local university, choosing the specialization producer of performing arts. He dreamed of linking his life with music and one day becoming a famous music producer. In addition, the talented and versatile Dominic wrote and performed songs himself. By the age of 20, the guy already had his own small business. He bought a car and rented a separate apartment in a good neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to play sports and was considered one of the best students at the university. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie met for the first time when the girls studied in the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this accidental meeting became fatal for both of them. Young people were complete opposites of each other, and opposites are known to attract. A handsome, curly-haired young man, well-versed in music, immediately attracted Mackenzie's attention. He was radically different from the guys she usually socialized with. He was educated, well-mannered, interesting, and could easily hold a conversation on any topic. Mackenzie herself had a striking appearance and slim figure, dressed well, and knew how to make the right impression. She turned on all her charm to draw the attention of the guys she liked, and she managed to achieve the desired rather quickly. In the fall of 2021, the couple began dating, and almost immediately, each of them introduced the chosen one to their parents. But if Mackenzie's parents were delighted with her choice and considered Dominic a brilliant couple for their daughter, the parents of the Dye had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl looked sweet, innocent, and tried to make a good impression on them. But on the other hand, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Russo. Friends and family members of Cheryl were sure that Mackenzie, for the first time in her life, really fell in love and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one will positively affect her character and behavior. Then no one could not even guess what tragedy would end this youthful romance. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly demonstrating their tender feelings for each other. So soon, the whole small town knew about the relationship. Those who knew Mackenzie well sincerely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but most just happy for them. What was wrong with her? Soon, Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do only what she wants. At first, he did not focus too much attention on it, writing off everything on the young age and the desire to attract attention. The young people made plans for their future together and even planned to get married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also planned to leave their native provincial town and together go to conquer a major metropolis, ideally New York. There before, Dominic would open a lot of opportunities to build a brilliant career in the music industry and fully reveal his talent. But as time went on, Mackenzie's behavior became more and more alarming and sometimes even frightened the guy. She demanded from her boyfriend that he did only what she wanted, and if he did not agree with her in something, she made scandals, threw tantrums, and behaved like a little capricious child. At first, Dominic tried to translate everything into a joke, but soon realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but being alone with her boyfriend spewed on him the whole storm of his emotions and sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became more and more aggressive, and at some point, the young man decided that he had enough. He suggested that she take a pause in the relationship and sort out her feelings. But upon hearing this, Mackenzie had a public showdown in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened Dominic that she would kill him if he left her, threatened to burn down his house and wreck his car. But by doing so, she only made him feel more confident that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unrewarding relationship, obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of letting her boyfriend go, and at first, she acted as if nothing had happened. She continued to called him to various parties and other events, as well as exhibited in social networks of their joint photos, accompanying them with posts with declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that everything is over between them, she literally went mad with anger and rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost daily and shouted all sorts of nasty things, insults, and threats under his windows. She called him from different numbers, left messages on his answering machine, wrote on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start all over again, then again began to insult and threats. Russo was confused. He simply did not know how to react to such behavior because he had never encountered such behavior. He tried talking, tried to ignore the former lover, and a couple of times even recorded her threatening tantrums on his phone. It got to the point that Sharilla, seeing the ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She turned Dominic's life into a real nightmare, but he still hoped that a little more time would pass and she would leave him alone, switching to someone else. One day, in front of witnesses, Mackenzie declared that it was easier for her to kill Dominic than to let him go. Mackenzie said that if he didn't come back to her, no one would have him and she would take care of it. The young man did not take these words seriously, although those around him realized that Mackenzie was not joking. Among the most frequent threats from the mouth of the schoolgirl were promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, as well as to put him in the car and drive off a cliff or stop on the railroad in front of a train rushing at them. Each option sounded terrifying, and each of them Mackenzie described in detail as if she had planned it all out long ago and was just waiting for the right moment. An unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her to get Dominic back, but only distanced him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her best to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She talked about the upcoming enrollment, asked to help her choose a university, and also claimed that she had gotten smart, and most of all was now concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic. He, in spite of everything, still had tender feelings for the former girlfriend and decided out of kindness to help her with university enrollment. Therefore, they again began to see each other and communicate. Gradually, the couple became close again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, sought to spend all his free time with her, and believed that she had changed, matured, became more serious and responsible. He did not notice how he fell in love with her again, and all the former offenses remained somewhere in the past. However, this time, the young people were in no hurry to announce to all friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates where they just enjoyed each other's company, avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was happening, he suggested that nothing good would come of it. But the young man in love did not heed his words. A devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he thought had happened to her, Mackenzie herself hatched a terrifying plan of reprisal against the young man. She was so fascinated by the idea of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to work out the scenario in detail. In her free time, she spent hours driving around the city, choosing a place suitable for the realization of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and going out on the tracks while waiting for a train seemed to her an unreliable idea. One day, Sharilla drove into a nearby industrial area, a fairly secluded place with no cameras on the way and very few cars in the area. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a huge brick wall, and her second imagination immediately conjured up a new, no less horrible plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be no less spectacular than falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that initially Mackenzie planned to die together with her lover so that their story was retold by all the inhabitants of the city. She even told her best friend about it, but her friend simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had visited such delusional ideas before, but everything was limited to empty conversations. A terrible realization of the plan and an accidental victim. At the July 2022, just a week before her coming of age, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they go to an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, to unwind, and to let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily agreed. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and believed in the sincerity of her feelings and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30th. Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, which immediately attracted the attention of those present. They looked happy, smiled, and openly showed affectionate feelings for each other. Friends were sincerely pleased with their reunion and noted that they are a very beautiful and harmonious couple. All evening and all night, the young people had fun, willingly photographed and without shyness, kissed in front of everyone. But no one even guessed what a terrible tragedy would end this party. The couple drank a little, however, like everyone else at the event. But Mackenzie, secretly from everyone, took a dose of illegal drugs, so to speak, for courage, so as not to change his mind, and at the last moment did not hit the brakes. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said goodbye to everyone and headed for the car. But then a friend of the guy, Davian Flanagan, followed them and asked them to give him a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, saying they had plans of their own, but Dominic saw no problem with giving his friend a ride. Not wanting to fight, arouse suspicion, or change plans, Mackenzie agreed, signing Davian's death warrant. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie got behind the wheel of the car. Her boyfriend sat next to her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly pulled away from the party venue, heading out on its most recent trip. On the main street, Mackenzie drove quietly, keeping to the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. At a stoplight, she stopped though the road was empty. Mackenzie once again considered her plan while her passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was obviously lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while her passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she drove off, quickly picking up speed, and then took a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, the guys didn't immediately realize what was going on, if at all. It was as if the devil himself had possessed the driver. The car accelerated to top speed, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall. A bystander and a miraculous rescue. There wasn't a soul in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one saw the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the scene of the accident, heard the bang and was not too lazy to go outside to see what was the matter. She saw smoke, and when she got closer, she realized that there had been a car crash, after which she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived at the scene about half an hour after the accident, but the two guys in the car could not be helped. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. She was saved by her seatbelt and airbags. Mackenzie was unconscious, and her legs were trapped in the mangled car. But she was breathing, and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving hope that she would survive. She opened her eyes several times during the process of being released from the car, but was obviously unaware of what was going on around her. Mackenzie was immediately sent to the hospital where she was diagnosed with a number of fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests showed that she was under the influence of alcohol and drugs. However, according to the doctor, perhaps that is what prevented her from dying from painful shock while help was on the way. Investigation, leads, and confession. Initially, the police, having received the results of Mackenzie's tests, assumed that she, being under the influence of illegal substances, simply did not realize what she was doing and perhaps tried to drive through the wall or did not see any obstacles in her way. In favor of this version was the lack of braking distance. It was not possible to talk to Sharilla herself because she was unconscious in the intensive care unit after a complex operation. However, she soon came to her senses and, realizing what she had done, began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposely drove into the wall at a great speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and originally planned to die with him. Mackenzie also added that Davion was an accidental victim due to his own obsession because he asked to go with them. The doctor did not take the patient's rambling story seriously, deciding that it was a delusional state resulting from anesthesia and painkillers as well as guilt over the death of a loved one. And when the police were allowed to talk to the recovering Mackenzie, she suddenly changed her testimony completely. Now Mackenzie claimed that she remembered almost nothing about the events of that night because she took alcohol and illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after she got behind the wheel. And how Davion was in the car, she has no idea. However, the facts were to the contrary. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the route the car had taken, and the footage clearly showed that Mackenzie was driving slowly and according to the rules until she suddenly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Moreover, it turned out that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days earlier, and her car had been seen there at various times by at least a dozen witnesses back to normal. After being discharged from the hospital, Mackenzie recovered quickly enough and tried to get back to her old, carefree life. She had no remorse and was confident that she could get away with it. Mackenzie was once again active on social media, meeting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to go to a concert of her favorite band playing in a neighboring city. At that time, the bones of her legs had not yet fully fused, but this did not stop her, and she appeared on the concert stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, took selfies with friends, and posted them on her account. In October, when Sharilla was on her feet, she went to a Halloween celebration dressed up in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even made new acquaintances, But on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody. Trial and sentencing. It took the investigation just over 3 months to gather the necessary evidence and proof to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder and possession, and use of a controlled substance that was found in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, first citing a lapse in memory, and then when her friend testified in court as a witness to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed tactics, saying that she wanted to die with her lover. But even here, there were immediately discovered inconsistencies because she had previously fastened herself with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important nuance was taken into account. Namely, at the time of the crime, she was not yet 18 years old. It was 5 days before her majority, so she was tried as a minor. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive sentences of 15 years for each murder without parole. But because of her young age, she was allowed to serve the 2 sentences concurrently, meaning she would be eligible for parole in 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were unhappy with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people said they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, and parents and Mackenzie's lawyer, on the contrary, considered the sentence too harsh and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe that Sharilla would leave prison after 15 years. The defendant herself, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil she had committed, behaved arrogantly and even insolently towards the court. But now she will have enough time to seriously consider her heinous act. Jennifer Renee Odom was a 12-year-old girl living in the small community of St. Joseph, Florida. On February 19, 1993, Jennifer got off of her school bus at the intersection of Jessamine and Jim Denny Roads and started the 200-yard walk to her house. Jennifer's younger sister, Jessica, arrived home on a separate school bus but couldn't get into the house. Thinking her sister was playing a trick on her, as they often did, she walked down the road to their grandmother's house to get a key. When she returned and finally made it in the house, Jennifer was nowhere to be found. She then called her parents at work and informed them that Jennifer was not home. Worried, they rushed home and began calling friends to see if anyone had seen her. Hearing that she had possibly been last seen walking toward home, they immediately notified authorities of their daughter's disappearance. Friends on the school bus later reported seeing an older, faded blue pickup truck stopped on the side of the road nearby and stated that the truck began slowly creeping in the same direction that Jennifer was walking. After a massive search, a couple searching an abandoned orange grove in southeast Hernando County found Jennifer's body 10 miles from her home. It would later be released that her cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and that she had been sexually assaulted. Her clothes were missing, as were her backpack, jacket, and clarinet case. On January 5, 1995, a couple looking for scrap metal in Hernando County found a book bag and clarinet case in a rural area. Both matched the description of the items that Jennifer had been carrying at the time of her disappearance and were thought to possibly be hers. When the couple opened the bag, they saw a textbook with her name inside. Police would later confirm the fingerprints found on the items matched those of Jennifer's. These items were found 30 miles from her home and 18 miles from where her body had been located almost 2 years earlier. Convicted rapist and kidnapper Jeffrey Norman Crum Sr. has since been named a person of interest in Jennifer's death. DNA testing connected Jeffrey to a similar crime that occurred in January 1992 in nearby Pasco County. In April 2017, he was arrested and charged in that case. Authorities noted similarities between the 1992 case and Jennifer's murder. New testing is currently being done on evidence from Jennifer's case. However, Jeffrey has not yet been charged in her death, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Judy McFarland was last seen on January 13, 1992, walking home after leaving a Bible study. The pastor at the church stated he saw Judy standing outside next to some flowers. He said it started to rain and he stopped and asked if she needed a ride home, but she declined. This was the last time Judy was seen alive, and her sister would report her missing a few days later. Over 6 months later, her body was found in a retention pond in Gainesville, Florida. A law and service was at the site cutting the grass when they found her behind a barbed wire chain link fence. Strangely, this wasn't the first time the grass had been cut since her disappearance, and crews never reported seeing her or anything else out of the ordinary. Also, the area where she was found was behind a locked gate, and the Florida Department of Transportation were the only ones with a key. The retention pond was located in an area off Northeast 29th Avenue and North Main Street, less than a mile from the church where she was last seen. At the time of her disappearance, she was living in a mobile home 3/4 of a mile from where she was found. One possible theory was she was put in the sewer system and ended up in the retention pond, but there is no solid evidence to prove this. Also, the medical examiner was never able to determine her cause of death, because Judy's body was sitting in the water for too long. Possible suspects include Judy's estranged husband, Jim McFarlane, who had been previously convicted of smuggling drugs out of Canada. However, he was deported back to Canada before her disappearance, and they could never place him at the scene of the crime. Another suspect was Robert Norris, who had previously dated Judy's younger sister. Judy and Robert had gotten into a violent argument one night in 1990. The argument was so bad that Judy called the police and had Robert arrested. He was subsequently charged with multiple felonies and sentenced to prison. Suspiciously, he was released on Monday and Judy went missing on Monday night. However, Robert was never charged in the connection with Judy's death, and he died in 2010 before the case was reopened. As of today, no one has been charged in her case and it remains unsolved. August 12, 2019 started out completely normal. Teacher's assistant, Lindsay Burbeck, was on vacation, and she planned to spend the day with her family. She and her daughter, Sarah, went shopping in Blackburn in the afternoon, and then they agreed to have a nice family evening over a cup of tea and meet her daughter's human boyfriend. They said goodbye, and Lindsay returned home to change and go for her daily walk in the woods. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she left the house and never came back. To delve into this sudden disappearance and try to figure out why this particular day's tragedy happened and who was to blame. The events are set in the town of Blackburn in the county of Lancashire in northwest England. The town is located in the southern part of the county on the Blackburn River by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal at the junction of April 2018, but they continued to live together in Upton until March 2019. She then moved to her new home on Burnley Road in Hancote. Lindsay cared for her 2 adult children, Thiven, 20, and Sarah, 17. She worked as an upper-grade teacher's aide at Hill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being surrounded by children. Lindsay was a talented artist who would go the extra mile to create the most amazing props for school productions and plays. On the fateful day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area known as Coppice near her home in the village of Hancote on the outskirts of Accrington and disappeared. At the appointed time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's home, but no one answered the door. Sarah became worried as it was out of character for her mother to forget a scheduled tea party. She tried several times to contact Lindsay, but no one answered the phone. Sarah then sent her a text message that read, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times. After receiving no response, Sarah sent another text message with a series of question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's house for an hour, Sarah called her father, Tim Burbeck, to let him know her mom wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone. Tim took a frightened Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Near midnight, Sarah and Tim headed to Lindsay's house again, but with a set of spare keys. To their dismay, she never showed up. Inside, the house seemed quite ordinary and showed no signs of any incident. There was no note of explanation either. At 12:11 a.m. on the night of August 13th, Tim Burbeck contacted police and told the dispatcher, "My ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. It doesn't look like her." Lindsay Burbeck was reported missing. Lindsay's disappearance shook up the community. The people of the small suburb banded together and went out in search of the woman. There were hundreds of people, men and women, grandparents and people walking dogs, teenagers with bicycles, and even moms with strollers. To most, Lindsay was a stranger. But that didn't matter. After days of desperate searches, social media appeals, and posters, people still gathered at Coppice for 2 consecutive days in the hope of finding a vital clue that could solve the mystery of Lindsay Burbeck's disappearance. After several days of fruitless searching, it was clear to everyone that the search was going to be difficult. With each passing day, the chances of finding Lindsay alive dwindled. Detectives classified Lindsay Burbeck as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described the disappearance as very uncharacteristic of her. Nevertheless, the search did not stop for a moment. Locals printed thousands of posters to distribute throughout the neighborhood, while a Facebook group associated with the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. A few hours after the police appeal was posted online, the first posters with Lindsay's face on them could be seen all over the neighborhood. Within a couple of days, there wasn't a lamppost, storefront, or traffic light that didn't have a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into the disappearance from the house as extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire and Rescue Service, mountain rescue volunteers, and the city's search and rescue team. Drones and helicopters were also deployed to search the area covering Coppice and the surrounding open countryside for a considerable distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing when she was last seen alive, walking along Burnley Road at 4:10 in the afternoon towards Coppice. She was wearing a purple jacket, black leggings, and dark sneakers with white soles. A week had passed since her disappearance on August 19th, and with each passing day, there was less and less hope of finding Lindsay Burbeck alive. Police were still no closer to the whereabouts of the mother of 2, but emphasized that there was no evidence that she was the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search moved to Accrington Cemetery. He yelled, "Accrington Cemetery." He yelled and called her name several times, but the dog didn't respond. The dog hid its head in the bushes, sniffing and trying to dig for something. The dog's owner walked over to him, stood next to him, and was horrified to find that there was something very soft under his feet. He was frightened and jumped back. Then he smelled a horrible odor and saw flies swirling around. A plastic bag and something that looked like a foot were visible from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Burbeck disappeared, her body was found under the most horrific circumstances, buried in a cemetery. The naked body, wrapped in 2 clear plastic bags mixed with earth and grass, was placed across a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Burbeck was considered complete. A murder investigation was officially launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter, after conducting an autopsy, determined that death was due to a broken neck. The trauma was inflicted with such force that the entire larynx had crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or knee. An attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death was also determined, possibly with a saw, as tine marks were found. A large laceration was found on the leg, which had been cut down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay suffered were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also reported that due to the poor condition of the body, it was quite difficult to determine the victim's injuries, but she did not rule out any sexual activity on the day of her disappearance, which could not be ascertained due to the level of decomposition of the body. Prior to the discovery of Lindsay's body, members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie garbage can abandoned in bushes nearby. However, at this stage of the investigation, no one was yet aware of the significance of the can. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. on August 20th also found the same dumpster with a dark stain on the outside and thought it might be blood. After taking pictures of the dumpster, they called the police. 2 police officers arrived on the scene to inspect it and found a brown mark that they thought was dirt. The police said the dumpster looked brand new and there was no evidence at the time to link it to Lindsay's disappearance. Therefore, it was left in place. There were other important clues found in the cemetery that were not immediately accepted. For example, a local resident, Christine Alderson, discovered a bloody cloth on the grass at the cemetery on August 18th, while she and her daughter were walking their dogs. She said the blood on the cloth was fresh and red, but thought it might have belonged to a homeless man who frequented the area. Another woman who walks dogs, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cargill Hill Trail that was probably Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, presumably a child's, but heard no struggle, yelling, or screaming. On August 25th, investigators revisited the crime scene and found a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave that had several traces of blood. The evidence was taken for forensic testing, and it came back positive. The gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside surfaces, and Lindsay's DNA was found on the outside surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers sneakers, which had been cut along the sole, were also found in a blue plastic bag discarded in the cemetery. Examination of other evidence revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in some kind of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the sheeting was foliage and grass that was not from the cemetery grounds. This led investigators to believe that the body had been moved from another location. That's when detectives remembered a blue trash can that had repeatedly caught the attention of volunteers. Police officers studying the CCTV footage soon made a startling discovery that left the investigation team baffled. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burnley Road area. Over the next few days, a CCTV camera captured a certain guy returning to the cemetery 4 times. Thanks to that footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young guy carrying a trash can down the street, possibly with Lindsay's body, became a sensation. The video was shown on the news with a plea for help identifying the man, and it worked. The boy was identified by shocked teachers and parents. The teen surrendered to police the same day. His name was withheld until sentencing due to his age. He was only 16 years old at the time of the crime. The boy in the videotape turned out to be local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Accrington. It had been the Price family home for about 3 decades. The young lad had an impressive array of mental health abnormalities. Rocky had suffered from autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity since childhood. His low IQ created additional learning and communication challenges. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week and was described by teachers as a very quiet and non-speaking student. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and emotional well-being. He had pronounced impairments in understanding the connections between events and emotions. Another 2016 report described Price as unresponsive to strangers and in constant need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said they were always looking for ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred practical things to academic subjects. Price hardly ever engaged in conversation, even when it came to a topic that interested him. Teachers described Rocky Price as quite strong physically and tough for his age. He went to the gym regularly, liked to tend to the chickens on the family farm, and loved watching movies and playing Xbox. The guy lived in his own world and wasn't always aware of his actions. So what drove him to attack Lindsay Bubeck? Nothing at all. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time when Rocky Price was hunting lonely women. He was looking for a woman to kill, and he didn't care who it was. This was a completely random murder at the hands of a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally stood trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury after an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison, Weatherby Price, 17, did not react in any way when the judge read out the verdict. There was also no reaction from his parents in court. He pleaded guilty to helping dispose of Lindsay's body, but claimed he played no part in her death. Rocky Price claimed he was approached by a male stranger and asked to assist in the burial of the woman for a fee. In a prepared statement, he admitted moving the garbage can and burying the body, but said he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington revealed plastic bags that were identical to those at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing were also analyzed and matched the ones he was wearing on surveillance cameras on August 12. Defense attorney Mark Fenholz told jurors that Price did a horrible and heinous act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but he was not her killer. Despite the abundance of evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the crime but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price, through his attorney, prepared a statement to explain his movements between Coppice, where police believe Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was found. But the prosecutor affirmatively stated that Rocky Price acted completely alone. The motive for the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of two was never revealed, as the perpetrator did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released when the parole board decides he is not a danger. The judge said the attack was swift and brutal. There was no doubt the defendant sprang with the intent to kill a woman who was walking by. Just minutes before Lindsay's incident, Zoe Braithwaite had managed to get away from a hooded teenager with her hands in her pockets, walking alone on a parallel path. Her sixth sense kicked in, and the woman was instantly wary. Zoe was confused by the guy's appearance. He looked out of place for a walk in the woods at that time of year. She quickened her step and then ran away. That probably saved the woman. If it hadn't been her, it could have been someone else. And it was Lindsay. This was a premeditated attack. After missing one woman, he didn't back off his plan to attack another lone woman. His actions after the crime clearly show that he had the ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was much better at practical tasks than academic subjects. He used this ability to hide the body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Coppice on the evening of August 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m. when he was seen on CCTV cameras carrying a black rucksack. Possibly in it, he was carrying a found saw to dismember Lindsay's body. The next incident occurred at 8:28 p.m. when dog walker Anthony Dewhurst was seen pulling out an already empty garbage can. This is the same spot where his grandfather, who bears his name, and other family members are buried. Without panic or excitement, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it in a blue garbage can like a piece of trash, and then burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie garbage can and then dragging her to the cemetery. Finding a quiet and secluded spot near the railroad line, he spent over an hour burying her body before leaving a saw, gloves, and a trash can at the scene. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is particularly horrifying to all right-thinking members of society. The random nature of the attack suggests that the accused poses a very real danger to members of the public. The stalking of another woman before he killed Lindsay Bebeck demonstrates that his crime was not caused by a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty of the crime, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and picture to be made public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity was kept secret during the first and second trials. The jury was told many important details about Price, but they could not be fully disclosed because of his young age. The judge rescinded the disclosure restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot in any way excuse or even explain his actions. After all, it is quite obvious that he realized that it was terribly wrong to kill, but did it anyway. Although fortunately such crimes are rare, they instill fear in society. However, the main question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young guy need to kill a strange woman, and for what? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, but he didn't answer it. Perhaps if it wasn't Lindsay Bebeck, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church in Hapton on September 20th. More than 200 mourners gathered at the church as police stopped traffic on Manchester Road while Lindsay's coffin, covered in flowers, was carried into the church. Dozens of flowers from friends, family, and strangers whose hearts were touched by Lindsay's story were left at the scene. Sarah described her mom as a very optimistic and positive woman. Lindsay was making plans for the future. She was planning a trip to Glasgow with her friend Sharon. She dreamed of finding love on the Match.com dating site. Lindsay Bubeck planned a long and happy life for herself and looked forward to the future with optimism. But all those dreams were interrupted one sunny summer day. Lindsay Bubeck's family and the detectives who investigated the crime welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said no court verdict could ever bring Lindsay back or spare her family and loved ones the grief of loss. In front of the courthouse after the verdict was announced, members of the defendant's family wore T-shirts that read, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." The back of the T-shirts read, "The killer is still at large. Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a life, to feel what it's like, to watch someone die and mutilate them. Most likely, in any form, it's an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems with social interaction, motor skills, and behavioral stereotypes." In translation, the word autism means a person who has gone into himself or a person within himself. Autism is still an understudied developmental disorder that can occur due to genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The exact cause is not fully understood, but in our story, the punishment most likely fits the crime. Sherry Way Casey Black was born on October 14, 1946. Before her murder, she was married to Earl Black, her high school sweetheart. They had one daughter, Heidi Miller, who subsequently married and blessed her parents with many grandchildren. Before her unfortunate demise, Sherry had a very active role in her daughter's life as well as in the lives of her 6 grandchildren and newest great-grandchild. Her first grandson had just arrived in Chile to start his mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she was expecting another great-grandchild. Unfortunately, the evil ones wouldn't allow her to live to meet her second great-grandchild. On November 30, 2010, Sherry Way Casey Black was murdered in the little bookstore she owned on her property in South Salt Lake City, Utah. She had been assaulted and stabbed before her husband, Earl, returned from a conference meeting late at night. Earl instantly dialed 911 for assistance. In the first phase of the investigation, the detectives concluded that the victim did not know the person who killed her and that the murder was an unplanned, random act. The South Salt Lake Police Department started a thorough investigation into Sherry Black's case, going around the neighborhood and asking the locals if they had heard or seen anything suspicious. While this was going on, Earl Black spent a significant amount of the evening at police headquarters being questioned, as is customary in a case of this nature. The crime scene was searched for clues by detectives from the South Salt Lake Police Department and the crime scene responders from the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system. They also reviewed surveillance footage from nearby cameras, spoke with locals and business owners, and processed the building for evidence. They discovered that the perpetrator was hurt while committing the murder and that his blood was unknowingly left on a doorframe. A DNA profile was created using this blood after it had been submitted for forensic analysis. 10 years later, this would be necessary to crack Sherry Black's cold case. The Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, was where the DNA profile was uploaded, and the profile continued to cycle through the database every week in search of a match. Sadly, no match was ever discovered. This indicated that the offender had never caused harm to anyone where he might have left his DNA at a crime scene, or that he had never been apprehended and had his DNA properly obtained in connection to his arrest. Police found it especially puzzling that there didn't appear to be any evidence of robbery at the crime scene. There were mountains of books, literally thousands upon thousands of them. It was challenging to determine whether any rare books had been taken, which the police initially suspected could have been a motive for the crime, based on an inventory that Sherry had kept in her head. There was still money in the cash register, and there were lots of valuable items that could have been taken but weren't. In order to ascertain what might have been left behind by the culprit and what belonged to Sherry, the investigators also talked with the family. Debbie Way Casey, Sherry Black's sister, stated that Sherry and Earl had been married since high school and had a very close bond. Their home was described as always peaceful by neighbors. Everyone appeared to enjoy them. Her brother claimed that the bulk of her company's activities concerned online book sales. He never overheard her discussing problematic interpersonal or commercial ties. Nothing about Sherry's life or her work would make her particularly vulnerable to becoming a victim of a violent crime. Sherry was quiet. You'll hear that from people. Very unassuming, kind, and friendly though. and really knew her stuff. She knew books, and she was successful at what she did. She had a good reputation in the trade for being honest and having integrity, said Kurt Bench, one of her colleagues in the bookstore business. The year after Sherry Black's murder, in February 2011, the Black family and the South Salt Lake Police Department solicited the help of the Vidic Society, a non-profit organization that offers top-notch consultation on homicide investigations. The specialists visited Salt Lake City to examine the case. The experts thought the attacker was familiar with the victim. Even though the interaction was very brief, the crime was planned, and it had a sexual motivation. They also believed the culprit was a younger person, no more than 19 years old, who frequented the neighborhood. According to the expert, if the culprit was older, he was likely mentally challenged to have committed such a heinous crime. The Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake was also contacted for their assistance by the South Salt Lake Police Department. However, their assistance was restricted until 2015, when the South Salt Lake Police Department hired Unified Police Department cold case detective Ben Pender. Two of the Vidic experts, Richard D. Walter and Patrick J. Zerpali, independently traveled back to South Salt Lake City in May 2015 for a 2-week period to collaborate with the investigators on the case. Sorensen Labs in Utah produced a restricted genealogy profile of the culprit in 2017 using DNA from the crime scene. Detective Ben Pender later learned about Parabon Nanolabs and their work with phenotyping DNA while attending a cold case conference in Washington, D.C. In order to process the killer's blood evidence from Sherry Black's crime scene, the Unified Police Department hired Parabon, which produced a number of age progression pictures of the criminal. The case was officially transferred from the South Salt Lake Police Department to the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake in March 2018. After almost 8 years, and Detective Ben Pender was designated as the lead detective. Sherry Black's family kept the case in the public eye throughout the quest for justice in the hopes of finding fresh leads. On the anniversary of her passing, they conducted candlelight vigils, created incentives, and reported developments in the case when they became available. They also sought to garner media attention. Detective Ben Pender started using the help of Parabon Nanolabs to perform genetic genealogy in October 2018. Over the course of the following 2 years, he collaborated with one Parabon specialist in an effort to pin down the perpetrator of this heinous act. Detective Pender started to visit potential ancestors of the criminal's family tree in April 2019. He and the genealogist then used this to narrow down and rule out potential suspects as they focused their search. Detective Pender traveled all over the United States, visiting members on the family tree and asking questions that might eventually help to identify the murderer. He worked with the Parabon genealogist in between his travels, and she would recommend subsequent actions based on his findings and her research. The genealogist discovered that someone had submitted a DNA profile into GeneMatch in the fall of 2020, a few days before deciding whether Detective Pender was to travel east again or head west. The submitted DNA profile looked a whole lot closer to the murderer. The genealogist advised Pender to fly to Sacramento, California, and meet with a certain woman who turned out to be the crucial piece of the puzzle investigators were seeking in Sherry Black's case. When Detective Ben Pender arrived at her house, she warmly invited him into her home after he introduced himself. She further allowed him to collect a DNA swab from her for analysis. Detective Pender met her adult son, who was home at the time. Pender had a conversation with her son and inquired about the possibility of him knowing about a child from his past. The man disclosed to Pender that a woman had long ago suggested that he might be the father of her child, but left the matter unresolved. He also consented to a DNA test. After fitting the puzzle pieces together in his head, Detective Pender was convinced he had finally found the right match. When it was determined that the man from Sacramento was the biological father of the person who killed Sherry Black, he took the information to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system for processing. He was then able to use this information to track down the killer. After being located, the offender's DNA had to be lawfully obtained in order to verify a one-to-one match with the samples taken from the crime scene. Law enforcement secretly collected this sample, and they received the results they had been seeking for 10 years. Adam Durborough of Orem, Utah, who was 19 at the time of the murder, was consequently apprehended in October 2020, and charges were filed against him. When asked why he did what he did, Adam Durborough said, "I went into the bookstore. I had no intention at all to do anything. It was a bookstore. I love books. I don't know why this happened." Following his arrest, Sherry Black's grandchildren spoke to the judge about how Adam Durborough caused them trauma and how their grandmother's passing affected their lives. They further claimed that their mother and grandfather suffered even more grief as a result of Sherry Black's death. They then requested a life sentence for Durborough without the possibility of parole and said they did not want to worry about the whereabouts of the person who killed their grandmother any longer. "For 11 years, I've had to live without Sherry. My life will never be the same. She was beautiful and caring, as everyone has stated. What a wonderful woman she was. But I don't have her anymore. Instead, I have the memory of coming home and finding her. That's what I have left," Earl Black said in court. Adam Durborough avoided a trial by entering a guilty plea a year later. For months later, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Columbus, Ohio. Columbus is a busy city with plenty of entertainment options. There are numerous eateries, shops, bars, concert venues, art galleries, and other establishments in the Short North Arts District. The Gallery Hop, which takes place on the first Saturday of every month, is a fantastic way to see what Columbus has to offer in terms of artistic talent. The North Market, a public market with vendors selling a variety of local cuisine, fresh produce, gifts, and more, is also located in the Short North neighborhood. Columbus is home to a large number of parks and museums, including the Scioto Mile Riverfront Park, the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium, the Columbus Museum of Art, and the Center of Science and Industry. The entire year is filled with special occasions and festivals, but in the fall, football is the region's way of life. The Ohio State Buckeyes are the city's pride and joy. Though the city might seem all safe, fun, and bubbling now, it wasn't always like that in the 1990s. In fact, the homicide rate and violent attacks were high in the year 1991. Jessica Lynn Keene was born on September 24, 1975 to Rebecca and James Keene. She was well loved by her parents and basically had everything a child could ever ask for. The love, care, and the peace of mind at home reflected in her academics while growing up. Teachers simply called her a good student. In the year 1991, 15-year-old Jessica Lynn Keene was an honor roll student at Westland High School. She was gifted, ambitious, and loved by her family. Jessica became a popular cheerleader and a talented performer. She was well known and well liked by friends. According to her mother, Rebecca, Jessica had a lot of dreams and goals. Jessica, idealistically, would have loved to have been a singer, an actress. I guess realistically, Jessica loved animals and wanted to go to college to be a zoologist, Rebecca said. However, Jessica's smooth life and the beautiful relationship she shared with her parents came crashing down in March 1991, and this had to do with the teenager's love life. Jessica had fallen in love with an 18-year-old school dropout, Sean Thompson. They started dating, and their relationship was new and exciting. But according to Jessica's mother, the love affair began to distract Jessica from her academic life. Also, in an effort to spend more time with the person she was infatuated with, Jessica even quit cheerleading and would often skip school to see Sean. This made her grades decline drastically. Just like every parent who wants the best for their child, Jessica's parents became worried and forbade her from seeing Sean Thompson ever again, at least until her grades came up enough for her to get a scholarship into college. Jessica was in love and wouldn't listen to her parents. She continued to sneak out of the house to see Sean. When she began to threaten her mother about moving out of the house, her mother knew she had to put her daughter back on track before it got too late. At a point, Jessica and her mother's arguments got worse. They both realized they needed some time to let off some steam. They then agreed that Jessica should spend 2 weeks at the Huckleberry House live-in counseling facility for troubled teenagers. While there, she was to attend therapy sessions in an effort to get her back on the right track. Jessica complied as required, and on March 15, 1991, her live-in stay at the facility was almost over when things started to go very wrong. She called Sean Thompson the day before she was scheduled to return home, but it seemed she probably didn't get the response she was hoping for. According to those who witnessed the phone call, Jessica and Sean got into an argument over the phone. At a point, they broke up, and on ending the call, Jessica was said to have been very visibly upset. Afterwards, Jessica, who was devastated by the situation, told her friends she was going to the mall and then made her way to the bus stop close to Huckleberry House to wait for the next bus. Nobody would ever again see the 15-year-old alive after that. It was getting dark, and Jessica failed to return to the Huckleberry House facility. Her friends and the staff at the facility waited for her, but when she didn't show up, they reached out to her parents to inform them what had transpired. She was eventually reported missing to the police, and a massive search for her ensued. However, the search came to an end 48 hours later when her body was sadly discovered at the Foster Chapel Cemetery, about 20 miles from the Huckleberry House. Jessica had duct tape wrapped around her hands and mouth and was otherwise naked, save for a bra and one sock. The teenager had been brutally beaten and raped before being fatally struck in the head by a gravestone that was discovered nearby. Strangely, Jessica still had her wristwatch and ring on her, but her beloved necklace, inscribed with the word "taken," which was a gift from her boyfriend, was gone. After starting their investigation, the police concluded that Jessica had likely been sexually assaulted between 2 and 4 hours before she passed away, due to the cement at the crime scene. After a thorough inspection of all the hints and clues at the cemetery, the investigator in charge of the case, Special Agent Greg Costas, came to the heartbreaking conclusion that Jessica Lynn Keene had been abducted and held captive in a car, but she had only just tried to elude her captor. She then ran across a country road in fear for her life and entered a cemetery where, based on a knee print in the ground and a misplaced sock, she may have attempted to conceal herself behind a gravestone. Unfortunately, when she thought her attacker had lost track of her, she fled her hiding spot and crashed into a fence post in the dead of night as she attempted to flee and reach a nearby farmhouse. Since the farmhouse was lit up, she intended to run toward it, believing someone was there to save her from the monster running after her. Sadly, she couldn't make it there on time, as her great fall alerted her attacker, who later discovered her and killed her with a 70-pound gravestone. This discovery devastated her family, friends, and the police. They couldn't fathom the horror she must have experienced as she tried so hard to stay alive. According to Special Agent Costas, he was adamantly determined to use all of his resources to identify the killer of the promising teenager and solve the murder. "I've never been so passionate about anything that I've ever worked on in my life. The thought of this young girl, 15 years old, who had such a bright future, being murdered in such a horrible, horrible fashion. You cannot help but want to do everything humanly possible to find out who did this," Agent Costa said. Rebecca Keene was clearly mortified by the terrible crime and haunted by the extreme fear her daughter must have experienced while attempting to find safety in the pitch-black cemetery. "Everything I tried to prevent, her life from being ruined, happened anyway," a devastated Rebecca told the media. As the investigation progressed, sheriffs in Madison County focused on Sean Thompson, Jessica's boyfriend, but they discovered that he wasn't in Columbus when Jessica was murdered. Sean and a few of his friends had left for Florida. However, they were eventually sent back to Ohio. The police collected Sean's DNA and interrogated him and his friends in great detail, but it was quickly determined that he and his friends were not party to the incident. This was because the DNA from the semen sample at the crime scene did not match Sean's or even his friends. They were, however, exonerated of all charges. Though, for the investigators, a whole week had passed, and the search for the actual murderer or murderers had become fruitless. Even so, Jessica's mother's nightmares about her passing never stopped. What they did to her, the fear that Jessica felt. She would do anything to get away, and I can feel her heartbeat running through the cemetery. I can feel the deep breathing she was probably doing when she knelt behind the tombstone. I can hear her praying, and I realized that that was the worst thing that I believe anyone could go through," Rebecca said. The investigation gradually became unproductive. Investigators, however, were unable to forget the grisly murder that had occurred on their doorstep, and they continued to periodically review the evidence in the hope that new information might come forward someday. At last, it actually did in February 2008. After rerunning the semen sample from the crime scene through the system, Madison County Sheriff Jim Sabin and Special Agent Greg Costas found the hit on Cody's that they were looking for. It belonged to Marvin Lee Smith Jr., who was quickly apprehended and sent to Ohio to face allegations of impermissible sexual conduct. Marvin Lee Smith was on bail when he met Jessica Lynn Keene in 1991, having served 9 years in prison for assaulting 2 women in Columbus. Marvin Smith was required to submit his DNA as a formality when he was released from jail after serving time yet again in February. Unfortunately, it was never noted as being related to the Keene case, and it wasn't until Sheriff Sabin and Special Agent Costas had a lucky break that a match to Jessica's killer could be established. Marvin Lee Smith confirmed in court in 2009 that he had abducted Jessica after seeing her by chance at the bus stop on that March day in 1991. This confirmed the police's initial suspicions. To the surprise of the jury, he described how he had indeed pursued Jessica through the dark cemetery before eventually getting a hold of her and killing her with a gravestone, using such force that the stone split into 2. As part of a plea agreement, Smith admitted guilt to first-degree murder while avoiding the death penalty. He will be held at the Lebanon Correctional Institution in Warren County, Ohio, until at least March 2038 after receiving a sentence of 30 years to life in prison. However, those who reside in Columbus and elsewhere will undoubtedly be hoping that this dangerous person stays exactly where he is for life after the revelation of the nightmare murder that he committed. Dallas is a modern city with a cosmopolitan spirit and southern charm. It is widely known for its skyscrapers, upscale shopping, restaurants, and rich cultural life. There are many historic districts, such as the West End, with its late 19th century buildings and futuristic landmarks, shimmering glass towers, and skyscraper spires that serve as the city's main landmarks. Dallas is a city where modern metropolitan life is infused with natural beauty. There are more than 30 parks in different parts of the city. The Gable Park residential complex is located at the epicenter of Dallas Cheek. Living here offers a vibrant, exclusive lifestyle and exquisite, unique experiences. The high-rise building is elegant in appearance and has a parking garage and concierge. It is a vibrant and luxurious apartment building with a landscaped saltwater pool, fitness studio, and gourmet coffee bar in uptown Dallas. It's a quiet and safe place with no crowds of tourists or neighborhood residents strolling by. On September 2, 2015 at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. The car parked and a beautiful young woman got out. She had a shopping bag in her hands. She slammed the door shut, stepped away from the car, and a minute later, 2 gunshots rang out. With the business completed, the dark figure quickly jumped into a black Jeep Cherokee that pulled up and fled the apartment complex. Local resident Hashim Saad, who was walking to the parking lot to pick up his car, saw the injured woman and called emergency services. Officers arrived at the scene of the tragedy and found the injured woman. Unfortunately, she was already dead. The victim turned out to be 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Kendra K. Hatcher was born on February 3, 1980 to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Calley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced, and her mother married Bruce Jameson. She was not an only child. She had 3 sisters, Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, and Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Police and Plains and studied dentistry there. After her divorce in February 2010, she moved to Dallas, where she began working at Smile Zone Dental Studio. Kendra had a strong Christian faith and wanted to use her dental skills to help others. For example, the clinic provided services to disadvantaged children completely free of charge. In her spare time, Kendra taught Bible studies and participated in volunteer programs that included building churches overseas and providing free dental services to children in Ecuador. Dallas was welcoming to the young professional. Kendra's professional life quickly gained momentum, and her personal life flourished as well. On May 24, 2015, Kendra began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. Kendra and Ricardo met through a dating app, and from their first date, they were inseparable. They both had similar values and interests and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was finishing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. And even though they had only been in a relationship for a few months, the young couple was already discussing their upcoming marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot took the life of his beloved woman and cut short all future plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and initially considered robbery as a motive, as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were found on the ground next to her body. However, the manner of shooting and the traces of the gunshot pushed the robbery theory into the background. One bullet struck the woman in the back and the other in the head. The entry wound from the bullet was at the top of the head and it exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands up and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when CCTV footage was obtained and investigators reconstructed a picture of what happened. The footage shows a black Jeep Grand Cherokee pulling into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. Half an hour later, Kendra returns home and drives into the same garage. A few minutes later, a man approaches her, shoots her, and runs to the side, after which he jumps into the black Jeep and drives away. The videos were of poor quality, and the crime scene itself was not visible in them. It was impossible to identify the assailants, but the vehicle was put on a wanted list. It was decided to place the camera footage, images of the Jeep, and the driver in the media. The authorities appealed to the public for help, and it worked. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz. He reported that the car in the footage belonged to him, but Jose wasn't involved in the shooting and he wasn't driving it. When questioned, Jose explained that on the morning of September 2nd, he was approached by two of his girlfriends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez. They asked Jose to repair their car and, in return, to lend them his Jeep until the evening. The man agreed. He also said that later that evening, Brenda called Jose to a restaurant where they were at the time of the crime. Crystal Cortez later drove the Jeep to Jose's house, so the man was quite surprised when his Jeep made the news. When Jose saw his Jeep on a TV program, he asked Brenda about it. She first said that it was a different Jeep on the screen. Then Brenda explained that Crystal had been traveling somewhere on her business and she didn't know about it. Brenda Delgado suggested that Jose not tell anyone anything and simply repaint the Jeep. She was willing to pay to paint the Jeep. Jose was awaiting a decision on his U.S. citizenship and did not want any trouble with the police. He realized that Brenda had set him up. So Jose went to the police again and testified. The police then tracked all the movements of the Jeep that day and found the two young women whose names Jose had given them. Brenda Delgado was the first person investigators called in for questioning. The woman told police that she never knew Kendra Hatcher and had never seen her before. When asked where she was on September 2nd at 7:42 p.m., Brenda stated that she was at Chili's restaurant with Jose. Brenda even provided receipts for the dinner. But how often, and more importantly, why do you keep dinner receipts? So gradually, assembled in minute detail, the truth that the participants in the crime tried to hide was revealed. The central figure in the investigation was Brenda Delgado. She was born into a fairly simple family, Luis and Maria Delgado, who immigrated to Dallas from Mexico, where her father was a factory worker. They found a home in a low-income neighborhood in southeast Dallas. It was then that Luis found a job in construction, and his wife worked at the U.S. Post Office cleaning houses. Brenda was their second child and their only girl. Not only was she an excellent student who was loved by her teachers, but she also worked part-time at a flower store and as a waitress. Brenda was very ambitious and dreamed of going to medical school someday, but the sad reality was that her parents couldn't afford the expensive tuition. So after graduating from Skyline High School in February, she continued to live with her parents, only dreaming of an affluent and beautiful life. On the way to her goal, Brenda worked hard. She was a dental assistant and, alongside that, worked at a day spa North Park Center where she whitened teeth. In 2012, Brenda met Ricardo Paniagua and fell in love with him. Their first date was at a Jennifer Lopez concert and was like her dream date. In November 2012, 3 months after they met, Brenda moved in with Ricardo at his home in Fitzhugh Urban Flats. The man was also charmed by Brenda so much that he even met her parents. In February 2013, she uploaded a post in honor of his birthday on Facebook, where she wrote words of congratulations. "Happy birthday to the most amazing and smartest man I know. Ricky, together, we have shared so much happiness. You are my best friend. I love you with all my heart and can't imagine life without you." Brenda then found out she was pregnant, but at Ricardo's insistence, she terminated the pregnancy, which left her heartbroken. A little recovered from the decision, Brenda decided to devote herself to her career and her beloved Ricky. In the fall of the same year, she enrolled in Sanford. At first glance, it seemed that Brenda had gotten over the emotional blow of the breakup. However, this was not the case. Brenda's painful dependence on Ricardo only gained momentum. And when Ricky posted a joint photo on social media with his new lover, Kendra, who looked like a photo model, Brenda was up to something terrible. Many who knew her testified that Brenda dreamed of getting rid of Kendra. After obtaining information about Brenda and her personal life, investigators were able to surmise that the offended woman had a motive to get rid of her rival. Ricardo confirmed that Brenda Delgado was his ex-girlfriend. They dated intermittently from 2012 to February 2015. They broke up a few months before Ricky and Kendra met. Ricardo was confident that he and Brenda remained friends and saw no problems between Brenda and Kendra. After all, he had been on dates with other women before meeting Kendra. And why would meeting Kendra be what turned Brenda's mind? However, the picture of the reconstructed events confirmed how insidious and cruel an abused woman can be. Brenda Delgado thought she had devised the perfect plan to win back her former lover and rid him of the superfluous figure, Kendra Hatcher. At first, she established communication with Ricardo pretending to be his best friend, provided all kinds of support, and was interested in how he and Kendra were progressing in their relationship. Secretly, she knew everything about their plans for the future, and Ricardo believed that this was sincere interest. But it's a shame that men know women so poorly and sometimes blindly trust them. After Ricardo learned that Kendra had died, he shared his grief with Brenda via text message, and she supported her friend in every way possible and offered to do anything for him. Ricky had no way of guessing his ex's true motives. As it turned out, Brenda had been playing her own game for months. She had opened Ricardo's mail and knew about all his plans with Kendra, even where and when they had booked tickets. All of this was infuriating to Brenda. She longed to be rid of Kendra Hatcher. Truly believing that Kendra had taken her place, Brenda transferred Ricardo's account to her phone and kept tabs on him. Following Ricky and Kendra practically became her raison d'etre. Brenda became completely dependent on the stalking. She quit her job and devoted all her time to realizing her goals. Over time, a cruel and terrifying plan was born in Brenda's mind: to kill the hated Kendra and take her place beside her lover. For its realization, Brenda approached many of her acquaintances with an offer of money to harm Kendra Hatcher. Thus, through mutual acquaintances, she found a single mother, 21-year-old Crystal Cortez, who, because of significant financial problems, was ready to help her for just $500. At Brenda's behest, Crystal found the perpetrator, a man named Christopher Love, who agreed to commit the crime. Crystal handed Christopher $500 from Brenda, as well as 2 types of illegal substances. The 2 women followed Kendra to learn her habits and daily schedule to further select the location and time of the crime. On September 2nd, 2015, they took Jose's car. Crystal and Christopher Love waited for Kendra in the parking lot. They did not pursue her on her way home from work because they were afraid of falling behind her in traffic. In the evening, the criminals completed their devious plan and were rewarded for a job well done. A few days after the crime, Crystal Cortez and Christopher Love were apprehended. The suspects denied their guilt and their presence at the scene of the crime. However, the situation changed when Love was found to have the gun that killed Kendra in the side compartment of the car. Crystal, on the other hand, was nervous and constantly confused in her testimony, telling different stories about the reasons for the appearance of the SUV in different parts of the city. At the first interrogation, Crystal admitted that she was the woman who was driving in the parking lot, but claimed she arrived there at the will of an armed carjacker who got into the SUV and forced her into the parking lot that evening. She, wishing to remain innocent, gave false testimony, saying that her son was in the car with her, but this information was later not confirmed because no child was recorded on the cameras. As the interrogation continued and more evidence became available, Crystal changed her testimony and wanted to make a deal with the investigation. She agreed to testify against Brenda in exchange for less time. She told police that Brenda wanted Kendra dead and the crime was her idea. According to Crystal, within 2 weeks of her meeting with Brenda, they began planning the crime. The police discovered that Brenda wasn't just unhappy that her relationship with Ricardo was over. She was obsessed and desperate to win him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was happy to be his loyal friend, but her life began to fall apart. She began to resent Kendra, believing that she had taken her place. According to Crystal, it was at this point that Brenda decided she wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. The perfect crime plan emerged in Brenda Delgado's mind. In testimony, Crystal detailed how Brenda devised the perfect crime. Enlisting each other's support, Brenda and Crystal began to formulate a plan to kill Kendra. They met many times and developed many plans. The original plan was to inject Kendra with illegal substances or sedatives and then get rid of her. But to avoid being under suspicion, Brenda needed a reliable enforcer and began looking for one. They drove around the scraggliest neighborhoods and asked a few people if they could help. That's how they met Christopher Love. He agreed to help and took an active part in deciding the modus operandi of the crime. The trio unanimously decided that the best way to kill was to shoot her because it was quick. While cooperating, Crystal revealed that the date of September 2nd was not chosen at random. Brenda knew that Kendra and Ricardo were planning a trip to Mexico, so it was decided to get rid of the woman before the happy vacation. Brenda told Crystal that she wanted the crime to look like a botched robbery. Next, the criminals chose the location of the massacre. For days, they desperately tracked Kendra's movements and recorded her minute by minute to make sure nothing changed on the appointed day. After work, they traced her route home and figured out how to discreetly enter the apartment complex's secure parking garage. On September 1st, 2015, they made a final check. On the day of the crime, early in the morning, Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Jose, then picked up Christopher along the way. Brenda was dropped off at the library in Carrollton, so she would have an alibi, and Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes, then drove to Kendra's place of employment. After waiting for their victim, they followed her but lost her in traffic. However, they returned to the house first and waited there. As soon as Kendra drove in, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her when she got out of the car. According to Crystal, she did not actually see the shooting, but heard it. Crystal then drove Christopher home, picked up her son from his grandmother on the way, and later met Brenda at Jose's house, where she handed him the Jeep. Thus, Brenda's dream came true. She was rid of her hated rival, and all she had to do was wait for her beloved Ricardo's message. Brenda was happy that she had managed to pull off the perfect crime. Crystal's candid confession and testimony against Brenda left no doubt about Brenda Delgado's guilt, and a warrant for her arrest was promptly issued. But when police officers arrived with the warrant, she was no longer at home. Having dual citizenship, Brenda Delgado fled to Mexico. After fleeing, Brenda's involvement in a contract killing became apparent, and she was put on a wanted list. On April 6, 2016, the FBI placed her on the list of most wanted fugitives, assigning a reward of $100,000 for information about her. So Brenda Delgado became the only woman on the list at the time and the 9th woman on the list ever. But just 2 days later, in Torreon, Coahuila, she was apprehended by Mexican authorities and extradited to the United States on October 6th. Mexico agreed to extradite Brenda, but only on the grounds that she would not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was formally charged with capital murder. Brenda was extradited to Texas, and she was brought to trial. Hearings in the case began in 2017. The grief-stricken relatives of Kendra and Ricardo did not hesitate to express themselves during the court appearance. The oil was added to the fire by witnesses who confirmed Brenda's intentions and her dangerous obsession with her former lover. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, spoke in court about his sister's depression after the end of her and Ricky's relationship. He also revealed that Brenda offered to pay him if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend, Jennifer Escobar, testified at trial that Brenda was obsessed with Ricardo and read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda even kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank accounts. Jennifer revealed that Brenda had asked her to help eliminate the hated Kendra Hatcher too. She also told the court that Brenda wanted her to either inject Kendra with something lethal or use a bat and leave her in a coma. For her help, Brenda offered to give her $2,000, a car, and illegal drugs if she would do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then refused. It is quite strange that adults, having been offered the suggestion to harm or kill someone, contemplated doing so, and none of them went to the police to report a threat to a person's life or health. The court heard evidence about obsession from a number of people who knew Brenda, so the court found that Brenda had a motive to want Kendra dead. She saw her as an obstacle to getting what she wanted, and she wanted only one thing: to get back to Ricky. The court received corroboration that in the months leading up to Kendra's death, Brenda became increasingly obsessed. As evidence of Brenda's involvement, an ATM withdrawal receipt in the amount of $500, which she subsequently gave to Crystal for doing the work, was presented at the hearing. Christopher Love received a cash payment in the amount of $600. The cell phone data provided also indicated that Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher were together prior to the crime. More than 99 calls were recorded between Brenda and Crystal between August 22nd and September 4th, proving their constant communication to discuss the plan to kill Kendra Hatcher. The defendant's attorney tried to shift much of the blame to the perpetrators, but it didn't work. The defense argued that Brenda was not at the scene of the crime. She had an alibi and receipts confirming her presence at the restaurant at the time of the crime. Brenda herself did not plead guilty, but the jury thought otherwise. It took them only 30 minutes to find Brenda Delgado guilty of the murder of Kendra Hatcher. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Christopher Love, the direct perpetrator of the crime, pleaded guilty and was sentenced to death via injection. Crystal Cortez, in exchange for cooperating with the investigation and pleading guilty, received a sentence of 35 years in prison with parole eligibility. The family of Kendra Hatcher was satisfied with the court's decision and silently withdrew from the courtroom after the verdict. The Delgado family did not believe to the last that their Brenda could be involved. They knew her as a loving daughter and woman, healthy, and with good family and Christian values. I hope this cautionary tale of female perfidy and mentally unhealthy, obsessive love will leave a mark on every woman's soul and serve as a warning in new love relationships, for no man is worth a human life. Miranda Fenner, a young woman with her entire life ahead of her, was only attempting to complete a shift at work when everything was abruptly taken from her. Sherry and Mike Fenner welcomed their daughter, Miranda Fenner, into this world on December 26, 1979. Miranda and her younger brother, Tim, were raised in Sacramento, California, before the family made the choice to relocate to Laurel, Montana, in the year 1990. They wanted to get away from such a big city and also be closer to family. Miranda Fenner had deep dimples in her cheeks, dark hair, and eyes. Her large heart and compassionate nature are remembered by her friends and family. She loved animals and had a desire to work with kids one day. Her mother, who always supported the underdog, had misgivings about some of Miranda's friends but was aware of Miranda's sincere desire to uplift those around her. Additionally, she was never afraid to express her opinions, and one of her teachers called her feisty. A few months prior to the time she was murdered, Miranda was involved in a car accident that resulted in a broken neck. This made her constantly wear a neck brace, and she was unable to leave the house until she fully recovered. Due to this, after her healing, Miranda was excited to take up a job at the movie store, a locally owned video rental store in Laurel, which is now closed. Given that her grandparents ran the Lohoff Motel across the street, her parents felt comfortable allowing her to work there. The movie store was only 3 blocks from her home, so she had no need to be concerned for her safety, though she frequently closed the movie store by herself. This was a typical scenario for young people working in retail at the time. The worst that could happen was that a customer wandered in at closing hour. November 15th, 1998, appeared to have been a normal day for Miranda Fenner. Her shift came, and she made her way to the movie store. However, that evening, her shift became anything but normal. Miranda called her mother and then her uncle. Both calls appeared to be normal. However, the night changed drastically for the worse around 8 p.m. Two fishermen saw a crawling Miranda in front of the movie store's door at 8:20 p.m., bleeding and obviously hurt. They immediately stopped to assist her. After they dialed 911, police showed up shortly after. Just about that same time, Miranda's brother Tim, who rode his bike to the movie store to rent a video game, saw the police lights flashing. He stopped and turned around to call Mike, their father, who then came to the store as well. Officers informed Mike what had happened and told him that Miranda was being transported by Life Flight helicopter to St. Vincent's Hospital in Billings, which was about 15 miles away. Sherry immediately left work after learning from her mother that Miranda had been rushed to the hospital. While Miranda Fenner's life was being frantically saved by doctors, Sherry and Mike made their way to the clinic and waited eagerly to learn about their daughter's condition. Unfortunately, as Miranda underwent surgery to treat her injuries, she passed away. It was at that point that Sherry and Mike discovered that their daughter had been murdered. Even though Miranda Fenner's murder scene was gruesome, there wasn't much evidence left behind. Miranda had suffered multiple stab wounds to the head as well as a slashed throat. There was no weapon left behind at the crime scene, and there were no leads found in the fibers and hairs that may have been left behind by her attacker. Police were unable to identify a suspect or the motive. Although it was noted that a small amount of cash had been taken from the video store's cash register, robbery could not be completely ruled out as a possibility. Investigators questioned over 700 witnesses for 2 decades. They pursued a handful of leads, including a number of false confessions, but it was in vain. Miranda Fenner's parents never gave up hope that the killer or killers of their daughter would be apprehended. The case, however, went cold for almost 2 decades. In 2012, Miranda's case was transferred to Billings Metro Police's Cold Case Unit, which continued to look into the case. In 2016, the Yellowstone County Police received another confession from Zachary O'Neill, a minor offender from the area. He was admitting to the 1998 killings of both the raped woman and Miranda Fenner. The police had previously dealt with numerous false confessions, and the man's account did not make sense. Though she was still alive, the man claimed to have killed the rape victim. Additionally, the information he provided about Miranda's murder was well-known public knowledge. Also, Zachary O'Neill happened to have confessed from a psychiatric hospital in Washington. The police brushed off his confession, but a determined Zachary returned to the Yellowstone County Jail in March 2017. At the time, he was intoxicated, but he admitted to the crimes once more, providing more details. The police took his DNA before releasing him. Because an arrest in Montana cannot be made based solely on a confession, they had to verify his account. Zachary O'Neill's confession was, however, true. His DNA matched the evidence in the raped woman's case. He had left her for dead after slitting her throat. He was confessing to her murder because he was unaware that she had lived. On the day of Miranda's murder, Zachary had been present in the video store twice. Members of his family claimed that the second time, he arrived only moments before Miranda was attacked. At the time, Zachary, who was 18 years old, had been questioned by the police but denied being involved in Miranda Fenner's murder. During the investigation in 2019, Zachary O'Neill claimed that he used to steal back in 1998 to support his drug habit. He said he was on meth the day he killed Miranda Fenner. According to him, the first time he went to the store was to rent movies. A few days later, Miranda rang him up for the movies he had rented. When his mother, with whom he was living at the time, saw one of the films, she ordered him to return it because it was pornographic. He, however, went back to the store not just to return the movie, but also to rob it. Zachary waited for all customers in the store to depart before he struck. According to him, he stabbed Miranda out of fear that she would recognize him after the robbery. He ignored the murder for years, but eventually his conscience caught up with him. After his own brother was murdered in 2013, it was a relief when his killers were apprehended. He therefore desired for Miranda's family to experience the same closure. In August 2019, Zachary O'Neill went on trial for both Miranda's murder and the attempted murder and rape of the other woman. He pleaded guilty and was given 2 life sentences. Tempe is popular for being the home of Arizona State University. The city features a pleasant and active lifestyle and a lively downtown with many stores, bars, and eateries. Tempe Town Lake is a well-liked destination for pleasure and relaxation. However, despite the calm and fun the city offered, in 1978, a crazed criminal was out attacking young women. A few of these women got away with their lives, but Deanna Bodwin never had a chance to. Deanna Bodwin was born on July 28, 1956 to Harold and Beulah Bodwin. Her parents, Harold and Beulah, met in high school and both graduated from Arizona State University before getting married and having 2 daughters named Leslie and Deanna. Beulah Bodwin taught 2nd grade, and Harold was a former employee at Honeywell. As a child growing up in Phoenix, Deanna Bodwin was an honor student who attended Camelback High School after completing her elementary education at Squaw Peak Elementary. She participated in the 1974 Phoenix Honors Cotillion as a debutante and finished as the organization's first runner-up for the Debutante of the Year Academic Award. Deanna was a talented young lady who seemed to have her life figured out. After high school, she gained admission into Arizona State University, where she was studying marketing management. Deanna Bodwin was a member of the International Business Honor Society Beta Gamma Sigma, and she was an honor student. After taking the LSAT and the Foreign Service Officer exams, she was thinking about a career in law, international marketing, or diplomacy. Aside from doing well in school, Deanna was a kind-hearted young woman who had open hands and welcomed everyone. Whether the person was elderly or whether they were little kids, she just seemed to be able to talk and relate to them, her elder sister Leslie said. Before her demise, in addition to being a certified scuba diver, Deanna Bodwin was a talented poet. In her short years on Earth, she had the opportunity to study abroad in Spain, Mexico, and Belgium. She often kept a private calendar in which she wrote down the birthdays of loved ones, as well as future plans to go dancing at a nearby disco and a road trip to Guaymas, Mexico. Unfortunately, these plans were never achieved as her dreams and aspirations were tragically cut short on January 7, 1978. On the evening of January 6, 1978, Deanna Bodwin visited her family home, where she ultimately had dinner. After dinner, she made a move to start going back to her college apartment when her parents requested her to spend the night at home instead. Deanna, however, objected and chose to sleep in her own apartment because she had to report for work at a law firm the following day. She then left her family home and met up with a friend at a nearby bar. At 12:30 a.m., Deanna Bodwin would be last seen alive, exiting the bar and driving toward her college apartment. Around 2 a.m., Deanna Bodwin's boyfriend arrived at the apartment and discovered her dead on her bed in the bedroom. Her clothing was messy, a belt was tightly wrapped around her neck, and there were marks on her right wrist alongside multiple stab wounds. Sadly, Deanna had been stabbed, raped, and strangled to death. She had semen on her underwear and vagina, but it couldn't be definitively linked to any suspect. Her family was devastated by the news and felt they could have convinced her more to stay behind after dinner. Deanna's boyfriend was a suspect on the police list, but he was eventually ruled out after a series of interrogations. Days after the murder, investigators did all they could to find the culprit, but all efforts proved abortive. The murder of Deanna Bodwin remained unsolved for more than 20 years and was labeled a cold case until 23 years later, in February 2001, when Tempe Police Detective Tom Magazzini was using cutting-edge DNA technology to investigate cold cases that had been on the shelves since 1990. While at it, he stumbled upon Deanna Bodwin's cold case and decided to check the case evidence against a brand new national database. It took a while, but a match was established, and the killer of Deanna Bodwin was eventually identified as Clarence Dixon. The investigators were surprised because the killer was an already known criminal who was serving a life sentence in an Arizona state prison for a 1986 sexual assault conviction. A background check on Clarence Dixon revealed that during his early years, as a member of the Navajo Nation, He was subjected to abuse and had serious health issues. According to medical reports, Dixon was born with a congenital cardiac defect because of insufficient oxygenation. During further investigation, detectives discovered that Clarence Dixon was living across the street from Deanna Bodwin in 1978. 2 years before Deanna's murder, in 1976, Clarence Dixon was married and was taking engineering classes as a former student of Arizona State University before dropping out a year later in 1977 due to mental illness. According to court records, Clarence Dixon's problems with alcoholism and drug addiction resulted in his divorce in 1978. Backtrack to 1977. Dixon was arrested and charged for hitting a 15-year-old girl on the head with a pipe. He claimed the young teenager reminded him of his ex-wife. He, however, could not stand trial after psychologists determined that he had schizophrenia. He was then sent to Arizona State Hospital for treatment. Once his competency was restored, Judge Sandra Day O'Connor, who presided over the Maricopa County Superior Court at the time, declared him not guilty by reason of insanity. She then determined that Clarence Dixon needed to be civilly committed to the state hospital. August 12, 2019 started out completely normal. Teacher's assistant, Lindsay Burbeck, was on vacation, and she planned to spend the day with her family. She and her daughter, Sarah, went shopping in Blackburn in the afternoon, and then they agreed to have a nice family evening over a cup of tea and meet her daughter's human boyfriend. They said goodbye, and Lindsay returned home to change and go for her daily walk in the woods. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she left the house and never came back. To delve into this sudden disappearance and try to figure out why this particular day's tragedy happened and who was to blame. The events are set in the town of Blackburn in the county of Lancashire in northwest England. The town is located in the southern part of the county on the Blackburn River by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal at the junction of April 2018, but they continued to live together in Upton until March 2019. She then moved to her new home on Burnley Road in Hancote. Lindsay cared for her 2 adult children, Thiven, 20, and Sarah, 17. She worked as an upper-grade teacher's aide at Hill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being surrounded by children. Lindsay was a talented artist who would go the extra mile to create the most amazing props for school productions and plays. On the fateful day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area known as Coppice near her home in the village of Hancote on the outskirts of Accrington and disappeared. At the appointed time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's home, but no one answered the door. Sarah became worried as it was out of character for her mother to forget a scheduled tea party. She tried several times to contact Lindsay, but no one answered the phone. Sarah then sent her a text message that read, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times. After receiving no response, Sarah sent another text message with a series of question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's house for an hour, Sarah called her father, Tim Bubeck, to let him know her mom wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone. Tim took a frightened Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Near midnight, Sarah and Tim headed to Lindsay's house again, but with a set of spare keys. To their dismay, she never showed up. Inside, the house seemed quite ordinary and showed no signs of any incident. There was no note of explanation either. At 12:11 a.m. on the night of August 13th, Tim Bubeck contacted police and told the dispatcher, "My ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. It doesn't look like her." Lindsay Burbeck was reported missing. Lindsay's disappearance shook up the community. The people of the small suburb banded together and went out in search of the woman. There were hundreds of people, men and women, grandparents and people walking dogs, teenagers with bicycles, and even moms with strollers. To most, Lindsay was a stranger, but that didn't matter. After days of desperate searches, social media appeals, and posters, people still gathered at Coppice for 2 consecutive days in the hope of finding a vital clue that could solve the mystery of Lindsay Burbeck's disappearance. After several days of fruitless searching, it was clear to everyone that the search was going to be difficult. With each passing day, the chances of finding Lindsay alive dwindled. Detectives classified Lindsay Burbeck as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described the disappearance as very uncharacteristic of her. Nevertheless, The search did not stop for a moment. Locals printed thousands of posters to destroy, while a Facebook group associated with the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. A few hours after the police appeal was posted online, the first posters with Lindsay's face on them could be seen all over the neighborhood. Within a couple of days, there wasn't a lamppost, storefront, or traffic light that didn't have a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into the disappearance from the house as extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire and Rescue Service, mountain rescue volunteers, and the city's search and rescue team. Drones and helicopters were also deployed to search the area covering Coppice and the surrounding open countryside for a considerable distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing when she was last seen alive, walking along Burnley Road at 4:10 in the afternoon towards Coppice. She was wearing a purple jacket, black leggings, and dark sneakers with white soles. A week had passed since her disappearance on August 19th, and with each passing day, there was less and less hope of finding Lindsay Birbeck alive. Police were still no closer to the whereabouts of the mother of two, but emphasized that there was no evidence that she was the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search moved to Accrington Cemetery. He yelled, "Accrington Cemetery." He yelled and called her name several times, but the dog didn't respond. The dog hid its head in the bushes, sniffing and trying to dig for something. The dog's owner walked over to him, stood next to him, and was horrified to find that there was something very soft under his feet. He was frightened and jumped back. Then he smelled a horrible odor and saw flies swirling around. A plastic bag and something that looked like a foot were visible from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Birbeck disappeared, her body was found under the most horrific circumstances, buried in a cemetery. The naked body, wrapped in two clear plastic grass, was placed across a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Birbeck was considered complete. A murder investigation was officially launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter, after conducting an autopsy, determined that death was due to a broken neck. The trauma was inflicted with such force that the entire larynx had crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or knee. An attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death was also determined, possibly with a saw, as tine marks were found. A large laceration was found on the leg, which had been cut down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay suffered were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also reported that due to the poor condition of the body, it was quite difficult to determine the victim's injuries, but she did not rule out any sexual activity on the day of her disappearance, which could not be ascertained due to the level of decomposition of the body. Prior to the discovery of Lindsay's body, members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie garbage can abandoned in bushes nearby. However, at this stage of the investigation, no one was yet aware of the significance of the can. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. on August 20th also found the same dumpster with a dark stain on the outside and thought it might be blood. After taking pictures of the dumpster, they called the police. 2 police officers arrived on the scene to inspect it and found a brown mark that they thought was dirt. The police said the dumpster looked brand new and there was no evidence at the time to link it to Lindsay's disappearance. Therefore, it was left in place. There were other important clues found in the cemetery that were not immediately accepted. For example, a local resident, Christine Alderson, discovered a bloody cloth on the grass at the cemetery on August 18th, while she and her daughter were walking their dogs. She said the blood on the cloth was fresh and red, but thought it might have belonged to a homeless man who frequented the area. Another woman who walks dogs, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cargill Hill Trail that was probably Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, presumably a child's, but heard no struggle, yelling, or screaming. On August 25th, investigators revisited the crime scene and found a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave that had several traces of blood. The evidence was taken for forensic testing, and it came back positive. The gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside surfaces, on the outside surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers sneakers, which had been cut along the sole, were also found in a blue plastic bag discarded in the cemetery. Examination of other evidence revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in some kind of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the sheeting was foliage and grass that was not from the cemetery grounds. This led investigators to believe that the body had been moved from another location. That's when detectives remembered a blue trash can that had repeatedly caught the attention of volunteers. Police officers studying the CCTV footage soon made a startling discovery that left the investigation team baffled. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burnley Road area. Over the next few days, a CCTV camera captured a certain guy returning to the cemetery 4 times. Thanks to that footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young guy carrying a trash can down the street, possibly with Lindsay's body, became a sensation. The video was shown on the news with a plea for help identifying the man, and it worked. The boy was identified by shocked teachers and parents. The teen surrendered to police the same day. His name was withheld until sentencing due to his age. He was only 16 years old at the time of the crime. The boy in the videotape turned out to be local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Accrington. It had been the Price family home for about 3 decades. The young lad had an impressive array of mental health abnormalities. Rocky had suffered from autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity since childhood. His low IQ created additional learning and communication challenges. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week and was described by teachers as a seeking student. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and emotional well-being. He had pronounced impairments in understanding the connections between events and emotions. Another 2016 report described Price as unresponsive to strangers and in constant need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said they were always looking for ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred practical things to academic subjects. Price hardly ever engaged in conversation, even when it came to a topic that interested him. Teachers described Rocky Price as quite strong physically and tough for his age. He went to the gym regularly, liked to tend to the chickens on the family farm, and loved watching movies and playing Xbox. The guy lived in his own world and wasn't always aware of his actions. So what drove him to attack Lindsay Bubeck? Nothing at all. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time when Rocky Price was hunting lonely women. He was looking for a woman to kill, and he didn't care who it was. This was a completely random murder at the hands of a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally stood trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury after an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison, Weatherby Price, 17, did not react in any way when the judge read out the verdict. There was also no reaction from his parents in court. He pleaded guilty to helping dispose of Lindsay's body, but claimed he played no part in her death. Rocky Price claimed he was approached by a male stranger and asked to assist in the burial of the woman for a fee. In a prepared statement, he admitted moving the garbage can and burying the body, but said he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington revealed plastic bags that were identical to those at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing were also analyzed and matched the ones he was wearing on surveillance cameras on August 12. Defense attorney Mark Fenholz told jurors that Price did a horrible and heinous act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but he was not her killer. Despite the abundance of evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the crime but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price, through his attorney, prepared a statement to explain his movements between Coppice, where police believe Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was found. But the prosecutor affirmatively stated that Rocky Price acted completely alone. The motive for the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of 2 was never revealed, as the perpetrator did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released when the parole board decides he is not a danger. The judge said the attack was swift and brutal. There was no doubt the defendant sprang with the intent to kill a woman who was walking by. Just minutes before Lindsay's incident, Zoe Braithwaite had managed to get away from a hooded teenager with her hands in her pockets, walking alone on a parallel path. Her sixth sense kicked in, and the woman was instantly wary. Zoe was confused by the guy's appearance. He looked out of place for a walk in the woods at that time of year. She quickened her step and then ran away. That probably saved the woman. If it hadn't been her, it could have been someone else. And it was Lindsay. This was a premeditated attack. After missing one woman, he didn't back off his plan to attack another lone woman. His actions after the crime clearly show that he had the ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was much better at practical tasks than academic subjects. He used this ability to hide the body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Coppice on the evening of August 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m. when he was seen on CCTV cameras carrying a black rucksack. Possibly in it, he was carrying a found saw to dismember Lindsay's body. The next incident occurred at 8:28 p.m. when dog walker Anthony Dewhurst was seen pulling out an already empty garbage can. This is the same spot where his grandfather, who bears his name, and other family members are buried. Without panic or excitement, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it in a blue garbage can like a piece of trash, and then burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie garbage can and then dragging her to the cemetery. Finding a quiet and secluded spot near the railroad line, he spent over an hour burying her body before leaving a saw, gloves, and a trash can at the scene. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is particularly horrifying to all right-thinking members of society. The random nature of the attack suggests that the accused poses a very real danger to members of the public. The stalking of another woman before he killed Lindsay Bebeck demonstrates that his crime was not caused by a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty of the crime, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and picture to be made public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity was kept secret during the first and second trials. The jury was told many important details about Price, but they could not be fully disclosed because of his young age. The judge rescinded the disclosure restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot in any way excuse or even explain his actions. After all, it is quite obvious that he realized that it was terribly wrong to kill, but did it anyway. Although fortunately such crimes are rare, they instill fear in society. However, the main question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young guy need to kill a strange woman? And for what? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, but he didn't answer it. Perhaps if it wasn't Lindsay Bebeck, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church in Hapton on September 20th. More than 200 mourners gathered at the church as police stopped traffic on Manchester Road while Lindsay's coffin, covered in flowers, was carried into the church. Dozens of flowers from friends, family, and strangers whose hearts were touched by Lindsay's story were left at the scene. Sarah described her mom as a very optimistic and positive woman. Lindsay was making plans for the future. She was planning a trip to Glasgow with her friend Sharon. She dreamed of finding love on the Match.com dating site. Lindsay Bebeck planned a long and happy life for herself and looked forward to the future with optimism. But all those dreams were interrupted one sunny summer day. Lindsay Bebeck's family and the detectives who investigated the crime welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said no court verdict could ever bring Lindsay back or spare her family and loved ones the grief of loss. In front of the courthouse after the verdict was announced, members of the defendant's family wore t-shirts that read, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." The back of the t-shirts read, "The killer is still at large. Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a life, to feel what it's like, to watch someone die and mutilate them. Most likely, in any form, It's an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems with social interaction, motor skills, and behavioral stereotypes. In translation, the word autism means a person who has gone into himself or a person within himself. Autism is still an understudied developmental disorder that can occur due to genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The exact cause is not fully understood, but in our story, the punishment most likely fits the crime. Sherry Way Casey Black was born on October 14, 1946. Before her murder, she was married to Earl Black, her high school sweetheart. They had one daughter, Heidi Miller, who subsequently married and blessed her parents with many grandchildren. Before her unfortunate demise, Sherry had a very active role in her daughter's life as well as in the lives of her 6 grandchildren and newest great-grandchild. Her first grandson had just arrived in Chile to start his mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she was expecting another great-grandchild. Unfortunately, the evil ones wouldn't allow her to live to meet her second great-grandchild. On November 30th, 2010, Sherry Way Casey Black was murdered in the little bookstore she owned on her property in South Salt Lake City, Utah. She had been assaulted and stabbed before her husband, Earl, returned from a conference meeting late at night. Earl instantly dialed 911 for assistance. In the first phase of the investigation, the detectives concluded that the victim did not know the person who killed her and that the murder was an unplanned, random act. The South Salt Lake Police Department started a thorough investigation into Sherry Black's case, going around the neighborhood and asking the locals if they had heard or seen anything suspicious. While this was going on, Earl Black spent a significant amount of the evening at police headquarters being questioned, as is customary in a case of this nature. The crime scene was searched for clues by detectives from the South Salt Lake Police Department and the crime scene responders from the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services Laboratory System. They also reviewed surveillance footage from nearby cameras, spoke with locals and business owners, and processed the building for evidence. They discovered that the perpetrator was hurt while committing the murder and that his blood was unknowingly left on a doorframe. A DNA profile was created using this blood after it had been submitted for forensic analysis. 10 years later, this would be necessary to crack Sherry Black's cold case. The Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, was where the DNA profile was uploaded, and the profile continued to cycle through the database every week in search of a match. Sadly, no match was ever discovered. This indicated that the offender had never caused harm to anyone where he might have left his DNA at a crime scene, or that he had never been apprehended and had his DNA properly obtained in connection to his arrest. Police found it especially puzzling that there didn't appear to be any evidence of robbery at the crime scene. There were mountains of books, literally thousands upon thousands of them. It was challenging to determine whether any rare books had been taken, which the police initially suspected could have been a motive for the crime, based on an inventory that Sherry had kept in her head. There was still money in the cash register, and there were lots of valuable items that could have been taken but weren't. In order to ascertain what might have been left behind by the culprit and what belonged to Sherry, the investigators also talked with the family. Debbie Way Casey, Sherry Black's sister, stated that Sherry and Earl had been married since high school and had a very close bond. Their home was described as always peaceful by neighbors. Everyone appeared to enjoy them. Her brother claimed that the bulk of her company's activities concerned online book sales. He never overheard her discussing problematic interpersonal or commercial ties. Nothing about Sherry's life or her work would make her particularly vulnerable to becoming a victim of a violent crime. Sherry was quiet. You'll hear that from people. Very unassuming, kind, and friendly though, and really knew her stuff. She knew books and she was successful at what she did. She had a good reputation in the trade for being honest and having integrity, said Kurt Bench, one of her colleagues in the bookstore business. The year after Sherry Black's murder, in February 2011, the Black family and the South Salt Lake Police Department solicited the help of the Vidic Society, a non-profit organization that offers top-notch consultation on homicide investigations. The specialists visited Salt Lake City to examine the case. The experts thought the attacker was familiar with the victim. Even though the interaction was very brief, the crime was planned, and it had a sexual motivation. They also believed the culprit was a younger person, no more than 19 years old, who frequented the neighborhood. According to the expert, if the culprit was older, he was likely mentally challenged to have committed such a heinous crime. The Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake was also contacted for their assistance by the South Salt Lake Police Department. However, their assistance was restricted until 2015, when the South Salt Lake Police Department hired Unified Police Department cold case detective Ben Pender. Two of the Vidic experts, Richard D. Walter and Patrick J. Zerpali, independently traveled back to South Salt Lake City in May 2015 for a 2-week period to collaborate with the investigators on the case. Sorensen Labs in Utah produced a restricted genealogy profile of the culprit in 2017 using DNA from the crime scene. Detective Ben Pender later learned about Parabon Nanolabs and their work with phenotyping DNA while attending a cold case conference in Washington, D.C. In order to process the killer's blood evidence from Sherry Black's crime scene, the Unified Police Department hired Parabon, which produced a number of age progression pictures of the criminal. The case was officially transferred from the South Salt Lake Police Department to the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake in March 2018. After almost 8 years, and Detective Ben Pender was designated as the lead detective. Sherry Black's family kept the case in the public eye throughout the quest for justice in the hopes of finding fresh leads. On the anniversary of her passing, they conducted candlelight vigils, created incentives, and reported developments in the case when they became available. They also sought to garner media attention. Detective Ben Pender started using the help of Parabon Nanolabs to perform genetic genealogy in October 2018. Over the course of the following 2 years, he collaborated with one Parabon specialist in an effort to pin down the perpetrator of this heinous act. Detective Pender started to visit potential ancestors of the criminal's family tree in April 2019. He and the genealogist then used this to narrow down and rule out potential suspects as they focused their search. Detective Pender traveled all over the United States, visiting members on the family tree and asking questions that might eventually help to identify the murderer. He worked with the Parabon genealogist in between his travels, and she would recommend subsequent actions based on his findings and her research. The genealogist discovered that someone had submitted a DNA profile into GeneMatch in the fall of 2020, a few days before deciding whether Detective Pender was to travel east again or head west. The submitted DNA profile looked a whole lot closer to the murderer. The genealogist advised Pender to fly to Sacramento, California, and meet with a certain woman who turned out to be the crucial piece of the puzzle investigators were seeking in Sherry Black's case. When Detective Ben Pender arrived at her house, she warmly invited him into her home after he introduced himself. She further allowed him to collect a DNA swab from her for analysis. Detective Pender met her adult son, who was home at the time. Pender had a conversation with her son and inquired about the possibility of him knowing about a child from his past. The man disclosed to Pender that a woman had long ago suggested that he might be the father of her child but left the matter unresolved. He also consented to a DNA test. After fitting the puzzle pieces together in his head, Detective Pender was convinced he had finally found the right match. When it was determined that the man from Sacramento was the biological father of the person who killed Sherry Black, he took the information to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system for processing. He was then able to use this information to track down the killer. After being located, the offender's DNA had to be lawfully obtained in order to verify a one-to-one match with the samples taken from the crime scene. Law enforcement secretly collected this sample, and they received the results they had been seeking for 10 years. Adam Durborough of Orem, Utah, who was 19 at the time of the murder, was consequently apprehended in October 2020, and charges were filed against him. When asked why he did what he did, Adam Durborough said, "I went into the bookstore. I had no intention at all to do anything. It was a bookstore. I love books. I don't know why this happened." Following his arrest, Sherry Black's grandchildren spoke to the judge about how Adam Durborough caused them trauma and how their grandmother's passing affected their lives. They further claimed that their mother and grandfather suffered even more grief as a result of Sherry Black's death. They then requested a life sentence for Durborough without the possibility of parole and said they did not want to worry about the whereabouts of the person who killed their grandmother any longer. "For 11 years, I've had to live without Sherry. My life will never be the same. She was beautiful and caring, as everyone has stated. What a wonderful woman she was. But I don't have her anymore. Instead, I have the memory of coming home and finding her. That's what I have left, Earl Black said in court. Adam Durborough avoided a trial by entering a guilty plea a year later. 4 months later, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Columbus, Ohio. Columbus is a busy city with plenty of entertainment options. There are numerous eateries, shops, bars, concert venues, art galleries, and other establishments in the Short North Arts District. The Gallery Hop, which takes place on the first Saturday of every month, is a fantastic way to see what Columbus has to offer in terms of artistic talent. The North Market, a public market with vendors selling a variety of local cuisine, fresh produce, gifts, and more, is also located in the Short North neighborhood. Columbus is home to a large number of parks and museums, including the Scioto Mile Riverfront Park, the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium, the Columbus Museum of Art, and the Center of Science and Industry. The entire year is filled with special occasions and festivals, but in the fall, football is the region's way of life. The Ohio State Buckeyes are the city's pride and joy. Though the city might seem all safe, fun, and bubbling now, it wasn't always like that in the 1990s. In fact, the homicide rate and violent attacks were high in the year 1991. Jessica Lynn Keene was born on September 24, 1975 to Rebecca and James Keene. She was well loved by her parents and basically had everything a child could ever ask for. The love, care, and the peace of mind at home reflected in her academics while growing up. Teachers simply called her a good student. In the year 1991, 15-year-old Jessica Lynn Keene was an honor roll student at Westland High School. She was gifted, ambitious, and loved by her family. Jessica became a popular cheerleader and a talented performer. She was well known and well liked by friends. According to her mother, Rebecca, Jessica had a lot of dreams and goals. Jessica, idealistically, would have loved to have been a singer, an actress. I guess realistically, Jessica loved animals and wanted to go to college to be a zoologist, Rebecca said. However, Jessica's smooth life and the beautiful relationship she shared with her parents came crashing down in March 1991, and this had to do with the teenager's love life. Jessica had fallen in love with an 18-year-old school dropout, Sean Thompson. They started dating, and their relationship was new and exciting. But according to Jessica's mother, the love affair began to distract Jessica from her academic life. Also, in an effort to spend more time with the person she was infatuated with, Jessica even quit cheerleading and would often skip school to see Sean. This made her grades decline drastically. Just like every parent who wants the best for their child, Jessica's parents became worried and forbade her from seeing Sean Thompson ever again, at least until her grades came up enough for her to get a scholarship into college. Jessica was in love and wouldn't listen to her parents. She continued to sneak out of the house to see Sean. When she began to threaten her mother about moving out of the house, her mother knew she had to put her daughter back on track before it got too late. At a point, Jessica and her mother's arguments got worse. They both realized they needed some time to let off some steam. They then agreed that Jessica should spend 2 weeks at the Huckleberry House live-in counseling facility for troubled teenagers. While there, she was to attend therapy sessions in an effort to get her back on the right track. Jessica complied as required, and on March 15, 1991, her live-in stay at the facility was almost over when things started to go very wrong. She called Sean Thompson the day before she was scheduled to return home, but it seemed she probably didn't get the response she was hoping for. According to those who witnessed the phone call, Jessica and Sean got into an argument over the phone. At a point, they broke up, and on ending the call, Jessica was said to have been very visibly upset. Afterwards, Jessica, who was devastated by the situation, told her friends she was going to the mall, and then made her way to the bus stop close to Huckleberry House to wait for the next bus. Nobody would ever again see the 15-year-old alive after that. It was getting dark, and Jessica failed to return to the Huckleberry House facility. Her friends and the staff at the facility waited for her, but when she didn't show up, they reached out to her parents to inform them what had transpired. She was eventually reported missing to the police, and a massive search for her ensued. However, the search came to an end 48 hours later when her body was sadly discovered at the Foster Chapel Cemetery, about 20 miles from the Huckleberry house. Jessica had duct tape wrapped around her hands and mouth and was otherwise naked, save for a bra and one sock. The teenager had been brutally beaten and raped before being fatally struck in the head by a gravestone that was discovered nearby. Strangely, Jessica still had her wristwatch and ring on her, but her beloved necklace, inscribed with the word "taken," which was a gift from her boyfriend, was gone. After starting their investigation, the police concluded that Jessica had likely been sexually assaulted between 2 and 4 hours before she passed away, due to the cement at the crime scene. After a thorough inspection of all the hints and clues at the cemetery, the investigator in charge of Greg Costas came to the heartbreaking conclusion that Jessica Lynn Keene had been abducted and held captive in a car, but she had only just tried to elude her captor. She then ran across a country road in fear for her life and entered a cemetery where, based on a knee print in the ground and a misplaced sock, she may have attempted to conceal herself behind a gravestone. Unfortunately, when she thought her attacker had lost track of her, she fled her hiding spot and crashed into a fence post in the dead of night as she attempted to flee and reach a nearby farmhouse. Since the farmhouse was lit up, she intended to run toward it, believing someone was there to save her from the monster running after her. Sadly, she couldn't make it there on time, as her great fall alerted her attacker, who later discovered her and killed her with a 70-pound gravestone. This discovery devastated her family, friends, and the police. They couldn't fathom the horror she must have experienced as she tried so hard to stay alive. According to Special Agent Costas, he was adamantly determined to use all of his resources to identify the killer of the promising teenager and solve the murder. "I've never been so passionate about anything that I've ever worked on in my life. The thought of this young girl, 15 years old, who had such a bright future, being murdered in such a horrible, horrible fashion. You cannot help but want to do everything humanly possible to find out who did this," Agent Costas said. Rebecca Keene was clearly mortified by the terrible crime and haunted by the extreme fear her daughter must have experienced while attempting to find safety in the pitch-black cemetery. "Everything I tried to prevent, her life from being ruined, happened anyway," a devastated Rebecca told the media. As the investigation progressed, sheriffs in Madison County focused on Sean Thompson, Jessica's boyfriend, but they discovered that he wasn't in Columbus when Jessica was murdered. Sean and a few of his friends had left for Florida. However, they were eventually sent back to Ohio. The police collected Sean's DNA and interrogated him and his friends in great detail, but it was quickly determined that he and his friends were not party to the incident. This was because the DNA from the semen sample at the crime scene did not match Sean's or even his friends. They were, however, exonerated of all charges. Though, for the investigators, a whole week had passed, and the search for the actual murderer or murderers had become fruitless. Even so, Jessica's mother's nightmares about her passing never stopped. What they did to her, the fear that Jessica felt. She would do anything to get away. And I can feel her heartbeat running through the cemetery. I can feel the deep breathing she was probably doing when she knelt behind the tombstone. I can hear her praying, and I realized that that was the worst thing that I believe anyone could go through," Rebecca said. The investigation gradually became unproductive. Investigators, however, were unable to forget the grisly murder that had occurred on their doorstep, and they continued to periodically review the evidence in the hope that new information might come forward someday. At last, it actually did in February 2008. After rerunning the semen sample from the crime scene through the system, Madison County Sheriff Jim Sabin and Special Agent Greg Costas found the hit on Cody's that they were looking for. It belonged to Marvin Lee Smith Jr., who was quickly apprehended and sent to Ohio to face allegations of impermissible sexual conduct. Marvin Lee Smith was on bail when he met Jessica Lynn Keene in 1991, having served 9 years in prison for assaulting 2 women in Columbus. Marvin Smith was required to submit his DNA as a formality when he was released from jail after serving time yet again in February. Unfortunately, it was never noted as being related to the Keene case, and it wasn't until Sheriff Sabin and Special Agent Costas had a lucky break that a match to Jessica's killer could be established. Marvin Lee Smith confirmed in court in 2009 that he had abducted Jessica after seeing her by chance at the bus stop on that March day in 1991. This confirmed the police's initial suspicions. To the surprise of the jury, he described how he had indeed pursued Jessica through the dark cemetery before eventually getting a hold of her and killing her with a gravestone, using such force that the stone split into two. As part of a plea agreement, Smith admitted guilt to first-degree murder while avoiding the death penalty. He will be held at the Lebanon Correctional Institution in Warren County, Ohio, until at least March 2038 after receiving a sentence of 30 years to life in prison. However, those who reside in Columbus and elsewhere will undoubtedly be hoping that this dangerous person stays exactly where he is for life after the revelation of the nightmare murder that he committed. Dallas is a modern city with a cosmopolitan spirit and southern charm. It is widely known for its skyscrapers, upscale shopping, restaurants, and rich cultural life. There are many historic districts, such as the West End, with its late 19th century buildings and futuristic landmarks, shimmering glass towers, and skyscraper spires that serve as the city's main landmarks. Dallas is a city where modern metropolitan life is infused with natural beauty. There are more than 30 parks in different parts of the city. The Gable Park residential complex is located at the epicenter of Dallas Cheek. Living here offers a vibrant, exclusive lifestyle and exquisite, unique experiences. The high-rise building is elegant in appearance and has a parking garage and concierge. It is a vibrant and luxurious apartment building with a landscaped saltwater pool, fitness studio, and gourmet coffee bar in uptown Dallas. It's a quiet and safe place with no crowds of tourists or neighborhood residents strolling by. On September 2, 2015 at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. The car parked and a beautiful young woman got out. She had a shopping bag in her hands. She slammed the door shut, stepped away from the car, and a minute later, 2 gunshots rang out. With the business completed, the dark figure quickly jumped into a black Jeep Cherokee that pulled up and fled the apartment complex. Local resident Hashim Saad, who was walking to the parking lot to pick up his car, saw the injured woman and called emergency services. Officers arrived at the scene of the tragedy and found the injured woman. Unfortunately, she was already dead. The victim turned out to be 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Kendra K. Hatcher was born on February 3, 1980 to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Calley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced, and her mother married Bruce Jameson. She was not an only child. She had 3 sisters, Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, and Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Police and Plains and studied dentistry there. After her divorce in February 2010, she moved to Dallas, where she began working at Smile Zone Dental Studio. Kendra had a strong Christian faith and wanted to use her dental skills to help others. For example, the clinic provided services to disadvantaged children completely free of charge. In her spare time, Kendra taught Bible studies and participated in volunteer programs that included building churches overseas and providing free dental services to children in Ecuador. Dallas was welcoming to the young professional. Kendra's professional life quickly gained momentum, and her personal life flourished as well. On May 24, 2015, Kendra began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. Kendra and Ricardo met through a dating app, and from their first date, they were inseparable. They both had similar values and interests and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was finishing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. And even though they had only been in a relationship for a few months, the young couple was already discussing their upcoming marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot took the life of his beloved woman and cut short all future plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and initially considered robbery as a motive, as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were found on the ground next to her body. However, the manner of shooting and the traces of the gunshot pushed the robbery theory into the background. One bullet struck the woman in the back and the other in the head. The entry wound from the bullet was at the top of the head and it exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands up and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when CCTV footage was obtained and investigators reconstructed a picture of what happened. The footage shows a black Jeep Grand Cherokee pulling into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. Half an hour later, Kendra returns home and drives into the same. Later, a man approaches her, shoots her, and runs to the side, after which he jumps into the black Jeep and drives away. The videos were of poor quality, and the crime scene itself was not visible in them. It was impossible to identify the assailants, but the vehicle was put on a wanted list. It was decided to place the camera footage, images of the Jeep, and the driver in the media. The authorities appealed to the public for help, and it worked. Police were contacted by a man named Jose Luis Ortiz. He reported that the car in the footage belonged to him, but Jose wasn't involved in the shooting and he wasn't driving it. When questioned, Jose explained that on the morning of September 2nd, he was approached by two of his girlfriends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez. They asked Jose to repair their car and, in return, to lend them his Jeep until the evening. The man agreed. He also said that later that evening, Brenda called Jose to a restaurant where they were at the time of the crime. Crystal Cortez later drove the Jeep to Jose's house, so the man was quite surprised when his Jeep made the news. When Jose saw his Jeep on a TV program, he asked Brenda about it. She first said that it was a different Jeep on the screen. Then Brenda explained that Crystal had been traveling somewhere on her business and she didn't know about it. Brenda Delgado suggested that Jose not tell anyone anything and simply repaint the Jeep. She was willing to pay to paint the Jeep. Jose was awaiting a decision on his U.S. citizenship and did not want any trouble with the police. He realized that Brenda had set him up. So Jose went to the police again and testified. The police then Jeep that day and found the two young women whose names Jose had given them. Brenda Delgado was the first person investigators called in for questioning. The woman told police that she never knew Kendra Hatcher and had never seen her before. When asked where she was on September 2nd at 7:42 p.m., Brenda stated that she was at Chili's restaurant with Jose. Brenda even provided receipts for the dinner. But how often, and more importantly, why do you keep dinner receipts? So gradually, assembled in minute detail, the truth that the participants in the crime tried to hide was revealed. The central figure in the investigation was Brenda Delgado. She was born into a fairly simple family, Luis and Maria Delgado, who immigrated to Dallas from Mexico, where her father was a factory worker. They found a home in a low-income neighborhood in southeast Dallas. It was then that Luis found a job in construction and his wife worked at the U.S. Post Office cleaning houses. Brenda was their second child and their only girl. Not only was she an excellent student who was loved by her teachers, but she also worked part-time at a flower store and as a waitress. Brenda was very ambitious and dreamed of going to medical school someday. But the sad reality was that her parents couldn't afford the expensive tuition. So after graduating from Skyline High School in February, she continued to live with her parents, only dreaming of an affluent and beautiful life. On the way to her goal, Brenda worked hard. She was a dental assistant and, alongside that, worked at a Dace by North Park Center where she whitened teeth. In 2012, Brenda met Ricardo Paniagua and fell in love with him. Their first date was at a Jennifer Lopez concert and was like her dream date. In November 2012, 3 months after they met, Brenda moved in with Ricardo at his home in Fitzhugh Urban Flats. The man was also charmed by Brenda so much that he even met her parents. In February 2013, she uploaded a post in honor of his birthday on Facebook, where she wrote words of congratulations. "Happy birthday to the most amazing and smartest man I know. Ricky, together, we have shared so much happiness. You are my best friend. I love you with all my heart and can't imagine life without you." Brenda then found out she was pregnant, but at Ricardo's insistence, she terminated the pregnancy, which left her heartbroken. A little recovered from the decision, Brenda decided to devote herself to her career and her beloved Ricky. In the fall of the same year, she enrolled in Sanford. At first glance, it seemed that Brenda had gotten over the emotional blow of the breakup. However, this was not the case. Brenda's painful dependence on Ricardo only gained momentum. And when Ricky posted a joint photo on social media with his new lover, Kendra, who looked like a photo model, Brenda was up to something terrible. Many who knew her testified. After obtaining information about Brenda and her personal life, investigators were able to surmise that the offended woman had a motive to get rid of her rival. Ricardo confirmed that Brenda Delgado was his ex-girlfriend. They dated intermittently from 2012 to February 2015. They broke up a few months before Ricky and Kendra met. Ricardo was confident that he and Brenda remained friends and saw no problems between Brenda and Kendra. After all, he had been on dates with other women before meeting Kendra. And why would meeting Kendra be what turned Brenda's mind? However, the picture of the reconstructed events confirmed how insidious and cruel an abused woman can be. Brenda Delgado thought she had devised the perfect plan to win back her former lover and rid him of the superfluous figure, Kendra Hatcher. At first, she established communication with Ricardo pretending to be his best friend, provided all kinds of support, and was interested in how he and Kendra were progressing in their relationship. Secretly, she knew everything about their plans for the future, and Ricardo believed that this was sincere interest. But it's a shame that men know women so poorly and sometimes blindly trust them. After Ricardo learned that Kendra had died, he shared his grief with Brenda via text message, and she supported her friend in every way possible and offered to do anything for him. Ricky had no way of guessing his ex's true motives. As it turned out, Brenda had been playing her own game for months. She had opened Ricardo's mail and knew about all his plans with Kendra. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.